Dear Naruto Lemon fans, I'm thrilled to invite all of you to my Boosty channel, where you can enjoy exclusive Naruto Lemon scenes in a comfortable and supportive community. Choose from various subscription tiers, from Mini Lemon to God Lemon, and gain access to unique content tailored just for our fans. Plus, subscribers to over Naruto Lemon and God Lemon will receive special mentions in my videos. Support my channel and dive deeper into the world of Naruto today. Dare! Here Sasuke is a girl who pretends to be a guy, about 20 chapters. Please don't write nonsense when you haven't heard the plot to the end. Let's get started, guys. Night. The forest near the village of Konoha. In this forest, the fourth Hokage and his wife Kushina Uzumaki were dying. They were pierced by the claw of the nine-tailed demon fox Kyuubi no Yoko, and under the couple was their son Naruto Uzumaki. He was 4 years old, his hair was red, and in his arms was his newborn sister with red hair too. Naruto held his sister in his arms, who was crying from the aura of danger. He watched as his parents died before his eyes and told them that they were proud of them. Kushina, Naruto, you must protect your sister from the dangers that await you in the future. Sorry, Minato, I took up too much of your time. Minato, it's okay. Kushina, Naruto, I wished the same thing, your mother. But I will seal the Kyuubi into you. You can be considered the incarnation of the Kyuubi, but you must be brave and do not be afraid because you have your younger sister. Well, that's it, Kushina, get ready, we will die when the Kyuubi disappears. Kushina, yes. Naruto, your sister's name is Mito, in honor of the first Hokage's wife. Minato folded the seals called the Shinigami and finished folding the seals, held one seal until the Kyuubi disappeared from sight, and his chakra entered the seal that was in Naruto's stomach. His parents fell to the ground and Naruto, seeing their death, began to cry. Masked shinobi along with the third Hokage had already begun to appear in this place. Hiruzen, scout around, protect the fourth Hokage's children, and heal his wife. Shinobi, hi. All the shinobi on the field began to scout and protect the children. The medics began to heal Kushina. Hiruzen approached her. Hiruzen, Kushina, hold on, you have to fight. Kushina, I'm sorry, Hiruzen-sama, I can't. Please take care of Naruto and Mito, I beg you. Kushina closed her eyes and her pulse was not felt. Hiruzen, Kushina. I'll take good care of your children, Kushina, Minato. A single tear rolled down Hiruzen's eyes and he looked at the children. Naruto was now crying and hugging his sister, who was also crying. Hiruzen, let's go back to the village, take the bodies to the morgue, the children to the residence, convene a council of clan heads and call the elders. Shinobi, yes. The shinobi took the bodies of Minato and Kushina and carried them to the morgue, and took the children and sent them to the residence. Hiruzen stood up and went with the others to the residence. When he got to the residence, he began to read the reports on losses, economy, resources, and the number of residents and shinobi. Half an hour later, an ANBU came and said that everyone had gathered. Hiruzen stood up and went to the room where the elders and clan heads had gathered. Hiruzen, sorry for being late. He walked to the end of the table and sat down. Hiruzen, let's start the council. I'll start from the beginning. The fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki died. They saved the lives of their children in our village at the cost of their lives. Later, Minato's eldest son became the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, and his youngest daughter remained safe, but they became orphans. Inoichi, Minato's children became orphans? Chuza, the most important thing is that Minato's eldest son became the Jinchuriki, that's the problem. Don't Minato and Kushina have any relatives? Hiruzen, it's a shame to report that they don't have any relatives. Moreover, how the Kyuubi escaped is what worries me more. Danzo, the Kyuubi had a Sharingan in its eyes. Fugaku, do you want to explain? Fugaku, my clan protected the villagers on the orders of the third Hokage, and to control the Kyuubi, you need the Mangekyo Sharingan. I am the only one with the Mangekyo Sharingan, besides my clan. Hiruzen, so someone with the Mangekyo Sharingan took control of the Kyuubi and tore it out of Kushina's seal. There is only one user and he already had control. Danzo, do you think it was him? Fugaku, Madara Uchiha, but he died in the battle with the first Hokage? Hiruzen, that's my thought. But Minato disappeared during the Kyuubi's attack and it sealed it in the end, which means Minato was fighting someone. Danzo, if that's the case, how did Madara Uchiha survive? Hiruzen, the first Hokage's enemy is alive and wants to take revenge on the village. But one thing is good, if Minato fought him in battle and survived, it means Madara is now weak and couldn't destroy the village. Fugaku, Madara Uchiha's strength was great, my father saw it himself when he attacked the village. Hiruzen, let's put this off for later, but now we need to decide what to do with the children of the fourth Hokage. Danzo, my opinion is that Kakashi Hatake should take care of the Jinchuriki and his sister. Everyone present was surprised by Danzo's words, he was not so kind to the Jinchuriki and the tailed beasts. Hiruzen, well, Kakashi is young now, even though he is a jounin. For now, I will take them under guardianship for 4 years, and then Kakashi will be the guardian of Naruto and Mito. Inoichi, Mito is the youngest daughter? Hiruzen, yes, in honor of the first Hokage's wife. Shikaku, well, what a hassle, that is a good answer, I think 4 years will not be in vain. Hiruzen-sama and Danzo-sama understand your opinions. Hiruzen, now let's discuss the affairs of the village and the funeral. Naruto was now sitting and watching his sister sleeping in his arms. That night he lost his parents and he and his sister were orphans. Naruto, although he is Uzumaki, did not train in Fuinjutsu, he wants to become strong, but he does not have a teacher, and his sister cannot stay alone. Hiruzen, am I disturbing you? The creaking and opening of the door was heard after the third question, and the red-haired man was not at all scared. Naruto, no, tell me, old man 3, what will happen to me and my sister Dadabayo? Hiruzen, you will live with me for 4 years, and then your father's student will take you away. Naruto, Kakashi-sensei? Hiruzen, and it seems you started calling him sensei? Naruto, well, he is teaching me Dadabayo little by little. Hiruzen, yeah, how is your sister? Naruto, she is sleeping now, but she was only born today, and she has already lost her parents. I am afraid that when she grows up and asks where mom and dad are, what should I answer Dadabayo? Hiruzen, don't be afraid, you are Uzumaki Naruto, right? Naruto, yes. Hiruzen, then wipe your tears and make sure that when your sister wakes up, you calm her down, right? Naruto, yeah. Hiruzen, well then wait here, I'll finish my work here for now, and then let's go to my place. By the way, my wife Biwako wants to see your sister. After all, she hasn't seen her since she was born. Naruto, okay Dadabayo. Hiruzen returned to his work and began to work. When he finished he exhaled and stood up, went to Naruto and taking them returned to his house. Biwako greeted them happily and she took Mito, put her in a small bed, and Naruto went to sleep next to her spreading a futon. Hiruzen, Biwako, they will live with us for 4 years, we will be good grandparents. Biwako, yes. They drank tea and also fell asleep from the long night. A year has passed. Naruto, as befits an older brother, watched over his sister and took care of her while Biwako and Hiruzen were busy. Naruto had already started reading books about shinobi, history, and chakra. His knowledge was slowly increasing with each book he read. He started meditating 2 months ago and is beginning to stimulate his chakra. Mito slowly began to move her arms and legs. At 4 months she began to crawl a little. 1 month ago she began to walk on her legs. Hiruzen is still the Hokage. He worked for a month and together with the residents built the village. The construction lasted 7 months and ended 3 months ago. Biwako took care of Mito like her granddaughter, dressed and fed her. Now Naruto is in the house of the third, sitting on the couch and awakening chakra. Sometimes when he meditated and rested, he watched his sister, her efforts to walk on two legs. He was distracted from meditation and began to inhale and exhale air. He looked at how his sister was already standing on two legs. Naruto, Mito. Are you walking already? Mito smiled and laughed at this answer. Naruto stood up, picked up his slightly grown sister and began to rejoice. Naruto, Grandpa and Grandma will be happy Databeo, but... Naruto let his sister fall to the ground and smiled sadly. Naruto, it's a shame our parents can't see this, they would be proud of you. Mito looked at these words incomprehensibly and she started walking and went to the room where she had been playing before. She came back a minute later with a picture in her hands and showed it to Naruto. Naruto took the picture and looked. There were flowers of different colors in the picture and they themselves holding hands. She was small and Naruto was big. This gave the red-haired man a little mood. Naruto, Mito, thank you. Mito smiled at this answer and Naruto took her and carried her to the kitchen. When he arrived there he saw Biwako. Naruto, Grandma, Mito has already learned to walk. Biwako, no way. She's growing faster than you Naruto. Naruto, yeah, hee, where's Grandpa? Biwako, you know. Naruto, yeah, Hokage's job. By the way, I'm going to the backyard to start training. Biwako, okay, go train, I'll keep an eye on Mito here for now. Naruto went out into the backyard and, remembering what he had read in the book, began to do physical exercises. He started with running, namely 3 laps of 80 meters. When he started running, he was doing well, but in the first lap he began to get a little tired. In the second lap, he was almost tired and, thanks to his willpower, he continued to run and, having run the third lap, having caught his breath a little, he sat down on the ground. After resting for 3 minutes, he began to do 10 push-ups. He did 10 push-ups, squatted 10 times and then after that he did 10 abdominal exercises. He lay down on the ground tired and rested. After 30 minutes, he did the approach again. All tired, he went home. He immediately went to the sofa and lay down there. Biwako, how's grandson? Have you been training? Naruto, yeah, I'm tired Databeo. Biwako, it's okay, it'll be easy for you soon or in a month. Naruto, oh yeah, where's Kakashi? I haven't seen him since my parents died. Biwako, he's doing missions, even taking missions from Hiruzen. Naruto, I see. Grandma, who were your mom and dad's parents? Biwako, well, I don't know myself, but I'll tell you one thing, your parents were orphans, your mom came to us from Uzushio, the Uzumaki village. And your father was born here, but his parents are unknown. Naruto, I see. Biwako, Naruto, do you want some tea? Naruto, yes. Biwako poured tea for Naruto and sat on a chair and gave tea to Naruto. Biwako, Naruto, I have a proposition for you, will you fulfill it? Naruto, yes. Biwako, Naruto, you know where the residence is. Right? Naruto, yes, I do. But what is the purpose of this Databeo question? Biwako, well, it's just a game. Hiruzen and I were playing fortune tellers and I guessed the answer, so tell him my answer. The crimson moon is coming, and tell him that. Naruto, okay, Grandma. Biwako, and yes, take your sister, I think she's already started to remember. It will come in handy for her, after all, she'll be visiting her grandfather too. Naruto, okay, I'll take my sister with me. Oh yeah, why aren't you coming? Biwako, well, I've become old, so I give the youth a task. Naruto nodded his head at this and he took Mito and dressed her warmer and dressed himself warmly went out and headed to the residence. Naruto all this time thought what kind of answer this was, and almost understood that the crimson is death, and the moon is the enemy. And so he understood the meaning of the answer quickly ran holding his sister tightly. Having reached the residence, he immediately went to the Hokage's office. He opened the door and saw Hiruzen, who was working and signing papers. Naruto, Grandpa, Grandma passed on the answer, "The Crimson Moon is coming," and I understood the meaning of the answer. Hiruzen, hearing these words and the answer, horrified him. He called 4 ANBU and sent them to his house. Hiruzen, well done Naruto, not everyone can guess the answers. Naruto, sit here and I'll go save Biwako. Hiruzen took off his Hokage clothes. Naruto saw the combat gear and wondered why he was wearing it all this time. Hiruzen disappeared and Naruto began to wait for Hiruzen to arrive. 13 minutes passed and one of the ANBU came and touched Naruto, who was holding his sister. He touched them and they moved to the hospital where doctors were running back and forth and treating others. Naruto looked around and saw his grandfather, who was sitting and was worried. Naruto went up to him and asked, "Naruto, Grandpa, what happened?" Hiruzen heard the red-haired man's voice and replied, "Hiruzen, Biwako was wounded, the enemies wounded her fatally, but thanks to you we made it in time." Naruto, so Grandma is okay? Hiruzen, yeah, but she's recovering. You'll stay with Jiraiya, your godfather, for now. Naruto, that perverted hermit? No, Databeo, he's too fixated on his books, and Kakashi-sensei even reads his works. Hiruzen, haha, I know, but he's a kind person, even though he writes his books. Naruto, I still won't go to him. Hiruzen. You wanted to train, right, so he'll train you if anything happens. Naruto, okay, if he trains you, then I agree. Hiruzen, you'll be with him for 2 weeks, I'll come by sometimes. A day passed. Naruto spent the night in the residence, as did his sister Mito. Hiruzen, hearing that everything was fine, went back to the residence and continued working. At night, a guest came and it was his old friend. Danzo, Hiruzen, I heard there was an attack on your house. Hiruzen, yes, Biwako was mortally wounded, but they made it in time. Danzo, did the little Jinchuriki try? Hiruzen, yes, he even guessed the meaning of the answer. He is a genius, although a little stupid. Danzo, I see. Who will look after them while you are not working and Biwako is in the hospital? Hiruzen, they will be under the supervision of Jiraiya. Danzo, ooh, Jiraiya, why did you become his teacher? Hiruzen, Danzo, an old friend. Although he is stupid, he is strong. He even taught Minato. Danzo, yes. So the organization Moon Swordsman attacked you? Hiruzen, yes, I don't know what they wanted. But I know one thing, someone hired them. This organization specializes in the mastery of Kenjutsu, Bokujutsu and Shurikenjutsu. Taijutsu and Ninjutsu are secondary. The organization takes volunteers and trains its own. They can be awarded the level of Chunin and Jounin, but not as Umbu. Their leader is considered to be one of the swordsmen of the mist, but these facts prove the opposite, that he is not a swordsman of the mist. Danzo, I don't know how, but these swordsmen killed my Umbu, or we have a traitor. Hiruzen, well, do you think there are many traitors? Danzo, my elite Umbu should investigate this, and let your Umbu guard the village with my Umbu for now. Hiruzen, are you remembering your childhood feud again? Danzo, yeah, how could it be otherwise? We grew up and competed together. Hiruzen, yes, there was a time. Danzo, there were no chakra surges? Hiruzen, not yet, everything is fine. Danzo, well, I'll go train my own, otherwise something like this will happen again and they will be killed. Hiruzen, don't overdo it. Morning. Naruto woke up and saw his sister sleeping, hugging him. He quietly stood up and removed Mito's hands and looked at the Hokage's desk. Hiruzen, awakened? Naruto, yeah, when will the perverted hermit come? Hiruzen, right now. The door was heard opening and Naruto turned his head back to see Jiraiya. Jiraiya, it's been a while since we've seen each other, old man, and Naruto didn't expect to see you. Naruto quickly ran towards him and hit him in the stomach, and he fell to one knee from the blow. Jiraiya, why did you do this? Naruto, for not saying goodbye to me, perverted hermit. Jiraiya, sorry, but I won't forgive you for the nickname. Hiruzen, so are you going to hang out here or somewhere else? Jiraiya, okay, by the way, where is Minato? Hiruzen, Naruto, go out and get your sister. Naruto nodded, and taking his sister, he left and went to the dining room. Jiraiya, so the youngest was born already? But where is Minato himself? Hiruzen, sit down, it's a long story. End of the section. Jiraiya, so that's how it is, I went on a mission for a year, and in a year this happened? Hiruzen, yes, Minato was a good shinobi and Hokage. Jiraiya, master, I'm sorry about what happened to your wife. Hiruzen, thank you. Jiraiya, I'll be busy for now, and Biwako is recovering, so you should take care of Naruto and Mito for now. Jiraiya, good, I'll see how Minato's children have grown in a year. Hiruzen, Naruto is already training, train him, because you taught Minato before. Jiraiya, good. Jiraiya stood up from the table and said as he left. Jiraiya, master, how do you like my book? Hiruzen, so you know, well, your book, The Tale of the Fearless Shinobi, is well written, that I myself ended up in the past. Jiraiya, yeah, well, good luck. Jiraiya left and went to the dining room where the children were. And Hiruzen stayed to write papers. Hiruzen, I'm going to go crazy soon. Jiraiya came to the dining room and saw Naruto and Mito eating cookies and drinking tea. Jiraiya came up and spoke up. Jiraiya, you're a good older brother. Naruto was frightened by the surprise and choked on his tea, coughing. Naruto, old man, why are you scaring me? I almost died from fright and tea. Jiraiya, sorry, well, shall we go? Naruto stood up, picked up Mito and walked with Jiraiya. When they got there, they opened the door, took off their shoes, and the owner of the house showed where Naruto and Mito would sleep. Jiraiya called Naruto to the backyard and Mito stayed home and drew pictures. Jiraiya, Naruto, I heard that you are training. Naruto, yeah, I am meditating but I can't awaken my chakra. Jiraiya, to awaken your chakra, you need to be in good physical shape. Naruto, do you need to train physically? Jiraiya, yeah, I'll help you with that and I'll help you with shurikenjutsu. Naruto, shurikenjutsu? Jiraiya, you've seen kunai and shuriken, right? Naruto, yeah. Jiraiya, you need to learn how to throw kunai and shuriken, to throw you. Need to understand what to do and how to throw. Naruto, well, I have one idea, you need to throw them as an arm length and skill in handling weapons. Jiraiya, yeah, go do some physical exercise for now and I'll go buy you some kunai and shuriken. Naruto, okay. Jiraiya went to the weapons store, and Naruto began to do physical exercises. Jiraiya bought everything he needed and was about to leave when he heard a voice. Kakashi, Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya, Kakashi, it's been a while since we've seen each other. I'm sorry that Minato died, because he was my student and he was your teacher. Kakashi, yes, sometimes I keep an eye on Naruto and Mito, because in 3 years I'll be their guardian. Jiraiya, well, yes, Kakashi, you've encountered the Blood Killers organization, haven't you? Kakashi, yes, I have, I was alone. Strong and tenacious, we barely won back then. Jiraiya, the members of this organization worship the god Jashin, right? Kakashi, yes, the members of this organization do not die from physical or ninjutsu, but they die from starvation. Somehow, in the last 3 years, organizations have started appearing. Jiraiya, yes, this is all strange, but be careful, these organizations didn't just appear out of nowhere. Kakashi, okay, I'll go. Jiraiya, good luck, Kakashi. Kakashi left and the white-haired man went back home. When he arrived, he saw a tired Naruto who was sitting on a tree and dozing. Jiraiya, I think I'm tired, well, I'll wait until he wakes up. Naruto woke up and looked around to see Jiraiya sitting there. Naruto, have you arrived? I'm actually waiting here. Jiraiya, if you say so, then you've already rested. Let's start with this. It's been 2 weeks since Naruto and Mito arrived at Jiraiya's house. Jiraiya trained well during these weeks. Jiraiya increased the physical activity for Naruto. He taught Shuriken Jutsu well, that kunai hit 5 and 6, and shurikens 3 and 4. Naruto awakened his chakra after he arrived at Jiraiya's house 5 days later. Jiraiya told him and gave him a little insight into how to use it and pass it through body parts. Naruto played and babysat Mito after training. Mito showed him the drawings she drew. Naruto and Jiraiya were always surprised that Mito's drawing skills were growing with each drawing. Jiraiya, Naruto, how are you? Naruto sat on the grass and meditated, gluing leaves from the trees. Naruto, excellent Dadabayo, almost all my hand was glued with leaves with chakra. Jiraiya, good, Naruto, today the third Hokage's wife is being discharged, so now you'll be back, by the way, before you leave. Jiraiya pulled out a pole from his back and showed it to Naruto. Jiraiya, Naruto, this is a gift for you. Because when you turned 4 I didn't bring a gift, so I brought you one even though you're 5 already. Naruto, thank you, and yes, I'm 5, in 3 years I'll be entering the Shinobi Academy. Jiraiya, well, yes, if I don't come then I'm on a mission. By the way, I'll be traveling for 7 years. Naruto, I see. Jiraiya, don't be sad, in 7 years I'll bring 7 gifts. Naruto, oh, okay. Jiraiya, now the third one will come and take you and Mito. Those were good training sessions. Naruto, yes, thank you for the training sessions. I'll train like this and use kunai and shurikens. Hiruzen came, talked with Jiraiya, took the children and came to Hiruzen's house. Biwako was waiting inside the house, and they all talked together and told what they did. They didn't forget about Mito. They talked about how Mito draws and Naruto showed Mito's drawings that they took with them and left one with Jiraiya. Mito began to fall asleep and Naruto took her hands and put her to sleep. Returning to the kitchen, he sat down at the table. Naruto, Grandma, Grandpa, Mito's birthday is coming soon, what should we do? Biwako, and the day your parents died. Hiruzen, well, Mito's birthday is in 2 days, Jiraiya is leaving on a trip in 3 days. I'll call Kakashi, he hasn't seen you in a long time. Naruto, yeah, I haven't seen Kakashi-sensei in a long time. Hiruzen, yes, October 10th, today is October 8th. We'll make it. 2 days passed and everyone prepared gifts for Mito. Mito woke up happy and ran to Naruto's room and not finding him went to the kitchen. When she got there she saw how all her close people were standing and holding gifts in different colors. Naruto, good morning Mito and happy birthday. Mito happily ran towards them and hugged her brother. Hiruzen, happy birthday Mito, here's a gift for you. Mito moved away and approached Hiruzen, took the gift and opening it saw a toy crocodile inside and she took it and hugged Hiruzen. Biwako, happy birthday, Mito, this gift has what you need. Mito approached her and took the gift and opened it. Mito reached inside and pulled it out, seeing a blue jacket. She hugged Biwako again and approached Jiraiya. Jiraiya, happy birthday little Mito, this gift is a book that I wrote, it's my first book. The Tale of the Fearless Shinobi, that's the title of the book hehe. Mito opened the small gift and pulled out a book. She hugged Jiraiya too. Naruto, well, since Kakashi-sensei hasn't come yet, I'll give you this gift. Naruto gave her a gift, she opened it and pulled it out and this gift turned out to be. Naruto, these bracelets are similar, these bracelets mean that the brother and sister are related. Naruto took one bracelet and put it on his left hand, and Mito put the last bracelet on her left hand too. Naruto, now these bracelets prove that we are brother and sister forever. Mito looked at Naruto happily. Mito, thank you brother. Everyone was surprised and shocked when they heard Mito's first words, but everyone recovered from the shock and heard the voice of the new arrival. Kakashi, excuse me, am I late? Naruto, you're late, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi, excuse me, I just brought a present. Kakashi gave a gift to Mito, who opened the last box and saw toy construction sets. Kakashi brought it so Mito could build towers and houses. Mito, thank you. End of the section. Naruto, Akka, my body aches. I need to use my chakra a little. It's been 3 years since Mito's birthday. After Mito's birthday, Jiraiya left. On the other birthdays, Mito was given what she liked. On Naruto's birthdays, Mito received an origami snake, a postcard, and a book where she drew all the pictures. Naruto and Mito were inseparable, they played and read fairy tales and books together. Naruto trained well during these 3 years, became stronger and faster, read all the books in the Konoha library. He hit the targets with kunai and shuriken 9 out of 10, trained in taijutsu, which Jiraiya showed him. Naruto, after training, created his own taijutsu style, meditated, and trained his chakra. The third one worked and still works. Biwako began to get sick and move less. And now Naruto was training chakra to release chakra through the body to strengthen the body. Naruto, it's impossible to do what other shinobi couldn't do, you have to think like a wise Dadabayo. Naruto got up from the ground and went into the house. When he entered, little Mito flew to him. Naruto, ow, that hurt. Mito, yeah, and doesn't it hurt when you train? Naruto, it hurts, but you flew too close to me and I fell. Mito, sorry, Nia-san. Naruto stood up and went to the kitchen with Mito. Biwako was sitting there, drinking tea and looking out the window. Mito, Grandma, Nisan came back from training. Biwako looked at them and smiled tenderly. Biwako, would you like some tea? Naruto, yes. Mito, yes. Naruto, Mito, and Biwako were drinking tea and talking about other topics until Biwako asked. Biwako, Naruto, Mito, you know that you're moving in with Kakashi today, right? Naruto, I remember, but I think Mito should stay with you, I'm starting to think the villagers already know. Biwako, I see. Okay, Mito's staying. What about you? Naruto, I'll be living in the dorms, I need to know how to live on my own. Mito, you're not staying? Naruto, sorry, Mito, there are just some things I don't want you to know. Mito, okay then. Everyone left, Naruto went to pack his things, Biwako came to help him, and Mito went to the backyard and played there. Biwako, Naruto, you'll be going to the academy in a week, you better get ready. Naruto, good. Biwako, and find some friends there. After all, you already know the entire academy program, you can hang out with your friends. Naruto, yeah, I'll find some friends there, and probably my best friends. They gathered their things and left the house, taking Mito with them. Biwako, well, Naruto, good luck and you know the dishes that I cooked, right? Naruto, yes, I do. Thanks to you, I know how to cook dishes. Mito, Nisan, will you come? Naruto, yes, I will, to visit you after the academy. Oh yeah, your book that you gave me, I will look at your drawings and remember how you drew them. And you are my little sister. Take care of Grandma. Mito, yeah, I will take care of you. Naruto said goodbye to them and went to the residence. Having reached, he went into the door of the Hokage and having greeted him a little, having talked to him, Hiruzen gave him the keys and money for the first time. The money was 10,000 rai. Naruto went to the address of the apartment. On the way there he ran into a boy of his height. Naruto, oh, sorry, I was thinking. Boy, you too, sorry, I didn't notice either. By the way, what's your name? Naruto, my name is Naruto, Naruto Uzumaki Databayo. And what's your name? Boy, that's an interesting name. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. Are you by any chance the son of the fourth Hokage? Naruto, yes, I am the son of the fourth Hokage, but I died defending the village 4 years ago. Sasuke, I see. Naruto, right? Naruto, yeah, so excuse me, I'm going to my new house. I'll be living alone. Sasuke, where did you live before? Naruto, before that, I lived with the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and Sarutobi Biwako. Sasuke, with the third Hokage? You're lying. Naruto, no, my little sister stayed because I asked them to. Sasuke, well then I understand. What's your sister's name? Naruto, Mito Uzumaki. Sasuke, as the wife of the first Hokage. Haha wow. And you're interesting Naruto. Naruto, you're interesting too, but you think a little highly of yourself. Although no, you're Uchiha. Sasuke, do you have any ill will towards my clan? Naruto, no, let's be friends, we're going to the academy in a week, right? Sasuke, you too? Naruto. Yeah. I don't think you communicate much. Sasuke, I was indoors until I was 5 for some reason. That's why I didn't go out and talk. Naruto, so that's how it is, well, okay, I gotta go. Bye and good luck, I hope to meet you at the academy. Sasuke. Yeah. Naruto and Sasuke separated and Naruto finally made it home. Naruto, finally, I'm at my new home. End of the section. A week has passed. Naruto prepared everything for the academy and went there. When he arrived, he saw children and villagers, some clan heads and others from different clans of Konoha. He stood in line and began to wait. Hiruzen came and began to talk about the will of fire and Naruto, who was listening to all this, ignored it. When it was over, the teachers began to call the children to their places and enter the classrooms. Naruto called the Chunin with a horizontal scar on his nose, and when he called everyone, he entered with them into room 216. All the children when they arrived sat in the place where they liked. Naruto sat on the last desk in the first row next to the window. The Chunin entered and spoke up. Chunin, oh children, my name is Yumino Irika. I will be teaching you for the next 5 years, now we will all say oh so that you can know each other. So I will set an example. My name is Yumino Irika, I like to go to the Ichiraka ramen shop, I like to read books and the village. I don't like annoying people and hooligans. My dream is to become the director of the academy someday. The goal is to teach you with knowledge. Well, let's go, I will call you one by one, let's start with. And so it continued until all the clanless and some of the other clans had finished. I'll describe the new characters and a little about Naruto and Sasuke. After all, you know about Naruto's other friends, so I'll tell you about Yakoshi Uchiha and Miko Rinne. Irika, so, Yakoshi Uchiha will come out now. Yakoshi Uchiha stood up and went to the board. Yakoshi, my name is Yakoshi Uchiha, I like ordinary food, I like to think a lot and I love my brother Shisui Uchiha. I don't like when people tease me and when they ask me for help. I have no dreams and my goal is nothing. Irika, interesting, sit down, next is Miko Rinne. Yakoshi sat down at his desk and Miko stood up and walked out from behind her desk, heading straight to the board. Miko, my name is Miko Rinne, I like housework, I like plants and animals. I don't like when people argue and I don't like boredom. My dream is to become like Tsunade Senju. My goal is to become stronger. Irika, okay, sit down, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto stood up and walked out onto the board. Naruto, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, I love my grandparents, I love playing with my sister. I don't like it when I do nothing. My dream and goal is to protect my little sister. Irika, great. Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke came out and stood near the board and began to introduce himself. Sasuke, I'm Sasuke Uchiha, I love my family, I love training. I don't like it when I'm wrong. My dream is to someday reveal a secret to someone, and my goal is to fulfill my dream. Irika, very well, children, now you are students of the academy. From tomorrow we start studying. And now you can all leave and go home to rest. End of the section. 2 weeks have passed since the moment of admission. Naruto studied well and after classes came to Hiruzen's house to see and play a little with Mito. The rest of Naruto's classmates also study well, especially the Uchiha. Naruto became friends with Shikamaru Nara and Akimichi Choji. The first sleeps a lot and is lazy, the second eats a lot and is kind. Naruto wanted to go for a walk with them after classes, but Sasuke distracted Naruto. Sasuke, you study well and I think you're stronger than me. Yakoshi and I want to spar with you. Naruto, okay, I want to know how strong I am. Sasuke. Then we'll wait at training ground 13, do you know where it is? Naruto, I know. Well then, I'll go. Sasuke, after school. We'll wait for you. Sasuke sat down in his seat. After classes Naruto apologized to Shikamaru and Choji. They said it was okay and they said goodbye. Naruto left and went to the training ground. When he arrived he saw 2 Uchiha Yakoshi and Sasuke. He approached them and said. Naruto, well, So, sparring right away or what? Yakoshi, you obviously want to test yourself a little, right? Naruto, yeah, I didn't train for 3 years for nothing. Sasuke, 3 years? If so, you started training before us. Naruto, how long have you been training? Yakoshi, I've been training for a year and 2 months. Sasuke, a year and 6 months. Naruto, I see. Well, who's first? Sasuke, me. Naruto and Sasuke stood in a stance and Yakoshi in the middle of them. He gave the signal, Naruto and Sasuke ran at each other. They clashed with their hands, Naruto pushed off and jumping up wanted to kick Sasuke with his left leg, but Sasuke blocked with his hands and pushed him away and Naruto landed and blocked Sasuke's blow. Naruto took a little step back, pulled out a kunai and ran at Sasuke. Uchiha, realizing that it would be dangerous, also pulled out. Uchiha blocked a direct blow of a kunai and wanted to hit him in the back, but Naruto, anticipating this, dodged and jumping again kicked Sasuke. Sasuke, not having time to block with his hand, received a blow to the stomach and flew 3 meters away from Naruto. Yakoshi, defeated Naruto. Not bad. Naruto walked up to Sasuke and helped him up. Sasuke, it did hurt, you fought well. Naruto, sorry, looks like I misjudged my strength. Sasuke, it's okay. Even though I lost, I'm not offended. I should train hard. Yakoshi, yeah, so I'll put our sparring aside for now. I'm weaker than you. Naruto, okay, when we get even stronger, let's spar again, okay? Sasuke, yeah, let's do it 5 years after we become genin. Yakoshi, yeah. Naruto, well, looks like we've become friends, huh? Yakoshi, yeah, I guess. Naruto, let's celebrate. Let's go to the park, I'll call Shikamaru and Choji while we're at it. Sasuke, okay, we'll be waiting for you. Naruto went to his friends and the Uchiha stayed to talk for a bit. Yakoshi, yeah, the son of the 4th Hokage. Sasuke, yeah, he has a sister and remember on the day he entered the academy. There he said that he wanted to become strong to protect his sister. Yakoshi, yeah, I remember, if he trains like that, he will protect. By the way, do you even know where Itachi-san and Nii-san are? Sasuke, how would I know, Itachi never tells me where he is or where he is going. Yakoshi, I see. Do you still want to become the head of the clan? After all, you are not a boy but a girl. Sasuke, Don't start, I decided myself that I would become the head of the clan. Itachi does not want to become the head, so the place will be free. Yakoshi, if you change your mind, I can take the post of the clan head instead of you. Well, shall we go? Sasuke, let's do it, we are sitting here doing nothing. They went to the park, and when Naruto and his friends came they walked and talked. They said goodbye at sunset and went to their home. End of the section. Naruto, you know what? I thought that all Uchihas were so cold-blooded. Yakoshi, if you think about it that way. Then my older brother is not like that, he differs from all the Uchihas in his behavior and character. And I am cold-blooded and not emotional. If you combine these qualities together, it is calm. Sasuke, yeah, if I become like my father or like Itachi, then I won't give a about anyone. And you, Naruto, are all energetic, where do you get such endurance? Naruto, do you know such a clan? The Uzumaki clan? Sasuke, no, but I heard from my parents that the fourth Hokage had a wife, Kushina Uzumaki. But why don't you bear the fourth's last name? Naruto, how can I explain? My hair is red, which means that I am from the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan was famous for its high endurance, large amounts of chakra and fuinjutsu. Yakoshi, that's incredible, the Uzumaki clan was great. But why aren't they in Konoha? Naruto, the Uzumaki clan had a village. The Whirlpool Village, or Uzushio. Sasuke, your clan is stronger than our clan. By the way, what is fuinjutsu? Naruto, it's an Uzumaki clan technique. It's based on calligraphy, for example explosive seals, it's part of fuinjutsu. You've seen the kanji for explosive seal on explosive seals. Haven't you? Sasuke, I've seen it. Yakoshi, same. If you master calligraphy well, then you already know fuinjutsu? Naruto, you know, fuinjutsu isn't just a thing or something, it's work. Fuin seals are hard to make, because it wasn't for nothing that the Uzumaki clan was destroyed. Their chakra reserves and fuinjutsu skills were at the highest level. These seals were used to create many seals, such as paralysis, explosion, chakra limiter, and more. You need to put a lot of chakra into them to increase the effect. Yakoshi, Sasuke, we learned about the Uzumaki clan today. That's so cool. Sasuke, yeah, and your red hair Naruto is too bright at night. Naruto, what can I do, I can't change my hair color. Yakoshi, yeah, wow, Naruto, you know, Sasuke and I have been friends for 2 years now, and yeah, Naruto, have you heard about the rumors about our clan? Naruto, I heard someone wants your clan to be hated. Sasuke, I don't know what you're talking about, but it's time for us to join the clan. Yakoshi, oh yeah, it's almost night. Okay then, bye Naruto. Sasuke, bye. Naruto, bye friends. The Uchihas left the training ground and went to the clan, and Naruto stayed on the training ground for a while and watched the sky change from orange to black. When it got dark, Naruto wanted to go home, but someone appeared from behind and Naruto reacted by hitting with his left hand and turning around. This someone caught Naruto's fist, and the red-haired man, recognizing him as an ANBU, calmed down, and the ANBU, letting go of his hand, began to speak. Uzumaki Naruto, Danzo-sama wants to see you. Naruto, first question, who is Danzo-sama, and second question, why does he want to see me Dadabayo? I am following Danzo-sama's orders. Please do not ask questions. Naruto wanted to resist more, but the ANBU touched Naruto's shoulder with his hand and teleported into some room. Danzo. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto saw an old man. The old man was covered in bandages, his right eye was covered with a bandage, his right hand was wrapped in a bandage, and on his chin there was a cross in the form of a scar. Naruto, so you are Danzo-sama? Danzo, that's right, Naruto, as I know you want to protect your sister and those close to you, right? Naruto, and who are you anyway? I don't know you at all and have never heard of you. Nothing is said about you in the books. Danzo, my name is Danzo Shimura, I am one of the elders of Konoha and the head of the Umbu Root Division. Do you know why I am not in the library? Because I myself asked not to write my name in the books. Naruto, so that's how it is. And why did you want to see me? Danzo, I want you to help us prevent the Uchiha clan from carrying out a coup. Naruto, how is this a coup? Danzo, because of these rumors, the Uchiha clan is unhappy that these rumors are affecting the Uchiha's disadvantages. Our Uchiha spies Itachi and Shisui, they are against this coup. They want this to not happen. Itachi and Shisui believe that if this continues, the village will suffer losses. If the village suffers losses, the other great villages will not waste time. They will attack us. Naruto, you want me to help you and the village. How should I help you? Danzo, you are smart. Yes. You will have to watch together with Itachi and Shisui and find out where these rumors came from. Naruto, I don't know, I am still weak and cannot be at the level of geniuses. I myself am inexperienced and not skilled in combat. And techniques would not hurt. Danzo, Naruto, I will help you with your training. Do you know your poems? Naruto, no. Danzo, that's what I thought. That's why I brought these chakra conducting papers. Feed the chakra into the papers. Danzo gave Naruto 5 papers and Naruto took them and gave them chakra. The first paper was cut into 2 parts, the first part rotted and the second part became wet. The second paper was slightly crumpled and the third paper began to burn weakly. Danzo, 5 basic elements, incredible. My friend Hiruzen has 5 basic elements, although he has a weak connection with them. Naruto, you have 3 main elements, Futon, Doton, and Suiton. Secondary Katon and Raiton. Naruto, this means that I have a predisposition to all elements. So what kind of training? Danzo, I will sometimes train you in the Futon element. And the Katon element will be helped by Uchiha Itachi and Shisui. My ANBU are the best in their field. Some of them will help you set traps, prepare poisons, kenjutsu, and bukijutsu. And don't worry about the other elements, over time you will learn others. My ANBU will accompany you to your home. Umbu touched him on the shoulder and moved him next to Naruto's house. Naruto, a little disappointed that he hadn't learned much new, entered his house and cooked himself dinner, ate his dinner, washed himself and went to bed. Naruto, I'll have to go to Mito, she hasn't seen me lately. End of the section. A day later, Umbu came to Naruto's house, but the rabbit knocked and after 8 seconds the owner of the house opened the door. Naruto, oh, are you from Danzo-sama? Rabbit, yes, Danzo-sama ordered you to be brought to the root base. Naruto, okay. Wait a few minutes, I was getting ready. Rabbit, good. Naruto came out a few minutes later and the rabbit moved with Naruto to Danzo's office. Rabbit, Uzumaki Naruto has been delivered. Danzo, great. You can wait, Naruto, after classes at the academy, a rabbit will come for you. He will train you in kenjutsu and bukijutsu. So you are free now. Rabbit will carry him. Naruto didn't have time to say anything before the rabbit teleported him to the academy. Naruto, are you out of your mind? I didn't even have time to say okay. You can go, come back later. The rabbit disappeared as it appeared with him. Naruto went inside and went to his class. Entering the class he saw how the girls were sticking to the Uchihas, especially to Sasuke and Yukoshi. Seeing their gloomy faces, he laughed inside. He walked to his desk where his friends Shikamaru and Choji were. The first was sleeping and the second was eating chips. Naruto, Shikamaru, Choji. Shikamaru stood up and replied with a greeting and went back to sleep. Choji, a little distracted, also greeted and started eating again. Naruto, well, our class doesn't change. Girl, it's Naruto. Girls, Naruto-kun. Naruto was surprised by this and looked at the girl's voice. He saw Yakoshi and Sasuke smiling, or was it a grin? Naruto, traitors, you weighed your burden on me, I will remember this. Naruto, having torn himself away from his thoughts, began to run around the classroom from the girls. Two Uchihas laughed, albeit weakly. Iruka came and saw Naruto running from the girls and was surprised. Looking at this for 2 minutes, he stopped this running. Naruto, Iruka-sensei, I'm in your debt. Iruka, later. Now, classes, honor to all. Naruto sat in his seat and listened to the orientation lectures. When the bell rang, everyone stood up and started doing their chores. Naruto sat down with the two Uchihas. Naruto, what did you do to make girls hunt me, Databayo? Yakoshi, well, they said that Naruto has a surprise that he will give only to his girlfriend, whom you don't have yet. And they said that if one of them does, she will receive such a gift, haha. Naruto, well, you are traitors, you dumped your burden on me. Sasuke, yeah, although you should think about us training together, otherwise you train without us. Naruto, I am an Uzumaki, for an Uzumaki the load is much more than some 50 or 100. Uzumaki are as hardy as I am. Yakoshi, we may not be hardy, but we are faster and smarter. Naruto, yeah, even though I am not smart and not fast, I am hardy and strong. Sasuke, well then we are on equal terms. Now the lessons will start, let's get ready for the next lesson. Naruto sat back down in his seat and prepared for the lesson. All the lessons ended and Naruto left the academy and waited for the rabbit to arrive. He didn't wait for himself and came in 3 minutes. The rabbit immediately touched Naruto and moved to the Umbu base, but to a large room where everything was empty except for weapons and targets. Naruto, where are we? Rabbit, at the Umbu root base. In the Bukijutsu and Kenjutsu training hall. Take the wooden sword. Naruto followed the order and took the wooden sword. The rabbit showed him where to stand and train. Naruto stood in a stance next to the dummy and began to train according to the rabbit's instructions. After 2 hours, the rabbit stopped him and began to spend the rest of the time with him learning to use the sword. Not much time passed, namely 47 minutes. Rabbit, enough. You can rest and I'll report to Danzo-sama. The rabbit disappeared and returned after 5 minutes and he took Naruto and moved him to his house. Naruto, okay, stop it, you won't let me speak and you're moving me without asking. Rabbit, this is so you can get used to it, Danzo-sama doesn't need weak people. Danzo-sama needs you, I can't say this because Danzo-sama said so. Naruto Uzumaki, bring the pole, you will use all the weapons in the shinobi world. The rabbit disappeared and Naruto began to think. Naruto sad face. That's how Databayo. Danzo wants me to become stronger for some reason. Because I'm a Jinchuriki? Or so that I can become a tool of the village, so I need to get my act together, Databayo, let some time pass and I'll find out something. Naruto had already thought about everything, prepared dinner and after eating it, he went to the shower. After leaving the shower, he went to the room to go to bed. He thought about the root and the Uchiha clan, so Naruto fell asleep without noticing it. End of the part. Rabbit, not bad, in 3 days and almost 4 days you have almost learned how to fence with a sword, and your use of your staff is also excellent. Rest for now, in 2 weeks we will continue again, I have a mission for these weeks. Naruto, well then. What will I do during these days? Rabbit, tomorrow the Umbu will come to you, the first is a raven and the second is a weasel. In general, they are Uchiha. Danzo-sama says that they will teach you katan techniques. Naruto, oh yeah, I remember. Danzo-sama said that I will be with them to watch the Uchiha clan. Rabbit, good. Naruto, practice fencing and your staff, don't abandon these weapons. Weapons are. Naruto, yes, they said Databayo, weapons are an extension of the hand. Rabbit, if you remember that, then I can hope. I'll tell you one thing, don't overdo it with techniques. When you learn techniques, although they have benefits, your chakra can be depleted. Naruto, yes, I understand. Sensei, how old are you? Rabbit, roots don't have names, but I can tell you my age. I'm 19. My skills are better in Kenjutsu and Bokujutsu. My elements are Daiten and Raitun. Raitun is my secondary element, and Daiten is my main one. I'm weak in long-range attacks and weak in techniques. My chakra reserve is like a Jonin's, you can become stronger than me if you train. In half a year, you might be on par with me. Naruto, but I'll be weaker in Kenjutsu and Bokujutsu. Rabbit, you will be trained by the best shinobi, and don't think that you will be weaker. I'll tell you one thing before leaving on a mission, listen to your sensei and don't repeat my mistakes. Naruto, what other mistakes? The rabbit disappeared from sight and Naruto realized that he could not leave this place. He realized that there was no need to stay here for long and he examined the large room. Having examined, he found a door and he opened the door and began to look for a way out of here. There were many rooms and corridors and he did not meet anyone in these 24 minutes, he thought that there would be a little loud noise, then other would come here. Having figured out how to make a huge noise, he was about to hit the wall with a pole when someone stopped him. Boy, don't make noise here. Naruto looked at him and saw a lion mask. The saw Naruto's face and started talking. Leo, and it's you're the next one to be escape. His mouth was covered by an cat that came from somewhere. Cat, lion, you better keep quiet, Danzo-sama said that we shouldn't tell anyone about this except us. Naruto, what's the matter with you Databeo? I want to know why Danzo-sama wants to make me stronger and what does he want from me. Cat, Naruto Uzumaki, we won't tell you about this for now. When the time comes, Danzo-sama will tell you himself. And you, Lion, will come with me. Naruto, stop. One of you, please take me home. The cat let go of the lion, touched his shoulder and moved to the Uzumaki house. Naruto, thank you. The cat disappeared. Naruto entered the house and went to sleep. He woke up in the morning at 6 o'clock from a knock on the door. Naruto got dressed and went to open the door. Opening it he saw a raven and a weasel. Raven, Naruto, right? Naruto, yes, and you are Itachi and Shisui Uchiha, I think? Weasel, well, the kid knows us Itachi. Naruto, as I understand it, the raven is Itachi Uchiha and you, Weasel, Shisui Uchiha? Shisui, well, if an academy student himself recognized me, then I am no longer The kid is smart. Itachi, your jokes as always, Shisui. Naruto, Danzo-sama sent us, We will help with katan techniques until your rabbit sensei returns from the mission. Naruto, yeah, I already got it. Why did you come so early? Why? Shisui, so that you will be cheerful in the morning before and after classes. By the way, how are my brother and Sasuke? Naruto, well, fine. But there is one problem. Because of your younger brothers, their fans are now chasing me. Itachi, Shisui, your brother is like you, and Sasuke would never have thought of that. Shisui, wow, Itachi, why did we come to court? Naruto, no. I'll close the door, because once 2 days ago I forgot to lock the door, and when I came back in the evening, some stray man, a drunk, came into my house? Itachi, okay. When Naruto locked the door, he immediately found himself on the training ground. Naruto, What? Well, I'll hate you Uchihas so much that I'll incinerate you with my gaze. Shisui, we'll see. So Naruto, stand in that place. Shisui pointed to the place where the lake was. Naruto looked there and went. Naruto reached the place and began to wait. Sure. So, now there will be a simple technique, fireball. Now all members of the Uchiha clan know these techniques, even Sasuke and Yakoshi. Naruto. I am a complete zero in techniques, now I will learn and become equal to the Uchihas. Itachi, surprise us. Sure began to show fireball seals and blew a 6-meter ball into the lake. Sure, I used it weakly, because if I do more, the lake will disappear. Naruto after these words folded the seals that Sure showed. Sklav completely blew out the ball for 2 meters. Itachi, not bad for a first time, pour more chakra into the fire, maybe it will work. Naruto folded and blew out a ball measuring 3 meters again. Sure, great. But you need to train this technique to use it to its maximum. Naruto, train this technique until we get back. Naruto, good. The Uchihas left, but they were in the trees not far from where Naruto was training. Naruto, realizing that he couldn't do without physical strength, did physical exercises and began to practice the technique. 47 minutes passed and Naruto already started to blow the ball 4 meters. The Uchihas were surprised to blow up to 4 meters in such a short time. They arrived when Naruto almost fell to his knees. Sure, be careful. How many times did you blow it before you started falling? Naruto, I think you blew it 23 times already. Itachi, commendable. You learn quickly. Now learn this technique. Itachi made seals and spoke. Itachi, Katan, fire dragon. Itachi blew out a fire dragon 7 meters. Naruto, I almost used up my chakra performing the fireball. I think I can blow out a fire dragon once. The red-haired man stood up and Sklave already shown by Itachi blew out a dragon 2 meters. Naruto smiled and sat down on the grass. Naruto, oh, my throat hurts. Sure, here, drink some water. Naruto looked at Sure who gave him some water from a bottle. Naruto drank it and his throat felt better. Naruto, it doesn't hurt anymore. Thank you. Sure, you're welcome, in 3 days we'll be on a mission to spy on our clan. You'll help us. Naruto, yeah, I'm ready to help. End of the section. 3 days passed. Naruto learned another technique and honed that technique. Sure and Itachi helped little by little with taijutsu and shurikenjutsu, thereby honing Naruto's skills. Naruto trained his fencing and possession of a pole and sword, thanks to Itachi and Sure. Naruto honed his taijutsu and shurikenjutsu. Accuracy and possession of shuriken and kunai increased. In taijutsu he already begins to hit straight and strong. The Uchihas, seeing his efforts in training, were surprised. Itachi already wanted to ask him about chakra control and walking on a vertical surface and on water, but Naruto asked first now. Naruto, Itachi-sensei, how to walk on a tree and on water? Itachi, to walk on a tree, you need to attach chakra to your feet, give chakra to your feet and try to climb to the high part of the tree. Naruto, I understand, now. Naruto stood next to the tree and began to feed chakra into his feet. When he fed, he ran up the tree, but he reached 1/4 of the tree and fell. Naruto, it hurts so much, my back oh databeo. Itachi, be careful and don't rush, I did it too but your control surprises me a little. Naruto, I trained my chakra on a leaf tree, here's the result. By the way databeo, when are we going to carry out the mission? Itachi, for now, train your control until Sure comes. Naruto, okay. Naruto began to feed chakra into his feet again and climb into the tree. It has already fallen 12 times, but the result is almost half. Naruto, I don't think I can do it in 4 days. Wait, what if that's the case? Naruto stood up, directed his right step to the tree and began to give chakra. He decreased and increased it to cling well to the tree. Naruto had already given enough chakra to his leg and when he raised his left leg, he did not fall. Itachi, seeing this, was surprised, even opened his mouth a little. Naruto had already given chakra to the other leg, the same amount of chakra as to the first leg. He put his left leg on the tree and again did not fall. Naruto, I think I got it, you need to supply this amount of chakra to cling, it's like scales. Itachi, you surprised me Naruto, you've already fallen 12 times and you understood after the 13th time. Keep this middle point and then you can automatically walk on the tree. Naruto, oh, okay. Itachi-sensei, when will Shisui-sensei come? Itachi, Shisui will come now in 3, 2, 1. The sound of rustling leaves is heard and Shisui emerges from the trees. Shisui, I'm here, so shall we go on a mission? Naruto, Itachi-sensei, how did you know when he was coming? Itachi, you still have a lot to learn. Look who's standing on the tree now. Shisui, not bad, we're no better than him Itachi. He looks too much like a genius. Itachi, please don't joke now, let's go. Shisui took Naruto and together with Itachi began to spy on the Uchiha clan inside the clan on the roof of the houses. 4 hours pass and it begins to get dark. Naruto, well, nothing interesting. Itachi, we're keeping an eye on our clan because someone is spreading rumors against us. Shisui, by the way, I got some kind of letter. I haven't opened it yet because I was in a hurry to get to you. So let's go home, Naruto has already trained like that anyway. Naruto, yeah, I'm already tired and want to sleep. Itachi, okay, I'll take you home and then report to Danzo-sama. Itachi took Naruto and carried him into the house. And he fell asleep right away lying on the bed. Meanwhile, Shisui reached his house where Yakoshi himself is now sitting and reading a book. Shisui, Yakoshi, what are you doing? Yakoshi, I'm reading a book, and you're on a mission now? Shisui, yes, oh yeah, Itachi's coming soon, I think we'll talk about mission matters and this and that. Yakoshi, okay, I'm going to bed, I've read so much that my eyes are blind. Shisui, good night. Yakoshi, good night, Nii-san. Yakoshi stood up and went to his room. Shisui sat down at the table and began to open the letter when Itachi arrived. Itachi, opening it already? Shisui, yeah, let's read it together. The brunette opened the letter and began to read. Shisui Uchiha, I want to meet you. Come to the place in the forest near the village, I will be there, waiting for you, this is our personal matter. Come alone, without extra ears. Itachi and Shisui were in a gloomy state after reading. Itachi, do you want to go there? Shisui, I'll try, I need to find out who this person is. He didn't call me for nothing. Itachi, and why do you think so? Shisui, because of my Sharingan. Manjikyu Sharingan. Itachi, Manjikyu? Are you really? Shisui, you know Itachi, you can't ask your best friend everything. Or should I ask what's up with you and Izumi? Itachi, you were following me, right? Okay, I won't ask anymore. So are you coming? Shisui, yes, I will, but you too, something will happen that I don't expect. Itachi, when are we going? Shisui, right now. The Uchihas left the house and went to the place where the letter indicated. When they got there, they saw a house that consisted of stone and wood, there were no windows but there was one door. Shisui, I'll go, but wait here, if anything happens you can help. Itachi, yes. Shisui came in and after 3 minutes the house explodes and Shisui comes out of there, his clothes were almost full of holes and burnt. Shisui. This mask wearer is strong. Itachi, what happened Shisui? Shisui, there is a masked man, he wanted to take my Sharingan, but I dodged his hands in time. When the house exploded, he entered a crater that appeared from somewhere. Itachi, okay, let's heal your wounds. End of the section. Itachi, yes, Hokage-sama. Shisui received a letter and after reading it, we went to where the letter described. When we got there, Shursui went inside alone and 2 minutes later the building exploded, but Shursui survived. Hiruzen, well, a lot of things have been happening lately. Itachi, thank you for reporting this information. You can go for now. I'll check on Shursui and find out who attacked him. Itachi, okay, Hokage-sama. Uchiha disappeared into the Shunshin and the door to the office opens. Danzo, as expected, you're right, Hiruzen. A lot has happened since the Third Shinobi War. My friend, it seems we need to put our differences aside and help each other like the good old days. Do you agree? Hiruzen, I wouldn't mind working with you myself, old friend, but all this paperwork is getting on my nerves. Danzo, Hiruzen, come to think of it, have you found a successor for yourself? Hiruzen, not yet. There are no worthy ones for the post of Hokage. Danzo would offer you one, but he would hardly agree. Hiruzen, and who is that? Danzo, Kakashi Hatake. Hiruzen, Kakashi. Well, maybe, Danzo, how is Minato's second son? Danzo, if you mean Minato's sixth son, he is almost cured. It was not for nothing that you gave him to me for treatment, but it's a shame for the boy, he hasn't seen his parents and hasn't seen his brother and sister yet. Hiruzen, okay. When will he be transferred to the academy? Danzo, Hiruzen, he is currently recovering from surgery, in 2 years he will be as healthy as ever, but we need to start training him to be in good shape as a shinobi. Hiruzen, okay my friend, I need to finish my business here. Danzo, okay, have a nice day. He left the office and the Hokage continued his work. Naruto, what? Shursui-sensei is in the hospital, with Databeo, okay? Itachi, yes, everything is fine, he will be healthy in 2 days. Why aren't you training? Naruto, I'm just resting, I advise you to do the same. Itachi, okay. Itachi sat down next to Naruto on the grass. Naruto, Itachi-sensei, how does it feel to lose loved ones? Itachi, it hurts, mentally and emotionally. When I was a genin, I saw my comrades die, and after that, my Sharingan awakened. Naruto, I see, it hurts when I remember my parents, and my sister doesn't ask about it. And even though Sasuke acts proudly at the academy, he treats his loved ones like friends and relatives. Itachi, yes, Yukoshi has been with Sasuke since he was little, Sasuke left home at the age of 5. Naruto, I'm wondering, Sasuke said that when he was 5 years old and left home, why did they hold him back? Itachi, there is one thing, but you don't need to tell me. Ask Sasuke about it. Naruto, okay Databeo. By the way, should we learn another technique? Itachi, you have enough technique, and we trained you well. Tomorrow, one of Danzo-sama's umbu will come and teach you stealth and hiding chakra. After that, the rabbit will come and continue your training, your progress in training surprises me. Naruto, could you train Sasuke? He complains that you do not train him. Itachi, I just think that because of the training, he himself will suffer, without me noticing it, or when I am on a mission, he will be unattended. Naruto, isn't Yukoshi walking with him for no reason? Itachi, no, Yukoshi just walks with him because I asked him to. After all, the Uchiha clan does not know one's secret. Except for me, my parents, Shursui and Yukoshi. Naruto, Databeo, it's complicated. Itachi, it seems we had a good rest, let's get up, let's have a sparring match, I want to see how much stronger you have become. Naruto, okay, I'll just prepare everything for the sparring. Itachi, okay. Standing up, they began to prepare. Itachi had already prepared everything, Naruto hung the pole on his back and the sword in the sheath. The pouches and equipment were ready. Naruto, I'm ready. Itachi, well then, stand here and get ready. Naruto, okay. Naruto stood in a stance and prepared himself. Itachi took a stone and threw it into the sky, and after a few seconds Naruto fell and quickly ran at Itachi. Naruto pulled a pole out of his back and swung it at Itachi's head. Itachi dodged it without any difficulty and wanted to kick the scarlet-haired boy with his foot, but Naruto reacted and dodged Itachi's foot. Naruto, wow, that was close. Naruto pulled out 3 kunai and threw it at Itachi, who pulled out 1 kunai, blocked 2 and dodged the 3rd. Naruto quickly approached with these actions and struck horizontally with the pole, but the brunette jumped up and moved 4 meters away from him. Itachi, your skills have improved. Naruto, I know, but I'm still far from you. Fireball Katan. Naruto blew out a fireball 3 meters away and this ball flew towards him. Itachi also folded seals and he blew out a ball also 3 meters and the techniques collided and formed steam. Naruto began to wait for Itachi to come out. He did not keep us waiting and came out of the cloud of steam and rushed towards the scarlet-haired man. Naruto quickly reacted and blocked Itachi's hand with his own hand, but Itachi quickly moved behind Naruto and stuck a kunai to his throat. Itachi, looks like I won. Naruto, do you think so? Naruto, due to his height, slipped out of the kunai and pulled out a sword and began to strike. Itachi parried the sword blows with his kunai and dodged. Naruto chose the moment to fold the seals and blew out a ball. The ball approached Itachi, moved with a shunshin behind Naruto and kicked him. Naruto flew 3 meters and fell. Itachi approached him and put a kunai in his back. Naruto, I lost, I thought I could almost beat you. Itachi, someday, but you fought well just now. Itachi put away the kunai and helped the boy stand up. Naruto, so how are my results? Itachi, not bad, but you expose your back thereby becoming more vulnerable from behind. The technique was used well, but if you practice the technique you can use it properly. Throwing is very impressive, the use of a pole and sword is amazing. Naruto, yeah, it seems I'm not the best hehe. Itachi, well, that's all for today, tomorrow the ANBU will come and teach you. We're done for now, and you go rest, because hiding and concealing chakra is harder than using techniques. Naruto, good. Itachi, well, have a nice day. Naruto, and to you too Itachi-sensei, say "o" to Shisui-sensei from me. Itachi, good. Itachi disappeared and Naruto went to the house. But he sees his friends walking on the street and joined them. They walked and talked, asked questions and walked. Meanwhile, at the Umbu root base. Danzo, how are you? Menma, good, but I feel weak. Danzo-sama, when will I see my parents and brother and sister? Danzo, not now or ever, rest for now, after all, you have undergone surgery and are no longer sick. Menma, thanks to you, Danzo-sama. Is there any way I can repay you for your help? Danzo, not to me, but to the next head of root. I am already old and now I can barely walk sometimes. Menma, and who is the next head of root? Danzo, your brother, Naruto Uzumaki. Menma, what? My brother is the next head of root Umbu? Danzo, I myself do not know if he wants to become one. Menma, so you yourself wanted to make him the head of root? Danzo, yes, but it is not known. If he does, I will be glad. Menma, well, the older brother is generally amazing. Danzo, yeah, everyone rest, in a few days we will begin to get you in order and train you. Menma, good. End of the section. In the morning there was a knock on the door and Naruto opened it and saw an ANBU in a snake mask. Snake, Uzumaki Naruto, I, Snake, will teach you stealth and chakra concealment. Naruto, are you all so quiet? Okay. The snake moved itself and Naruto to a training ground where there were many trees. Snake, this is polygon number 16, this is where you must hide. I give you 5 minutes, time is running out. He disappeared and Naruto, without wasting time, began jumping on the trees and looking for where he needed to hide. After 3 minutes, he found a place, a tree under which there was a hole and some leaves. After 2 minutes, the snake's voice was heard. That time was up. He heard a clap and did not understand what technique he used. Naruto, hiding under a tree, heard someone jumping and walking on a tree nearby. The snake came down to the ground and looking for him in the corners of the trees did not find him, but Naruto, making a noise of leaves, gave him a place. The snake approached where Naruto was and, removing the leaves, saw the scarlet-haired man. Snake, you hid well, but if the enemy had sensorics, you would have already been found. But I will teach you to hide your chakra, because it is a good skill. Naruto, okay, did you find me thanks to sensorics? Snake, a little, my sensorics are spread over 25 meters. But because I checked I was looking for you by sensorics 3 meters, if you want I will teach you sensorics. Naruto, yes, I want to learn sensorics. Snake, why do you want to learn sensorics? Naruto, well, if you use sensorics, then there are enemies who are hiding. When I graduate from the academy, my team will need a sensor. And a sensor is support for the team. Snake, good thinking. Yes, that's what it is for, so release chakra through your body. Naruto, okay, but why release? Snake, your chakra is sensorics, you release chakra and your chakra should spread throughout the area and feel the environment. And if you don't release and hide your chakra won't be found. Naruto, so that's how it is, Dadabayo. Thanks for explaining, Snake-san. Snake, so go ahead, hide your chakra, I'll try to feel it, if I find it, your chakra isn't hidden. Naruto, okay. Naruto jumped into the tree and ran to the left. Naruto tried to hide and hiding half of the chakra hid. Naruto tried to hide the remaining chakra but hid another half. The snake that stood where he found Naruto, he followed him with his sensorics and he felt that Naruto hid half of the chakra and smiled. For some time he felt again that Naruto again hid another half and he could hardly feel his chakra. Snake, I see, I still feel, but only a very small amount, that he has a good talent in using chakra. I'll go look for him. The snake went to the last sources of chakra and found the scarlet-haired one. Snake, well done, you hid half of your chakra and reduced it. I'm surprised you did so well. Naruto, thank you, I train fast without realizing it, but now that I think about it, I think about how fast I learn. Snake, your experience. Naruto, what? Snake, because of your experience in training, you train so quickly. You already understand the techniques and those that you already understood and complemented your thoughts with the previous ones. Naruto, I see, thank you Dadabayo, I'm glad I learned another skill. Snake, now feel my chakra, I'm not going anywhere, just release it and concentrate. Naruto, okay. Naruto closed his eyes and began to release chakra. 17 minutes passed and Naruto almost released chakra 2 meters and reached the third and he felt the chakra. Naruto, are you 3 meters away from me, Snake-san? Snake, yes, it looks like you found me. Surprised and even a little shocked. You are 10 years old and have the skills of a genin or chunin. But you still have a lot to learn. Naruto, this is not the first time I've heard this. I know that I still have a long way to go. Snake, my mission is accomplished, you have learned well in a day. Do you want to learn one earth elemental technique? Naruto, yes, and which technique? Naruto when he spoke did not notice the seal and the snake of the seal warehouse said. Serpent, Dayton, wall of earth. A wall of earth 5 meters wide and 3 meters high emerged from the ground. Naruto, wow, what a speed of folding the seal. And the wall. Snake, experience in folding seals has grown so much that a second and the technique is ready. But other techniques that you did not get used to for a long time. Naruto, good. Show the seals. The snake slowly made the seals and Naruto repeated after him. They both finished and created a wall of earth. The snake's was like when Naruto showed it, and Naruto's was 2 meters wide and 2 meters high. Naruto, another technique for the collection, hooray. Snake, don't rejoice too soon. There are still many techniques and you must train them to increase their quality and power. Naruto, okay. Well, that's it, are you leaving? Snake, yes, my mission is accomplished, good luck Uzumaki Naruto. The snake disappeared. Naruto looked at the time and saw that it was almost 8 o'clock and hurried to the academy. Meanwhile, the snake was in Danzo's office. Snake. And then he created the earth wall technique. Danzo, excellent. Everything is fine. If it goes like this, Naruto will become even stronger in 2 years and will probably become at the level of a Tokubetsu Jonin. Snake, so far, the plans have not changed, Danzo-sama. Danzo, no. His brother is already recovering, so soon we must train him so that he becomes stronger and is not weaker than his older brother. Snake, Naruto Uzumaki is already a genin or even almost a chunin. But he needs to hone his skills and he will become like a chunin. Am I free? Danzo, yes, the snake is free. The snake disappeared and Danzo leaned back on his chair. Danzo, yes Uzumaki Naruto, you are amazing, cough cough, looks like old age is no fun. Naruto got to the academy but he hasn't entered yet and he hears a bell and he is overwhelmed by fear. He quickly began to think and having thought of something he jumped on the wall and began to walk on the wall. He got to his class and entered through the window. His classmates saw him and were surprised but Irika entered the class. Irika, oh kids, today we will study clans and in 2 months there will be sparring. Oh yeah, I almost forgot, in 3 months you have to pass a test so that you can have a vacation next year. That is, if you pass the test and get a high score, you will be released for a year, and those who fail will study. The children's cries were joyful, but some were doomed. Naruto, if I pass the test, I'll spend the next year training and hanging out with Mito. I'll pass it well, but will my friends pass it? He looked at his friends who were sitting and listening to stories about the clans. Naruto, yeah, I think Shikamaru, Yakoshi and Sasuke will give up. But Choji, we need to help him. Naruto, having come out of his thoughts, began to listen to Irika. Some time passed. The lessons ended, all the children left the building, but some remained. Naruto was about to leave when Yakoshi called him. Yakoshi, Naruto, where are you going? Naruto, yeah, to training, I want to train. Yakoshi, oh, come on, why don't you train us? Naruto, who are you training? Yakoshi, what have you forgotten? About your friend Sasuke? Naruto, sorry, I'm just so overtrained from training that my mind is on other things. Yakoshi, ha, that's how it is. Okay, we'll train together some other time. Naruto, this is for you. Yakoshi threw a note. Yakoshi, from your fan. Haha, sorry for making such a joke that day. Naruto, you'll kill me like that or the fans will kill me Databayo. Yakoshi, okay, go ahead, read the note and I'm off. Uchiha came out and Naruto opened the note and began to read. Oh Naruto-kun, my name is Rinne Nayuka. I want to go out with you, I think you won't refuse this request. Please, I really wanted to go out with you. Naruto. Yeah, there are a lot of fans, but this is the first girl who wrote to me. I think I'll hang out with her once. I just need to prepare. Oh, what is this? On the note, after the word, take a walk, it was written, meet me in the park in 3 hours. Naruto, I'll train these Uchiha so much that they won't be able to stand up. Naruto sat on a bench in the park and waited for Nuka. Nayuka, sorry Naruto-kun, I'm late, hehe. Naruto, it's okay. Nayuka, I'm sorry but I'm still too young to date, and... Nayuka, it's okay Naruto-kun, I wanted to see for myself. Well then, let's go for a walk. Naruto, I don't mind going for a walk. Naruto and Nayuka were walking and talking about their lessons and classmates. They left the park and went to the center of Konoha. Approaching the center, Naruto sees Sasuke, who was walking and looking at the shops and buildings. Naruto, Sasuke. Sasuke turned around at the sound of the voice and saw his friend. Sasuke, Naruto? What are you doing here? Naruto, just hanging out with a fan. Sasuke looked at Nayuka and smiled a little, and the air became a little heavy. Sasuke, so what's your name? Nuka, my name is Nuka Renee. I invited Naruto-kun for a walk. Naruto, but remember Nuka, we're just hanging out, not dating, got it? Nuka, yes. Sasuke heard these words and the air became light. Naruto, so what was that? I just felt the air get heavier and then it disappeared. Sasuke, or maybe it was me, I don't know what that was. Naruto, you? Well, maybe. Okay, Nayuka, it looks like we'll end our walk here. Nayuka, okay, good luck to you Naruto-kun and Sasuke-kun. Naruto, you too, Nayuka. Sasuke, Nuka left and Naruto looked at the Uchiha. Naruto, Sasuke, what's wrong with you? Why are you so gloomy? Sasuke, I don't know, so why were you hanging out with her? That's what I'm interested in. Naruto, oh yeah, our mutual friend apparently received a note from her and our friend passed the note on to me. It turns out that Nayuka sent me this note, and so she wanted to date me, but I refused, but she suggested going for a walk. Sasuke, I get it, our mutual friend is Yakoshi, but why were you hanging out with her? Naruto, well, I didn't mean to offend you, but what, did you like her? Sasuke, no. Naruto, I see, well okay, I have to go to training. See you tomorrow. Naruto was 3 meters away from Sasuke, and the Uchiha said. Sasuke, see you tomorrow. End of the section. A few days passed and the rabbit returned from his mission. Danzo, you have completed the mission perfectly, now you can continue to carry out the mission you have been carrying out before. Rabbit, yes, Danzo-sama. Danzo, you are free. The rabbit disappeared and appeared next to Naruto's house. He knocked on the door and Naruto himself came out. Naruto, oh, sensei. You've come. By the way, come in and have some tea. Rabbit, good. Naruto opened the door wider. The rabbit took off his shoes and went into the kitchen and sat down at the table. Naruto followed and poured himself and his sensei some. Rabbit, how are your trainings? Naruto, well, I learned some techniques and started walking on vertical surfaces. I learned to hide and detect chakra a little, and I also honed my skills in taijutsu and kenjutsu. How are you doing, shall we train some more? Rabbit, Naruto, you have to be calm. If you let your emotions get the better of you, danger is inevitable. Naruto, good. Rabbit, and we will continue training. I will test your skills that you have already honed and acquired. Naruto, yeah, I will surprise you. After drinking tea, the rabbit moved him and himself to the training ground. Rabbit, get ready, I'm going to start. The rabbit with his right hand pulled the sword out of his back and began to wait. Naruto also pulled out his sword and ran at him. Jumping, he swung his sword but the rabbit reflected it. Naruto landing on the ground made seals and blew a fireball 3 meters. The rabbit jumping did not expect a blow from Naruto, who jumped after using the technique. Naruto jumping wanted to kick him but his sensei grabbed his leg with his hand, but Naruto quickly swung his sword from the bottom up. The rabbit let him go and pushed off his sword and landing made seals. Rabbit, Raiden, discharge. The rabbit pointed his left hand at Naruto and released a lightning bolt. Naruto saw this technique and remembered the seals. He also folded and released lightning. The two techniques collided and lightning formed in the form of a ball. The ball disappeared and Naruto quickly ran towards the rabbit, took the kunai in his hands and threw them to him. The rabbit, seeing the kunai, parried them, and Naruto approached, pulled out a pole and hit him in the stomach with a direct blow. The rabbit blocked the end of the pole with his sword in time and with Shunshin disappeared behind the forest. Rabbit, not bad, even though he trained and is almost weak, he manages to come up with good moves. I'll check his sensorics to see how developed his sensorics are. The rabbit, without hiding his chakra, began to wait. Naruto, after his sensei disappeared, began to search for him with his sensory system. After 6 minutes he found his chakra and he ran to his sensei's chakra. Rabbit, found me. You've acquired some good skills, and you only used the lightning technique just now. As the rabbit was thinking about this, Naruto came closer and stood on a tree branch and said, Naruto, I found you, sensei. It looks like you didn't want to hide. Rabbit, as you said, you surprised me. Your skills are like a genin, but after training you're already a chunin. Naruto, yeah, I want to get stronger to protect my sister Dadabayo. Rabbit, it looks like I've already tested your skills. Now let's train a little more with the sword and pole. Tomorrow I'll bring another weapon and you'll train with it. Okay? Naruto, yes. I'm ready for tomorrow's training. Rabbit, yeah, you have a lot of energy, but you're not calm. They trained for a few hours and they left the training ground. The rabbit moved to Danzo and began to report. Rabbit, Danzo-sama, Naruto Uzumaki has become stronger and can almost fight with me. Today, after returning from the mission and bringing you a report, I went to the subject and checked his skills. His thinking is amazing, but his emotions are very positive. He used the lightning technique after seeing the seals and reflecting mine with his technique. After I checked him, I trained with him and we left. Danzo, good. His thinking is amazing, but as you just said, his emotions are very positive. Rabbit, he has a lot of energy. Danzo, yes, the Uzumaki clan is a more resilient clan than others. We need to add one more training and I know what kind of training. Rabbit, you are free to rest. Rabbit, yes, Danzo-sama. The rabbit disappeared. Danzo continued to sit and he stood up and left his office. Meanwhile, Naruto, after training, found his Uchiha friends and with them they went to the training ground to train a little. They did physical exercise until exhaustion and they tiredly went to the diner, about which the residents said that there was a very tasty dish. Having reached the diner they read, Ichiraku ramen, and they went inside. Inside there was order and there was a lot of things and an old man. Old man, oh, kids. Are you here to eat? Naruto, yeah, I'm so tired today. And my friends are too. Old man, okay, whatever you want, there's pork ramen, tomato ramen, carrot ramen, and rice ramen. Naruto, I'll have the pork ramen. Sasuke, tomato. Yakoshi, rice. Old man, okay, just wait 10 minutes and it'll be ready. Kids, okay. The old man cooked ramen for 10 minutes and he gave everyone their order. Old man, bon appetit. Children, thank you. They tasted it and said together, delicious. Old man, I'm glad you liked it. Naruto, by the way, what's your name? Old man, my name is Tucci, the owner of the diner. Sasuke, you're not like everyone else. Tucci, like everyone else? Yakoshi, yeah, you're kinder and more talkative than the other residents. Tucci, you know kids, I like to talk and I'm kind to those people who radiate kindness themselves. Naruto, well, that's how Dadabayo is, and sorry, we didn't introduce ourselves. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Yakoshi, I'm Yakoshi Uchiha. Sasuke, Sasuke Uchiha. Tucci. 3 friends are talking to an old man, and you are good kids. Naruto, do you have kids? Tucci, a daughter, her name is Ayam. Yakoshi, Tucci-san, how long have you been the owner of the diner? Tucci, well, probably 20 or 15 years. Naruto, did you know Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze? Tucci, yes, my Kushina was my regular customer, she loved ramen, Minato came with her. But after they got married, they rarely came. And you are their son? Naruto, yes, I am their son, and I also have a sister. Tsuchi, really? I'm happy for them. They have good children. Oh yeah, I remembered, Kushina had her friend with her, she almost looks like you Sasuke. Sasuke, my mother? Naruto, it seems our parents were friends. Naruto, yeah, I'm shocked myself. Tsuchi, well, okay, to our acquaintance and in honor of your parents, on the house. Children, yeah. They talked about different topics, positive ones. They left and after talking a little more they went in different directions. Hiruzen, okay, but don't you think that if Naruto learns from him, he won't become crippled? Danzo, I know he's good at taijutsu, but Naruto needs to expend energy on training, and he's a good sensei for that. Hiruzen, okay. Naruto will learn from him when he gets a little stronger. Danzo, great, Might Guy will have a student. End of the section. For several days the rabbit showed and trained these techniques of sword, pole and other weapons. And the rabbit taught him a little naginata, wakizashi, tanto, katana and tsurugi. He taught Naruto these weapons and it felt like Naruto had wielded them many times before. After these trainings Naruto trained techniques, improved, added chakra and spent less chakra itself, even trained control and he can normally walk on trees and walls. Today the rabbit promised him that a person would come who would train him in physical and taijutsu. For now he was reading a book at home, he still needs to read, memory is not memory but he needs to read. There was a knock on the door and when he opened it he saw the same rabbit sensei. Rabbit, oh Naruto. Naruto, oh sensei. Rabbit, the man I told you is waiting at training ground 33 now. Naruto, wow, I've been waiting and finally the moment of my taijutsu training has come. Rabbit, okay, get ready and go, you'll be going without me today. I have a mission for 4 days. I hope you'll train well with him, be careful with his training. And he disappeared. Naruto, stop disappearing like this, I'm sick of it Dadabayo. After a few minutes he got ready and went to the 33rd training ground, sometimes asking where this training ground is, after all he doesn't know some places. Having reached the 23rd training ground he saw a man, his clothes were in the form of a jounin and his clothes were green overalls or something, his hair was black in the form of a pot, his eyes were also black. Naruto, oh. Man, oh student, my name is Might Guy, I am here to train you in taijutsu and physical training. If you progress further in these trainings, I will teach you one technique related to taijutsu. Naruto, it has become interesting, then let's begin. Where shall we begin? Guy, let's start with physical training. Naruto, why with them? Guy, this technique requires a very prepared body, this technique is forbidden. Naruto, okay, by the way, how many and approaches? Guy, 250 times in each exercise, with an approach of 10. If you ask about circles, I will say that there are 50 circles on this training ground. Having said this, he looked at the scarlet-haired man, who stood with such a face that he had never seen or heard anything like it, and his face expressed shock and surprise. Naruto, this amount of approaches. I'll definitely die from this. Fell on his butt. Guy, my student, I do not have chakra and I have little chakra. Instead of techniques, I use taijutsu and taijutsu-style techniques. And it will be easy for you, because you will use chakra at the beginning and then the next times you will not, because your body will get used to this load my student. Naruto, okay, I will do it Dadabayo, for the sake of my sister I must become stronger. Guy. What a mood, my own student will join soon, he also has little or no chakra, so let's get started. Guy ran and Naruto ran after him. During the run, Guy sometimes looked at the young Uzumaki and was surprised by his endurance and motivated him to train him even harder. Naruto at this time, already passing the 34th circle, began to get tired, and after a few circles, he began to feel tired. On the 47th circle, he began to slow down from fatigue and lack of air, but overcoming this fatigue, he still ran. He had already passed the 50th circle, fell to the ground and began to inhale and exhale a lot of air and swallow greedily. Naruto, cough cough cough, I've never run like that, cough cough cough, but it was interesting, cough, he's still strong and resilient, and how many approaches he does and what quantity, I wonder. Guy ran up to him. Guy, wow, my student, you surprised me with your will, you have the power of youth that helps you. Naruto, cough, thank you Guy-san, your training is still effective and high quality. I will study well with you. What is the next exercise, Guy-san? Guy, the next one is. And the next few hours were. For Naruto. Guy chased him when he ran. Naruto lost his legs from running, that he could not walk. From physical exercise his muscles ached in his legs, arms, stomach, chest and in other parts of his body. He lay in pain on the ground. The sun had already begun to fall and the night was rising. Guy sat next to him and waited for action from Naruto, and he did not know about himself. Naruto, Guy-san. I'm tired. Are you? Guy, quiet my student, you've done so much physical exercise and even ran non-stop. So rest, I'll keep an eye on you, and you can sleep, my friend Kakashi will come for you. Naruto, good show. He fell asleep and Guy picked him up and waited for his friend. He didn't wait long and the ash-haired man himself came. Kakashi, how is he, Guy? Guy, he did a lot of work, but his muscles will be healed by tomorrow. After all, he tried for his sister's sake, as he said. Kakashi, yeah, he looks a bit like you and Sensei and Kushina-san. Guy, okay, take him, Kakashi, I'll run for a few hours. Kakashi, okay. Kakashi picked up Naruto and ran to Hiruzen's house. After a few minutes he got there and knocked on the door. Hiruzen opened the door. Hiruzen, what happened, Kakashi? And what happened to Naruto? Kakashi, he got tired while training with Guy and this is the result. Hiruzen, okay, I'll take him. Kakashi, what about Biwako-sama? Hiruzen, she's sick and Mito is helping her get better, and I came home from work early and am helping her. Kakashi, I see. Okay, say "o" to Biwako-sama and get well soon. Hiruzen, you can go. Kakashi, hi. Kakashi gave Naruto to Hiruzen and left, and Hiruzen took Naruto and placed him on the sofa in the kitchen. Hiruzen sat down at the chair next to Naruto and looked at him. A few minutes later Biwako came down with Mito. Biwako, what happened, Hiruzen? Mito, brother? Hiruzen, it's okay, he just overdid it during training, he'll be healthy tomorrow. Mito, why is brother Naruto training? Biwako, Mito, he's training to become stronger and to protect what's dear to him, and you're dear to him because you're his sister, his little sister. Hiruzen, yes, Mito, do you want to go to the academy? Mito, where does brother Naruto study? Hiruzen, and where did your parents study, too? Mito, go to sleep, I'll look after Naruto for now. Mito, okay. Mito went to her room, and Biwako stayed with Hiruzen. Biwako, Danzo, what does he want from Naruto? Hiruzen, nothing, he just wants Naruto to become his successor. Biwako, why should Naruto become one? Hiruzen. Danzo may be guilty of his past actions, but he is still kind to the village and he knows that he cannot protect it forever. Biwako, who else can become one besides Naruto? Hiruzen, no, Danzo has no other successors. If Naruto becomes the head of Root ANBU, he will change the organization and will protect Mito from the shadows and the village. Biwako, okay, if something happens to Naruto, Danzo will not be able to escape from me. Hiruzen, I remember how before our wedding you threatened him that if he disrupted our wedding, you would kill him on the spot before he could even scream. Biwako, I remember. Okay, I'm going to bed, let Naruto be in good hands. Biwako went to the second floor. Hiruzen, Naruto, we're all worried about you. Hiruzen got up from his chair and also went to sleep. Morning. Naruto stood up in a sitting position with pain all over his body and smelled the delicious breakfast. Mito, brother, you're awake. Naruto smiled when he heard his sister's voice. Naruto, Mito. Long time no see, sorry for not coming. Mito, it's okay, and grandma is sick, I help her around the house and learn everything from grandma. Naruto, I see, I'm glad that my little sister gets to learn from grandma. Mito, even though I'm the youngest, I still know the corners of the house better. Naruto, okay, is grandma making breakfast? Mito, yeah, and I help her bring the necessary groceries from the store and learn to cook. Naruto, great. I need to eat and talk to you. Because I haven't been here for almost 2 months. Biwako, okay, good morning Naruto. Naruto, and good morning to you too, grandma. Biwako, breakfast will be ready soon. Tell me what you did and what happened at the academy. When breakfast was ready, everyone started eating. Naruto told what happened during these 2 months and how he trained. Biwako, your friends are such friends, they've passed on the popularity to you, huh? Haven't laughed like that in a long time. Mito, yeah, brother, can you train me? Naruto, not yet, but in a year I can, okay? Mito, okay. Naruto, okay, I'll go, thanks for tomorrow grandma. Good luck grandma, Mito will come as soon as I can. Mito, next time you come I'll show you my pictures. Biwako, Naruto, don't overdo it with the training. Take rests. Naruto, okay, bye. Naruto went to the academy. Danzo, the Uchiha are hated more and more, something needs to be done. Hiruzen, and what should we do, Danzo? Koharu, what should Danzo do? Danzo, the Uchiha are our fighting force, if we lose them, the village will weaken. We need to resolve this conflict somehow. Hamura, wow, you've changed, Danzo, you hated the Uchiha and now you want to protect them. Danzo, I'm ready to do anything for the village, Hamura. Suddenly Shursui appears. Shursui, Hokage-sama, elders, and Danzo-sama. Hiruzen, Shursui, what happened? Shursui, remember when I was hospitalized because of my wounds? Hiruzen, you said that the masked man attacked you. Danzo, the one we talked about 6 years ago, do you think he was the one who released the Kyuubi? Hiruzen, I don't know, Shursui, why did he attack you? Shursui, I don't know how he knows, but my Sharingan has an ability that changes a person's memory, makes them his servant or something like that. It's like a genjutsu, but stronger than other genjutsu. Danzo, and what do you mean by that? Shursui, that masked man was after this Sharingan. If he wanted to take it, he could have used one of you or someone in the village, even subjugated the Bijou. Hiruzen, your Sharingan is very rare, you remind me of your father's Uchiha Kagami. Danzo, either way, Shursui, you will stay in the village until we find the masked man. You will keep an eye on the clan and train some genin. After all, many genin have started complaining about rank D missions, and I wouldn't mind weeding the gardens. Hiruzen, it's rare to hear this, clearly rare. Okay, Shursui, as Danzo says, you will stay in the village. In the meantime, we will close this and hope that the Uchiha clan doesn't think of making a coup. They started to get up and leave the third Hokage's room, and did not notice the creature that was watching and listening. This creature moved to a cave where everything was white in some parts. Creature, sir, the top brass of Konoha gave orders to Shursui Uchiha to stay in the village and not leave. A man in a mask emerged from the darkness. Mask, that's it, Zetsu, gather your people and in 2 weeks we'll attack the Uchiha clan, and in 3 days I'll attack Uchiha Shursui. Zetsu, yes, sir. The white Zetsu disappeared underground until a black creature emerged. Zetsu, you know what I like about these villages? Mask. No. Zetsu, I like that these villages try so hard to protect theirs, like you protected yours. Mask, yes, I was stupid then, but now I am different and no one else. Kurizetsu, I give you one task, find out something from the other villages, what they are planning. Kurizetsu, good. And the black one disappeared underground and the mask remained in the cave. Mask, soon this whole world will become an illusion. End of the section. Naruto had. These 3 days, after all, Guy was strong in taijutsu, but not everyone can withstand physical training. 2 days ago he was lucky that Guy shrank and trained in taijutsu. Yesterday they also trained in taijutsu, but Naruto thought that physical training was worse, but yesterday proves the opposite. Yesterday Guy fought a lot with Naruto and Naruto already had bruises on his arms and legs, but thanks to regeneration everything was cured. Today there was the usual taijutsu and physical exercise. Guy realized that he went a little overboard, and he apologized for it. In the evening they finished and Guy promised that in a week he would show how to activate the first gate because Naruto has a strong body to withstand the first gate. Naruto was resting on a tree after training, the sun almost set and a few minutes later the sun set. He jumped to the ground and felt pain in his whole body. He thought that if he trains a lot, he will have a lot of endurance. He was about to go out when he heard a noise nearby and going there he saw Shursui and some man in a mask. He hid and began to listen. Mask, you ran away from me last time, but you won't run away this time. Shursui, hee, what if I run away? I don't know who you are, but you wanted to take my Sharingan back then and you want it now. Mask, for your own good, Shursui Uchiha, for the sake of your little brother, give me your eyes, or if I kill you, I'll take your Sharingan and kill your brother. Shursui, over my dead body. I won't let anyone harm my loved ones. They suddenly disappear and in some places in the forest you can hear the clanging of metal and a fight with weapons. Naruto, not seeing them, jumps on the trees to help Shursui. Jumping on the trees, he noticed that kunai and shurikens were on the trees and fire techniques were also used. After a few minutes, he found him, but both were almost exhausted and the mask with a sharp movement goes to Shursui. He dodged his hand and jumped back. The mask disappeared again and appeared behind him, wanted to pierce, but Naruto quickly throwing shurikens at him jumps to him. The mask did not dodge and Naruto thought that he did not notice and wounds him. But as it turned out, the shurikens passed through him and the mask, noticing him, swung his sword with a quick movement of his hand. Naruto quickly managed to pull out the sword and blocks it, but due to the force of the blow from the mask, he flies back and hits his back against the tree. Mask, you're not bad, not a genin, but you can wield a sword. I wonder why you're helping him, kid? Naruto stood up a little and said. Naruto, he is my sensei, even though I am not stronger than you, I will protect sensei. A chuckle can be heard from the mask. Mask, worthy, but you are still small. We must kill you. He jumped at him and swung his sword, but another sword blocked it. And Naruto heard a familiar voice. Itachi, don't think you'll win. And in a moment he activates the Sharingan. Itachi, Shursui, Naruto stand behind me. Mask, genius of the clan Itachi Uchiha. I hate people like you, die. The mask, raising the sword up and lowering it down, says. Mask, you're lucky. Naruto, is that right? I'll kill your sister soon, believe me, I keep my word. He disappeared into his funnel, and our Konoha guys exhaled. Naruto activated his sensory system and felt 5 chakra centers. Naruto, there are 5 people coming here, one of them is familiar to me. They waited a bit, and then 4 Root Anbu arrived, led by Danzo. Danzo, are you okay? Itachi, report. Itachi, when I came here I saw a man in a mask wanting to kill Naruto, but I stopped him. He wanted to attack, but instead he told Naruto that he would kill her sister and he disappeared into a funnel. Danzo, okay, cat, help the Uchiha. Naruto, come with me, we need to talk. Naruto, good. The cat helped Shisui get up and together with Itachi went to the hospital. Danzo holding Naruto's shoulder moved to his office. Danzo, Naruto, as I understand it, you helped Shisui? Naruto, yes. Danzo, great, you deserve praise. But now that I heard Itachi's report, I realized that you need help, right? Naruto, yes, I'm afraid for my sister, if he kills her, I'll kill him. Danzo, okay. I'll help you. Naruto, thank you, Danzo-san. Danzo, okay, the mantis will move him to the hospital, let him get treated. A second later, an ANBU in a praying mantis mask appears and takes Naruto and moves to the hospital. Danzo, we must help him, I still have hope for him. If her sister dies, he will release the Kyuubi chakra, we can't allow that. He stood up, left the office and walked towards the residence. Itachi, how are you, Shisui? Shisui, it's okay, but these are smaller wounds than last time. It's good that Naruto blocked his blow, he could have died at his hands. Itachi, I know, when they checked you, I checked Naruto, he is in better condition than you now. Shisui, yeah, it looks like we trained him well. Itachi, yes. The door opens and Itachi's family and Shisui's brother enter the room. Yakoshi, Nisan, are you okay? Shisui, yeah, I'm fine. Fugaku, Shisui, I heard you were attacked by a masked man, is that true? Shisui, yeah, and thanks for your concern. Fugaku, okay, Itachi, let's step outside for a minute. Itachi, yeah. The two of them left the room. Fugaku, Itachi, you know that if our clan finds out that Shisui was attacked, it will go against us and our clan will start a coup? Itachi, yes, but I don't understand how to stop it, and that masked man is doing everything himself. Fugaku, I have a theory about him, but it might not be true. Itachi, what kind of theory? Fugaku, the masked man might be Madara Uchiha. Itachi's eyes widened slightly and his mouth opened slightly. Itachi, no way, Madara died many years ago. Fugaku, I thought so too, but these actions and Madara's dislike for the village prove it. Itachi, but he should be old, but his hair is black. He is young, and he is slightly superior to me and Shisui. Fugaku, I don't know myself. Itachi, find out, I will keep the clan from a coup for now. Itachi, good. They entered the room and sat for a while. After half an hour Itachi's family and Yakoshi left. And Itachi, after talking with him for a while, left and Shisui comfortably lay down on the bed. Residence. Hiruzen, Danzo, what should we do, Biwako? Mito is sick now, helping her, but I myself am always at work. Danzo, we need to find a successor for you, my friend, I will put my subordinates in charge of your house. Hiruzen, thanks for the help, old friend. Danzo, by the way, I brought some sake, do you want it? Hiruzen, yes, I need to drink a little. Danzo, before I drink, I will tell you about Naruto. He is the most suitable for the role of Hokage. Hiruzen, Danzo, Naruto himself must decide whether he wants to become one or not. Danzo, okay, let him decide for himself. Danzo poured himself a glass and drank it in one gulp. Danzo, for Konoha. Hiruzen, yes, for Konoha. Danzo poured him some and he drank it. Hiruzen, for the family. Naruto, it's unpleasant to lie here. Naruto was now lying on the bed in the ward and looking at the ceiling. Naruto, but at least I'll get some rest. Naruto falls asleep and closes his eyes, and when he opens his eyes he sees that he is somewhere in the sewers. Naruto, where did I end up? I was just lying on the bed and when I closed my eyes, I ended up here. Naruto began to feel a large and pressing chakra in one of the passages. He went to this chakra through the passages. After a few minutes, he found himself next to a hall and a large gate. in the middle of the gate was a kanji seal. Naruto, I see, I'm in my subconscious. In an instant, two glowing eyes with vertical pupils lit up from the darkness and a voice was heard. Voice, mortal, why did you come here? In an instant, the Kyuubi itself emerged from the darkness. Naruto, why did I meet you? Kyuubi, brat, who do you think you are? Naruto, sorry Kyuubi, but I'm here by accident, I didn't want to meet you, and I'm still weak. Kyuubi, you know who I am but you're not afraid of me. Why aren't you afraid? Naruto, Kyuubi, I'm afraid but I have to overcome my fear. And I'll tell you, I'll be afraid of those who are stronger than me, but I'll fight my fear. I respect your strength. Kyuubi, you made me laugh, jailer. You're right, you're afraid of me and I can feel it. Naruto, Kyuubi, tell me, are you angry at people? Kyuubi, I'm angry, little human, get out of here. A second later, Naruto comes out of his subconscious and falls asleep. For days passed and all these days Shisui was in the hospital and is lying from injuries from the second battle. A day later Naruto was released from the hospital and again returned to training Guy. All these days Shisui was treated, and Naruto trained his body and taijutsu. In taijutsu Naruto became better than last time and his body became stronger for the first or second gate. Guy plans to teach the first today and if possible the second gate. Now they were in training ground 33, Guy told how to activate the gate and where they are. Guy, Naruto, do you understand? Naruto, yes, Guy-sensei, you need to open the first gate where it is in the left hemisphere of the brain. And if you succeed, then activate the second gate in the right part of the brain. Guy, let the power of youth shine. You remembered what you can. Naruto no longer listened and began to open the first gate. Naruto tried for several minutes and finally activated the first gate and gained strength. Naruto, Guy-sensei, I was able to open it. Guy, well done. I'm proud of you, my student. Naruto, I feel strong, but a little tired. Guy-sensei, have you ever had this? Guy, yes, it took me months and years to train my body, and then train the inner gates. The first gate was a little hard for me, and then the second gate too. But over time I got used to it, but my bones can't take it and sometimes I open up to 4 gates. You've just opened the beginning gate and now you need to open the second gate, the healing gate. Naruto, good. The second gate, the healing gate. When Naruto said this, his aura became more powerful and stronger. But when he activated it, a wave of power came out of him and all the grass around him was cut. Guy, unbelievable. You activated the second gate. You are a worthy student of mine. Naruto, yes, thank you Guy-sensei. Now I will rest a little and train what I have managed to do over the past weeks and months. Guy, good, and don't forget to train your body to withstand the next gate. Still, you already know how to activate, you will probably use the rest, but I think you will not withstand the last gate. Naruto, thank you, but if there is danger, I will activate the last gate when I or my future team are in danger. Guy, good, now you know what to do, if I need you, call me, I will train you in new taijutsu techniques. Naruto, good. Guy, okay, I have to go, my student, see you next time. Naruto, same to you, Guy-sensei. Guy left leaving the scarlet-haired one alone. Naruto himself closed the gate, sat down on the grass and began to rest. After a little rest he stood up, taking the sword nearby began to practice swings and lunges that the rabbit taught him. He swung the top of the blade, jumped and made swings, landed on the ground. He put the sword in the sheath and put it on the ground. When he put it down he took the pole and with the pole he began to swing and make lunges. Having made several lunges he put a block and with high speed found himself next to a tree and struck horizontally and broke a little part of the tree. Naruto, oh my god, my power has increased, but if I do this. He threw the pole straight at a tree 12 meters away from him. The pole went into the middle of the tree and stopped. Naruto, I'll have to be more careful, otherwise I might kill, but I didn't kill anyone, I'll have to forget this trick. He pulled a pole out of the tree and placed it next to the sword. Now he began to fold seals, but not techniques. After 12 minutes of fiddling with his fingers, he folded the seals of the fireball. Naruto, Katan, fireball. A ball of fire came out of Naruto's mouth, taking up a space of 3 by 3 meters. Naruto, techniques can be used when you need to be at a distance. Now I use this technique, right-on, discharge. He raised his right hand and aimed it at the tree and released a lightning discharge. It hit the tree itself almost sparked, half of the tree leaves crumpled and fell from the tree. Naruto, I won't use this technique on trees anymore, otherwise I'll destroy nature and end up boiling in Shinigami's stomach. Brr, I'm getting cold. After practicing his techniques and skills for a few more hours, he sat down and turned on his sensorics and felt the chakra. He turned his head towards the trees and shouted, Naruto, Sasuke, come out. Where Naruto shouted, the foliage moved and the so-called one himself came out from the foliage. Naruto, what are you doing here? Sasuke, well, I'm watching you train, and I thought you were stronger than me. Naruto, sorry, it's just that I have a goal, and for that goal I train to fulfill my goal. Sasuke, what goal? Naruto, the goal is to become strong and protect my sister. Sasuke, I see. You know Naruto, I don't want to say this but... will you train me? Naruto's eyes widened and he asked. Naruto, Sasuke, is that you? Or are you someone else? Sasuke chuckled at this and frowned. Sasuke, what, you don't look like him. Naruto, no, you just said it that way and I was surprised by your words. Well, we can train, but the training will be very tough, are you ready for that? Sasuke, yes. I want to become stronger so that I can surpass Itachi and you. Naruto, and why me? Sasuke, you are stronger than the others in our class. Naruto, did you figure this out all by the techniques or by my movements? Sasuke, both. Anyway, why don't you graduate from the academy? You are stronger and probably you are strong and reach the level of genin. Naruto, if I graduate early, who will look after my sister? Grandma is already old and can't look after my sister forever. Sasuke, I see, and the third Hokage? Naruto, Grandpa is generally busy and can't always be with Mito. I have to learn the shadow clone technique. He hit himself in the face. Sasuke, you're stupid but sometimes smart. So what will you learn or what? Naruto, I'll learn in a week or this one, it's just that clones are chakra consuming and when their fatigue dissipates, it's transferred to the owner. Sasuke, what if we create clones that will rest? Naruto's eyes widened. Naruto, Sasuke, are you smart or even wise? Sasuke, I don't know. Naruto, yeah, you're right, clones can be created, but chakra. We can't use chakra forever. Sasuke, but you have a lot of chakra, and you can probably create a lot of clones. Naruto extended his hand to Sasuke. Naruto, Sasuke, you're always smart, and I admit it, you won this battle. Sasuke grinned and shook his hand. Sasuke, I think we're competing, huh? Naruto, yeah. Sasuke, so what? You gonna teach me some tricks or something? Naruto, so, let me train you with a sword, I didn't learn kenjutsu for nothing. Sasuke, okay. Naruto took the sword and held it out to Sasuke, who took it, pulled out the sword and examined it. Sasuke, nice sword, but how did you get it? Naruto, just some sensei showed me this and gave it to me. Sasuke, Naruto, are you going to show me or should I just wait? Naruto, oh yeah, sorry. Naruto took the stick and started showing movements and tricks, Sasuke repeated his movements and it was easy for him. 30 minutes of repetitions. Sasuke got tired and sat down on the grass. Sasuke, ugh, tired. Naruto, huh, yeah, that's the beginning, the next tricks and moves will be hard. Sasuke, are you kidding me? Naruto, no, and by the way, why is your hair so silky now? Sasuke touched his hair, was a little confused, but quickly calmed down and said. Sasuke, I don't know, but let's continue training tomorrow? Naruto, okay. Sasuke, okay, bye. Naruto, bye. Naruto stayed to collect his things, and Sasuke, leaving the training ground, quickly ran into the alley of the building and, entering it in time, the seal dissipated and a girl came out of the seal. Sasuke, it's good that he noticed, otherwise I wouldn't have noticed it and my identity would have been at risk. But it's good that I left. I'll have to thank him someday when he finds out my identity. The brunette made several seals, smoke rose, and the brunette himself came out of the smoke. Sasuke, okay, now we can go home. He went home and entered the gate of his clan and went to his house. When he got to the house he opened the door and shouted. Sasuke, I'm home. Mikoto came out into the hallway. Mikoto, Sasuke, how was your walk? Sasuke folded one seal, removed the henge and was in the form of a girl. Sasuke, well, I went for a walk and trained a little with throwing and then went on, but Naruto was there in training ground 33, Naruto was training by himself and doing techniques. In general, he is strong, mom. Mikoto, wow, I see, by the way, does Naruto have scarlet hair? Sasuke, yeah, why? Mikoto, well, Naruto is Kushina and Minato's son, remember I told you? Sasuke, yes, I remember, and he even told me and Yakoshi himself. Mikoto, if Kushina were alive and you weren't hiding your identity, I would have married you to Naruto. Sasuke blushed at these words and looked angrily at her mother. Sasuke, Mom, are you kidding me? Mikoto, no, honey, when Kushina saw you, she thought that you would be friends in the future and that you would get married someday. We thought so, but because your father forbade you to go out with that person. Sasuke, it's okay, I'm used to it. Mom, is dinner ready? Or do you need help? Mikoto, yes, it's almost ready now, but we need to prepare the table for your father and Itachi's arrival. Two brunettes began to prepare the table and in a few minutes the table was ready and dinner, Itachi and Fugaku immediately arrived. Mikoto, dinner is ready, enjoy your meal. All, enjoy your meal. Everyone started eating and talking about the clan and business. But Itachi asked his sister. Itachi, Sasuke, how are your trainings going? Sasuke, well, I learned to throw well, and today, passing by training ground 33, I saw Naruto, he was training in techniques and with weapons. Fugaku heard the techniques and weapons and asked. Fugaku, Sasuke, what weapons and techniques did Naruto use? Sasuke, well, he did those seals that I don't know, but he used the fireball technique and some fire techniques, then he did the seals and a wall of mud came out of the ground. Oh yeah, then he used the lightning technique. Fugaku was surprised by this story, and there was surprise on his face. Fugaku, I see. He has 3 elements, Katan, Doton, and Raiton. Amazing. Itachi, yeah. Sasuke, yeah, I only know 1 technique but Naruto knows 5 techniques. Itachi, okay, I'll teach you the techniques, but you won't ask for training for a week, got it? Sasuke, yes. Only 5 days passed but Naruto did not stop training. Until he was given teachers, he honed his skills himself making them stronger and less chakra consumption. Meditated, trained Kenjutsu, Bukijutsu and Shurikenjutsu. He did other physical exercises to strengthen the body and muscles to withstand the next inner gate, but without this, he activated 2 gates to get used to this power so that in the future there would be no weakness. And now Wednesday has come, blue sky and good weather, the sun hangs in the sky. Naruto is now on the training ground holding a sword preparing for battle. His teacher Rabbit came to him. The rabbit came to check on him again, because he had not seen his student for almost 2 weeks. Rabbit, well, are you ready, Naruto? He asked, taking his sword out of its sheath. Naruto, yes, I'm ready, sensei, the scarlet-haired man answered, getting into a stance. The rabbit stood up and quickly threw kunai with his right hand. Naruto, seeing the kunai approaching, took the sword tighter and with a quick movement parried 3 kunai and dodged to the right from 2 more kunai. Naruto dodged and also threw kunai, but the rabbit pulled out a shuriken and threw it to the kunai, and the shuriken hit the kunai and parried 3 more kunai. Naruto. Sensei, you surprise me, but I have a trump card. Rabbit, show me. The rabbit said, smiling. Naruto quickly took the kunai and ran towards him. The rabbit saw his approach and got ready. Naruto was 2 meters away from him, and approaching another meter, he parried the sword blow from the rabbit, and being behind him, he wanted to hit him in the neck with the hilt, but the rabbit, realizing, quickly dodged and kicked Naruto in the stomach with his left foot. Naruto, flying 3 meters away, raised his head. Naruto, it hurts. But I did a good job. The rabbit looked at himself and noticed that he didn't have a pouch. Rabbit, clever and cunning. Get ready, because when I run out of projectiles, I become more serious in places. He said in a serious voice. Naruto tensed up a bit and held the sword tighter. The rabbit made a quick dash and was about to pierce him. Naruto, seeing the sword approaching his hand, he blocked it with the handle and pushed away from it 5 meters and threw him a kunai. The rabbit simply disappeared and swung from behind Naruto, but Naruto activated the first gate and hit the rabbit in the stomach and it flew away. The flying rabbit stood up and looked at Naruto. Rabbit, Naruto, have you studied Might Guy's inner gate? He asked, holding his stomach. Naruto, yes, I recently studied it, now we'll fight seriously. Naruto stood up and was next to him and swung at him. The rabbit reacted and blocked it. He wanted to hit with his right hand, but Naruto blocked with his left. They began exchanging blows with swords and fists. They exchanged blows for 24 seconds and they stepped back and began to fold seals. Rabbit, Doton, earth spears. He shouted to the technician. Spears of mud came out of the ground and started to appear next to Naruto. He saw the spears approaching and started to jump back, and when the spears reached him, he dodged 2 spears and blocked 1 spear with his sword. Naruto landed on the ground breathing heavily and he stopped the first gate and stood up and started to make seals. Naruto, Katan, fireball. A 3-meter fireball came out of his mouth and flew towards the rabbit. The rabbit saw the ball, made seals and shouted. Rabbit, Sueton, water dragon. The water dragon collided with the ball and steam formed. Naruto took advantage of the moment and quickly found himself in the center of the steam and began to search for the rabbit by sensory. Having found his chakra, he approached this chakra a little and seeing him in a pair, he put a kunai to his throat and said. Naruto, looks like I've defeated you, sensei. Rabbit, maybe, a voice was heard from behind. Naruto wanted to look back but the sword didn't let him do it. Rabbit, nice trick, but it's hard to deal with me, the ANBU. Naruto, how did you? When all the steam was gone, Naruto saw a rabbit ahead, but a second later the rabbit disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto, let me guess, a shadow clone? Rabbit, yeah, I spent half my chakra on techniques and a clone, so you almost beat me, my student. Rabbit let him go. Naruto, looks like I'm still weaker than you. Rabbit, Naruto, your talent is very great, even Itachi Uchiha and Kakashi Hatake would not have achieved such power in their 10 years like you. You are unique, you are a future shinobi and will soon become someone who thinks so. There is never anything impossible or possible. Naruto, you have become a close person to me, and I want to trust you with one of my secrets. Naruto, what is the secret, sensei? Rabbit, I own the Byakugan, I am from the Hyuga clan. Naruto widened his eyes and asked. Naruto, sensei, why aren't you in the Hyuga clan? Rabbit, I was weak, my Byakugan was weaker than the others, and I grew up without parents. I was in a side branch, which has the mark of a bird in a cage, they are in a side branch. I never held a grudge against them, I was just lonely. When Danzo-sama saw me and took me away, I was 11 years old then. I remember how Danzo-sama made me stronger and took away my mark. I am grateful to him for making me stronger. Naruto, I understand you sensei, even though I lost my parents, all the villagers treated me as the son of the fourth Hokage. I do not strive to be Hokage and such, I want to be the protector of the village and protect what is dear to me. Rabbit. You have a good goal Naruto. I am an ANBU of the root, under the leadership of Danzo-sama. After my death I pass on my Byakugan to you Naruto. Naruto heard the last words and asked in shock. Naruto, after your death, sensei? Rabbit, yes Naruto, after my death, you will receive my Byakugan. Naruto, but why? Rabbit, Naruto, I have a disease that rarely appears in the shinobi world. And so that I do not die in vain, I pass on my Byakugan to you. You have become like a younger brother to me, I hope you cannot go astray. Naruto, who was listening to all this, could not believe the words of his sensei and looked down at the ground. Rabbit, Naruto, I understand that you have also become attached to me. But this cannot be changed, I have nevertheless resigned myself and now I simply carry out missions and train you. I told Danzo-sama and he agreed to transplant my Byakugan into you. Naruto, okay sensei, after your death I will take your Byakugan. But tell me, what is your name? Rabbit, yes, I forgot that I did not tell you. My name is Niroshi Hyuga. Naruto, Niroshi-sensei, can we train for now until you get worse? Niroshi, okay. He agreed. For the next 5 hours, Niroshi showed him his fighting style and told him how to use it. Naruto remembered every detail in the story and movement. Niroshi took off his mask when he began to show his style. The scarlet-haired one remembered this style and used it against his creator. Niroshi praised him and they talked about how Niroshi carried out missions. He talked about how he got injured, together with the team were on reconnaissance, how he became a little stronger after that in past missions. Niroshi, well Naruto, it looks like that's it, I was glad to spend time with you lately. Naruto looked at him with a confused look. Niroshi, I lied that I would die in a month, I was holding on to pills today, and now I'm starting to feel tired. Naruto, sensei. Niroshi, well, I feel like I'm getting weaker now. Naruto promised that you'll use my Byakugan to protect the village. Naruto now began to realize that he was being serious and began to blame himself a little. Naruto, okay sensei. I promised to use the Byakugan to protect the village, for Konoha. Niroshi, glad to hear it. He knocked him out with a blow to the neck and taking his body moved to the laboratory of the root base. Danzo was there now with some ANBU. When Niroshi appeared with Naruto's body he said. Niroshi, I'm here, Danzo-sama. Danzo, how did it go? Niroshi, he promised to protect Konoha. Danzo, great. It's a shame he's losing his teacher. Niroshi, Danzo-sama, before I transplant my Byakugan into Naruto, I want to talk to him one more time. Danzo, good. Niroshi woke up Naruto. When the scarlet-haired man opened his eyes he saw Niroshi's face. Naruto, Niroshi-sensei. Why are you? Niroshi, sorry Naruto, but as I said I have resigned myself and now I will only do my death. He took Naruto's hand and gave him the kunai in his hands, he squeezed his hand with the kunai tighter and cut his throat. Naruto's eyes widened and he looked at his bleeding teacher in shock. Naruto, sensei. Why? Why you? I killed my sensei. Niroshi looked at his student with a smile and fell to the floor bleeding and said one last thing. Niroshi, I believe in you Naruto. Danzo wanted to knock him out so that Naruto wouldn't see it, but looking into his eyes he froze in place. Danzo, incredible. I couldn't imagine that he would have this. Ov Minato, were you from this clan? Danzo looked at the boy's red eyes. In the boy's eyes was a Sharingan like the Uchihas, and in his eyes was a 2-volume one. Danzo, but how? When his parents died, he saw their death but still did not awaken these eyes. Either these are Kushina's Fuin seals or these genes have just begun to manifest. We need to finish this quickly. He walked up to him and knocked him out so that he would not suffer. Sorry Naruto, but we need to do what he said. So if he has a Sharingan, then how to change them? If I understand correctly. Then if I remove his Sharingan, it will affect him, but how to transplant him Byakugan? Minato, if you told me, there would be no problems. But it looks like I know what to do. Danzo ordered his ANBU to take the bodies and place them on the operating tables. They placed them and waited for the order. Danzo, you must extract the Sharingan and combine the eyes into one, do the same with the Byakugan. But for them to take root well, you also need to transplant the Senju genes. Oh, you've caused me trouble, Minato. Kite, take 2 and start combining the eyes, but combine the Sharingan with the Byakugan. We'll have to check the result. Falcon, take the Senju genes and transplant them to him. My friend, I hope you won't kill me after this. The operation to implant the Senju gene was difficult. But the boy endured and the Senju genes were implanted. Vulture and 2 ANBU extracted the eyes, they combined the Byakugan with the Sharingan. The process was excellent, both dojutsu connected well. Danzo was pleased and he said to start transplanting the eyes. Morning. Root base. Now in a dark empty room lay a scarlet-haired boy with bandages on his eyes. He woke up and stood on his elbows, wanted to look around but his eyes were closed. He did not remember anything and began to remember, and he remembered everything and began to blame himself, but his actions were stopped by the sound of the door opening. Danzo, Naruto finally woke up. Naruto, is that you, Danzo-sama? Danzo, yes. Naruto, as I see. I mean, I don't see. Do I have bandages over my eyes? Danzo, yes, I think you've already guessed. Naruto, yes, I have my teacher's eyes. Danzo, and yours too. Naruto, what? Mine too? Why? How? I don't have a dojutsu. Danzo, as it turns out, I do. Your eyes are the Sharingan. Naruto, Sharingan? How? Danzo, your father was apparently an Uchiha. And that's why you have the Sharingan. And yes, your hair has almost turned dark red. Naruto, you are now almost an Uchiha, Uzumaki, Hyuga, and Senju. Naruto, what? I have 4 genes. But how did the Senju genes come about? Danzo, my ANBU implanted the Senju genes into you so that your eyes would take root quickly. And now I wanted to see the results. You can take off the bandages from your eyes. Naruto started to take off and when he took off he opened his eyes. His eyes were red and but Tomo were white. Danzo, I see. It's the same eye, but your Tomo are not black but white, there are no veins around your eyes, that's good. Now stop feeding chakra to your eyes. Naruto stopped feeding chakra into his eyes and his eyes changed from blue to blue-gray. Danzo, your eye color has changed. Are you feeling okay? Naruto, yes, I feel like my strength has increased, my brain thinks well now and my eyes, they see so well than last time. Danzo, okay, rest, then I'll come and take you to your home. Naruto lay down on his left side against the wall and fell asleep. Danzo left the room and went to the residence. Residence. Hiruzen, Danzo. What have you done? Danzo, my friend, Naruto has become stronger. You can't imagine how strong he will become and how he will protect Konoha. Hiruzen, Danzo. As you said, he awakened the Sharingan, and then your ANBU implanted the Senju genes into him. And then they combined the Byakugan with the Sharingan. If something happens to him, my wife will simply kill you, you know that. Danzo, I know, but the subordinate rabbit asked me to transplant the Byakugan to him, but because Naruto now has the Sharingan, we combined the Byakugan and the Sharingan so that he does not lose strength. My old friend, let's end it here, digest this information. Danzo, don't listen to what his friend is saying anymore, he left. A day later Naruto came back to normal. Danzo came into the room and knocked. The boy himself opened and let the old man in. The old man sat on the chair and Naruto sat on the bed. Danzo, Naruto, your skills are impressive, very impressive. Would you like to join me? Naruto said after thinking for a bit. Naruto, yes, I want to become a root ANBU, I want to become an ANBU like my teacher was. He said in a calm voice. Danzo, okay, soon you will become one and you will carry out C-rank missions. Naruto, okay. Danzo, give chakra to the eyes. Naruto, okay. Naruto put chakra into his eyes and a gray Sharingan with 2 white tomo appeared. Danzo, what do you feel and what do you see? He asked with interest. Naruto looked at Danzo for a bit and said. Naruto, I feel like time has almost stopped and I can see more clearly, and looking at you I saw your chakra channels and that your chakra is circulating. Danzo, I see, your eyes are very surprising. Okay, now you can go home. Naruto, he agreed, and standing up he gathered everything and waited for the ANBU. An ANBU in a cat mask came. Cat, weren't you the one here a few weeks ago? Naruto, yes, and you're the one who stopped the lion from saying anything. Cat, yes, it's me. But from what you said, you still don't know. Naruto, what don't I know? Cat, no. Danzo-sama will tell you everything. Naruto, okay. The cat took it and moved it to his house and disappeared. Naruto winced a little but went into the house. He was lying on his bed thinking about the death of his teacher, and having received his power he became even stronger. Naruto got out of bed and started looking for shurikens and kunai. Having collected the required amount, he left the house and went to the training ground. Having reached the training ground he put a target on a tree and started throwing kunai and shurikens. When he threw shurikens, he changed the direction and force of throwing. With kunai the same thing, but he imbued the ends of the kunai with chakra, increasing the sharpness. 27 minutes passed and he thought about resting. Sitting on the grass and thinking what to do, he thought. Naruto, and if I control the kunai with my chakra, but the handle needs to have chakra threads. So I have to try it. He stood up and took 2 kunai in his hands, directed chakra into the handles and waited. He waited a little while and threw the kunai to the tree, but it was not connected by a chakra thread. Naruto, the first attempt didn't work. I read that puppet shinobi are good at controlling dolls. I see, I need to meet one of them to learn how to use chakra threads. But still, I need to increase my chakra control. This is also connected with my techniques becoming more powerful. I'll have to walk on trees now so that my control improves. With these words he began to walk on the tree, his control of walking on vertical surfaces improving with each passing minute. Naruto, my chakra control is improving, but it's not enough. I remember Itachi-sensei mentioned walking on a solid surface, i.e. on water. Maybe. His thoughts were interrupted by the rustling of the bushes nearby. Naruto quickly prepared for battle, but a pink-haired girl of his age with emerald eyes came out of the bushes. Girl, sorry for disturbing your training. Naruto relaxed and asked. Naruto, okay, I forgive you, but who are you? What's your name? Girl, my name is Sakura Haruno. I go to the same academy as you, but in different classes. Naruto, I see, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. So why did you come here, Dadabayo? Sakura, yeah, he doesn't look like that Naruto at all. The girl barely audibly said. Naruto, what Naruto? That there's another boy with that name? Or are you a spy? Sakura, no. It's just hard to explain. But I know that you have the 9 tails sealed inside you. Naruto's eyes widened and he asked in surprise. Naruto, how do you know that? Sakura, well, I'm telling you it's hard to explain, but this world is not as similar to the one is. She stops talking, covering her mouth. Naruto, you have to tell me how you know that? Sakura, well. I'm from another world. Naruto, from another world? You're not kidding. Sakura, no. In my world, we have something different and we live in a technological world. There is something there that shows a person's actions or how to do things, in general, such as our world. Your world, you could say, is similar to an anime series. Naruto, so. I realize that you are from another world. But I don't understand what anime and a series are. But I have a hunch that my world was created. Really? Sakura, yes, almost. But I have one feature that really helps me become stronger, and looking at your characteristics, I'm surprised. You are stronger and... Are you studying with Might Guy? Naruto, why? Sakura, how did you tolerate his training? His training is very difficult, she said with an envious voice. Naruto, and I get it, so you mean his training on how much he can do? A nod from Sakura, well. So to speak. I endured the first training when he said to do such a quantity. It was probably 2 or 3 weeks ago. In general, he trained me well, my speed and strength, even improved taijutsu. Sakura, what kind of monster are you? I would not have tolerated such training. Considering that he withstood all 8 gates. Naruto, what? All 8 gates? When was that? Naruto asked in a shocked voice. Sakura, and I'm sorry. You just shouldn't do this now. Still, if I tell you, I will ruin the canon. Naruto, okay. So, you are from another world, you have one feature. There is information that you know everyone here in Konoha. Amazing. Sakura, yeah. I have one task that can help you. And it's connected with you and the Uchiha clan. Naruto, now that's a secret. So I believe that you know everything Databayo. But in order to believe that you have a special ability, you have to prove it. Sakura, good. She looked at Naruto but his feeling told him that she was looking at something. She looked at Naruto for a bit and poked at the air and soon some words came out. Sakura Haruno invites you to her team. Press, yes or no. Naruto, What is this? Sakura, that's my specialty. It's called a system, and I live by this system. Think about it and everything will become clear. He thought about it and then the words came out of his mouth again. You are in a team with Sakura Haruno, you can now learn about the system better and its features. Look in the reference book and... Naruto read the manual and understood what the system was and asked Sakura. Naruto, so I read and understood everything, but if it disappears, what will happen to me? Sakura, nothing, but tell me your status and when you look at your status, look at mine, you'll find out how weak I am. Naruto thought about the status, a sign popped up. Status. Name, Uzumaki Naruto. Clan, Uzumaki. Level, 23. Experience, 5527/23,000. Health, 3200/3200. Chakra, 7000/7000. Strength, 354. Endurance, 415. Intelligence, 378. Agility, 342. Speed, 326. Reputation. Konoha, +5000, Hope of Konoha. Danzo, +1040, future successor. Hiruzen, plus 2080, grandson's love. Biwako, plus 2200, grandson's love. Mito, plus 3300, best older brother. Yakoshi, plus 2600, best friend. Choji, plus 2500, best friend. Shikamaru, plus 2550, best friend. Sasuke, plus 2700, best friend, rival. Guy, plus 1700, student. Kakashi, plus 2000, future student. Naruto, yeah. I see. Now I believe it. My friends consider me their best friend, but for Sasuke, I'm a friend and a rival. About Mito, it's clear, my grandparents know, but about Danzo-sama. Why the future successor? It's eating me up. Sakura, yeah, looking at your status now, I was just shocked, and then when I read that you are Danzo's future successor, I was dumbfounded. How can he make you his successor? I don't know Yakoshi like that. Naruto, I'll have to ask Danzo-sama, but Yakoshi is my friend, he's an Uchiha. And he likes to joke around with me. That's just him. Sakura, 2 Uchiha are your friends? You're lucky. Naruto, there are 2 more Uchiha who taught me 3 fire techniques. They are Itachi and Shisui Uchiha, the first is cold, serious and smart. The second is a merry fellow, cold, serious, smart and a joker. Sakura, yeah. Naruto, did you check my status? I'm impressed with your status, and your level too. Naruto, I'll check now. When I opened her status I saw. Status. Name, Sakura Haruno. Level, 6. EXP, 246/6000. Health, 350 of 350. Chakra, 230 of 230. Strength, 57. Stamina, 48. Intelligence, 254. Agility, 53. Speed, 45. Naruto, I see. Your status is lower than mine, why? Sakura, because I'm new here, that is, I recently moved into Sakura's body, I received her memories and what I know now. Naruto, you don't mind going to the barrier with me? Right? Naruto, to the barrier? Like I just read, this is a training test and gives a task and experience, right? Sakura, yes. Well, will you go and get experience? Naruto, yes, but time will stop here but will continue in the barrier, right? Sakura, yes. And I open the first barrier. We will end up in the sewers. Naruto, no st. Before he could finish speaking, they found themselves in the sewers. Naruto, well, we ended up here, it's good that I brought my equipment. So the sword and pole are here, kunai and shuriken too. Do you know how to use kunai? Sakura, no. But I can test it here. Naruto, okay, here's the pole just in case, you'll be the first to fight, after all, this is your first battle and I've already fought ANBU. Sakura, ANBU? You surprise me more. Naruto, yes, and, he activated the Sharingan, so everything is clear, there are rats in the sewers. Sakura, rats? How did you know? He turned to face her, Sharingan with white tomo. Naruto, yes. And I see them approaching, and I counted 25 or more, but these rats are as tall as a person but they have no chakra. Sakura, will it be easy or difficult? Naruto, they're here. Rats the size of a man come out of the passages, there were 25 or more of them, as Naruto said. One of them ran at Naruto, who simply pulled out his sword, swung it from its sheath upwards and blood spurted from the rat's chest. So rats are like people, Sakura. They are weaker than us, but if they attack you at once, be careful. Sakura, yes. Their stats are lower than mine, but there is a chance. And when did you manage to notice their stats? Naruto, even when I was using the Sharingan, I looked at their stats. Kunai must be thrown at different parts of the body and the pole must be treated as an extension of the body. This will be like training for you, and a simple warm-up for me. Sakura, oh, screw them. There are a lot of them. And I can only defeat one at a time, and if it's not a kill, a sign popped out in her eyes, just like Naruto's. Task: kill 50 rats. Reward: 500 EXP. Task: kill the location boss. Reward: 1500 EXP, plus 25 to each stat, Earth Technique Scroll. Sakura. Are you kidding me? How am I supposed to kill 49 more? You can kill that many. Naruto, I can do it with taijutsu too. He said cheerfully. Sakura. If that's the case then. You reminded me of an anime where one person killed everyone with his bare hands. Let's go, you try killing 24 and I'll kill the rest, but it will be harder with the boss. She spoke at first as if she remembered something, and then in a sad voice. Naruto, okay. If that's the case, I'll help you. He stepped over the corpse of the dead rat, stood in front of the others and, folding his seals, blew a fireball across the entire passage where all the rats were. The rats, seeing the fireball, tried to run away, but half of the rats began to burn. Yeah. Sakura, I killed those remaining ones of yours somewhere. 17 rats, now you, if you're in danger. Sakura, okay. She took a kunai in her left hand and a pole in the other. 3 rats ran at her, but Sakura was faster than them and eluded their paws, but there were several small cuts on her arm and leg. Dodging a rat's paw, she pierced her leg with a kunai and the rat squeaked loudly in pain and did not notice how Sakura hit him in the head with a pole and he fell dead. The other 2 continued to attack her without stopping. Sakura began to get tired, but dodging the paws of 2 rats again, she crouched down and hit them in the stomach again. They grabbed their stomachs, fell to their knees. Sakura pulled out 2 kunai and pierced their chests. She pulled out, examined the kunai and stood up in shock and fear. Sakura, I killed. My first kill, she said in fear, looking at her kunai. Naruto, Sakura. Be careful. He said, seeing how 4 more rats were approaching her. He jumped towards her, stood up for her, activating the Sharingan and said, "You're finished." Rats. He pulled out 2 kunai. The rats approached and wanted to hit, but Naruto simply stepped aside with his Sharingan and cut the throats of 2 rats, jumping to 2 more rats at the level of their heads. Kicked both of them hard in the face and their heads were so bruised that they fell. Naruto. It's easy for me, but for Sakura, this is her first murder, and for me, it was really hard 2 days ago. He turned his head to Sakura, who was still muttering about her first murder. Naruto came closer and hugged her. Sakura. I understand you, the first murder is difficult, but for me, the first murder of someone dear to me is very difficult. I killed my sensei, who became very close to me. Sakura began to calm down and asked. Sakura, yeah. Sorry, I wanted to get stronger here, but as you can see, I barely killed 3. Naruto, it's okay, let me finish with the rest until you come to your senses. Sakura, yes. Naruto let her go and began to look for the rats that had escaped. Finding them, he killed each one, and having killed them all, he returned back again. Naruto, I killed everyone. But where should we look for the boss, Sakura? Sakura, I'm surprised you found and killed the others so quickly. Naruto, thanks to my sensei's dojutsu. And my eyes. Sakura, dojutsu? Do you have the Byakugan or something? Naruto, no, Databayo. It's just my eyes connected with the Byakugan, and here are the results. The Sharingan is red but with white tomo. When you deactivate it, my eyes are blue-gray. Sakura, I get it. Well, we'll find the boss easily. he comes out when all the monsters die. And attention! The location boss is looking for you. Naruto, and here he is. He pointed to one passage where a huge rat of 2 meters came out. He has chakra, maybe he uses something, but I don't know what it is. The boss, seeing his opponents, began to growl and running at them. He gave chakra to his paws. He swung his paw and Naruto, seeing his movement and the movement of his chakra, he copied and dodging his paw, he himself hit him with a fist filled with chakra in the jaw. His jaw burst and blood splashed out of his head around and his body fell. Sakura, huh? You just punched him? What did you do? Naruto, well, he imbued his paws with chakra and tried to hit me, but I copied his movement and the movement of his chakra and counterattacked. Sakura, your eyes are something. Compared to you, I'm just a weakling. Naruto, don't worry, you'll get stronger soon. And where's the reward? Task completed, kill 50 rats. Reward, 500 EXP. Task completed, kill the location boss. Reward, 1500 experience, plus 25 to each stat. Naruto, this system. It's like ignoring ANBU. What are you guys conspiring for? Sakura, ha ha ha. The system is just ah ha ha, just ignoring us ha ha ha. Naruto, eh. Sakura, how do you feel now? Sakura, ha. So. Ahem. I feel like I've gotten a little stronger. Yes, I've gotten a little stronger. Naruto, that's good. And in a moment they found themselves in that very place. Naruto, so we're back, now what? Sakura, I'll rest. I'm tired. Naruto, okay. I'll train here for now. Sakura, okay, good luck to you Naruto. Naruto, good luck to you too. Sakura left and Naruto continued training. As Naruto noticed, the system did not disappear, but was just waiting. After reading a little, he learned about ranks and powers. Power ranks. Human, 25 stats level 1. Academy student, 50 stats level 5. Genin, 150 stats level 10. Chunin, 300 stats level 20. Tokubetsu Jounin, 500 stats level 25. Jounin, 750 stats level 30. Umbu, 1000 stats level 40. Clan Heads, 1250 stats level 45. Kage, 1500 stats level 50. You have a low level, the rest is classified. Naruto, eh? So. There are still strong beings? It can't be. Even stronger than the Kage and Clan Heads, maybe it's the tailed beasts or someone else, but if the Sage of the Six Paths created chakra, then the chakra should be. It can't be. I don't know yet, but Sakura might know who else is and who is stronger than the Kage. We need to train even harder. With these words he continued to train until night and he was quite tired and went home. Having arrived and cooked himself dinner, after dinner he wanted to wash but a knock on the door interrupted him. Naruto, who's there? Itachi, it's me, Naruto. I have news for you. Naruto quickly opened the door and saw Itachi and he entered his house and began to speak. Itachi, this morning and now I'm worried about something, but I don't know what it is. But one thing tells me that something will happen tomorrow. Naruto, oh, quiet down Itachi-sensei. So I understand that something is worrying you but you don't know and you say that something will happen tomorrow, right? Itachi, yes. And in my opinion it has to do with the Uchiha clan. I want you to look after Yakoshi and Sasuke, do you agree? Naruto, yes, but I need to at least live until tomorrow and sleep, because I'm really tired from training today, and the last few days I've just been in. Never mind, okay, tomorrow I'll look after my Uchiha friends, who are making fun of me together. At least I'll tell them something interesting. Itachi, okay. Thank you, Naruto. Naruto, you're welcome. By the way, how is Shisui-sensei? Itachi, Shisui has disappeared. Naruto, what? Where to? Itachi, I don't know, but I know that he disappeared somewhere, but he left a note that he would hide from the masked man. Naruto, okay, Shisui-sensei can take care of himself, but we need to take care of others. Itachi, okay, I won't bother you, I'm going home for now. Naruto, okay, good night sensei. Itachi, and to you too. Itachi disappeared without opening the door, and Naruto washed the dishes, took a bath and lay down on his bed thinking about tomorrow, thinking he fell asleep. Waking up in the morning, he did all his morning chores and went to the academy. Reaching and opening the door to his class, he saw only Shikamaru and Choji. Shikamaru was sleeping and Choji was eating as always, but it is impossible to change these two. Sitting down next to them, he said, Naruto, how are you guys? Shikamaru, hearing his voice, stood up and saw the red-haired man. Shikamaru, fine, he answered lazily. By the way, where have you been for the last 2 or 3 days? Choji, Shikamaru, it's better to give him time, he probably had things to do. Choji continued to eat. Naruto, yes, I had things to do and I probably won't be back tomorrow or for a week. Shikamaru, I see, he notices that Naruto's eyes are blue-gray. Naruto, why did your eyes turn blue-gray? Naruto, I don't know, what did you do after the academy? Choji, our fathers have now started training us, first in physical training. Then we started honing our techniques. Really, Shikamaru? Shikamaru said while eating his chips, yeah. What a hassle. I want to rest and sleep, he still spoke lazily. Naruto, training is still important to us, we have to become strong shinobi Dadabayo. Shikamaru, I could use your activity, and Choji too. Naruto, well, yeah. So. They're coming in here now. Yakoshi, Sasuke. When he said loudly, the mentioned ones entered. Shikamaru and Choji looked at Naruto with a surprised look, as did Yakoshi and Sasuke. Shikamaru, how did you guess that they would be the ones entering now? Naruto, well, my intuition told me so. Choji, you're amazing. He looked at the window and said, the others are coming this way. Yakoshi, ahem. Everyone turned their heads and Naruto hit himself on the forehead and said, Naruto. I forgot you were here. Sasuke, As always. The two sat down on the desk. After a few minutes the others began to arrive. Kanla all came, Irika came in and greeted everyone and started the lesson. When all the lessons were over, everyone left and Naruto, remembering yesterday's conversation with Itachi, called the Uchiha to the training ground and began training with them in taijutsu and throwing. Sasuke and Yakoshi had become stronger since the last meeting and Naruto was happy for them. These two had become better at throwing and were somewhere at the level of genin. Still, Naruto arranged a sparring with them, but Naruto himself had to spar with two given his strength. They all stood in a stance and began to wait for the battle. Naruto in front of the counter threw a stone up, and when the stone fell to the ground, Naruto just quickly appeared next to them and he swung his left leg towards Yakoshi, but he reacted in time and blocked with both hands, but Naruto's blow was stronger and he flew back 3 meters. Sasuke without wasting time jumped on him and swung his right fist, but Naruto just stopped his fist and kicked him and Sasuke also flew back 3 meters. Naruto, looks like I went too far, he said as he approached them. When he reached them, they quickly stood up and together hit him in the stomach. Naruto winced in pain, but the pain was almost due to his good physique, and Naruto quickly got used to the pain, took the two by the hands, pulled them to himself and jumped from behind them and kicked them from behind. Sasuke quickly knelt down, made seals and blew out a fireball 4 meters. Naruto seeing the ball approaching, he himself made seals and also blew out a ball 4 meters, both techniques collided, and when the fire disappeared, Yakoshi with a kunai in his hands was on his right side. Naruto quickly reacted, pulled out a kunai and repelled the attack. Naruto, wow. And you've become stronger. But I trained hard, and because I won you. He didn't have time to finish speaking as Sasuke wanted to hurt him from behind, but Naruto, using his sensory and reaction skills, again deflected the kunai blow. Did you conspire? Yakoshi, yes. Yakoshi took the fishing line and tied it to shurikens, and began to throw shurikens at Naruto. Naruto dodged and wandered into the forest. They went there, taking shurikens from the ground, and when they found them, Yakoshi began to throw again. Naruto, having dodged everyone, asked. Naruto, is that all? Yakoshi, no. He took the lines in his hands and pulled the kunai to himself. Naruto, wow, you're already a master. I would never have thought of that. Sasuke blew out a fireball from behind Yakoshi, and he himself saw the ball and jumped off the branch, and the ball rushed towards Naruto. Naruto simply went down from the ball and folded the seals and said. Naruto, Raitun, discharge. He extended his hand to the tree where Sasuke was, and lightning ran through the tree, reaching its target. Sasuke received damage from the lightning, began to fall. Yakoshi, seeing how Sasuke was falling, he quickly jumped to the tree and jumped again, grabbed it and dropped to the ground and said. Yakoshi, it's all Naruto. Sasuke is unconscious. Hearing this, Naruto quickly appeared next to them. Naruto. I shouldn't have used that technique. Yakoshi, don't be afraid, Naruto. He's unconscious and it's good that his. Naruto, what dissipated? Yakoshi, nothing. Let's forget about it and think about what we'll do when Sasuke wakes up. Naruto, it's better to rest, otherwise I've wasted my chakra on the techniques. Yakoshi, you're right. Chakra needs to be restored. After resting for about 43 minutes, Sasuke woke up. Sasuke. My head, what happened? Yakoshi, you passed out from Naruto's technique, which sent a lightning discharge through a tree. Sasuke, yeah. I remembered. Naruto, sorry Sasuke. Sasuke, don't apologize, I didn't notice your technique myself. Naruto, yes. He sensed Itachi's chakra. By the way, you stay here for now, I'll go get something to eat, okay? Naruto, hearing the agreement, went to Itachi. When he got to him, he saw him in ANBU gear. He came up a little and asked. Naruto, Itachi-sensei, why are you in ANBU gear? Itachi, well, I came from a mission. And from Danzo-sama, I told him and he believed me. He ordered his ANBU to keep an eye on the Uchiha clan from the outside, and he himself went to the Hokage. Naruto, okay, I was about to buy your brother, Yakoshi, and myself something to eat. But since it's already sunset and the problem is starting now, I'll put it off. Itachi, don't you know the shadow clone technique? Naruto, no, and it. I don't even know the basic techniques. Hee. Itachi, yeah. Let me show you the shadow clone technique and then the basic techniques. Naruto, okay. Itachi first showed the shadow clone technique, but Naruto quickly activated the Sharingan and copied it and quickly turned it off so that Itachi would not notice the Sharingan. Fortunately, Itachi did not notice and he dispelled his clone and looked at Naruto. He also made a seal, for clones appeared next to him. Itachi simply activated his Sharingan from this and checked it. But not noticing anything, he deactivated it and asked in a surprised voice. Itachi, so you knew this technique? Naruto, no, I only heard and read about it, but I didn't know the seal of the technique or the technique itself. Itachi, how did you make 4 clones? It's hard to make clones like that the first time. Naruto, I don't know, maybe it was a coincidence. Itachi, maybe. Itachi showed Kawarimi, henge and illusionary cloning. Naruto, hiding his eyes, copied and did excellent techniques. Itachi, you're not an Uchiha by any chance, Naruto? Naruto, no. How should I be an Uchiha? Itachi, yes, how should you be an Uchiha? As he spoke, he noticed Naruto's blue-gray eyes. Naruto. Your eyes. Naruto, and your eyes, they're already blue-gray. I don't know how that happened. Itachi, okay, meet me in an hour at the Uchiha entrance. Naruto, okay. Naruto used shadow cloning, sent a clone to the store and then go to the Uchiha. He himself took all the kunai and shuriken, a sword with a pole and fishing lines just in case. Having prepared well, he went to the Uchiha clan. Standing at the gate, he waited for Itachi for 6 minutes and he came. Itachi, I thought you'd come a little later. But it turns out you didn't. Naruto, yes. And you know, Itachi-sensei, let me create some clones and have them patrol from the roof? Do you agree? Itachi, yes. Naruto created 6 clones and ordered them to patrol from the rooftops. All the clones jumped onto the rooftop and began to split up. Itachi, okay. Naruto, you stay at the entrance for now, I'll warn my father. Naruto, okay, I'll stay here. Itachi also jumped on the roof and ran to his house. Naruto stayed to wait. After 4 minutes one of the clones disappeared to the north of here. Naruto felt that the clone had disappeared and thought. Naruto, the clone disappeared. That means. No, it can't be. I have to get there quickly. With these thoughts, he went to where the clone disappeared. Itachi told his father everything. They went together to the center of the Uchiha clan. Naruto finally got there, saw a man in a mask and 7 white creatures. Naruto, who are they? I can feel their chakra, albeit small. But who are they? Stop. I still have a system from Sakura, with it I can find out who he is. He looked at the creature and a sign appeared before his eyes. Name, Shirozetsu. Health, 1300/1300. Chakra, 1600/1600. Strength, 346. Agility, 430. Stamina, 378. Intelligence, 324. Speed, 364. Description: Shirozetsu is a species created from the cells of Hashirama Senju. In these cells of Hashirama there was regeneration that instantly healed himself. These cells were connected with the element of Mokuton that created trees. Shirozetsu is a living plant created from Mokuton and Hashirama's cells. Naruto, is that so? If so, how do we defeat them? They are at the level of Chunin or Tokubetsu Jounin. If so, then we need to call the others while I hold them off here. Naruto created a clone attracting the attention of Mask and all the Zetsu. Naruto quickly said everything to the clone and Naruto's clone began to run towards them. Mask saw the clone leaving, creating a funnel from which kunai with explosive seals came out. Naruto saw the kunai that were approaching his clone. He jumped and reflected all the kunai with his sword. The reflected kunai exploded when they fell to the ground. Mask said. Mask, you're annoying me, brat, because of you I didn't get Shursui's Manjikyu Sharingan. Zetsu, let's begin. Zetsu, yes, master. All the Zetsu started to emerge from the ground. Naruto tensed up when he saw them appear. He activated his Sharingan and said. Naruto, I will protect my village, no matter the cost. And you are my opponent. Maska, huh? You think you can defeat me? Don't make me laugh, brat, I'm already an experienced shinobi and have killed many other shinobi. Naruto, I don't care Dadabayo. I will stop you if I have to sacrifice my life. Mask ignored his words and pulled his sword out of its sheath and began to approach him. Naruto ran at him and swung his sword vertically, but Mask did nothing and came closer and closer. Naruto's sword reached Mask's head but his weapon passed through him as did he. Naruto landed and quickly looked back, but Mask had already raised his sword and said, "Mask, finally you will die, brat." But Naruto, having activated the first gate, dodged his attack and kicked him in the stomach, but his leg went through him again. Maska wanted to touch him, but Itachi, who arrived in time, pushed him away. "Itachi, you dared to attack the Uchiha clan. You will pay for this." "Mask, how annoying you all are." "Zetsu, how are things there?" Zetsu came out of the ground. "Zetsu, everything is in its place, soon they will kill their master." "Mask, at least some good news." "Zetsu, order them to kill the Uchiha already." "Zetsu, yes, master." The plant said as it disappeared. Itachi heard how his clan wanted to be destroyed and attacked the Mask. The Mask dodged his attack and kicked him right to the wall. Naruto created 3 clones and attacked him again. The Mask cut 2 clones with his sword and 1 clone, and Naruto reflected the blow and nodded to themselves, and they slipped past him and approached Itachi. "Naruto, Itachi-sensei. Let's go, we have to go." Itachi, yes. Cough. Cough. He touched his shoulder and disappeared, and the clone remained next to him and said, "Naruto clone, so? What are you going to do?" "Mask, you still can't save the whole clan." Naruto clone, yeah. But the original and Itachi-sensei will think of something. The Mask appeared behind him and pierced him with a sword, thus causing the clone to disappear. "Mask, I don't care." Naruto and Itachi found themselves near Itachi's house. "Itachi, Naruto. Those creatures are somewhere around here." Suddenly from his right side from the ground climbed 2 white Zetsu with a wooden pin on his hand. The first Zetsu aimed at his stomach and the other aimed at his leg. The second was close, but Itachi, having foreseen this, quickly took a kunai and quickly cut his hand. He pierced him and pulled out with his left hand where his sword was, cut from the chest to the stomach vertically. "Naruto, not bad mastery of small things, Itachi-sensei." "Itachi, it's fast, but we have to protect others. By the way, is your clone still with them?" "Naruto, if the clone had dispersed, he would have hurried there. But the clone hasn't dispersed yet." "Itachi-sensei. Look at that roof." Naruto pointed his finger. Itachi looked there and saw 3 Zetsu and root Anbu. "Naruto, we need to help him." Naruto jumped on the roof and hurried there and jumped again and threw 2 kunai. The Anbu who fought with 3 was inferior to them. But the Zetsu did not pay attention to the approaching kunai. They were pierced. The first kunai pierced the arm and leg, immobilizing one. When he was pierced to the ground, Naruto, still approaching in the air, landed to the second Zetsu, cutting his stomach in half. The third Zetsu, seeing the death of his clones, did not notice the movement behind and was pierced by the Anbu trifles. Naruto stood up and looked at the Anbu. Owl asked, "Naruto, where are the others and where is Danzo-sama and the third one?" "Owl, they'll be here soon. I was sent with 2, a cat and a lion." Naruto, alright. "Itachi-sensei. Come here." Itachi shined towards them. "Naruto, Owl, these creatures can move through objects. They seem to be connected to nature." "Owl, I see. That's why they have wooden spikes." "Naruto, we should use fire against them, maybe Databeo will work." "Owl, alright. I'll go inform the others and Danzo-sama right away." The owl disappeared and Naruto created 4 clones and sent them in different directions. "Naruto, soon there won't be any chakra." "Itachi-sensei. Help your clan. Don't worry about me." "Itachi, I can't leave my student." "Naruto, and the student asks you to protect your clan." "Itachi, okay. Don't remember. Otherwise, you're a good friend to Sasuke and Yukoshi." Naruto, agreed. Naruto jumped onto the neighboring roof and went to the western part of the Uchiha quarter. Itachi went to his house. Naruto saw the Uchihas fighting and some had already died. Naruto was filled with rage and anger. He landed on the ground and activated the first gate. Holding his sword tightly, he quickly rushed through the street exterminating the Zetsu coming out. Itachi, having already arrived, saw his mother, who was defending herself with a kunai from two Zetsu. Itachi, having moved behind two Zetsu, pierced the second one and then, having cut half of it, pierced the first one. Itachi, Mom. Where's Dad? Mikoto, your dad is at headquarters now. Itachi, where's Sasuke? Itachi, she's safe with Yakoshi and Naruto's clone. Mikoto, got it. Itachi, let's go see your dad. Itachi and Mikoto left and walked towards the Uchiha headquarters. Naruto, having already dealt with one street, jumped onto the roof of the house. Naruto, I'm getting tired. But I have to protect Itachi-sensei and Shisui-sensei's clan. But Danzo, this is no time to slack off, Naruto. Do you want to get stronger? Do you want Niroshire to be disappointed in you? Naruto, hearing Danzo's voice, tensed up and listening to his words, especially about his teacher, he became angry. Naruto, no. I won't disappoint Niroshi-sensei, because he trained me, his eyes. In my eyes, he trusted me with his power. Danzo, well done. Is it good that you use clones? Did Itachi teach you? Naruto, yes. Danzo, your clones are very helpful, no need to get angry, just be calm during the fight. Naruto, yes, you're right. Danzo, right now Hiruzen is in the south in this quarter, right now my ANBU are in the east, and you and I will now clear the western part. Naruto, and the northern part? Danzo, Fugaku is there. He can handle it, it's not for nothing that he is the head of his clan. Futon, vacuum bullets. Vacuum bullets flew out of the mouth above Naruto's head. Naruto turned around and saw 4 Zetsu that were pierced. Danzo, don't just stand there. Naruto, okay. Now on the roof of the Uchiha headquarters stood a mask looking down where there were 5 Uchiha who were dressed in the Konoha police uniform, next to them was Fugaku Uchiha. Mask, well. My clan is so weak that they can't even defend their own clan, he said with disdain. Fugaku, but at least our clan won't give up. We, the great Uchiha clan, won't give up to someone like you. Mask, huh? Do you think you can defeat me? You need more power to defeat me. Fugaku, I have this power, activating his Mangekyo Sharingan, he said, and with this power I will kill you, Madara Uchiha. Madara, so you already know who I am? Huh, that's interesting. Masuka descended to the ground and created a funnel, where shurikens flew out and flew towards the Uchihas. The Uchihas reflected them and Fugaku himself moved behind and swinging his leg towards his waist passed through him and Madara with a turn swung his sword horizontally. Fugaku took his hand in time and stopped the blow. Fugaku, you're Sharingan. You're not Madara. You're another Uchiha. Madara, you can call me whatever you want. I'll destroy the clan. At any cost. Naruto activated the second gate during the fight and quickly destroyed the Zetsu. Danzo, using wind techniques, cut the Zetsu with a vacuum sword with one hand. Finally, having dealt with them, they stood for a while. Naruto. I'm tired. Danzo-sama, are we going to another part? Or are we going to the center of the district? Danzo, we'll go to the center. And the rest of my subordinates will be here soon. Naruto, okay Dadabayo, I'll help you as much as I can. Sorry Danzo-sama. I have to go. Danzo, where? Naruto quickly ran along the roof and went to the clearing where Sasuke and Yakoshi were. The clone that was with them evaporated while transmitting data to Naruto. After 3 minutes, he got there and saw Sasuke and Yakoshi who were very tired and barely standing. Next to them was a black Zetsu with half a white one and with the other 3. Naruto jumped to them and stood in a defensive stance and said, Naruto, it's unfair to attack the weak, and with so many of them. Yakoshi, what are you doing, Naruto? Sasuke, why did you come, Uzurantokachi? Naruto, you are my friends. Even if you joke about me. And how do you call yourselves Zetsu? I will destroy you. Black stepped forward and spoke. Black Zetsu, Uzumaki Naruto. Your chakra is already forming. Your eyes, I see. Sharingan. With white tomo. You will soon have a new dojutsu. Naruto, what are you talking about? Forming chakra? A new dojutsu? Black Zetsu, you will soon find out. Your skin will begin to change to white as will your hair, the blood of Uchiha, Uzumaki, Senju and Hyuga flows through you. 4 clans. Yakoshi, what are you talking about? Black Zetsu, you need to sleep. Naruto looked at his friends and saw how they closed their eyes and fell to the ground. Naruto, what did you do? Black Zetsu, just use Genjutsu. You 3 come to me. 3 Zetsu approached and the Black Zetsu pierced them with his hand. Black Zetsu, now we can talk. Naruto, what did you do? They are your comrades. Black, comrades? They are made from the cells of Hashirama Senju. They can be said to be a clone who is now with me, he pointed to his half Uzumaki. Soon you will become like her. Naruto, who is she? Black Zetsu, I can't tell you much now. But I can help you when your eye power becomes even stronger. And now? I'm leaving and we stopped the attack. She merged into the ground and disappeared. Naruto. It turns out that this black one is another one. He is connected to that mask wearer. Something dispersed behind him and looking back he saw that the smoke was where Sasuke was. When the smoke disappeared he saw a girl who was getting up from the ground. Naruto, who are you? The girl turned her head and looked at Naruto. Girl, what? What are you talking about? Naruto, who are you, I say? The girl stood up, looked at herself and, realizing, she said. Girl, I'm Sasuke Uchiha. Girl, I'm Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto, huh? You're a girl. Sasuke, what? You don't like girls? Naruto, yeah. No. What are you talking about? I like girls. It's just that you, he said blushing. Sasuke, it's nothing. Did I surprise you? Naruto, yeah. Then a voice was heard from a friend. Yakoshi, oh. How I slept. Where are we? At first not understanding what was happening and then looking at Naruto and Sasuke I understood, so I remember that Sasuke and I were fighting with some creatures. And then you came and then everything was in a fog. Sasuke, have you already started to seduce Naruto by showing your true identity? Sasuke turned red with anger and took the kunai in her right hand and told him. Sasuke, well, that's it. Your jokes. They've gotten on my nerves. And now I'm going to kill you. The brunette said in an angry voice. Yakoshi, AA. Sasuke, I'm sorry. My jokes are going half and half and I'm leaving. At first he said in a guilty voice and then at the end he started to run, screaming. Sasuke started to catch up with him waving a kunai. Yakoshi screamed for help. Naruto started to laugh at this but remembering the attack he quickly stopped them jumping on Yakoshi's back knocking him to the ground. Naruto, friends. Quickly. Let's go to your clan. And you, Sasuke, stay the same, then tell me what's wrong with you. Sasuke and Yakoshi, good. Naruto stood up and he helped Yakoshi and Sasuke to stand up using her henge. They ran to the Uchiha quarter and when they arrived they saw that Anbu and Root Anbu were now helping and healing. Yakoshi and Sasuke quickly ran somewhere and Naruto stayed behind, seeing how the Uchiha were lying from their wounds and some Uchiha were dead. Anger and rage overwhelmed Naruto that he did not save everyone, and he concentrated and found Danzo and the third's chakra. He ran to them, and when he got there he saw that they were giving orders to the ANBU. Among them he noticed an ANBU dog with ash hair, who also noticed him. He approached them. Danzo, Naruto, how are you feeling? Hiruzen, yes Naruto, how are you feeling? Naruto, I feel revenge. Because of him, the Uchihas, who were for the village, fought with the Zetsu. And that man in the mask. I hate him. Danzo, Naruto. Death always comes. How do you say these white creatures Zetsu, huh? Naruto, yes. Hiruzen, Naruto, you go to Mito for now. She misses you, wants to see her older brother. Naruto, okay. But I just need to check on Itachi-sensei and Sasuke with Yakoshi. I'll go. Hiruzen, yes, you can go. Naruto went in the direction where his friend's chakra was. Danzo, Uchiha blood. Because of it, Naruto now almost looks like an Uchiha. Hiruzen, yes. Danzo. Train his emotions, I don't want him to worry about me and you, we've all become teachers for him. Danzo, good. We need to check on Fugaku, as I heard from one ANBU, he's badly injured. Should we go to him? Hiruzen, yes. They followed Naruto's direction. When Naruto arrived, he saw Itachi kneeling in front of his father and his mother also sitting with Sasuke. Yakoshi was to the side. Sasuke's father and Fugaku were talking about something and they started to shed tears. Naruto did not interfere and stood next to Yakoshi. When Fugaku finished speaking, his breath stopped. Itachi and Sasuke started to cry hard together with their mother. Yakoshi also shed a few tears, and along with the tears, a little blood poured from his eyes. Naruto, seeing his eyes, was surprised. His eyes were red, it was a Sharingan with 2 tomo. Naruto looked at Sasuke and Itachi and saw that they were also pouring blood. Itachi had a 3-bladed pattern spinning in his eyes like a shuriken. Sasuke had a Sharingan with 3 tomo. Naruto, clenching his fists, left. Naruto was in a sad state. Several days had passed since the attack on the Uchiha clan. It turns out that Shisui also died from a spike in his heart. Yakoshi awakened the 2-volume and then awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan in one day. Naruto was so sad that when he came home to Hiruzen, he met Mito, but he immediately fell asleep on the couch. 3 days after the attack, there was a funeral. Naruto was present at them as the heads of the clans, Danzo, Hiruzen and some shinobi. There were especially many Uchiha who lost their head. When it was all over, everyone left except the family of the Uchiha clan head. Mikoto, Fugaku. I promise that the clan will be whole and our children will be safe. Itachi, father. I didn't want wars or bloodshed. I promise that I will protect the village, the clan and the family. Sasuke, father. I will be a good heiress and will be the strongest in the Uchiha clan. I promise that I will protect my mother and older brother, they said, but Sasuke quietly added, I will take revenge on whoever attacked us. They were about to leave, but Yakoshi was standing next to Shisui's tombstone. Yakoshi, brother. I will avenge you and become stronger. I will no longer be who you wanted me to be. They all left and Mikoto called Yakoshi and went into the house together. 2 months have passed. Naruto had already started to carry out the task of the ANBU of the route and he was cold-blooded to all enemies. He had completed several tasks and learned some techniques of Raiton, Futon and Suiton, thereby becoming stronger. Itachi himself began to train Yakoshi and Sasuke. Naruto sometimes joined them and trained the 2 Uchiha a little. Life began to improve. Mikoto began to lead the Uchiha as the widow of the clan head. Danzo, although he wanted to make Naruto stronger, but that he was so cold-blooded to enemies, surprised him more. He recently learned that his eyes had changed to 3 tomo. Naruto visited Mito a little, playing with her sometimes, but he was not there all the time. Now he was just sitting in class with a calm look looking at the board. When the bell rang, all the children came out except for Yukoshi, Sasuke, and Naruto. He stood up and sat down next to them and asked, "Naruto, how are you?" Sasuke, fine. Yukoshi, Naruto, I see. Friends, even though we meet during training, we can't communicate well. Let's be friends again. Sasuke, okay. But you'll be training us. Naruto, okay. By the way, you said you'd tell us about your identity? Sasuke, yeah. Naruto, let's meet on the roof of the academy. Sasuke left the classroom and went up to the roof. Naruto followed him, and when he got up he saw Sasuke in the guise of a girl. Sasuke, I'll tell you what, my father wanted me to be the head and so did I. I didn't leave the house from the moment I was born until I was 5. And when I wanted to go outside, I always used henge so that I wouldn't be considered weak. I wanted to become stronger, and when I became strong enough, I would tell everyone about my identity. I don't know whether I want to or not, but I don't want to become the head, I just want to be stronger and avenge my father. Naruto, Sasuke, I understand your sadness and grief. 2 months ago, I lost my teacher who trained me in the art of bokujutsu. He was from the Hyuga clan, and when he died, he gave me his power of the Byakugan eyes, and thanks to him, I awakened these eyes. Naruto activated his Sharingan, showing Sasuke. Sasuke, Sharingan? Where did these white tomo come from? Naruto, I have Uchiha and Uzumaki blood in my blood, and when the Sharingan and Byakugan were combined, my Sharingan changed. Sasuke, I want to take revenge on the man who killed your clanmates who are also my clan by blood. Sasuke, so you are from one of my clans, but with Uzumaki blood and now also a Hyuga. Naruto, yeah. Okay, I found out what I wanted and you found out about me. Sasuke, yeah. Naruto. Do you remember the girl who was hanging out with you? Naruto, yeah. So what? Sasuke, you know. I like you, she said embarrassedly, but when my father was alive, I didn't want to admit it, but when he died, I was very sad. But when you came to training, I always started to rejoice, but I didn't show it. Naruto, Sasuke. Hee. It seems I like you too. You're a beautiful and kind girl. But what if we can't become a couple together? Sasuke, I see. Naruto, let's hold off on this for now and sort things out when we graduate from the academy. Naruto, you're as smart as always, Sasuke. Sasuke, and you're always an idiot, Uzurantokachi. They talked for a bit more, and when the bell rang, Sasuke used henge and walked into the classroom with Naruto. A day after school, Naruto was at the training ground. He was ordered to rest, and he rests by training. But when he was training, he heard Sakura's voice from behind. Sakura, Naruto, oh. Naruto looked back and replied with amusement. Naruto, oh, hi Sakura. What happened? Sakura, well, I just came to train. Naruto, okay, I still have some free time. Sakura, how do I choose a location for the barrier? Sakura, well, you need to think about the barrier and then you'll have a choice of which location or the difficulty of the location. Naruto, I get it. Naruto thought about the barrier. A sign came out. Barrier. Sewer, rat people enemies. Level 1 out of 5 completed. Abandoned city, zombie enemies. Level 0 out of 10 completed. Other barriers blocked. Naruto. Blee. Sakura felt the pressure from Naruto and replied. Sakura, yeah. I won't lose. Suddenly the pressure disappeared. Naruto, well, that's good then. Well. Good luck, Sakura. And he thought that he would end up in the sewers, but Naruto's eyes first saw a forest and a second later he found himself in one of the passages. Naruto, yeah. Still, the sewer location is a bit changed. So what should we do now? A task appeared before his eyes. Task: kill 100 rats. Reward: 1000 experience. Naruto, 100 rats? I see. So, he activated the Sharingan and saw 7 chakra centers approaching him. Are you kidding me? Their chakra is weak, if they hit with their paws, you have to be careful. Naruto took his sword from the sheath of his belt, held it tightly and went to them. When he saw them 6 meters away from him, 3 rats ran at him. Naruto gave chakra to his hands and with his speed he came closer and swinging his sword, he cut their stomachs and with the hilt of the sword he hit his heart. And folding the seals he shouted. Naruto, futon, vacuum bullets. 6 wind bullets flew towards the rest of the rats and hit their legs and arms, paralyzing them. Naruto approached and cut their throats, wiping the blood off his sword. Naruto, oh. They are those rats, but they didn't seem to use chakra, if there is a boss of the location here. How much power will he have? Naruto created 6 clones and gave them the order to kill the rats here. The clones ran in different directions activating dojutsu. After 24 minutes, the clones killed the rats and only 5 remained. The original was next to them and when he was about to make a lunge, these rats made a seal and some kanji appeared from the ground. These kanji joined and a 2-meter monster appeared, with small horns and sharp teeth. The monster itself looked like a man but it had brown fur, walked on 3 legs and had 4 arms. Naruto, oh, you hedgehog. What kind of monster is this? Chakra is coming from it and I can tell from my eyes that its chakra is greater than that of a rat. It almost looks like a spider but hee hee. This is not going to be easy for me. Task: kill the location boss or kill the summoners. Reward: for killing the boss, 2000 EXP and chakra technique, small enhanced body. For killing the summoners, 300 EXP and plus 10 for each stat. Naruto, I see. If I kill the boss I'll get these rewards but then I'll kill the summoners. But if I kill the summoners first the boss himself will disappear. Wow, a well thought out system. There's an easy one but the task itself gives difficulty, haha wow. The monster folded several unknown seals for Naruto and when he folded all the seals, 8 shadows of 1 meter each began to emerge from the walls. Naruto, so, from these shadows I can't feel chakra and I can't see. One of the shadows connected with the wall and it quickly approached Naruto and came out of the wall with a shadow dagger and he lunged. Naruto quickly turned his head to the right side and he also lunged at him, passed through the shadow quickly swung and Naruto jumped away from him. Naruto. Almost similar to that masker's technique, how can I defeat them? All the shadows connected with the wall and being near Naruto they waved and made attacks but Naruto dodged and wanted to make a reflection but Naruto's sword passed through them. He folded the seals and shouted. Naruto, Katan, fireball. A ball of fire came out of Naruto's mouth and all the shadows disappeared. Naruto's technique itself flew at the monster itself. The monster again made several seals, some shadow walls came out of the walls and blocked the technique. Naruto, yes. He controls shadows, how is that possible? Wait, his chakra was reduced by 70%, so we need to drain his chakra. Naruto quickly activated the Sharingan and the first gate quickly found himself with a shadow wall and passed through it. The monster folded seals from the ground, whips of shadow came out, the whips almost reached but Naruto quickly activated the second gate found himself behind the monster and lunged with a sword, pierced him and a sword came out of his stomach. Pulling out the sword, he again quickly found himself with the summoners and killed everyone. Naruto. Almost spent chakra. This monster is dangerous, it is for support and not for attack. Tired. He immediately found himself at the training ground where Sakura was waiting for him with cuts on her arms and legs. Sakura, oh, hi Naruto. Naruto, what? Hi right away. I've been in the sewers for half an hour now. Sakura, really? And I've been in the sewers for 3 days. Naruto, 3 days? Sakura, yeah, the rats were strong and when there were 5 rats left, they summoned some kind of monster. Naruto, it was the same for me. But I quickly spent its chakra and killed it. It was difficult. Sakura, you can't argue. It's like a B-rank mission. Naruto, now we need to train and get stronger. Next time, I think there will be some kind of army and those monsters will be there too. Sakura, what are you saying? I won't fight them again, they are stronger and we need a lot of people here. Naruto, I've already noticed who we need to take. Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akimichi, and also the Uchiha, Sasuke and Yakoshi, they asked me to train them. Sakura, okay, that monster was very strong and it somehow controlled the shadows. Naruto, yeah, I told you to take Shikamaru, he knows and it seems he can learn these techniques. Sakura, okay. I'm tired already. Okay, oh yeah, gave the pole, didn't lose. Naruto, thank you. Sakura, okay, good luck and let's be here again tomorrow, and call those you just named. Naruto, yes. Sakura left and Naruto remained lying. Naruto was at Ichiraku that evening, and his 4 friends were sitting with him. Naruto. Yes, friends. New training. You especially need to go there, Shikamaru. There will be something very interesting there that you yourself will be shocked when you find out. Shikamaru, laziness. Naruto, training is lazy for me, it's even a pain in the ass. So, without me. Naruto, none, without me or not. We'll all go and train. Yakoshi, if it helps me get stronger. Sasuke, yeah, we all need to get stronger. Shikamaru, you should also do something, and not sit here and not sleep. Choji, yes, Shikamaru. Crunch crunch. We need to get stronger, you remember. Crunch crunch. That you and I are the future Inoshikacho team. Shikamaru, okay, he lazily drawled the word, warming up, I agree. When and where? Naruto, tomorrow after school we'll go to training ground 33 together. Oh, and I almost forgot, before we go, bring your gear. It's going to be really, really hot there. Sasuke, you sound like it's really dangerous there. You're stronger than everyone in our class, but something's bothering you, Naruto. Naruto, you'll see tomorrow. Okay, see you tomorrow. Everyone, see you tomorrow. Naruto stood up and after paying for his portions he went for a walk around the evening Konoha. Obito, the plan to destroy the Uchiha failed. But Shisui Uchiha died, I took his eyes and now they are stored in a flask. Kurozetsu, Obito, as I said, you destroyed half of the Uchiha and you took the lives of some shinobi, that's great. Now what will you do with Shisui Uchiha's eyes? Obito, I have plans for his eyes are stronger and that's why I hid them. But his younger brother Yakoshi Uchiha awakened the Mangekyo like his older brother. Kurozetsu, as I understand it, Obito, you want to transplant his older brother's eyes into him so that he will have an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Obito, yes, Zetsu. How is the work going? What are the other villages doing? Kurozetsu, the Moon Swordsmen, are now accepting renegades and spies, the bloody assassins are now in their hideout still worshipping their patron. Nagato and Konan are currently in the Rain Village, watching over their shinobi and pretending that everything is calm. The other organizations associated with the Akatsuki organization are currently doing their own thing as usual. Obito, I see. Kisame is leading the Moon Swordsmen and Haiden is leading the Bloody Assassins. So far, everything is according to plan, I have one idea. Kurozetsu, what is it? Obito, how to lure Uchiha Itachi to us. Danzo was now sitting in his office and reading papers about villages and all sorts of small organizations. Danzo, Moon Swordsman. Those who attacked my friend's wife. Their leader is unknown. This organization uses different types of weapons, thus proving the name of their organization, and it is unknown how many people are there. Bloody murderers. According to counts, there are 17 members of this organization and they worship a god. What kind of organization? Snake, Danzo-sama. He appeared out of nowhere. Danzo, what happened, Snake? Snake, not far from our village in the northwest, some organization appeared. They say that this organization helped 7 small villages by distributing food and protection, but in return, these villages gave them money. Danzo, another organization? How much? Snake, that's not all, Danzo-sama. The name of this organization is the Nobility of the Saviors. Danzo, understood. Snake, we need to keep an eye on all of this and we will need to check the results of our ANBU and shinobi training. And now you are free. Snake, hi. The snake disappeared as it came. Danzo, what will happen? We must prepare for the worst. Naruto had been walking for 26 minutes already and was now almost at the Hokage mountain. When he was almost to the end of the stairs, he heard Sasuke's voice from behind. Sasuke, Naruto. Where are you going? He asked, catching up. Naruto, Sasuke? He turned around and asked, what are you doing here? Sasuke, I should be asking you that. Okay, I'm here to walk with you. Naruto, I see. Okay then, let's go up together. Sasuke, good. Naruto and Sasuke stood up together, sat on the head of the 4th Hokage and began to look at the village. Sasuke, night time is a beautiful time. Naruto, yeah. Sasuke, be careful when you train tomorrow. Sasuke deactivated the henge. Sasuke, what will happen there? It's like you've been training already. Naruto, well. It'll be dangerous there. Level 1, Level 2. Sasuke, okay. Naruto, tell me. What will happen there? Naruto, it'll be dangerous there, rats and shadows, Level 2. Sasuke, don't get it? Naruto, you'll understand tomorrow. Sasuke, HM. Okay. Naruto, I have to check it out. Naruto stood up and helped Sasuke stand up and Naruto touched her shoulder and moved with her to her house. Sasuke almost threw up from this. Sasuke. What kind of trick is that? Naruto, it's a technique for Chunin and Jonin. I learned it and here it is. Sasuke, yeah. I'm at my doorstep. Thanks, Yuzuran Tokachi. Naruto, yeah, okay, see you tomorrow. Naruto disappeared and Sasuke went into the house. Naruto moved to his house, he cooked his dinner and finished his meal. After washing and taking a shower, he fell asleep. A day after the academy, the guys went out and went to training ground 33. When they got there, they saw a pink-haired girl sitting in the shade of a tree. Naruto, Sakura. We're here. Sakura heard them, stood up and walked over. Sakura, .o. My name is Sakura Haruno. Shikamaru Nara lazily said his name. Choji, Akimichi Choji. Crunch crunch. Yakoshi, HM. Sasuke, HM, I'm Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto, Yakoshi, introduce yourself to her. Yakoshi, HM, my name is Yakoshi Uchiha. I advise you not to disturb me. Sakura, okay. Nice to meet you. Naruto, so guys, something weird is about to happen. Sakura, do it like last time. Sakura, okay. A table appeared before the friends' eyes. Naruto and Sakura explained to them what and how. Shikamaru, I understand, even though it's a pain in the ass. So what do I do now? Naruto, okay, Shikamaru. You're the smart one here and you'll be the commander. I'll wait here for now and at least 2 seconds will pass here. Shikamaru, okay, so what do I do now? Sakura, I'll explain it now. You have to invite Sasuke, Yakoshi, and Choji to your team. When they join, mentally think of a barrier and you'll have a list in which only the sewer level 1 location will be open. Shikamaru, I understand. Sasuke quietly approached Naruto and began to whisper. Sasuke, the first level. Is that what you were talking about? He asked quietly. Naruto, yes, and the next one will be much harder. Sasuke, I see, okay, I already have it. All 4 disappeared and 3 seconds later they appeared. Shikamaru who was sitting, Choji who had a big right hand, Yakoshi and Sasuke who were looking at each other with disdain. Naruto, what happened? Shikamaru, we almost died from the rats that crawled on the wall and the ceiling. So, our Uchihas, without noticing them, interfered with each other and that's it. Naruto, I see. Sasuke, Yakoshi, calm down. Yakoshi frowned and walked away. Choji shrank his hand and pulled out a pack of chips, sat down and started eating. Sasuke, what's going on with him? He was calm when his brother was alive, but when he died he became like this. Naruto, I don't know. But I'll say one thing, you have to be careful and you have to keep in touch with your friends. Sasuke, I agree, but what about him? Naruto, I don't think so, he wants to get stronger now. By the way, I see you look fine now. Shikamaru, yes. You're talking about the first kill? It wasn't easy for me when I was the first to kill one of those rat-like people. Choji quickly brought me to my senses, and I told them about it. They killed each other in turn, and they got used to it. We can assume that we've become stronger and they gave us characteristics. They also gave us some things. I got a book about increasing chakra. Choji got a book about how to spend less chakra on using body enlargement. Sasuke got a scroll of the Raiton technique. And Yakoshi got special kunai that allow you to poison others. Naruto, yeah, it looks like you have good rewards. Okay, the next one will go with you Sakura, she knows who the next boss will be. Shikamaru, how lazy. Okay, let's do it then, 1, 2, 3. Before they could finish speaking, they disappeared again. And 7 seconds later they appeared tired and wounded. Sakura. Were you doing there? Those rats almost ate us. Sasuke, how was I supposed to know those rats could use chakra? Shikamaru, shadows. That monster's shadows. Those are probably clan techniques. Yakoshi, he chuckled, examining the Suiton scroll. Naruto, what happened there? Sakura, well, someone really wanted to defeat the rat masters, so I helped them avoid their attacks. Yakoshi, I should have taken care of my own life. I'm going home. He stuffed the scroll into his pouch and headed for the exit of the training ground. Sasuke, yes, with him, the main thing is that we're all safe. Choji, yeah, they gave me some pills that make me twice as strong. Naruto, how many of these pills are there? Choji, 10. Shikamaru, Naruto, like you said, it's going to be interesting here, and you surprised me. These techniques that monster used are like our clan's techniques. I was given a shadow scroll. Sasuke, it was a bit difficult for me, especially with the boss. I was given a bracelet. This bracelet gives a slight boost to techniques. Sakura, I was given a passive ability. Naruto, which one? Sakura, a passive ability is increase in experience and characteristics is 2 times more effective. Naruto, I see. Well, you have good rewards. Tomorrow we will go to level 3, if we consider that the first and second levels were the same. Then these monsters will be in the next one. It's unpleasant to call them monsters. Sasuke, I see. Okay then, tomorrow we also have to go through the third level, as Yuzurantokachi says. Sakura was hardly surprised when she heard this word. Naruto, okay, I guess we'll rest. They all rested a little, trained, went for a walk, talked. When it was already evening, everyone went their separate ways and Naruto and Sasuke walked together. Naruto, I'm unlucky. Sasuke, and why my friend? Naruto, you were given good rewards which are really good. Sasuke, yeah. Okay Naruto, great training, see you tomorrow. Naruto, see you tomorrow Sasuke. Sasuke quickly ran to his block. Naruto walked for another 40 minutes and was about to return home when Itachi appeared with him. Naruto, Itachi-sensei? What are you doing here? Itachi, I'm sorry Naruto. But I have to tell you something. This is a matter between me and my clan. Naruto, what happened? Itachi, I have to kill the remaining Uchiha except the children. Naruto, wait. You're saying kill the Uchiha? Why? Itachi, it has to be that way. I want to ask you. To take care of my little sister and the rest of the Uchiha. The next time we meet, we'll be enemies. Naruto, Itachi-sensei, you mustn't. Itachi hit him in the solar plexus and knocked him out. Itachi, sorry Naruto, but this is for the village and the future of my clan. Itachi laid him down on the bench and moved somewhere. Naruto woke up on a soft bed. Naruto, I don't remember what. Wait. Itachi-sensei. Naruto stood up and noticed that he was in the ward. He quickly got dressed and was about to leave when the door to his ward opened. And Danzo came in with a sad face. Naruto, Danzo-sama? What happened? Where is Itachi-sensei? Danzo, Naruto. You can sit down. Naruto sat on the bed and began to listen. Danzo, Itachi Uchiha, the missing nin of the hidden leaf, killed all the Uchiha except the children and some Genin and Chunin last night, killed several Anbu serving the Hokage and me. Hiruzen, the elders and clan heads have come to the conclusion that Itachi Uchiha will be an S-class missing nin. Naruto, Itachi-sensei. What have you done? Danzo, I understand Naruto. But it's for the best. Now then, Naruto, I'll tell you one thing. Naruto, what do you want to tell me? Danzo, you will become the next head of root after me. Naruto, I don't get it. You mean I'll become the head of root after you? Danzo, yes. Your decision. Naruto, my decision. Can you give me a few days? I want to think about it. And I need to check if Yakoshi and Sasuke are alive with the rest of the Uchihas. Danzo, okay, I'll give you 3 days. Danzo left the room. Naruto also slowly left the room and then the hospital. Walking, he thought about what Danzo told him. To become the head of the root after him, about how he spent time inside the root where his sensei trained and lived. But after 5 minutes he got to the Uchiha clan. Everything here was stained with blood and broken benches with some windows from the houses. Naruto. Itachi-sensei. Why? Sasuke, Yakoshi. Having said these names, he ran to Sasuke's house. Having arrived 2 minutes later, he saw Sasuke sitting and looking with his head down on the ground. Naruto approached, touched his shoulder and asked. Naruto, Sasuke? Are you okay? Sasuke, hearing his voice, raised his head and showed his 3-volume Sharingan. Sasuke, I'm fine. You better not talk to me Naruto. And don't come here at all. Naruto, Sasuke? What's wrong with you? Sasuke, I'm telling you, I'm fine. Go away. I want to be alone. Sasuke already pushed him aside and ran in an unknown direction. Naruto ran after him, and after 6 minutes of running, he stopped at a house. Sasuke, Naruto. Go away. Naruto, are you worried about last night? Itachi-sensei killed everyone except you, Yakoshi and the kids, but he realized who else Itachi had killed. Sasuke, Itachi. I hate him. He killed our mother, he killed his mother. And you don't have to tell me what happened. Naruto, Sasuke, I'm sorry. But you need to calm down. Sasuke turned to face him, and a second later smoke appeared. Sasuke, Itachi said he killed just for power. And for me to have eyes like his. I have to kill my best friend. And my best friends are you and Yakoshi. Naruto, Sasuke, let's go to the clearing. Sasuke, why? Naruto took her hand and led her to a clearing near the lake. He let go of her hand and, moving 3 meters away from her, he pulled his sword out of its sheath and turned to her. Naruto, attack. I'm ready. Sasuke did not understand Naruto's intentions. Naruto ran at her, already starting to lunge, but Sasuke reacted quickly, pulled out 2 kunai and blocked the lunge. Sasuke, what are you doing? Naruto, I give you power. Naruto pushed away from her and took 3 shuriken in his left hand and threw them towards Sasuke. Sasuke deflected them all. Sasuke, power? You want me to kill you? Naruto, yeah, so either kill me. Or die yourself. Naruto took the kunai in his left hand and held his sword tighter in his right hand and found himself next to Sasuke and swinging from below. Sasuke, seeing Naruto's actions, quickly activated the Sharingan and blocked the swing from below, and with a turn she kicked Naruto in the stomach with both feet, pushing him back 4 meters. Naruto, standing straight, said, Naruto, it doesn't hurt. You're a very weak Uchiha. Did Itachi-sensei really say that you're weak and that you need to be protected forever? Why do you want to become stronger? Until you kill me, you won't become stronger than Itachi. Sasuke, shut up. I don't want to kill people close to me. You and Yakoshi are still with me. Naruto. I told you that I have feelings for you, but before the Academy's performance. We should have thought about our feelings. Naruto, I remember. But this is just childish nonsense. Now I want you to kill me and not kill other people anymore. Sasuke, killed other people? What does that mean, Naruto? Naruto, because I'm ANBU. Itachi served in ANBU like me. I've been an ANBU for 2 months now. Itachi-sensei has been an ANBU for a year or more. As Itachi-sensei told you and as you told me. To become stronger, you have to kill your best friend, right? I want to become stronger and kill Itachi-sensei myself. Sasuke quickly walked up to him and hugged him. Sasuke, Naruto. I understand you. Naruto, yes. My feelings for you are mutual, and my hand will not tremble to kill you. I will help you, he hugged her, kill Itachi-sensei. No, we will kill Itachi together. Sasuke and Naruto released each other and returned their weapons to their places. Naruto, Sasuke, I will definitely help you, and in order to do that, I will train you. Sasuke, okay, but Yakoshi? For some reason, he also hates Itachi. Naruto, I don't know. If Yakoshi asks, I will train you and Yakoshi, but for now I have things to do. You can go home. Sasuke, okay, thank you, Naruto. Sasuke left, taking the form of a boy. Naruto, using Shunshin, found himself in the 33rd training ground, where a tired Sakura was now sitting. Naruto, Sakura? Sakura, huh? Naruto? Where are the others? Naruto, something happened yesterday, and now everyone is busy, especially Sasuke and Yakoshi. Sakura, yesterday, Itachi Uchiha destroyed his clan, right? Naruto, almost, only children and some older than us are left. Sakura. As I understand it, there will be no training today, nothing anyway, I trained here and I'm tired. Okay, good luck to you Naruto. Naruto, bye. When Sakura left, Naruto trained until the evening. After training, he went home and cooked himself dinner. After eating he fell asleep. 3 days later, Naruto trained for an hour and when that day came, he came to Danzo. Danzo, have you decided? Naruto, yes. I want to be a genin for a year, and then become a chunin, and then a jounin. After that, I will become the head of the root ANBU. Danzo, good answer. Okay, after you become a jounin, you will become the head of the root. Now, I have prepared a good training for you that will help you become much stronger. He stood up and touched his shoulder and they found themselves in a large room where there were 7 ANBU. Danzo, so Naruto, there are 7 ANBU here, they will attack you but you have to defeat them. Naruto, okay. Danzo disappeared. Naruto pulled out the pole and stood in a stance. The ANBU also stood in a stance and when they heard to start, all the ANBU were next to him but when they were 1 meter away from him, a wave came out from Naruto. Naruto began to glow green. Naruto, first, second gate, open. When he shouted he quickly appeared with the first ANBU and started to give him blows. The ANBU dodged and reflected Naruto's quick blows but he once again struck vertically from above. He makes a sweep and jumping he kicks him down to the ground with his legs. Naruto, first one goes. There were 2 more ANBU next to him who, having already made seals, began to shoot water bullets. Naruto dodged 4 bullets and he reflected the rest with his staff. Finally, having reflected everything, he made seals and shouted. Naruto, futon, gust. Naruto releases a wave of air directly to his right side and hits the umbu, sending him into the wall. When he fell, another umbu quickly approached and kicked Naruto in the back. Naruto flew back 2 meters but stood up and reflected the chain. The umbu pulled out 2 chains from his hands and began to spin slowly approaching Naruto. Seeing the danger, Naruto reflected and reflected 2 more times. He tied the chains with his pole and pulled them to himself, pulling the umbu who was flying towards him. When the umbu flew up, Naruto pulled the pole out of the chains and hit him, sending it to the ceiling. Naruto, -3. Shadow clone. Naruto creates 6 clones. 2 clones each. They start to push back and with a knee strike they knocked out the other ANBU. Danzo, impressive. Naruto, have you been watching this whole time? Danzo, yes. I'll tell you why you defeated them so quickly. Naruto, these aren't experienced ANBU, they're at the level of Chunin or Tokubetsu Jonin. Danzo, great, it's not for nothing that I chose you. Naruto, okay, if that's all then I'll be leaving. Danzo, you can leave, from tomorrow you'll come here and train. Here you'll become strong enough to protect everyone and your sister Mito. Naruto, yes, thank you Danzo-sama. Naruto disappears and appears on the threshold of his house and after putting on his shoes he sat down on a chair. Naruto, the next chapter of the route. Interesting. I hope I don't die before that. He stood up and began to do his business. Unknown place. Pain, so, Itachi Uchiha joins the Akatsuki organization. He destroyed his clan and fled his village as an A-rank missing nin. Itachi, check your forehead protector. Itachi came out of the corner and took off his protector, took a kunai and began to horizontally. When he finished, he put on the already crossed out protector. Pain, so, today you have joined us. Hopefully we will achieve the goal that the Akatsuki organization must fulfill immediately. So, I will announce your partner. Orochimaru. The aforementioned man himself emerged from the dark part of the cave. Orochimaru, oh, Itachi-kun. I hope we can work together. Itachi, I hope so too, Orochimaru-san. Pain, so, we work as mercenaries for 6 years. Then, after 6 years, I will give everyone a sign that we will start collecting tailed beasts. So, start working. All the people from the cave began to come out of the cave. 3 years have passed. All these 3 years, Naruto trained with his friends. Naruto in his training where he was trained by Danzo, became stronger, learned new things, learned a lot, and he earned Danzo's trust as a successor. Naruto learned about elemental techniques, trained his dojutsu and was Danzo's right hand. Danzo, although he was gloomy, but such is his nature. Naruto with his friends sometimes went into the barrier where his friends became stronger and gained new skills and experience. Yakoshi, he has become cold to everyone for the last 3 years, ignored others, and it could be considered that he has no warm feelings left. But his attitude towards Naruto and Sasuke changed. He simply ignored them, but envied their strength and knew that he had Mangekyo, but he had no opportunity to use it because he does not know how to use Mangekyo. He sometimes trains with Naruto and his friends, also becoming stronger. Yakoshi is now at the level of Chunin or a slightly weak Chunin. Sasuke, she hid her identity only in public, she does not need to show others her true identity. Naruto, Yakoshi, and Itachi know about her identity now. She, like Naruto's other friends, trains with them. Naruto sometimes trains her twice a week, showing new techniques and fighting styles. Her attitude towards Naruto and feelings always grew slowly, but she still believed that she loved her as he loved her. Sasuke is now at the level of a Chunin or slightly stronger than an experienced Chunin. Shikamaru and Choji, they train in their clans, increasing knowledge about their clan and new techniques. Shikamaru in the barrier learned a lot and knew who Sakura was. Shikamaru in the barrier became strong and learned all the techniques that he saw from the monster. He and Choji received some skills that give them strength and temporary enhancement, but all of them are only for a minute or two. Choji, like his friend Shikamaru, also became strong, receiving new skills and items from the barrier. He began to use the skills and knowledge that appeared in the scrolls more often. Now they are at the levels of Genin or experienced Genin. Sakura, she joined Naruto's class 2 years ago. Her knowledge and that Sakura's knowledge helped her. She spends a lot of time in the barrier learning everything about mobs. She became stronger and can be at the level of a weak or average Chunin. Naruto is now at the level of a Tokubetsu Jounin or maybe at the level of a Jounin. After all, he was trained by the most elite Anbu and Danzo himself, who participated in the wars. Clothes and characters. Naruto, red-haired guy, blue-gray eyes, height 156, strong build and cold character, calm and joyful with loved ones. His clothes are a gray t-shirt, a black light jacket with a collar without a zipper. On the jacket from the waist there are lines to the shoulders, and the lines themselves from the shoulders join together to form a triangle on the back. On the back there is a sign of a whirlpool. Black pants and blue shinobi sandals. Protector on the forehead, red hair tied in a ponytail to the waist. Yakoshi, brunette, 155 height, good build and cold and calm character, black hair, black eyes, black and gray collared t-shirt. On the back is the Uchiha clan crest. Black pants and black shinobi sandals. Forehead protector, disheveled shoulder-length hair. Sasuke as a boy, forehead protector, black shoulder-length hair, black eyes, normal build, cold and calm personality, height 156, black and blue t-shirt with the Uchiha clan crest, white shorts and shinobi sandals. Sasuke as a girl, forehead protector, black hair tied in a ponytail to the waist. Black eyes, good build, cold and calm personality, height 156, black and blue t-shirt with the Uchiha clan crest, white shorts and shinobi sandals. Sakura, forehead protector, pink shoulder-length hair, emerald eyes, good build, kind and cheerful character, height 155, red t-shirt with a white vest, black shorts and a white knee-length skirt and shinobi sandals. Menma, forehead protector, yellow tousled hair to the shoulders, blue eyes, excellent physique, calm, cheerful and kind character, height 156, weak Chunin level. Looks like the original Naruto. Sai, looks like the original, but has little height and combat experience. at the level of a chunin. Naruto, oh. I had quite the training today. Now he was lying on his bed after training in the morning. Forest. Danzo, yes, your training today is to dodge the attacks of the ANBU. This will be running training. If in future missions something does not go according to plan, then consider the mission a failure and you must run from the shinobi who are chasing you. So let's begin. He disappeared in a puff of smoke, and from the smoke came 5 ANBU who started throwing weapons. Naruto barely dodged 3 of them and started running. Naruto, you've got to be kidding me. Naruto, it's bad for me to remember. I barely ran away from them for 2 hours. Danzo-sama really likes to bully others. He looked at his watch and saw that it was 9:10. Naruto, okay, I have to go to the academy at 9:30, there's still time. Okay, I need to get up. He stood up and tidied himself up. He gathered the necessary things, left the house and went to the academy. Almost there, Sakura ran up to him from behind. She didn't stop in time and ran into Naruto. Sakura, ouch. Sorry Naruto. Naruto, it's okay. Sakura, how are you doing in the barrier? Naruto started walking and Sakura started walking together too. Sakura, so far so good. I'm studying zombies now, new zombies and new varieties of them are already appearing. I remember playing a game in the previous world and there were some tanks and I don't remember. Naruto, I see. When we finish the Genin exams, we'll go study these zombies and their weak points. We needed a year of studying rats and their rarity, especially the monsters we called walking shadows. Sakura, it was difficult, but Shikamaru came up with a very good plan to defeat them quickly. Naruto, Shikamaru is a genius. So we've made it. They approached the gate and Yukoshi and Sasuke appeared on the other side of the road. Sakura, aren't you brothers by any chance? You're even walking together. Sasuke, as if you're not Naruto's sister. You know that all the remaining Uchiha now live in a good neighborhood. It's good that Izumi-chan is looking after the others. Yukoshi, it would be nice to leave the academy earlier and help all the Uchiha. Naruto, Yukoshi. You can't be fixed. Whether you're a joker or a cold prince. Yukoshi, And you should have left the academy earlier and started on missions already. Naruto, yeah, and also miss the interesting moments with you. No, it's better with you than boring D-rank missions. Sasuke, Stop asking you already. We should enter the academy already. Sakura, yeah, thanks Sasuke. Sakura ran forward leaving 3 at the entrance. Naruto, okay, Yukoshi, we'll talk later. Yukoshi, I hope so, tomato. Naruto, and I hope you fail the exam, ice cream. Sasuke, well, it's clear with you. Sasuke passed through them and entered the academy. Naruto and Yukoshi, without answering any more, also went inside. When they were already inside the classroom, Iruka came in. Iruka, so, exams are in 3 days. I advise you to prepare. And yes, new students arrived today. Naruto, I hope you know who they are. Come in. A pale brunette and a tanned blonde entered the classroom. Iruka, so, this is Menma and Sai. Naruto recognized Sai and simply said in his mind. Naruto, Danzo-sama. Are you kidding me? Sending in a B-rank ANBU? And who is this guy? He looks like his father. Danzo-sama. I'm going to have a very serious talk with you. Naruto didn't notice that Sai and Menma sat down next to Yukoshi. Iruka, today I will prepare you for the exams, you must do this. Iruka explained to his students what to do for the exams all day. When all the classes were over, Naruto made some gestures and Sai understood the signal and dragged Menma to the roof. Naruto also slowly walked out to the roof. Naruto, so, what are you doing here? And who is this guy? Sai, I'm here on Danzo-sama's orders, and he is your brother Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto, as I thought, he looks like your father. Menma, what's up, brother? Aren't you happy? Naruto, I'm happy, but I don't really know you, but I'll go see Danzo-sama myself now. I'll ask him a few questions. You, Sai, can do your business, and you, Menma, just go to the Hokage's residence. Menma, huh? Why is this? Naruto, don't you want to see our little sister Mito? By the way, are you the older one or me? Menma, well, I'll answer 2 questions. 1, yes, I want to see our little sister, and 2, I'm the older one, although you are smarter and look older than me, so you can consider yourself the older one. Naruto, no way. Be like the older one. Now, you and I, Sai, will go visit Danzo-sama. Naruto touched Sai's shoulder and they found themselves at the entrance to the ANBU shelter route. Naruto, so, what did Danzo-sama order you to do? Sai, he ordered us to keep an eye on you and the Uchihas. Naruto, I understand, but why the Uchihas? Sai, Danzo-sama's orders. Naruto, it's still impossible to find out from those guys. Naruto touched the wall and the wall split into 2 parts. Naruto and Sai entered and the wall closed behind them. Naruto, the new hideout for the root Umbu. How elegant. The last hideout was something else the 2nd or 3rd time I was there. Naruto and Sai reached one door and Naruto opened it and went in with Sai. Naruto and Sai watched as Danzo looked at them. Danzo, as I expected. I knew you'd come here. So before you ask, I'll answer. Sai, to keep an eye on you and the Uchihas, why? So the Uchihas wouldn't die on a mission. And Menma, your brother, was sick. Minato himself, the 4th Hokage, asked me to treat his son when he was born. Naruto, so. Now everything is clear. I hope there are no more surprises. Danzo, there is one. Naruto, oh, come on. You're kidding me. Danzo, you'll have to endure it, kid. So, I'm giving you the task of taming the 9-tailed beast. Naruto, hearing this, simply walked up and put his hands on the table. Naruto, I, with Kyubi, will not meet. Danzo, who told you to meet? You have to subjugate the 9 tails to use its chakra and power. Naruto, no. You remember what happened with the last hideout, right? Danzo, I remember. Naruto, well, I won't use its power, because I almost killed the ANBU using its power. And if Menma was there, I definitely won't use chakra anymore. So forgive me, I'm leaving. Naruto moved to the entrance of the shelter and went for a walk in the forest. While walking, he thought about what happened half a year ago. Memories. Day. Old root shelter. Naruto, so. Let me begin. Naruto started releasing some of the Kyubi's chakra. His body was enveloped in red liquid, but Naruto lost his concentration. Red chakra started coming out from his stomach. Naruto, it burns. It hurts. Naruto began to feel pain and burning. After 2 minutes 2 tails appeared behind him. Naruto's eyes became animalistic, a vertical red pupil with 3 white tomo, claws lengthening and chakra increase. Naruto opened his mouth and chakra began to gather near his mouth. When enough was gathered, he released a ball of chakra straight to the ceiling. 2/4 of the root ANBU shelter exploded and some were injured due to the explosion. Some ANBU stood up and Danzo appeared next to them. Danzo, what happened here? What the? Falcon, everything exploded here. It looks like it's the Kyubi's chakra. Danzo, Kyubi? So Naruto. You're in for a talk. Naruto, It's good that there were ANBU with Fuin seals among the root. Danzo-sama was something when he was angry. Naruto reached his favorite training ground 33 and sat down on one of the trees and began to think. Naruto, yes. Danzo-sama is right. I need to control the Kyuubi's chakra, otherwise I might be dangerous for them in future missions. Yeah, it's a difficult task. Naruto suddenly stood up and jumped onto another tree, the one he was sitting on. A Kineso explosive seal appeared and the tree exploded. Naruto. Naruto approached the remaining tree and thought. Naruto, explosive seal. Is this an organization of exploders? Naruto looked up and picked up the burnt piece of paper and squeezed it. Naruto, I will find out who attacked me and destroy them. End of the part. In 3 days at the academy. Irika, today you take all the exams. Now the first exam is a test, you have to take the exam and then go out into the yard, there they will tell you the next exam, and now I will hand out the tests. Irika took the stack of papers and began handing out papers to his students. After a minute, he finished and placed the watch on the table. Irika, I'll give you 30 minutes, there are 20 questions here. So, let's begin. Irika set the alarm and everyone started writing. It was a little difficult for Menma, Kiba and Choji. The rest just wrote the test and answered the questions. And the rest without clan some answered a few questions. After 30 minutes everything was finished and the alarm rang. Irika, time's up. You can go out now. I'll be right there. All the students went out into the yard and started waiting for Irika. He arrived 2 minutes later. Irika, the second exam is a sparring match. I will call out the names of 2 students. So, Hinata Hyuga and Menma will come out here. Sakura looked at the 2 people coming out into the circle and began to think. Sakura, since the day I entered this class, I always studied them. Hinata is not like the one I know. She is very brave, smart and strong. But a little scary when she is angry. Hinata stood in a stance like Menma. Irika stood next to them and gave a wave and jumped back. By this time Menma quickly swung his right hand horizontally. Hinata dodged Menma's blow and stretched out her palm with both hands and said. Hinata, you're finished now. Hinata started to hit straight. Menma barely dodged Hinata's palms and grabbed her left hand from another blow. He threw it over himself. But Hinata, when she was in the air, she quickly joined her legs and she kicked him in the stomach, pushing him away from the circle, and she herself landed and adjusted her clothes. Irika, Hinata Hyuga wins. Hinata stepped out of the circle and stood in her place and thought. Hinata, he's weak. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke and Yakoshi Uchiha are stronger than him. I need to train more to fight them. Menma also got himself together and stood next to Naruto. Irika called the others and the fight began, and Naruto asked his brother. Naruto, so, why did you lose so quickly? Menma, I don't like hitting girls. And I haven't fully recovered yet. That's why I don't have the strength to fight fully yet. Naruto, I see. Okay, that's not what I'm interested in right now. Do you still feel weak right now? Menma, yeah. I'd like to be healthy like you, Naruto. And like everyone else. Naruto, I have an idea, but I need to talk to Danzo-sama. And I need to talk to one person. Menma, and who is that? The fight ended and others came out. Naruto, you'll find out. In the meantime, watch the fights. You'll have to team up with some of them in the future. Menma, I know, I'm watching. Another fight ended and Shikamaru and Choji came out. Irika, begin. Choji quickly formed his hand into a large one. He punched the ground causing a large vibration and Shikamaru lost his balance and fell to one knee. Choji had already swung but he stopped. Choji, I thought you wouldn't make it in time, Shikamaru. But as always, you think ahead. Shikamaru, yes. When Shikamaru fell to his knees, he folded his seals and summoned a shadow and paralyzed Choji. Irika, the winner is Shikamaru Nara. Next. Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka. Sakura, what? How is that? Almost everything is canon. They both went out and stood in their stances. Irika gave the signal and Sakura just watched and remembered the Yamanaka clan technique. She saw the seals being folded and she quickly ran up and wanted to hit, but Ino managed to move into Sakura's consciousness where she saw an adult girl of about 21 years old. Ino, who are you? Sakura, nobody. Come out. She hit the ground and the space broke and Ino found herself in reality. Sakura took a kunai in her hand and put it right on her head. Irika, winner Sakura Haruno. Next up is Yakoshi Uchiha and Sai. They came out into the circle and also stood in their stances. Sai, I hope you don't lose to me Uchiha. Yakoshi, HM. And I also hope you don't lose in 3 seconds. Irika, let's begin. Yakoshi and Sai ran at each other and bumped elbows, punched each other and Yakoshi made a sweep and pushed off. Sai jumped from the sweep, he also pushed off. Sai took a tanto from his back and Yakoshi kunai, he threw Sai kunai and taking 2 kunai in his hands ran towards him. Sai reflected several and dodging the last ones did not notice the approach and he reacted in time, blocked 1 kunai but did not dodge the other, receiving a wound on his cheek. Sai, not bad. Sai quickly dodged another attack and he and Yakoshi began to exchange blows. They exchanged blows for a few seconds but Yakoshi got tired of these games, turned on his Sharingan and looked into Sai's eyes and knocked him out. Irika, winner Yakoshi Uchiha. Great fight. Next, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke and Naruto stood in a circle and Sasuke immediately activated the Sharingan and said, Sasuke, I'll show you what I've learned. Naruto, I hope so, Sasuke. When Irika gave the signal, Sasuke quickly appeared nearby and jumped to kick him in the head, but Naruto deflected his leg with both hands, took his leg and threw it to the edge of the circle. Sasuke pulled out a kunai in flight, stuck it into the ground, stopping at the edge of the circle. He quickly stood up and ran to Naruto, began throwing kunai and shurikens. Naruto pulled out a kunai, deflected the shurikens, and dodged the kunai, and when Sasuke was 1 meter away from him, Sasuke made a sweep and hit Naruto in the stomach. Naruto jumped and deflected her blow with his leg, stood on the ground and he stretched out his hand and pulled. Sasuke was about to take the kunai, but something stopped him. Naruto, not a bad fight. So my lines helped me. Naruto removed his hand and let go of Sasuke. The lines that were on Sasuke's arms and legs simply fell to the ground. Irika, winner Naruto Uzumaki. Next. Naruto and Sasuke came out of the circle. They stood in a row and started talking. Sasuke, you only used almost half your power, right? Naruto, you could say 10%. Or 15. So I would have won anyway. Sasuke, I see. I think we'll all become genin. And there will be a lot of missions. Naruto, yeah, D-rank missions. Sasuke, Naruto, can we talk today? Naruto, if it's something important. Sasuke, it's very important. The 2 of us. Naruto, so I already understood. Anyway, I'll come to you today. All the fights ended and when everyone went back into the classroom, everyone showed their henge and techniques except for some clanless ones. After this lesson, he let everyone go and everyone went home except Naruto, who moved to the entrance to the shelter and went into Danzo's office. Naruto, Danzo-sama. I have a question. Danzo, what do you want? Naruto, well, you know that Menma's health isn't that great right now. Danzo, Naruto, and to help him, I want the Kyuubi taken out of me and resealed into Menma. Danzo stood up abruptly and with one hand he hit the table hard. Danzo, no way. You remember that resealing kills former Kyuubi carriers. Naruto, I don't care. And my mother survived after the kyubi was extracted. And if we consider that my genes are Uzumaki, Uchiha, Hyuga and Senju, then I can survive. Danzo, you can't be convinced. But I'll tell you one thing, you'll be without missions for 2 weeks, only in D rank, restoring your strength. Naruto, then tonight. Prepare everything and tell the third about it. Naruto disappeared from the office. Danzo, what a naughty boy. He's just like his parents. Naruto was now in a small block, on the threshold of Sasuke's house. Sasuke came from the academy and he opened the door and went in together. Naruto, so what's the urgency? Sasuke cancelled the henge. Sasuke, anyway. You remember that we had to think about our feelings. And finally the moment has come. Naruto, well. I'll be honest. I'm in love with you, Sasuke. And I hope my feelings are mutual. Sasuke, mutual. And to prove it, She approached Naruto to kiss him but Naruto stopped her. Naruto, no, it's too early for kissing. Instead, he pulled her close and hugged her. Sasuke hugged him too. Naruto, let's enjoy life together. Sasuke, yeah. Naruto, let's go out tonight. Naruto, okay. I'll train then and come to your place. Sasuke, okay, can this be considered a date? Naruto, yeah. Naruto left her house and went to training ground 33. There he started training as usual, but he looked at his stats. Status. Name, Naruto Uzumaki. Clan, Uzumaki, Otsutsuki. Level, 31. Experience, 2800/32,000. Health, 7500/7500. Chakra, 10500/10500. Strength, 734. Endurance, 783. Intelligence, 826. Agility, 769. Speed, 738. Naruto, Otsutsuki clan. I don't know what kind of clan this is but I need to get ready for a date. First date. Sakura, date? With who? I'm interested. Naruto looked back, Sakura came out of the bushes. Naruto, none of your business. Sakura, okay. By the way, I found a secret level. But to get through it, we need several people or just 4. Naruto, we can't do it for 2 weeks yet. And I can't explain it now. Okay, I have to go. Sakura, huh? UW. Gone. We need to follow him. Naruto moved home and got ready and when it was 8 o'clock in the evening, he was at the threshold of Sasuke's house and he and her left the block. Sasuke was completely unrecognizable except for Naruto and Yukoshi. Naruto walked with her and played together in the rides, but 2 people were watching them. Goodbye Sasuke and Naruto. Sakura, where can I find Naruto AA? Yukoshi, are you looking for Naruto? Sakura looked back in fear. Sakura. Yukoshi. You scared me. Yukoshi, I'm asking, are you looking for Naruto? Sakura, yeah. Yukoshi, it's better not to now, he has things to do. Sakura, things to do? Isn't this a date with some girl by any chance? Yukoshi, so you know. But you don't know who Naruto's girlfriend is? Sakura, no. Do you know? Yukoshi, I would have told you by chance if I knew. But I know and I have nothing to say. Sakura, so. You just said something unclear, or I didn't understand. Yukoshi, I know who Naruto's girlfriend is, but I won't say who it is. If you want to find out yourself. Oh, by the way, if you also wanted to keep an eye on Naruto, who's dating him, or on me, I know where they might be. Yakoshi dragged her straight to the rides where Sasuke and Naruto were now. Having been watching them for half an hour, Sakura said. Sakura, and she's pretty. And why hasn't Naruto met her for a long time, and I don't know her? Yakoshi, really? You didn't even recognize her? It's better for you not to know. Sakura, oh, come on. They're happy. I'm jealous. Yakoshi, what are you jealous of? As Naruto told me, you were reincarnated into this world, and that's why you know everything about our world. Sakura, oh Naruto. Anyway, yes, in my past life, as far as I remember, I didn't have a boyfriend. So you can consider me single. Yakoshi, Sakura. It's better not to disturb this couple, otherwise they'll be looking at us. Naruto, those two will be watching. Sasuke, and why did I tell Yakoshi that you and I would be dating? Naruto, I know him, but Sakura will be a problem. She mustn't find out who you are. Sasuke, yeah, okay, let's go up the mountain. I want to see the village from above. Naruto, yeah. Naruto picked her up and he disappeared. Yakoshi and Sakura landed in their place. Sakura, well. We lost them. Yakoshi, I told you not to disturb them. Okay, you need to go home. Sakura, where are you going? Yakoshi, me? I'm going to train. Sakura, train at night? Yakoshi, is there a problem? Sakura, no, okay then, bye. See you tomorrow. Yakoshi, you too. They went their separate ways. Now on the Hokage mountain, Naruto and Sasuke sat and looked at the night Konoha. Sasuke, as always, a beautiful place. Naruto, and you're even more beautiful. Naruto hugged her as she hugged him, but Naruto heard a noise from behind. Naruto, you can come out, snakes. Sasuke looked at Naruto in confusion. Snake, as always, resourceful Naruto. Your name is? Naruto, got it, I'll be right there. Naruto stood up and again taking Sasuke in his arms he moved to her house and letting go said. Naruto, we'll meet tomorrow at the academy. Good night, Sasuke. Sasuke, and good night to you, Naruto. They hugged each other and let go. Naruto disappeared, and Sasuke, still standing in the place where Naruto was, went into her house. Night. Root Umbu hideout. In the White Room there were currently 8 Root Umbu, Danzo, Naruto and Menma. Danzo, so. Menma, now we will help you at your brother's request. Menma, Naruto? But how and with what? Naruto, reseal the Kyuubi into you. Menma, hearing this, came up to Naruto and grabbed him by the collar of his jacket. Menma, reseal into me? As I heard from Danzo-sama, extraction and resealing. It's dangerous. Do you want to die? Naruto, I won't die. You don't know what I went through killing other people. So if I die, I'll die with honor. And if not, I'll consider myself a traitor to humanity. So forgive me, Menma. Naruto removed his hands and hit him in the neck, knocking him out. Naruto, begin. Naruto took his body, he put it on the couch, and also lay down on the next one. Danzo gave the signal to the ANBU, 6 of them made seals and red chakra began to come out of Naruto's stomach seal and settle into a new seal on Menma's stomach. Naruto, Kyuubi, human. You are depriving yourself of a powerful weapon. Why are you resealing me? Naruto, Kyuubi? Kyuubi, yes. Your father defeated me and resealed me with his own life into you. And I respect him for that. But you are helping your brother whom you have never known your entire life. Naruto, he is more worthy than me. It hurts. And so that he can start living well. I will try to take my own life. Ah. Kyubi, you are not an ordinary person. I will say one thing. Your body and chakra are changing. And I have been holding back so that you do not become like that. And soon, when I am inside your brother, you will change. Naruto, I don't care. The main thing is that he lives and takes care of our little sister. Kyubi, hearing such an answer, simply chuckled and simply relaxed. When he relaxed, Naruto's body began to change as did his chakra. Naruto's skin began to turn white as did his hair. His chakra began to thicken and became large. Naruto, ah. My body. My chakra. Ah. Danzo. What's happening to you? Kyubi, in order not to harm Naruto anymore, he himself quickly began to move into a new seal. After 7 minutes, all the chakra and the Kyubi himself were in Menma's seal. Naruto let out a sigh of relief and relaxed. Danzo, oh. It's over. Are you okay, Naruto? Danzo now looked at Naruto as he started to stand up. His appearance now looked like this, his skin and hair were white and his were activated. Naruto, my body aches. But I feel like I'm starting to get a little stronger and cough. I feel better. Danzo, I don't understand. I need to examine your blood and your cells. You say you feel good and better. I don't understand. Naruto, I'll go home. Naruto started to get up but several ANBUs stopped him. Danzo, you should lie down. Don't worry about tomorrow. Rest. Naruto reluctantly lay down more comfortably on the couch and after 2 minutes, finally relaxing, he fell asleep. Danzo, tiger. Take his blood and examine it. Let him rest like his brother while you examine his blood. Tiger, yes, Danzo-sama. The ANBU left, the tiger took a few drops of blood from Naruto and left the room. Danzo looked at the two for a few minutes and also left. Meanwhile, inside Menma's seal. Kyubi, His chakra has increased and become different. I hope at least that this kid will be okay. Now my new Jinchuriki's body is fine, blue eyes. If we count it like that, then soon there will be the time that the old man said. Kyubi laid down his paws and began to fall asleep. Morning. Academy. All the students gathered in the classroom and waited for their sensei. Sasuke was sitting on the desk with Sakura and was excited. Sasuke, I don't see Naruto, where is he now? Sakura, Sasuke? You look worried. Sasuke, Sakura, you were a little happy when you came, but now you're worried. Sasuke, maybe. Sakura, maybe. I didn't find out who Naruto's girlfriend is. I wanted to be friends with her. Sasuke, Naruto's girlfriend? I heard from Yakoshi that Naruto was on a date. And I think Naruto is happy. Sakura looked at Sasuke with confusion and saw that he was a little embarrassed. Sakura, Sasuke? What's wrong? Sasuke, nothing. Irika and one Jounin entered the classroom. Irika, so now I'm going to hand out your forehead protectors and announce who's on what team. I think I'll get started. Sakura, wait. Where are Naruto, Sai, and Menma? Jounin, they're at training ground number 7 right now. Irika, I'll take Sakura Haruno, Sasuke Uchiha, and Yakoshi Uchiha. Irika, okay. They're on the list, yes. You can take them, and I'll announce the other teams. Jounin, those I named, please follow me. The named stood up and followed the Jounin. When they reached training ground number 7, they saw only Sai there. Sasuke, where are the others? Jounin, they're busy now, the Hokage herself ordered me to bring you here. Sakura, why? Sai, so that we can test our strength for now. Naruto and Menma passed, but we didn't. I, Sai, Menma, and Yakoshi will be on the team of the Jounin mentor, Shiro Megami. Sakura, what about Sasuke, Naruto, and I? Sai, you will be on the same team as Kakashi Hatake, who is currently late. Sakura, Kakashi. And in this world, he is late and the same lineup except another team has appeared. Shiro, okay. We'll start now. Sai and Yakoshi follow me. Sasuke and Sakura, stay here. Naruto will come with Kakashi Hatake. And Menma will come a little later. Yakoshi, Those two and the sensei of the other team will be late. Sasuke, yeah, okay Sakura, let's wait for them. Shiro and his students left. Sakura, now we have to wait for them. Naruto and Menma were now awake and remembering what happened. Naruto, so, my body and my chakra changed and increased, you remember. Menma, you will pay for this, you could have died. Naruto, but you didn't die, you changed. Menma, yeah. Danzo opened the door and entered with Kakashi. Kakashi, no, I wasn't. I was just reading, I wasn't late. Danzo, that's so easy to believe. So, Naruto and Menma, you're going to go with him to training ground number 7. Naruto, to training ground number 7? Menma, I don't even know about training grounds. Kakashi, Naruto, what happened to you? Naruto, It's just. Danzo, right. Either you come out now, or I'll throw you out myself. Kakashi simply took 2 and moved to training ground number 7, where Sakura and Sasuke were waiting. Kakashi, and you, Menma. Kakashi disappeared with him and appeared alone. Kakashi, so. Let's begin. Kakashi, so. You need to take these bells. He pointed at 2 bells, and yes, try, you can attack as if you want to kill. Sakura, according to my memories. He uses these bells for the test we're taking now, and this is teamwork. Kakashi-sensei? I'm thinking right now that we can kill you. Are Sasuke and Naruto working together? Naruto, yeah, Kakashi-sensei owes me, am I right? Kakashi, maybe, knowing your abilities and the abilities of the Uchiha, I dare to assume that she has the Sharingan. And as for you, Sakura, I don't know your abilities since I haven't seen them. Sasuke, if so, then we'll begin. Kakashi, okay, 1, 2, 3. The 3 disappeared and Kakashi pulled out his book. Kakashi, so, where was I? Here. He was about to read when kunai appeared behind him and shurikens in front. Kakashi, it looks like they're working as a team. Just think. In this book. Very interesting. Kakashi took a kunai in his free hand and deflected some of the kunai and shuriken, dodging the rest. As he dodged, hands came out of the ground and grabbed Kakashi's legs. Kakashi, hands? They distracted me with kunai and shuriken. From the other side of the forest, 2 fireballs were approaching, and from the other side, wind bullets. Kakashi, I'm surrounded. Smart for kids, I think we need to act seriously. Kakashi put the book in his pouch and when the jutsu approached, Kakashi simply used a substitution and the jutsu collided and disappeared. Kakashi, oh, that's very interesting. Naruto, you should be very serious, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi, Where did you come from? Never mind. He lifted the protector from his left eye and opened his eyes and looked at Naruto. Be prepared. Naruto, yeah. A puff of smoke appeared from Naruto. Kakashi, shadow clone? From another tree, Sasuke and Sakura appeared. Sasuke and Sakura, joint technique. They threw kunai and shurikens, shadow cloning shurikens. Kakashi, what? Behind him, Two Narutos appeared again and took Kakashi's hands. Naruto, I wonder how you'll get away from the kunai and shuriken. Naruto's clones disappeared forming lightning. The lightning hit Kakashi and he lost himself, and the throwing weapons hit Kakashi, but he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto landed next to Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto, clone. He sent a clone instead of himself. I can't sense his chakra. Sakura. I didn't think we'd defeat a Jonin. Sasuke, tch. I spent my chakra on one technique and on the shuriken and kunai cloning technique. Naruto, okay, he'll come anyway now. I'll rest for now. Kakashi, I wouldn't advise you to rest. Everyone looked up, and on a high branch lay Kakashi reading his book. Naruto, you just showed up, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi, your sensory abilities are impressive. So, this training was about teamwork. So you passed. You are now team number 7. Naruto, so is this training ground number 7? Sakura, ugh. I'm tired and I spent a lot of chakra on cloning. Sasuke, me too, but it was worth it. Kakashi, by the way, how do you know this technique? And I wanted to ask you, Naruto. Why did you change and your chakra became different? Everyone looked at Naruto and Sakura recognized some similarities. Sakura, Otsutsuki. Naruto, what's wrong with you? Naruto, what's wrong with you? Sasuke, yeah, your appearance is different. Naruto, well. I can't explain it. So if that's all, I'm going home. Bye, everyone. Naruto immediately disappeared. Sasuke, come on Naruto. Sakura, yeah. Kakashi, so, tomorrow at 8 a.m. we meet at training ground number 7, here. I'll teach you. Sakura, Kakashi will teach? Did I hear right? Sasuke, okay. See you tomorrow, everyone. Sakura, and the whole world is different on this day. Everything is different here. Yakoshi is like Sasuke who hates everyone. And Menma who is now on another team. Are they really the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura? My brain is about to explode. While she was thinking, Sasuke and Kakashi left. Umbu shelter. Danzo, yeah. His blood and cells don't match the previous ones. His body and chakra have changed, oh. I hope he doesn't become a renegade after this. Now he was looking at the reports of Naruto and Menma. Danzo, and Menma is fine now, his body has recovered, but the main thing is that Kyuubi doesn't start to break free. Naruto appeared in the office. Naruto, what should I do with my appearance now? Danzo, so you're here, I'll tell you about your blood and cells. Your body, chakra, and cells have changed. You're no longer a human, but a human. Naruto, I don't get it. Danzo, even though you're smart, you're stupid. I'm saying that you're not a human, but you look like a human. Your chakra has become denser and your reserve has increased. You could say you've stepped over the Uzumaki blood. And as I see, your eyes are in normal condition, but your eyes have become a bit like the Byakugan now. Naruto. And these clothes don't suit me right now. Danzo, use henge for now. I think it will help you. Tell your friends and acquaintances that you're just testing one technique. Naruto, okay. By the way, should I participate in D-rank missions for 2 weeks? Danzo, yeah, rest. Knowing that Kakashi, you used up your chakra without fully recovering. You can go, I have things to do now. Naruto, okay. Naruto disappeared and Danzo continued his business. Sasuke, you're saying that your blood and chakra have changed? Naruto, yeah, I don't know what to do now. Sasuke, fool, you could have died. Naruto, but I'm alive. Sasuke, who was now standing in front of Naruto in her form. Sasuke, yesterday. You thought you were going to die and that's why we were on a date, right? You thought if you died you would leave a memory of yourself to me? Naruto, yeah. I regret doing it, but I'm alive and ready for any situation. Sasuke, yeah, you're the same Usuran Tokachi. The Kyuubi that almost destroyed Konoha 9 years ago was in you and yesterday you resealed it in Menma, who is now your brother. And I'm only finding out about this now. Naruto, yeah, even though it was necessary to heal him completely. My control over chakra has increased as has my strength. Sasuke, well, at least you're okay. Sasuke hugged him and he returned the hug. Naruto, you know, I forgot to give you this yesterday but it doesn't matter now. Sasuke, what? Naruto, nothing. Naruto was now at Sasuke's house who came here 3 hours later to talk about it. After half an hour of talking to her, Naruto and Sasuke's mood improved. Sasuke, by the way, tomorrow at 8 a.m. we meet at Training Ground 7, Kakashi-sensei will teach us. Naruto, okay, I'll come tomorrow. I have a feeling that someone is watching us. Sasuke, me too. At this time, Sakura, who was sitting on the street and listening to the conversation between Naruto and Sasuke, who had just arrived. Sakura, who is this girl? She and Naruto noticed, but why is this girl in Sasuke's house? Naruto, we need to check outside. Sakura, we need to hide. Sakura quickly stood up and hid in the bushes when Naruto had already opened the door. Naruto, it's strange. There's no one here. Okay then. Sasuke, are you leaving already? Naruto, and most likely to rest, because I need to rest and recover. Sasuke, okay, come again, I'll be glad to see you. Naruto, yeah, see you tomorrow. Sakura looked through the bushes and saw them hugging. Sakura, they are really close. If she lives in Sasuke's house, that means she's his sister. I want to know this girl's name and be friends. Naruto and Sasuke said goodbye and Naruto went home and Sasuke closed the door. Sakura went home in a happy mood. Morning. Hokage's residence. Naruto, oh no. You're definitely kidding me. Now the guys were at the residence to receive a mission a week after the genin exams. Naruto, it would be better to train than these missions. Hiruzen, Naruto. I can give you a mission of a higher rank. Naruto, no way, these D-rank ones will do for now. Are you willing to do D-rank missions? Sasuke, if there's something interesting there. Sakura, it all depends on the missions. By the way, Hokage-sama, why are we only doing missions now, a week after the genin exams? Hiruzen, oh yeah, I forgot to say that after the exams, there will be a rest for new genin, and now that you've rested for a week, you can start missions. Team 9 is currently doing missions. Shiro, Team 9's mentor, is currently on rest because something bad happened. But he's okay. Naruto, Shiro? Is that a snake? Sakura, oh yeah, he's the mentor and sensei of Menma, Yakoshi, and Sai. Naruto, got it, who's in favor? Everyone nodded. Kakashi, this is the first time I've seen genin agree to D-rank missions. Okay Hokage-sama, what mission? Hiruzen, so, your missions. The first mission is to deliver these scrolls directly to the Konoha post office, points to 3 scrolls. The second mission, you will need to walk the dogs, and the third mission is to show the academy students the basic techniques of the academy. Naruto, normal missions, okay, let's go. Naruto took the 3 scrolls and walked out of the office. Sakura and Sasuke followed him. Kakashi took the scrolls with the missions and followed the others. Evening. Naruto, yeah, the academy students are just swarming like ants. Sasuke, you can't say. Okay, if we're done, I'll go to my quarters and help Izumi-chan keep an eye on the Uchihas. Sakura, Izumi? That's. Wait, Sasuke said that Izumi was keeping an eye on it, which means she's alive. I hope she knows about Naruto's girlfriend. Sasuke, can I come with you? I want to see how the Uchihas live. Sasuke, why do you need it? Sakura, to help with whatever I can. Naruto, oh yeah, Sasuke, you said that there wasn't enough food and some clothes for some of the Uchihas. Should I help you with that? Sasuke, it wouldn't hurt. There might be some interesting clothes or something in the barrier. Sakura. I forgot that you could get trophies there. Naruto, what? You could get trophies. Yeah, that's just disgusting. We forgot about it. But now we remembered. Kakashi, what are you kids talking about? The three turned around. Naruto, okay, first, we're talking here. Second, don't interfere, and third, for calling us babies. I'll kill you. Naruto had already pulled out his sword with a pole, and he gave the pole to Sakura and the sword to Sasuke. He took the kunai himself. And everyone looked angrily at Kakashi. Kakashi, what's wrong with you? Naruto, you're finished, Shadow Clone. 5 clones appeared in Team 7 along with the clones started running towards Kakashi. Kakashi, time to run. Kakashi began to run away from his students. Sasuke, interesting. Naruto, yeah. You could consider it a B rank, catching a jounin. Sakura, agreed. Kakashi-sensei, are you comfortable there? After half an hour of running, they took Kakashi hostage and tied him up in an alley where they hung him by his arms and legs. Kakashi, let go. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura. Naruto, apologize first. You read your book all the time, and during training you just sat there and gave orders. Do this, do that, can't you train normally? Sakura, I suggest we burn his book. Sasuke, agreed. Kakashi, no, you wouldn't dare. Naruto, we dare. Naruto started looking for the book in his pouch and in his vest pockets. He found it, and Sasuke and Sakura lit a torch. Kakashi, no, please. Naruto, then there is a condition. Will you train us normally and start treating us like students, or should I remember that thing that happened when I was 7? Kakashi's eyes widened. Kakashi, okay. I agree with you. Sakura, okay then. Sasuke, I'll go. Naruto, yeah, I have to go to the store. Naruto threw the book on the ground and Sasuke put out the torch and went to his quarter. Sakura went home and Naruto went to the store, but they forgot about someone. Kakashi. It's good that the original didn't fall into that trap. Kakashi disappeared, as did the book that was lying on the ground. The lines hit the walls. Naruto, so, what should I buy? It's been a long time since I visited Mito. Menma, so you're coming too? Menma walked to his left side from the grocery vegetables. Naruto, Menma? Menma, yeah, me, who else would it be? Naruto, I heard something happened to your sensei, care to tell me? Menma, yeah, my team and I just went crazy from his crazy training. And for that, we gave our sensei a nice gift in the form of a holiday gift with a slime bomb. After that, we gave him a sleeping pill for 2 hours and we made a mess of his house. Naruto, what? Our sensei didn't even train us, he just sat there and read. So my teammates and I tied him up and hung his arms and legs. But at least we know his weak point. Menma, well. But it's a shame about Shiro-sensei. Naruto, okay, let's buy a gift for Mito and groceries for Grandma Biwako together. Menma, yeah. They bought some vegetables and some cooking stuff. They mainly went to another store and bought clothes for Mito and some things for her drawings. Naruto, she'll love these gifts. Menma, yeah, let's go, and thanks for helping me. Naruto, you're welcome. They arrived at Hiruzen and Biwako's house in 8 minutes. Naruto knocked and the door was opened by Mito, who now looked prettier than last time. Menma and Naruto. Oh Mito. Mito, Naruto brother and Menma brother. She jumped and hugged the two of them. And after letting them go, she hit them both in the stomach. Naruto and Menma, for what? Mito, brother Naruto, for not visiting me in my free time, and you, brother Menma, for coming once a week ago without a gift. Menma and Naruto, I'm sorry. Mito hugged them again and said. Mito, it's good that you came, grandma isn't feeling any better today. Naruto, what? Menma, Biwako-san? Mito, right now she's lying down and looking out the window. And there's no time to go to the academy. Naruto, it's okay, Menma, we'll be looking after grandma from tomorrow. Menma, okay. And you, Mito, don't worry. Mito, thank you. They all went into the house and put the bags on the table and went to Biwako's room. There she was lying and looking out the window and didn't react to anything. Naruto, Menma and Mito were sitting, but after 5 minutes they went down to the kitchen and there they talked and thought about who would look after Biwako tomorrow. Naruto, so, Menma, you'll look after Granny tomorrow, and I'll come in 2 days. Menma, yeah, and you, Mito, can go to the academy without worrying. Mito, thank you, I want Granny to live. Naruto, okay, oh yeah, Mito, Menma and I will help you with your training. When you come tomorrow I'll train you while Menma looks after Granny. Menma, yeah, and in 2 days I'll teach you. Mito, I'm glad I have you. Mito hugged them and fell asleep in the arms of his elders. Naruto picked her up and carried her to her room where he laid her down and returned to Menma. Naruto, Mito. I feel sorry for her. I've only lived here for 4 years, but Mito has lived here since she was born. Menma, yeah, tell me, how did you spend your time after your parents died? Naruto, okay, it all started with. Naruto began to tell about those times. End of the section. And a small stage. Night Hokage residence. Danzo, are you sure you agree? Hiruzen, yes. Biwako. My wife is not responding right now. And that's why I will be at home and looking after her, and you, Danzo, will be Hokage until I return to my post. Danzo, as Naruto says, are you kidding me, Hiruzen? The last thing I need is to do the Hokage's job. Hiruzen, I beg you, besides you are my only friend who is also a rival. Danzo, okay, I will help. Naruto, Danzo-sama? What are you doing here? Danzo, I'm working. Your mission is C rank. Sakura, what? Sasuke, Naruto, Danzo-sama. Are you kidding? Kakashi, I wouldn't be so stupid, Danzo-sama, you want geniuses to carry out a C rank mission? Danzo, yes Kakashi, in this mission, you need to find a bandit hideout to the northwest of the Land of Fire. They're a small gang that robs people who are traveling. You need to capture these bandits. Naruto, the mission is clear. Sakura, so am I. Sasuke, okay. Kakashi, by the way, where is Hokage-sama? Danzo, on vacation. I advise you to complete the mission quickly. Naruto, yes. Danzo, Naruto. Rabbit. Naruto's eyes widened sharply and he said. Naruto, I see. Let's go. Naruto turned around and walked out of the office. The others were confused about what was happening to him, but they followed him too. Konoha Gate. Naruto, so, Kakashi-sensei, I'll go on the other side while you go to the main objective. I have a plan to find those bandits. Kakashi, okay. Sasuke, where are you going? Naruto, you'll see. Naruto ran in the other direction from the gate and the team went the other way. Naruto went a sufficient distance and sat on his knees, made several seals and touched the ground and a box came out of the ground. He opened the lid of the box, took a rabbit mask from there and put it on his face. Naruto, a dangerous mission, if Danzo-sama says otherwise then something will happen. So, we need to change clothes but first. Naruto took off his mask, created a clone and sent it to that place, and he himself changed into ANBU gear and, dispelling the henge, he put on a mask. Naruto, problem. My appearance is different but still. Sasuke or Sakura will recognize either Kakashi-sensei. There is a chance that they will recognize me right away, yes, but I created a clone and we can consider everything normal. So we need to go. Naruto put the box back in place and again folded several seals and the earth absorbed the box. Naruto ran to the designated place. Sakura, Kakashi-sensei. It looks like there's a cave and I see two people. Kakashi, they're bandits. Now let's come up with a plan. Naruto will back us up so there's nothing to worry about. I'll disguise myself and you'll be hostages. Sasuke, hostages? Kakashi, yeah, when one of them goes for a walk, I'll knock him out and I'll disguise myself. Now let's get started. They started following and after 7 minutes of following one of them left, Kakashi followed him, knocked him out and used henge copying the bandit's image. He moved to the others. Kakashi, now I will tie your hands with light ropes, then when we go inside and find their leader we must capture them. Sasuke and Sakura, understood. Kakashi tied them up and they went to the entrance. Bandit, you found these two? Ho ho, the boss will be pleased. Kakashi, yeah, I'll take them and you keep an eye here. Bandit, yeah, tell them I found them too, or you'll take the glory for yourself. Kakashi, okay. Kakashi and the team went inside and they saw a very large cave that was lit by torches. And at the end of the cave was the leader who was sitting and watching the other bandits settle in here. Kakashi, This is very strange. I can feel chakra here even though the chakra is coming from there. Sasuke, what do you think? Kakashi, let's go and find out now. They began to approach the leader. Chief, oh, you found the slaves. Kakashi, yeah, boss, what are your orders? Chief, take them to the cell, there will be several cells. Kakashi, okay, but... Kakashi dispelled the henge with a quick blow and knocked him out with a blow to the neck. Kakashi, so there's no chakra coming from him. The chakra is underground. The earth began to shake and walls came out of the earth which connected and on the outside it looked like a cube. Shinobi, good trick, using shape-shifting into one of us. 2 Shinobi, yeah, but why do they only have 3, where's the other one? Shinobi, yeah, you're right. One is missing. Take some people and find another 150 meters away from our base. 2 Shinobi, yes. The second Shinobi took 6 people and went to search. Shinobi, so, a Jounin who is stronger than me has fallen into my trap. This is a great catch for me. Although I am not an experienced Jounin myself, even though I am a missing nin. Naruto, okay, I see 7 people came out. When they leave, I'll go inside. My clone is probably hiding. Naruto's clone was now sitting and waiting for his guests who were 30 meters away from him. When 7 people approached the tree on which he was sitting. Shinobi, I see. He sits and doesn't help, what kind of genin is this? Naruto clone, I'm not even a genin, I'm a super genin. Naruto jumped on one of the bandits, kicking him in the face and in midair kicked 3 more and landed on the ground. Naruto clone, I knocked out 4 of them but you 3 remained. Shinobi, you brat. Do you think you can win? Naruto clone, yeah, and guess what? You're on my field. The shinobi interrupted the chakra flow and saw that they were in a clearing. Shinobi. Let's run away from. He didn't have time to finish speaking as the seal explosion activated around them. The seals exploded and there was fog in this clearing. When the fog cleared, the clones saw how the shinobi was barely holding on to one knee and the others were lying battered with burns. Shinobi, cough cough. You're a puppy. How did you? Naruto clone, I needed some chakra and here. Sorry, but I have to save my team. Naruto kicked him in the face, knocking him out, and he tied them to a tree and ran to the cave. Shinobi, explosion? That means it's not far from here. Everyone concentrate. The bandits began to wait. Naruto's clone appeared at the entrance. Clone, so. I came here to free my teammates. And you're a bad shinobi if you didn't recognize an elite jounin of the Hidden Leaf Village. Shinobi, elite jounin? Are you kidding? Behind him, this shinobi heard the singing of 1,000 birds. Shinobi, no way. Copy ninja. Kakashi created a chidori, destroying the wall, and with a quick knee to the stomach and a kick, he sent the bandit into the wall. Kakashi, right on time. Naruto. Clone, yeah. Naruto, it's okay. But why did Danzo-sama say that? Unknown, maybe because of me? Naruto, sitting on a tree branch, turned around and saw a man with a sword with the sign of the moon. Naruto, moon swordsman. That's why. Swordsman, haha, why aren't you running? Naruto, why would I run if I can win? Katan, fireball. Naruto blew the ball straight towards the swordsman. The swordsman jumped back and the ball hit a tree. Naruto, shadow clone. Naruto created 10 clones who took the swords. Swordsman, clones? Huh, that won't stop me. Suetun, water dragon. A water dragon came out of his mouth and rushed and destroyed 4 of Naruto's clones. Naruto expected this and quickly moved. He swung, but the swordsman blocked the blow with his sword and turned around and kicked Naruto. Naruto flew into a tree. Naruto, Not a bad reaction for a swordsman. Swordsman, agreed? The reaction of every moon swordsman is sacred. Naruto, unless of course it's a root ANBU. Swordsman, are you a root ANBU? Your appearance. Your equipment. You're definitely a root. And that mask. You're not the ANBU I fought 5 years ago on the border with fog and fire. Naruto, you know that mask. So you fought my teacher. Swordsman, your teacher. Well. If I kill you, I'll avenge my comrades and my honor. Naruto, I don't think so. Sharingan. Naruto activated the Sharingan and quickly found himself with it and kicked him. The swordsman flew away, but Naruto again quickly found himself with him in the air, swung his sword and the swordsman reflected, but when Naruto touched him with his sword, he threw his sword away and sent him to the ground with a punch. A crater formed where the swordsman was lying. Naruto went down to the ground and checked his pulse and said, Naruto, alive, but passed out. This is at least a B-rank mission. Naruto tied him up and took him and went to the root base. Danzo, this is a B-rank mission. You can rest now. Tomorrow is a D-rank mission. Everyone was happy and everyone went outside. Danzo, moon swordsman, Well done, Naruto. Naruto stepped out of the shadows. Naruto, yes, I took him alive because he could tell us about his organization. Danzo, you're right. You can rest. Naruto, oh. Now Naruto and Mito were training. Mito was making progress and Naruto was honing her taijutsu. Naruto, Mito, your strength is impressive and so is your taijutsu. Mito, thank you, brother. Brother? Do you have a girlfriend? Naruto missed Mito's hand at this question and received a blow from her. Naruto, Mito, sorry, brother. Naruto, nothing, why did you ask that? Mito, it's just. I want to know if you have a girlfriend. Naruto, well. It's a little vague. But I do. For 2 weeks or a week now. Mito, wow. Can I meet her? Naruto, okay, but if she wants to. I think you'll like her. But you need to train. Mito, yeah, I want to see you tomorrow. Naruto, okay. Mito and Naruto continued training. Sasuke, does your sister want to see me? Naruto, yeah, she probably wants to meet me. Sasuke, I don't mind meeting your sister. We have a mission tomorrow anyway. Naruto, don't worry, I'll send a clone and I'll look after grandma. Sasuke, okay, I'll come after the missions. Naruto, thanks, Sasuke. Sasuke, and you too. They hugged each other, looking at the night sky and looking at the stars. Mito, brother. Mito ran out of the house and jumped to hug her older brother. Naruto, quiet Mito. How's grandma? Mito, okay, but when I came back from training, Menma-chan said it was good. And when I went into grandma's room, she was smiling a little. Naruto, smiling? Then that's good, well, you can go to the academy for now. We'll meet in 7 hours. Mito, okay, but. Where's your girlfriend? Naruto, oh yeah. Well, she's busy now, but she'll come. Mito, how will she come? Does she know where you are now? Naruto, well. There's one technique. I create a clone and the clone follows the instructions of the creator. I created it and sent it to my people. When they finish the mission, it will bring my girlfriend. Mito, okay, take care of grandma. She ran and shouted at the end. Naruto, okay. Naruto, Had to clean up a bit. By the way, where's the third one? If he's not at home or at work, then where is he? I'll go check on grandma. Naruto finished cleaning and went up to the second floor and knocked on the door and entered Biwako's room. Naruto, Granny. It's me, Naruto. Biwako turned her head and raised the corners of her lips slightly. Biwako, you're here. Naruto. How you've grown. Naruto, don't be afraid, Granny, Mito is at the academy now. Biwako, I know. Naruto. I know. That Menma will be looking after me tomorrow. Naruto, don't worry, Granny. Menma and I agreed that we would take turns looking after. Still, Mito should study and take care of herself. Biwako, you're as always. Kind, but a little. Stupid, but smart. Naruto, by the way, where's Grandpa? Biwako, Hiruzen? Knowing him. He's looking for a way to cure me. Still, I'm sick and I don't think I have long left. Naruto, don't think so, Granny. You're still young, more than a perverted hermit. Biwako, It's been a while since I heard you call Jiraiya. Naruto, no way. I won't call that old pervert by his name. Biwako, That's the kind of scoundrel he is. On missions with Hiruzen. They were perverts. Jiraiya himself learned a little from him. Naruto, really? Did Grandpa too? Biwako, yeah. By the way, I heard that your girlfriend is coming. Naruto blushed a little at these words. Naruto, how did you hear? Biwako, it wasn't for nothing that I was a shinobi. Naruto, I see. Well, yeah, Mito wanted to meet her. But my girlfriend's situation is a bit complicated. Biwako, you mean? She hides her identity under the name Sasuke? Naruto, now I'm totally shocked. How did you find out? Biwako, Sasuke's father, Fugaku. Uchiha asked Hiruzen. To name his son. Sasuke, Hiruzen's father. But instead of a son, she had a daughter. I know this because Hiruzen has a thing. With which I found out. Naruto, a thing? What is it? Biwako, it's a ball, with its help. He sees everything inside the village. But not everything. The ball gives a little time or the chakra will not be enough if you use the chakra on the ball for a long time. Naruto, ball. Then Grandpa will know who Sasuke is. Biwako, yeah. They continued talking. Naruto, haha, I see, I didn't know Danzo-sama and Grandpa were rivals, haha. Biwako, oh, by the way, your sister came. The door to the room opened. Mito, I'm home. Naruto, oh Mito. You're already here. Mito, yeah, Grandma knows everything, even when I come home. Naruto, yeah, I figured that out myself. Mito, what are you talking about, brother? Biwako, don't pay attention, Mito. Your brother is so. Mito, okay, by the way, I saw some black-haired guy and Menma's brother, they were actually dragging things but they were arguing about something. Naruto, Yakoshi and Menma? I'll ask him so that. Whoa, my girlfriend Mito is coming soon. Mito, wow, how did you know? Naruto, the clone told me she'll be here soon. Now we'll cook dinner. Are you with me? Mito, yeah, I want to cook myself. Naruto, okay. They went to the kitchen and started cooking dinner. Half an hour later Sasuke came. She knocked on the door and Mito opened the door. Mito, oh, are you my brother's girlfriend? Sasuke, and you are Naruto's little sister. Yes, I am Naruto's girlfriend. Mito, you are beautiful and kind, that's why brother loves you. Sasuke, in your opinion, yes, he is kind too. Naruto came out of the kitchen. Naruto, and you came. Sasuke, yes. Oh yeah, Mito, my name is Arya Uchiha. Naruto was surprised by the name. Mito, my name is Mito Uzumaki, nice to meet you Arya. Sasuke, nice to meet you too. Sasuke came in and Mito closed the door and went into the kitchen, and Naruto approached Sasuke and asked in a whisper. Naruto, Arya, huh? Sasuke, when we're alone, you can call me by my name, but right now, I'm Arya. Naruto, okay. But there's one problem. Granny and Grandpa. Sasuke, Naruto, they know who you are. Sasuke, I know, my dad told me, so it's not surprising. Naruto was surprised by this, but together with Sasuke they went to the kitchen where Mito had already laid out the food. When everyone started eating, Sasuke praised Mito and continued eating. Menma, huh? What? Your girlfriend? I just finished a mission 20 minutes ago and I came here to train Mito. But when I came in here, I saw you and this girl. And after explaining a little, you tell me that she is your girlfriend. This is just. Wow. Naruto, calm down. Are you a shinobi or what? Menma, how can I calm down? My little brother is stronger than me, he looks older than me, he has a girlfriend and this is humiliating for me. I'm just a laughing stock. Naruto, yeah, calm down. We've only been dating for almost 2 weeks. Menma, 2 weeks? That's fine, it's good that it's not a year or many years. Naruto, we've known each other since we were 8 years old. Menma. This is too much for my little brother. I need to correct the documents that you are my older brother and I am the younger or second brother. Naruto, oh. If I had known, I would have just taken Mito to you. Well, go already, Mito is waiting for you. Menma, oh yeah. We'll talk later. Naruto, yeah. Menma went outside and together with Mito went to train. Sasuke, huh? I can't. His face is just. Huh. Naruto, and his shock too. Okay, Sasuke. After Mito comes. Let's go for a walk. Sasuke, yeah, anywhere with you. But the main thing. You have to be with me. Naruto, yeah. Okay, I'll clean up the table. Sasuke, I'll help you. Hiruzen, medicine and. Well, I wouldn't want to get lost in the forest of death. So, what are the ingredients? Hiruzen has been here for 2 days now, looking for herbs for medicine. Hiruzen, oh. It's a bit difficult for an old man like me, but we need to find Biwako to be healthy. I hope she's okay, at least. He looked at the list on paper and went into the depths of the forest in the forest of death. When Mito arrived, she thanked the couple and they said goodbye. Sasuke, your sister is cute. I think she'd make a good bridesmaid. Naruto, yeah. And. Wait. Bridesmaid? Sasuke, what? Naruto, did you just say bridesmaid? We haven't even gotten married yet. Sasuke, I'm kidding, stupid. I'd rather have Sakura or Mito. Naruto, don't tell me you've already thought of a plan for the future? Sasuke, a little. Menma, there you are. Menma ran behind them towards them and stopped 1 meter away from them and said. Menma, you're lucky Naruto, you found such a beauty. By the way, what's your name, girl? And you remind me of someone. Sasuke, my name is Arya Uchiha, you know Uchiha Sasuke, right? Menma, yes, my brother's friend. He also has a friend who's a nasty guy, he jokes and is a little gloomy. Naruto, you mean Yakoshi? Menma, yes, today we competed with him to see who could carry things faster and who could dig the ground deeper than 5 meters faster. Sasuke, it looks like my friend, you've become Menma's rival, is that so? Okay, I'll go home, thanks Naruto for introducing me to his sister. Naruto, yeah, goodbye Arya. Sasuke, see you tomorrow. Sasuke left on the way to her house. Naruto, ugh. You're so weird Menma, even for an older guy. Menma, whose fault is it? I've been getting treatment since birth and haven't been on these streets like you. So, I'm sorry. Naruto, no way. I'd rather call you Banana than Menma. Menma, what? Then I'll call you Rabbit. If you're white, you'll look like a rabbit. Naruto, you're right about that. Well, let's go eat and I'll introduce you to Tuchi-san. Menma, who is that? Naruto, a man who makes delicious ramen with whatever the customer wants. They went to Ichiraku, Naruto introduced him to Tuchi and Ayam. Tuchi fed them for free at the establishment's expense. Kurozetsu, chakra. This boy's chakra has changed. That means he has become an Otsutsuki. We must lure him to us to revive my mother. Shimura Danzo, you are very clever and cunning, but your actions have given birth to a new Otsutsuki. Soon his chakra will act openly and his eyes will begin to develop quickly, so we must help him with his eyes a little so that he awakens the Rinnegan. Wait for Naruto Uzumaki, or better yet, I should call you Naruto Otsutsuki. Morning. Naruto's apartment. Naruto, ah. Naruto stood up and stretched and looked at himself in the mirror. He came closer and touched his already grown shoulder-length hair and looked at himself carefully. Naruto, my appearance. How can I change my color? I've been like this for almost a month now. Okay, I'll wash up, eat, and head to the residence. I need to go to Mito after the mission, it's been a week since Mito met Sasuke. By the way. Naruto looked at the calendar, which now showed July 17th. Naruto, I see. Sasuke's birthday is not far away. I hope to buy her a present after the mission. Naruto entered the bathroom and after washing himself he came out. He made himself a light breakfast and after eating his breakfast he put a henge on himself and was in a normal color. He put on his things and took his protector and put it on his forehead. Naruto, a normal day, but today I think it will be a little different. Naruto went out, locked the door and put it on his pouch. Naruto, already approaching the entrance to the residence, saw Sakura and Sasuke who were sitting on a bench. He approached them. Naruto, good morning. They looked at him. Sakura, oh Naruto. Sasuke, oh. Naruto, sensei still hasn't arrived, right? Sakura, yes, but there is one good news. The third is in his office now. Naruto lifted the corners of his lips slightly. Naruto, that's lucky, because Danzo-sama has already started giving us C-rank missions. Sasuke, yes. Naruto, after the mission, training? Naruto, which one? Sakura, Naruto, remember I said that I found something? Naruto, yeah, do you want to check it out? Sasuke, I already agreed, but we need to call Shikamaru, Choji and Yakoshi. He said in an angry voice. Sakura, Yakoshi? What's wrong with you again? Naruto, Sasuke, he asked for several scrolls about the Sharingan, but since there is no adult shinobi who knows about the Sharingan right now, I didn't give it to him, but he started getting angry, we almost started fighting. Naruto, he wants to get stronger. Sasuke and Sakura looked at him. Naruto, Yakoshi has been distancing himself from us more and more lately, I think that if we can't help him then it will be a complete mess. Danzo-sama doesn't like it when there are traitors or spies in Konoha. If Yakoshi does something, it will affect the Uchiha clan, which is now going through the pain of the death of all the adult Uchiha. Sasuke, yeah. Some of the kids are already at the academy, and some are already Chunin or still Genin. But for now, the head of the clan, but it's hard for me to keep track of. Sakura, Sasuke? Naruto, Sasuke, you don't have to worry. I'll help you with Yakoshi and your clan. Sasuke, thank you. Izumi-chan keeps track of the Uchiha while I'm on missions, I'm grateful to her, but I think it's hard for her when I'm on missions. Sakura, yeah. Sasuke, you can't use a clone to keep track of the clan. Sasuke, I would make a clone if I had a lot of chakra. One clone is 30% of my chakra, and fire elemental techniques are 10 or 15%. So I don't use clones. Naruto, Sasuke, I have an idea, but for it I need you to go to a place with me and it's a secret place. Sakura, a secret place? Okay, I won't listen. So after the mission to the barrier? Naruto, yeah, do you still have my staff? Sakura, yeah. I'm already fighting pretty well. But the reputation. Sasuke, what about the reputation? Naruto, Sakura, 2 days ago, I checked the reputation. And there's one thing I can't explain. Sasuke. Are you sure you're a guy? Or are you a girl? Sasuke opened his eyes as did Naruto. Sasuke, I'm a girl and I think you found out from my reputation. Sakura, yes, I'm like your best friend. I'm glad you think so, Sasuke-chan. Sakura giggled and said. Sakura, and it looks like I found out who Naruto is dating. Congratulations Uzumaki. When you get married I'll be your bridesmaid. Naruto and Sasuke looked away, embarrassed. Naruto, nothing like that. But about the wedding? It's too early to talk. Sasuke, yeah, but I'm also glad that you consider me your best friend, Sakura. And I don't mind you being my girlfriend when if Naruto and I get married in the future. Sakura, yeah. Naruto, Kakashi-sensei is here. A few seconds later, Kakashi spoke up from the roof of the building. Kakashi, you're here, let's go inside. The genins, without answering, entered inside with Kakashi. Hiruzen, Team 7. It's good to see you again. Kakashi, Hokage-sama. Sakura, Naruto, Sasuke, HM. Hiruzen, as always. But I have a C-rank mission for you within the village. Kakashi, C-rank within the village? Hokage-sama, did you collude with Danzo-sama? Hiruzen, Danzo told me how you completed several C-rank missions. And as you already know, I will be giving out the next C-rank mission soon, and Team 10 also received a C-rank mission today. Kakashi, Hokage-sama. Why are you giving C-rank missions to Genin? Shouldn't they be doing D-rank missions? Hiruzen, yours and Team 10 are doing great, and the other two teams, Teams 8 and 9, are doing well too. So, you have a mission. He took the bundle in his arms and handed it to Kakashi. Here are the ingredients for one medicine. You must give the bundle to the head doctor at the Konoha hospital, and when the medicine is ready, bring it to me. Have a nice day, guys. Team 7, hi. Unknown, so the third Hokage is back. It's good that we managed to set everything up. I think it's going to be hot here when the Chunin exams start. Second unknown, yeah, our village needs to regain its glory as one of the great shinobi villages. Let's go, we need to return to the hidden sand. Unknown, yeah, let's go. Naruto, a bit of a bad feeling. Sakura, what happened? Naruto, nothing, Kakashi-sensei. You go to the hospital for now, I need to check one place. Kakashi, okay, but come back in half an hour. Naruto, okay. Naruto jumped onto the stairs nearby and jumped into another wall and climbed onto the roof and ran to the southern part of the village. Naruto, I felt it. It's a different chakra. It's probably someone from outside our village. We need to check. Naruto ran even further until he approached one street. There were people walking and selling something, but Naruto noticed two people in brown cloaks walking to the west towards the gate. Naruto, so. It looks like they're spies, we need to set a trap for them. Naruto created 10 clones. Naruto, so, you know what to do. Clones, yes. The clones ran towards the village gates. Naruto, it's time for me to go back. 1, so what? Shall we make it hot, guys? 2, yeah, so what's the plan? 3, make them fall for an unexpected trap. 4, okay, so I have an idea, you first. You should use the little girl's henge and ask them for help. And they will fall for our trap. 1, okay, so where should we set up an ambush? 5, I suggest behind the walls, in some clearing, so the 5 of you, you should build a trap that will kill them and give them a hard fight. The rest of the clones, yeah. All clones went to the clearing and started making traps. It lasted for about 3 minutes and the traps were ready, and one clone used henge and went to the village. But he ran into them right near the gate. 1, help. I'm lost. The shinobi approached her. Shinobi 1, what happened? 1, I got lost. There's a house in the forest where my parents are now. There. A wolf attacked us. Help. Shinobi 2, Well, shall we go? Shinobi 1, okay. Let us. 1, thank you. Hehe, it'll be funny. The clone led the shinobi to that clearing. The clone led them to the center of the clearing and disappeared. Shinobi 1, what? Where is she? Shinobi 2, I don't know. Wait. Why are we in an open clearing? Shinobi 1, no way. Run. Before he could finish speaking, spikes came out of the ground and reached out to the shinobi. But they jumped back. A fishing line was pulled out that activated the trap. 30 kunai came out of the forest that had explosive seals. The shinobi dodged and jumped back. The kunai stuck in the ground and began to explode. The shinobi jumped back, but the last explosions hit them. They knelt among the craters. Shinobi 1, who's so smart that they put us in a trap? Shinobi 2, we need to find this bastard. 5 clones emerged from the forest. Clones, it's us. So surrender. Shinobi 1, clones. So the original is among them. Maroi, you go to the hidden sand village. I'll hold them off. Maroi, okay, good luck and be careful, Shaku. Shaku, I'm careful. Maroi jumped back to the trees and began to run and jump. Shaku, well, will you be good boys? Clones, no, the rest are catching up with your partner. Our original will be here soon. Shaku, what, the rest, the original? We need to destroy you quickly. Clones, yeah, try. You won't get me. You'll be a good boy yourself. The clones folded their seals and said. Clones, Kato, great fireball. A 10-meter fireball flew at Shaku. Shaku quickly folded his seals and shouted. Shaku, futon, reflection. Doton, earth wall. He directed his hand towards the ball. A wave of wind came out of his hand and reflected not a large part of the ball, and a small part rushed towards the clones, and the large part crashed into the wall. Clones, guys, here we go. Futon, reflection. Futon, rush. The ball was reflected again but did not split, and when the second technique connected with the ball it grew and crashed into the wall and exploded. The clones ran up and saw that the shinobi was lying unconscious and covered in burns. Clones, let's tie him up. Leave him here and go help the others. Yes, they're right. Let's go. The clones tied up the shinobi and went to help themselves, but one of them dispersed himself. Naruto, yeah, I already came 5 minutes ago, but what should I do? Kakashi, HM. It's not good to be late, Naruto. Naruto, you know, Kakashi-sensei. I'm not late, but you. Okay, we'll talk later. I'm leaving the clone and I'm going somewhere to buy presents for my sister and grandma. Sakura, okay, we'll wait until the medicine is ready. Sasuke, HM, come back. Kakashi, okay. You can go. Naruto, MM. Naruto created one clone and left the hospital and headed to that place. Mero, I will destroy you. Mero dodged the kunai and shuriken by hiding in the trees and jumping away from them. Clones, yeah, our original is already on his way. Guys, let's tie him up quickly and make him hostage number 1. Agreed. Yeah. Mero, psychos. Futon, big rush. The clones dodged the larger wave of wind and folded their seals. They shouted. Clones, Doton, wall of earth. Walls of earth appeared and blocked all paths for the shinobi. Mero, what the? You've surrounded me. But one of them jumps down here. Mero, oh, are you the original clone? Maybe. Doton, earth spears. Spears began to emerge from the ground and came out quickly and headed towards the shinobi. Measure. Mero pulled out his sword and reflected several and jumping back, created a wave of wind and directed it at. Dodged and taking his sword out of its sheath ran at him. Mero swung and Naruto lowered upward reflected and made a lunge cut off part of the cloak and jumping on him kicked him in the jaw with his knee and with a turn kicked his head sending him into the wall. Mero crashed into the wall and barely began to rise. Mero. Who are you? Me? I am a shinobi of Konoha, Leaf Village. I was the original. Mero, I will explode so that no one can extract information from me. Mero put the seal of the explosion on his clothes and he quickly, on weak legs, pierced the stomach. Marrow. But then. I'm taking it with me. He smiled and disappeared in a cloud of smoke, and he himself, frightened, exploded. Naruto came down to the ground. Naruto, Hidden Sand Village. We need to find the one who was tied up by the clones, relax. There were claps from the walls and the walls started to break. When it was all over, I went to the clearing where the shinobi was. Head doctor, here. The medicine is ready. You may go. Kakashi, thank you, Tsukisu-san. Tsukisu, it's nothing. By the way, I was looking for a student. I've been sitting in one post for too long. Would any of you like to be my student? Sakura, HM. Sasuke, no. Sakura, Tsukisu-san, I will be your student. Teach me healing techniques so that I can help my teammates. Tsukisu, okay, you're in my care from tomorrow. Tomorrow after the missions. Sakura, okay. Kakashi, then, let's go to the residence. Good luck to you. Sakura and Sasuke, HM, good luck. Tsukisu, the same to you. Danzo, as you said, he is a shinobi of the hidden sand. How did you know they were spies? Naruto, chakra. Their chakra was non-existent and theirs was not ordinary. Danzo, It seems you are starting to get stronger. Okay, you can go. Naruto, yes. Have a nice day, Danzo-sama. He said this before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Danzo, He caught a spy. So he will know that someone got in here. As much as I don't want to, I will have to do it. Forgive Naruto, but I have my past and my present. Soon, the Hidden Leaf Village will be mine and his. Hiruzen, you have completed several missions well, I will give you 2 weeks rest. You may go. Number 7, yes. The team took their money and left the office and then the residence. Naruto, good thing. I bought presents. Sasuke? Will you come with me? Sasuke, why? Okay though. Sakura, can I come with you? Naruto, if you want, of course. Sakura, let's go. Sasuke, and Kakashi-sensei? They looked to the side and back. Naruto, looks like he's gone. Let's go. Mito, wow, these are your friends, brother. Naruto, yeah, and here's this gift for you. Mito, thank you. Mito opened the box and pulled out a tanto with a red handle and Fuin inscriptions. Mito, brother, what are these inscriptions? Naruto, these are Fuin inscriptions. This tanto has a special feature. The tanto can accumulate chakra itself and you can extend the tanto, making it a sword. Mito, will you teach me how to use the tanto? Naruto, of course. I am your older brother. Mito hugged him. Mito, thank you for the gift, brother. Naruto, thank you for being in my life. They sat on the table and looked at the family. Sakura, I haven't seen her sister, but she's beautiful. Sasuke, she's Naruto and Uzumaki's sister. Sakura, oh, I almost forgot, why are you hiding your appearance? Sasuke, I once wanted to become the head of my clan. But I saw that the Hokage and my father were barely doing their jobs. But the head of the clan is the one who protects his clan to the death. I didn't. I protected my mother and the entire Uchiha clan. And I gave up. From that, but Naruto and I enjoy being with him. Sakura, I see. I understand you. Sasuke, what is there to understand? You only lived once, but you died and were reborn. Sakura, yes. But I also had problems in the past and was a problem myself, but I don't remember the names of my friends and relatives. But the main thing is that the notification came. So, It. Sasuke, what happened? Sakura. I need to find out more about your history and past life. But you haven't been reborn. Sasuke, we'll talk about that later, but for now we should smile and have fun. Sakura, HM. Okay. Sakura and Sasuke watched as Menma walked down the stairs. Menma, did I miss something? Sakura, yeah, I missed Naruto giving his sister a present. Menma, a present. Is it her birthday today? Naruto, no, I just gave her what I didn't have time to give her on her birthday. And you have to get what you haven't had time to get in all these years. Menma, ha. Hee, I see. What kind of box is this? Naruto, a present for grandma. I'll go give it to her. Naruto started to get up until he heard his friends talking from below. He got up and knocked on the door and entered the room. Naruto, Granny. Biwako, Naruto. I'm glad to see you. Naruto, yeah, I came to give you the present I didn't get to on your birthday. Biwako, thank you Naruto. It's good that you remembered. Naruto, here. Naruto opened the box and pulled out a beautiful black kimono with purple on the shoulders and purple lines. Biwako, it's beautiful. But I don't think I need it. Naruto, what? Why? Biwako, you know Naruto. I've been sick for years but I've been hiding it. I want to die with a smile on my face knowing that my family and friends haven't forgotten about me. I want to rest in peace. Naruto, no. No, Granny. I don't want Mito to be left without you. Biwako, Mito has already grown up. She will understand and I told her so. But it's too early for me to die. I want to say goodbye to Hiruzen. Naruto, Granny. Biwako, you can go, don't be sad Naruto. I liked your gift. But give this gift to your girlfriend. Naruto, why? I wanted to give her. Biwako, calm down. You can give her 2 gifts. One yours and the other mine. The second gift will be the one you gave me. Naruto, okay. I'll give her your gift. Biwako, now. Go grandson. Smile at your friends. Naruto, yeah. Thank you grandma. Naruto stood up and took the box with the gift, sealed it on a scroll and left the room. He smiled and said as he went down. Naruto, thank you, Granny. I'll grant your wish. End of the section. Sasuke, you must fight. Naruto stood next to the crater, covered in dust and wounds just like the girl. Naruto, Sasuke. Like I said, I won't fight you. Sasuke, I don't care. You betrayed me. You used me and tricked me. Naruto, it was for the good of the village and you. Naruto woke up in a cold sweat with a scared face. Naruto, what the? I don't understand. What kind of dream was that? Naruto wiped his sweat and stood up and went to the bathroom. He turned on the tap and washed himself. He got out of the bathroom and wiped his face with a towel. Naruto put the towel on the table and raised his hand. He looked and squeezed. Naruto, my chakra keeps changing and increasing. Even my appearance is starting to change and horns. Naruto looked at the mirror and looked at his forehead where the small horns were now. Naruto. That's right, Sakura. I need to go to her, but today it's my turn to watch grandma. Naruto took his food from the fridge from yesterday and after eating breakfast he went to his room. He put on his clothes and looked at his forehead protector and touched his forehead, tied it around his neck. Naruto, this will do for now. Henge. Naruto changed back to his original form and went out into the hallway and put on his sandals and left the house locking the door. He put the key in his pocket and went into his granny's house thinking about his dream today. Naruto, Sasuke. In my dream, she's older than she is now. It seems like I shouldn't tell her about it now. But why did I have such a dream? I'm Sakura, how are you? Sakura placed her hand on Naruto's left shoulder and he turned around. Naruto, Sakura? Sakura, not Sasuke. Why are you sad now? Naruto, you noticed, right? I had a dream. But I won't tell. My dream, it's mine, so you don't need to know. But I want to ask you something. Sakura, what is it? Naruto, about the Otsutsuki clan. Sakura removed her hand and looked at Naruto with questions in her eyes. Sakura, where from? How do you know that? Naruto, status. Zetsu. Sakura, Zetsu. As I thought. But the status is clear, but Zetsu? How did you find it, or did it come on its own? Naruto, during the attack on the Uchiha clan, Yakoshi and Sasuke were attacked by Zetsu, but when I almost got there, a black one crawled out to me, not a white one. And he said that I have chakra like her mother and I will become like her mother. Sakura, I see. I don't advise getting involved with Zetsu and the Otsutsuki. That's a different topic, but it's related to these Zetsu. Naruto, okay, but I have problems. Sakura, what? Naruto, my horns. Sakura, horns? Naruto dispelled the henge and Sakura saw 2 horns on his forehead. Sakura, impossible. Naruto, what does that mean? Sakura thought for a few seconds and said resignedly. Sakura, you became an Otsutsuki. The horns and your appearance match it. But if you... There's nothing. Naruto, what do you mean I? Sakura, nothing. I'll tell you when the time comes, so. Oh yeah. Call Sasuke, go for a walk. He. Naruto, today is my turn to look after grandma. And let Sasuke rest from missions, we're only taking a 4-day break. Sakura, yeah, but still call Sasuke, let you go for a walk. Naruto, okay, thanks. I'll go. Sakura, yeah, go and surprise Sasuke with something. Naruto, I'll think about it. Naruto turned around and went into the Uchiha quarter using henge. Sakura, Naruto. I hope you don't become like them. Naruto, it looks like she's not home, so she might be at the Uchiha meeting if this is happening now. Naruto went to the big house and was about to enter when Sasuke and Yakoshi flew out of the doors. Sasuke, Yakoshi. Yakoshi, Sasuke. Stop ordering me around. I'm living my own life. Sasuke, I'm not ordering you around. You should do your duties as an Uchiha like everyone else. Yakoshi, I'm not interested, I want power. You could give me the Sharingan scrolls. Sasuke, these scrolls are important to all the Uchiha. There aren't enough of us left anyway. Izumi comes out of the building with a Sharingan. Izumi, enough, both of you. The same thing all day. Naruto, what happened here, Izumi-san? Everyone saw Naruto next to the door. Izumi, and Naruto. Well, that's it. Yakoshi, you guys talk, I'm going to train. Sasuke, bastard. Yakoshi ignored it and walked on, disappearing behind the building. Izumi, Sasuke, sorry Izumi-chan. Izumi, it's nothing. Okay, Naruto, listen, today we had a meeting of the senior Uchiha clan. And so we talked about the economy of this quarter and the training of the Uchiha. Some of the Uchiha gave an idea on how to make the younger Uchiha strong. Naruto, so how was it? Sasuke, some agreed, but Yakoshi said that we should copy other techniques and become stronger than others. Naruto, techniques of other shinobi? This is crazy. Izumi, that's what we said, but Yakoshi almost started a fight. Naruto, okay, I should know that with other clans, after all, I can be a jonin if I put my all into it. Izumi, we're done anyway. Sasuke, you can go now. I can handle this on my own. Sasuke, okay, call me if you need help. Izumi, yeah, good luck to you guys. Naruto, thank you. Sasuke, good luck Izumi-chan. Izumi entered the building and Naruto and Sasuke began to walk towards the exit. Sasuke, by the way, why did you come here? Naruto, to see you. While we have a 4-day holiday, we could relax together. I want to go on a picnic tomorrow. Sasuke, a picnic, then? Okay, I'll come tomorrow. How are you? Naruto, fine. It's my turn to look after grandma today. Sasuke, I see. Did you come to call me? Naruto, you guessed it. Yeah. Sasuke, okay, I want to see your sister anyway. She's so cute. Naruto, and you're cute too when you smile and are serious. Sasuke, thank you. Naruto, I see you hardly use henge anymore. Sasuke, yeah, the Uchihas already know my identity. So shall we go? Naruto, yeah. Mito, little sister Arya. Sasuke, oh Mito. How are you? Mito, good. Brother Naruto. I became a little stronger, thank you, and my sensei praises me that I am a true daughter of our father. Naruto, that's good. Well, now Menma is probably on a mission. Menma comes out of the door. Menma, what? Naruto. Are you kidding me? I'm waiting here. And our team was given the day off too. Like the other teams. Naruto, the other teams? Menma, and I heard that they're planning on going to a small village for a rest tomorrow, but our sensei won't be there. Sasuke, wow. Too bad I won't be there. Menma, oh, hey Arya, I see Naruto is taking care of you. Sasuke, he's trying. And he's doing well. Naruto, okay, I'll talk to Sasuke about it, if he doesn't go then I'll take you Arya. Sasuke, okay then. Menma, I'll go train Mito. And I need to train myself, and Biwako-san is cured. Naruto, is grandma okay now? Menma, so I'm going. Mito follows me. Mito, yes. Mito and Menma went out and walked towards the training ground. Naruto, family. Sasuke, yes. They stood there and went inside and they smelled delicious food. They went into the kitchen and saw Biwako sitting and having breakfast. Naruto, Granny. Biwako, Naruto. Sasuke, oh. Biwako, Sasuke? Sasuke, yes? Biwako, as I thought. Okay, you can rest and walk, I'm already in good condition anyway. Go already. Naruto, okay, Granny. Sasuke, okay. Biwako, good luck to you guys. Naruto and Sasuke, same to you. Naruto and Sasuke left the house and went to the training ground. Naruto, Katan, Fireball. Sasuke, Katan, Fire Dragon. The technicians collided and they scattered. Naruto, good technique. You use techniques well. Sasuke, thanks to Sakura for inviting us into the barrier. Naruto, yes, get ready. First gate open. Naruto activated the Sharingan and the gate. Sasuke, Naruto, what's wrong? Naruto, are we going to fight? You need to get stronger. You want to become a Jonin, right? Sasuke, yes. Sasuke also activated her Sharingan and took Naruto's sword which was stuck in the ground next to her. Sasuke, and at the same time I'll test my skills in Kenjutsu. Naruto disappeared from sight and appeared in front of Sasuke's face. She quickly grabbed Naruto's hand and she swung her sword. Naruto quickly pulled out a kunai from his pouch and deflected the sword. He pulled his hand back and pushed away from her and looked closely. Naruto, you forgot that I have Sasuke's Byakugan ability. So I can see your chakra flowing to the sword. Naruto quickly ran and jumped and put his leg forward and Sasuke bent down, and when Naruto moved away from her, she swung with a turn and again with a turn kicked him in the stomach. Naruto dodged the sword but the kick sent him 2 meters back. Sasuke quickly approached and lunged. Naruto dodged the lunge and grabbed the hand, and bending it she let go and Naruto dispelled the gate and Sharingan hugged Sasuke. Sasuke blushed from the sudden hug. Sasuke, Naruto, too. You. What is this? Naruto, I love you so much. I don't want to lose you. Sasuke, you hugged me because of this? But thank you. Sasuke hugged him. After a few seconds, they let go of each other and began to look. Naruto reached for Sasuke's face and Sasuke, expecting this, closed her eyes, but she felt that she was kissed on the cheek. She opened her eyes and looked at him with resentment. Sasuke, you could have kissed me. Naruto, hee, sorry, but it's too early for that. Next time, I can kiss you. Sasuke, okay. But I'm still upset with you. Naruto, so how can I make up for it? Maybe give you a gift? Sasuke, a gift? Okay, what gift? Naruto covered Sasuke's eyes with his palm and he pulled out a kunai with a special symbol on the handle and a scroll from his pouch. He opened Sasuke's palms and placed the things on her hands. Naruto, open your eyes. Sasuke opened it and saw the things. Sasuke, scroll and kunai? Naruto, yes, this scroll has a technique for you. I created this technique myself, but I have not tried to use it. It is a wind elemental technique. But you do not have this element. You can copy this technique and you will have some futon chakra. When you have this chakra, train it and improve your control of the futon. And a kunai with a special symbol means that it has a special feature. This feature is that you can release chakra through kunai or elements. Sasuke, wow. So where did you get this? Naruto, I bought it. And here is a gift, next time I will buy a different gift. Sasuke, thank you for the gift. I'm going home. I'm very tired. Naruto, okay, bye Sasuke. Sasuke, bye Naruto. Sasuke quickly ran with her gifts to her quarter. And Naruto went to his house. Naruto, well. Isn't there too much here? Menma, yeah. At the entrance to Konoha's village, teams 7, 8, 9, and 10 were gathered. Their sensei were missing, but they could rest. Sasuke was in her true form and was next to them. Shikamaru, what a pain in the ass. You could have left me in the village. Choji, no, not Shikamaru. We've already worked, we can rest and eat. Sakura, yeah, it's not the first time I've seen them a little different. Kiba, okay, let's get to the forest quickly, we want to rest and we need to train with Akamaru. Hinata, I don't like it when I waste time. Shino, okay, although thanks for inviting me. Yakoshi, HM. Naruto, ha. Okay. Who organized the picnic? Menma, I did. Naruto, then the elder one leads us. Menma, what? Sakura, oh, dumb. You organized it and you're supposed to choose the places and take us there. Hinata, he must be stupid. Menma, no way. I chose and found a beautiful place, come with me guys. Menma began to walk towards the left side of the forest and his friends followed him. They arrived at the place in half an hour and the place was beautiful. A lake and an open meadow were visible right in front of their eyes. There was a forest around the meadow but on the north side there was a lake. Naruto, great clearing, and the lake is nearby. Sakura, such girls follow me. And guys, you should find something to eat. Choji, yes. There is. I'll find it quickly, everyone follow me. Choji ran back into the forest, leaving his things next to his friends. Naruto, always the same Choji. Menma, although I don't know much about you, but you guys are good. Sai, that's a good idea, it's like training. Shikamaru, now, let's hurry up, I want to sleep faster. Shikamaru followed his friend like all the guys. Sasuke, they're gone, now we need to prepare a picnic area here. Ino, yeah, but I don't know who you are. And from the looks of it, you're an Uchiha? But I haven't seen you. Hinata, yeah. Sasuke, Hyuga. If she looks at me with the Byakugan, she'll know who I am. Sakura, she's Sasuke's sister, her name is Arya Uchiha. Ino, Arya Uchiha. Sasuke-kun's sister? Do you know what Sasuke-kun likes? Sasuke, it started. No, but I know he's a good shinobi. Hinata, what about Uchiha Yakoshi? From the looks of it, he's become too angry lately. Ino, yeah. I've never seen Yakoshi-kun this angry. Sasuke, enough about that. Let's prepare this place for rest. Sakura, yeah, I agree. Kiba, and this girl is beautiful. Who is she? Menma, this is my brother's girlfriend. Kiba, what? Everyone stopped when they heard this shock. Naruto, Menma. Why did you say that? Choji, that's good. Our friend is happy now. Shikamaru, how can you not feel sick? Kiba, this is already. Naruto, and what if I have a girlfriend? Kiba, what, are you embarrassed? Menma, if he was embarrassed, he wouldn't have told you and wouldn't have brought Arya Uchiha. Kiba, Uchiha? Then stop. Akamaru, yip. Kiba, yeah, Akamaru, you're right. She smells like Sasuke. Shikamaru, Sasuke's scent? Shino, and they look similar, they should be considered twins. Naruto. These two. They know too much. Looks like they won't be able to keep a secret for long. Hyuga. Sasuke is next to her. Well, let's quickly gather, Choji has a lot of berries and some apples. And we don't have much at all. Menma, what a? Yakoshi. Help us, don't sit around doing nothing. Yakoshi, no, I don't have time for that. Sai, who was walking behind them, suddenly stopped and spoke up. Sai, Naruto. Follow me. Everyone stopped. Naruto, what happened? Sai, code rabbit. Naruto, I see. Kiba, what does rabbit mean? And the code? Choji, yeah, what kind of rabbit? Menma, they're probably saying we need to catch a rabbit. Shikamaru, that's an unusual conversation. But I don't care. Let's go to the clearing already. Choji, yeah, I've got a lot. Naruto, you go, Sai and I will come later. We need to find rabbits. Menma, okay, everyone to the clearing. Yakoshi. You have a nose like a duck. Huh. Yakoshi got angry at this and started chasing after him, and Naruto and Sai went deep into the forest from the clearing, 10 meters away from them. Naruto, what happened? What mission? Sai, Danzo-sama said that there might be some Chunin-ranked missing nin in this part of the forest. If there is time, we can capture them, that is what Danzo-sama ordered. Naruto, no, I just want to rest, if those shinobi come, all of us genin will just take them down, you are an Anbu, I am too, Menma is a Jinchuriki, there are the children of the clan head, Uchiha and Haruno. They can be equally as good, especially Hyuga with his fighting style and her Byakugan. Sai, you know more about them than I do. Okay, when this rest is over, I will pass this on to Danzo-sama if the shinobi do not show up. Naruto. Okay, but. Okay. Let's go find some hares and return to the others. I have already found some hares. Naruto jumped on the tree and Sai jumped after him and sat on the branch. A few seconds later, 2 hares appeared. Naruto quickly appeared next to them, grabbed them by the ears in one hand and with the other he took a kunai and pierced them in the stomach. Naruto, okay, let's get back to the others. Sai nodded and together with Naruto they went to the others. Menma, wow, these 2 rabbits are healthy and there's enough for everyone. Sakura, yeah, while you guys were looking, we prepared everything we have. When the guys arrived at the clearing, they saw that they had made several tents and, most importantly, a saucepan and a kettle had appeared here. Naruto, a kettle? And a saucepan? Ino, yeah, today's going to be a delicious day. Choji, a delicious day? Let's cook faster. Naruto, okay, I'll cook with the girls and help them, and you, saw Shikamaru lying on the ground, Shikamaru. Shikamaru, what? Naruto, stop lying there. Get up, you lazy, incomplete brat. Shikamaru, nope. Shikamaru lay down comfortably and, closing his eyes, began to snore, and the girls giggled. Naruto, okay, I'll be torturing you soon anyway. And now girls, let's cook, yeah. Guys, I brought fishing rods. Naruto quickly took 3 fishing rods from his backpack and gave them to Choji, Yakoshi, and Menma. Menma, a fishing rod? I've never caught a fish. Choji, I have. Let's go, I want to eat quickly. Yakoshi, okay, I might as well fish a little. Menma, I'll beat you, Yakoshi. Yakoshi, don't get your hopes up, loser. The girls giggled again at these 2 and all the guys except Naruto went into the lake. Hinata, do you know how to cook? Naruto, of course. I live alone in my apartment and my wife loves my cooking that my grandma taught me. So let's begin. Naruto placed the board on a large stone and put potatoes and some onions there. He began to peel them quickly. After peeling and washing them, he put them back in place and looked, he hit himself on the forehead. Ino, what happened? Naruto, shadow cloning. 3 clones appeared nearby, find some brushwood or branches, maybe even stones. Clones, yes. The clones ran into the forest and Naruto and the girls continued to clean a few more pieces of other products. Sasuke, wow. This is the first time I've seen you cook so quickly. Sakura, yeah, and stir them smoothly in the pan, but where did you get the pan? Naruto, The pan is my kitchen, and the kitchen is my life. Okay, I'll fry it now and put it on a plate. Hinata and Ino, you can cut the hares while I cut the tomatoes and cucumbers now. Hinata, okay. Ino, yeah. Sakura, and what should we do? Sasuke, yeah. Naruto, Sakura and S.A. Arya will give you a task, please bring big sticks from the forest, have Menma build small chairs from them. Sakura, okay, let's go Arya. Sasuke, yes. Sakura, now that's surprising. Sasuke, yeah. I've never seen him cook so fast. Sakura, you're lucky, such a guy exists. I'll probably find a good guy in this world, or in other villages. Sasuke, yeah. But there's a little bit of that. Do you and Yakoshi happen to like each other? Sakura, Yakoshi? Why did you ask that? Sasuke, it's nothing. Are these sticks enough? Sakura, quite. Let's go again. Kiba, it smells so good all the way here. Yeah, Akamaru? Akamaru, yap yap. Choji, yeah, my mouth is watering already. We've already caught quite a bit. Menma, you're not saying much? There's only 12 of them. That's a lot, but at least it'll fill us up. Whoops, another one. Yakoshi, let's go already, that's enough. Choji, yeah, I'm hungry already. Kiba, stop yelling Choji, you'll be eating soon. Naruto, okay, now there's rice, fish, and rabbits left. Are the rabbits ready? Ino, yes, Naruto. Naruto, then give it to me. Ino gave the rabbit meat and Naruto took it and put it on the pan, adding a little salt and sauce and closing the lid. Naruto, and the fish in the frying pan. There they come. The boys returned and placed the fish next to Naruto. After they placed them, Sasuke and Sakura came out of the forest with sticks. Sasuke, we're back. Sakura, we brought good sticks. Kiba, what are they for? Naruto, Menma, you have to build small chairs. Menma, what? Why me? Naruto, I think you'll build better than these friends of mine. Come on, I'll give you 30 minutes. Menma, what are you talking about? Naruto, the fish are fried and the sauce. That's a good recipe I like. An explosion comes from the forest and 4 shinobi with a crossed-out protector come out of the forest. Shinobi, whoa, the kids are here. Shinobi 2, and there are clan kids here. And the heirs too. Shinobi 3, they need to be captured and the rest killed. Naruto. Take them. Guys, deal with them. I'm busy here. Choji, I won't let them ruin my dinner. Hinata, these shinobi. Chunin. But I won't give up. Sakura, yeah. Menma, I'll test my skills that I haven't used. Sai pulled out a Tanto, Sakura a pole Yakoshi kunai with the Sharingan activated, Hinata Byakugan and Choji enlarged his arm, Ino prepared a technique and Sasuke also activated the Sharingan. Menma, wow. You're ready. Hee hee. Menma made seals and shouted. Menma, Fuinjutsu, body enhancement. Menma after he shouted, he took out a paper and put seals on it and stuck it on his chest. Menma, get ready. All shinobi, do you think we'll be scared? Yakoshi couldn't stand it and quickly ran throwing shurikens and kunai at them. Sakura and Sai saw this and ran too. Ino moved her consciousness to one shinobi and started attacking them from behind, Hinata and Choji also ran. Sasuke looked at everyone with her Sharingan and saw that there was a fishing line on the ground. She threw 2 shurikens cutting out the fishing lines. Yakoshi approached and made a cut but the shinobi jumped over him and he wanted to pierce him like Sai's Tanto blocks the shinobi's wavy sword and Sakura also jumped and kicked him in the stomach with her knee and hit him hard in the face with a pole sending him 4 meters away. The others dodging their comrade did not notice the blow from behind of a soft fist and a big fist. Hinata knocked one out and Choji hit him on the head knocking him out. Ino dispels the technique and the last shinobi comes to his senses and sees that his comrades are unconscious. Shinobi, you creatures. Menma, I haven't shown you yet what Uzumaki power means. Menma landed next to him and stood up and quickly began an attack, not allowing the shinobi to counterattack. The shinobi barely dodged from Menma's strength and speed, but received serious bruises and wounds. Menma quickly jumped with a turn and kicked him in the stomach with one foot and kicked him in the face with the other, knocking him out. All the genin gathered and tied them together, put them under the tree and returned to the others. Kiba sat with Akamaru watching the fight, Shikamaru slept and Naruto had already put portions and meat on different plates. Naruto, well done. You did a good job with them and now you get a reward. Naruto gave everyone their portion and after waking Shikamaru up with water, he gave it to him. Naruto, okay, enjoy your meal everyone. Genin, yes, enjoy your meal everyone. Shino, yes, enjoy your meal everyone, I wish. Everyone started eating and telling stories about how they completed missions, etc. Naruto sat down next to Sasuke and ate with her while listening to the story. Choji, oh. What a good dinner. Naruto, dinner? He looked at the sun. Yes, everyone gets ready and goes to the village. We rested well, but we ourselves need to rest. Genin, yeah. Sakura, okay, good night everyone. Genins, same to everyone. While they were saying goodbye, Naruto hugged Sasuke near the entrance to Konoha, let go and said. Naruto, good night Sasuke. Sasuke, you too Naruto. Good night. Everyone split up and went to their homes, and deep into the night everyone fell asleep remembering today's day of rest. The day started as usual, but 5 days had passed since the picnic and now team number 7 were in the residence in the Hokage's office. The team stood and waited for a new mission, but the Hokage pleased them a little. Hiruzen, so, from your last missions, you did well in your missions. Especially the B rank mission. And now I'm giving you a C rank mission. Sakura, are you saying that thanks to the missions we've done for the last almost 2 months, you're giving us a C rank mission? Kakashi, Sakura. Hokage-sama is right, you're already kind of ready to do missions higher than D rank. Naruto, okay, what kind of mission is this? Hiruzen, oh yeah, Tazuna-san. Come in. Sakura, Tazuna-san? A man wearing a straw hat and holding a bottle in his left hand entered the office. Tazuna, so these are shinobi? These kids don't look strong. Sakura, it's definitely Tazuna. Then does that mean we'll meet Zabuza soon? If that's the case, I'll try to help. Hokage-sama. You're giving us a mission to escort Tazuna-san? Hiruzen, yeah, your thinking amazes me. Yes, your team will escort Tazuna-san to the land of waves. Naruto, Sasuke, we need to escort this respected man to his own country? Naruto, it might be a good idea, but still, getting out of the village again is a great idea. I agree. Sakura, me too. Sasuke, okay, Kakashi, okay, Tazuna-san? When will we meet? Tazuna, I think in 2 hours. Don't be late kids. Naruto took the kunai from this and threw it at the right side of his head. The kunai crashed into the wall of the office. Tazuna looked at the kunai and then at Naruto, frightened. Naruto, I advise you not to underestimate us, we are shinobi and we carry out orders that are not the most difficult. Kakashi-sensei. You yourself are not late. Kakashi, good. In 2 hours at the main gate of Konoha. Let's get ready. Kakashi disappeared as did Naruto. Sasuke and Sakura left the office under Tazuna's frightened gaze. Tazuna, who is this guy? Hiruzen, HM? Ah, this is Naruto Uzumaki. You'll find out soon enough on your journey. Now go. Tazuna nodded and left. Naruto went into the house and after collecting all the necessary things, he went out and closed the door to his house. On the way to the Konoha gates, he saw Sasuke walking from one street. Naruto, Sasuke. Sasuke saw and quickly approached and said. Sasuke, are you ready yet? Quickly. Shall we go together? Naruto, yeah, let's go. They walked together to the gate and when they got there they saw 2 chunin sitting and playing cards. Naruto, yeah. Playing cards is so fun. But also a little boring. Sasuke, oh, by the way. Sakura, oh everyone. I'm here. Sasuke, Naruto, yeah. So what did you want to say? Sasuke, nothing. Well, what are we waiting for? Naruto nodded and thought about training a little. He went to the wall and started walking a little. He sat down and looked horizontally at his teammates. Sakura, chakra control? Naruto, yeah, decided to practice a little. Sasuke, but it'll also pass the time. Sasuke also walked a little and sat down, maintaining control. Sakura jumped and put her feet on the wall, also sat down, maintaining chakra. Tazuna, what are you doing? And how is it that you can walk on the wall? Everyone sitting looked at Tazuna. Naruto, shinobi. Sasuke, shinobi. Sakura, shinobi. Tazuna, I don't get it, but where is your captain? Naruto, late. That's our captain. Tazuna, I see. Kakashi, who said I was late? Hearing Kakashi's voice, they turned their heads and saw him standing behind the gate. Naruto, sensei, you will have to be left without a mask. Sakura, agreed. Sasuke, Kakashi, okay. So Tazuna-san. Let's go, you are my students too. The genins jumped and landed on the ground, and everyone walked along the road. The team and the customer had already been on the road for 3 hours when Naruto started talking. Naruto, Tazuna-san, why did you come to Konoha? You live in the land of waves yourself. Tazuna, well, there were a few old things, yes, things. And so I sold a few and hired you to get to my country safely. Sakura, why sell here? No, I know for sure that it's because of Gato. You have villages, right? Tazuna, I heard that they sell expensive things here and you can buy some expensive ones. Kakashi, okay, guys, stop asking our customer such questions. Genin, okay. A few more minutes of walking was visible puddle. Having reached the puddle, one shinobi comes out of there and with an iron claw in his right hand, he strikes Kakashi's throat. Sakura took out a pole, hit the shinobi in the hand and with a turn kicked him in the head and with a quick jerk made a lunge straight into the stomach, sending him 4 meters forward. Kunai came out of the trees and flew straight at the team. Naruto took a kunai and threw it straight into the center of the flying ones. The kunai reflected and reflected other kunai and stuck into the ground, but another shinobi came out of the forest with a claw in his left hand. He folded the seals and wanted to use the technique, but Sasuke quickly appeared in front of him and punched him in the hand, interrupting his seals. He again hit him in the face and with a sweep let him fall, but with quick movements he grabbed the second shinobi by the scruff of the neck and threw him into a tree. He collided with the tree head first and fell to the ground. Naruto, yeah. They're not that strong of a shinobi. Kakashi, You reacted as if you knew what was coming. Tazuna, I'm surprised. Sakura, when was it raining? Sasuke, 3 days ago, and the puddles should have disappeared. Naruto, yeah, so. Kakashi, Tazuna-san, could you tell me why shinobi like the Chunin shinobi were chasing us? Tazuna, well. We probably ran into each other by accident. Naruto, they're the demon brothers. Naruto lowered the first shinobi's clawed hand and turned to the others. Naruto, I know them because I checked the bingo book. And these shinobi are missing Nin. Kakashi, if you know, then you're already in EOAK, right? Naruto, yes. And you, Tazuna-san, will have to explain yourself. Sasuke, Sakura, yes. Like you just said, Gato took over your country, huh? Tazuna, yes. Naruto, Kakashi-sensei. What do you think? Kakashi, there are 2 options. The first, call for reinforcements. The second, leaving the customer behind. Tazuna asked with his eyes wide open. Tazuna, you don't want to leave me here, do you? Naruto, I'm for the first option, we could use some help. Sasuke, the first one. Sakura, me too, if such a country was captured by such a person, then we need to help. Kakashi, Okay, but it's too early to send a request for reinforcements. If something happens, then yes. Tazuna, thanks, I'll owe you. Naruto, you'll owe me after the mission, but now we're leaving. Kakashi, what a mood. Let's go. Oh yeah. We have to do it. Kakashi pulled out a scroll and he walked up to the unconscious missing Nin and folded the seals, sealing the two shinobi and placing them on their backs. Kakashi, there are no other places, let's go. Everyone continued on their way again. Gato, there's no word from those demon brothers. Zabuza, there's no need to worry so much. I'm a demon of the bloody mist, I'll kill them myself. Gato, alright, but I want you to finish this task quickly. Zabuza, I'll need 2 more to help me. But don't bother me after. Zabuza stood up from his chair, took his large sword and cut the chair apart. Zabuza, my sword yearns to kill. End of the section. Naruto, ha. Water? Tazuna, the bridge I'm building isn't finished. We'll have to go by boat. Naruto, I'll get to dry land without a boat. Sakura, I'll just sit on the boat, I don't want to waste my chakra. Naruto, Why? Sakura, just like that. He probably already figured out that something would happen. Naruto, okay, I'll get ready just in case. There might be shinobi on the water. Sasuke, I'll be on the boat too. Improving control is good, but I need to rest too. Kakashi, okay, you two sit, Naruto will walk on the water. Tazuna was already talking at this time and he sat on the boat and called everyone. Sakura and Sasuke sat down, and Naruto and Kakashi stood on the water. Man, be quiet, the fog is deep here and Gato's people might be here too. The man had already started rowing and the boat began to float. Naruto and Kakashi followed the boat. Having reached the shore, everyone stood on the ground except the man. Man, well, good luck to you guests. And to you. Tazuna. Tazuna, yes, good luck to you too. The man turned on the engine and sailed away into the fog. Sasuke, why did he turn on the boat's engine? Naruto, the boat's engine. I have an idea, but I won't voice it. Sakura, Kakashi-sensei, what do you think? Kakashi, or it was a signal for the shinobi. Let's go, it's dangerous to stay in one place for too long. Everyone followed Tazuna. They were already in the clearing in 3 minutes. Naruto felt movement among the bushes, took kunai from his pouch and threw it there. He ran and saw that the kunai were stuck in a tree and in the middle of the kunai was a white rabbit that was shaking. Naruto, rabbit? Everyone came running and saw the rabbit. Sakura, white rabbit for summer. Sasuke, white rabbit should be in winter, and now it's gray. Naruto, yeah. Naruto pulled his sword out of its sheath and Kakashi, realizing and feeling it, both shouted. Naruto and Kakashi, get down on the ground. Everyone lay down on the ground. Kakashi put Tazuna down. Naruto stood and saw a large sword approaching him. He jumped and left an explosive seal on the sword and pushed off from it. The sword stuck in a tree and an explosion occurred and the tree exploded. The sword landed and stuck on the ground. Next to him appeared a man with bandages on half his face. Zabuza, well, Kakashi Hatake, copy ninja. And boy, you look strong to have a sword. Everyone stood up and looked at the enemy. Kakashi, Zabuza Momochi. Demon of the hidden mist. Naruto, I'm flattered that I'm noticed by the demon himself and one of the swordsmen of the mist. Zabuza, the copycat himself and the kid know about me. Now then, Horo, Noguchi, come out. 2 shinobi landed next to him, each holding a single sword with a moon sign on it. Horo, Zabuza-san, if they called us now, does that mean they are strong opponents? Noguchi, thank you, Zabuza-san, I just wanted to test my strength after training with you. Naruto, these signs. Are you from the Moon Swordsman organization? Zabuza, now that's interesting. Are you an Umbu kid? Horo, enough talk. I want to fight. Horo ran towards the team. Naruto took 3 shurikens and threw them towards the swordsman. He reflected them and was about to hurt them, when Naruto quickly made seals and fired vacuum bullets straight at the swordsman. He saw them and jumped back. Horo, Wind Elemental Technique. He, Suetun, Water Dragon. The water dragon flew at Naruto, but he ran towards the dragon and jumped. He dodged the water and landing he jerked into the side and wounded the enemy, making a big cut in the stomach. Horo covered the wound with one hand and with the other he waved, but Naruto parried, kicked and sent it flying. Noguchi, Horo. You'll pay for this, brat. Zabuza, Dangerous Opponents. Noguchi, Zabuza-san. Can I deal with him? Zabuza, I don't advise it, I'll deal with this kid and the copycat myself. You kill the bridge builder for now. Noguchi, okay, what about Horo? Zabuza, don't worry, we'll take care of everything. Zabuza made seals and the area was filled with fog. He created a water clone and ran towards Kakashi and the clone towards Naruto. Clone, how predictable. The clone swung but Naruto crouched and jumped forward. Naruto, you can't hide from me. The clone saw Naruto's eyes and said. Clone, Sharingan? Are you an Uchiha? Naruto, no. I'm an Uzumaki. Naruto lunged but Zabuza blocked the blow and they began exchanging sword strikes. Kakashi dodged another swing and jumping back made seals and a wall came out of the ground. Zabuza destroyed the wall and without seeing Kakashi turned around, blocked the kunai. Zabuza, Kakashi has decided to act against me? Kakashi, isn't that how swordsmen of the mist fight? Zabuza, copy. Zabuza put away his sword and swung his fist, but Kakashi grabbed him by the wrist, pulled him towards himself and kicked him in the face with his knee and was about to wound him, but Zabuza forced him to push away from him with his sword. Zabuza, it hurts actually, you just have to fight with a sword. Kakashi, my Sharingan sees everything, Zabuza. Zabuza, are you making predictions or something? You need to be killed quickly. Noguchi, well, kids? Will you give me that old man? Sasuke, no. Sakura, you can't win. Sasuke, Sakura. Protect the bridge builder. I'll handle this myself. Sakura, okay. Sasuke turned on the Sharingan and took a kunai and threw it at the enemy. Noguchi dodged and quickly approached Sasuke and wanted to pierce him, but Sasuke took 2 kunai and blocked them and jumped with both feet and kicked his stomach. Noguchi grabbed his stomach but blocked Sasuke's leg and took it with both hands and threw it in the other direction and ran at him taking his sword. Noguchi, I told you. I'll kill you. Sasuke, you looked at the wrong person. Noguchi, what? Sasuke disappeared from his sight and he was hit in the neck from behind and fell unconscious. Sasuke, Genjutsu. Naruto, maybe you'll disappear? Clone, maybe you'll stop playing with me? I can see you're holding back. Naruto, not holding back, you say? Alright. Open the first and second gates. A wave of chakra came from Naruto and he quickly appeared, with a strong kick dispersing the water clone. Naruto, HM. Zabuza. You follow me and copy the move, .ov copying. Kakashi, you should leave Zabuza. Zabuza, no way. Although. Zabuza quickly ran towards Kakashi and he swung his sword. Kakashi wanted to reserve but Zabuza quickly kicked Kakashi into the water and dove in. He used the water prison technique and came out on the surface with Kakashi. Zabuza, here's your new technique from Kakashi, didn't you manage to copy it? Kakashi. Zabuza, there's been no news from Noguchi or my clone. Naruto, I dispelled your clone, and your partner is unconscious. Zabuza held the ball in one hand and looked back. Zabuza, you. Sasuke appeared next to Naruto. Naruto, Sasuke, let's do a joint technique. Sasuke, okay. Sasuke took the kunai and stuck it into the ground and began to feed chakra into the kunai. Naruto quickly made a seal and together with Sasuke shouted. Naruto and Sasuke, collaboration technique, earth chakra. The earth began to shake and a sharp-edged, blue-colored earth came out of the earth and headed straight for Zabuza. Zabuza saw the technique and jumped back. Kakashi dropped down and also jumped back, barely avoiding the explosion of earth with chakra. Kakashi, it's an A-rank technique. Zabuza, I'm alone. Okay, you win. But thanks for the gift, Kakashi. Zabuza showed the scroll. Kakashi's eyes widened and he saw that the scroll was gone. Zabuza, I'll kill these blockheads. Now it's time for me to go. Zabuza took Noguchi's body and disappeared. Kakashi approached Naruto and Sasuke. Kakashi, you're great. But... Kakashi closed his eyes and almost fell to the ground, but Sasuke caught him. Naruto, you're out of chakra just like me, I'll go get Sakura and the bridge builder. Sasuke, go, it's hard for me to hold on to sensei. Naruto called Sakura and Tazunucha Tazuna, seeing the battered shinobi, and together they continued on their way. Kakashi opened his eyes and saw the ceiling. He rose up on his elbows and saw the genin in front of him. Naruto, are you awake? Kakashi, yeah. How are you guys? Sasuke, more or less. Sakura, we're okay, but Naruto lost half of his chakra in the battle. Naruto, I've recovered now, but not that much. Kakashi, I see, how long have I been lying down? Sakura, 14 hours, it's already morning. Kakashi, you need to train, I feel with my own eye that we'll meet Zabuza again soon and this fight yesterday, this is the beginning. Zabuza, yeah, you idiots. You're demon brothers but you lost, and I won't even mention Noguchi and Horo. Haku, Zabuza-san, should we stop this mission, they're wounded but... Zabuza, Haku, heal them quickly, I'm almost recovered. You'll come with us and these two too, my sword hasn't had its fill of blood yet. Kakashi, I see. Okay, now you need to train some more. Zabuza took the scroll where those two were. Now there are 5 of them. Naruto, 5? I don't think so, I felt another chakra source at the end of the fight. Kakashi, another chakra source? Then that will be difficult. We need to call for reinforcements already. Sasuke, and how do we call for reinforcements? If one of us gets away, Zabuza and his comrades will attack. Naruto, I would send a clone, but as the bridge builder said, there are all sorts of bandits here. Sakura, so what should we do now? Kakashi, I can call, but I need to at least restore my chakra and rest. Sakura, summoning, but I understand, but how? Naruto, summoning. Sasuke, summoning? Kakashi, summoning technique, this technique is connected with another world, have you heard of the Sannin? Naruto, how can I not know this idiot pervert? Sasuke, I have heard but I have never seen him. Sakura, yeah, but Naruto? Did you see it? Naruto, where did I get the pole? He gave it to me as a gift. The sword and pole are more convenient weapons for me than others. Sasuke, I get it now. Kakashi, can you guys go out? I want to rest and then send out a call for reinforcements tomorrow. The team nodded and left the room. Naruto sat on a tree branch and looked at the river near the bridge builder's house. Naruto, 6 people, Zabuza is one of them, 2 are from the Moon Swordsman organization. 2 are simple missing nin of Chunin rank. And who is the 6? Sasuke, what are you sitting here for? It's getting dark. Sasuke jumped from the ground and sat on a branch next to Naruto. Naruto, you know, Zabuza is probably stronger than me, but his water clone was weaker. Sasuke, maybe. But we can still defeat them, you will have clones that will be on par with the rest. Naruto, yeah, but no one knows what will happen next. This is the first time you are outside the village in your personality. Sasuke, yeah, and that's great, I'll get used to it. Freedom of personality. Naruto, ahaha, yeah. A beautiful river and sunset. Sasuke, how do you find such beautiful places? Naruto, I don't know how myself, but I think it's fate to find such beautiful places and show you. Naruto sat closer and put his hand in hers. Sasuke, if that's the case then I trust you Naruto. Sasuke took Naruto's hand. Sakura, what a cute couple. Sakura was sitting in the bushes not far from them. Sakura, hee hee, well good luck to you, my dear lovebirds, the main thing is that you don't quarrel and be sad. Sakura came out of the bushes and walked towards the house. Sakura, I don't fully remember how my life was in the past and how it was there. I died and was reborn here, this means that I must help this world like others who have been reborn or who have been reborn. Walking slowly, she noticed something shiny on the ground. Sakura crouched down and took it. Sakura, hm. Sakura held a shard of ice. Sakura, just don't tell me that this is. There was a noise in the bushes and two Senbon flew out from there. Sakura quickly dodged and looked there. Sakura, Haku. A man wearing an Oinin mask emerged from the bushes. Oinin, girl, you are from this team and I will have to kill you so that you do not interfere with our plan. Oinin quickly ran up and struck. Sakura blocked the blow and taking his leg, she threw a tree to the side. Oinin quickly got his bearings in the air and he grabbed the tree with his feet. Sakura quickly appeared next to him and struck with her fist. Oinin quickly dodged and struck with his own foot, but she dodged again. Sakura after dodging took kunai and shuriken, she jumped away from the tree and threw them at Oinin. Oinin also took several Senbon and threw them and the throwing weapons collided and fell to the ground. Sakura landed and making several seals, she hit the ground with her palm and several boulders came out of the ground and flew at the enemy. Oinin quickly made seals and a wave came out from under the mask which transformed into a dragon and flew at the boulders. Dojutsu slowed down the boulders and continued to fly forward to Sakura. Sakura. Sakura took the pole and folded the seals, she created a wall with the pole and the pole took the form of a spear with a stone. The dragon crashed into the wall and Sakura waited and with a jerk found herself next to the Oinin and wanted to hurt. Oinin, Hayaton, demonic mirrors. Sakura pierced the Oinin but it was a mirror. From mirror to mirror the Oinin began to fly quickly and throw Senbons at Sakura. Sakura. It. Sakura barely dodged and reflected the Senbons, but the Oinin stopped and looked inside the mirror at Sakura, who received several Senbons in her arm and leg. Sakura, cough. Senbons. You. Before she could finish speaking, she fell unconscious. Oinin deactivated the equipment and landed next to her. Oinin, I was not just an opponent for you, but one with the ice genome. Oinin wanted to take it but the shurikens prevented him. Naruto was at his side and kicked him. Oinin flew away and hit two trees. Naruto, weakling. Sasuke landed next to Sakura and checked her pulse. Sasuke, alive, but breathing heavily. Naruto, let's get her home quickly. Naruto looked in the direction where the Oinin was, but he wasn't there. Naruto, escaped, okay. Naruto took Sakura and went home with Sasuke. Oinin found himself near the mansion and moved inside. Oinin, Zabuza-san. One of them is already unconscious. Zabuza, excellent Haku. That's good, next will be Uchiha. Sakura lay unconscious in the futon next to Kakashi. Kakashi, I see, you say yes. Naruto, I hit him in the stomach area, I can tell he got injured too. Kakashi, that's good, but Sakura is unconscious. There are few of us and it's hard to protect anyone else, I'll send out a summons right away. Kakashi got up from the futon and barely got up, made seals and touched the ground and fell to his knees. Smoke appeared and from it appeared a dog with a Konoha forehead protector. Dog, Kakashi. What happened? Kakashi, it's okay, Pakken. I'm giving you a mission, go to Konoha and ask for reinforcements. But be careful, you might get stopped. Pakken, I got you, I'm running. Pakken jumped out of the window and went to Konoha. Naruto, can he handle it? Kakashi, he can handle it. He's a ninja after all. Sasuke, if that's the case then we'll have to wait. Kakashi, you go get dinner for now, I want to have lunch here. I'll let you know when Sakura wakes up. Naruto, okay, Sasuke, let's go. Naruto and Sasuke came out. Kakashi, what dangerous opponents there are here. The next day at noon they heard a knock. Naruto prepared a kunai and opened it to see Menma. Naruto, Menma? Menma, so, brother? Need some help? Naruto, that's very handy. Naruto let Menma through and Sai, their captain and Yakoshi followed him in. Naruto, you're just in time. Kakashi-sensei and Sakura woke up. Shiro, Kakashi was resting and Sakura also rested, or did she come to her senses? Naruto, both. But the main thing is, finish building the bridge. Yesterday we rested, and today Tazuna-san is going to build it with the rest of the people. Shiro, I see. So, while your teammates are resting, I'll go with my team and keep guard. And you and Sasuke protect the house. Naruto, alright. Tazuna-san. Tazuna came out of the kitchen. Tazuna, you've come? Great. Shiro, well then, Tazuna-san, we'll go to the bridge and begin. Tazuna, yes, until Gato comes. Tazuna and Shiro came out and Menma and Sai too. Yakoshi approached Naruto. Yakoshi, you. Why didn't you protect Sakura? Naruto, Sakura? Why are you so mad about her now? Yakoshi, none of your business. Naruto, I see, okay. Sakura was protected, but it was too late. Yakoshi, Sasuke again? Naruto, no, go away already, they're waiting for you. Yakoshi, we'll talk later. Yakoshi came out to the others. Naruto, I think he's fallen in love with her. Heh, I get it. Naruto went to the second floor. He had already approached the door where Kakashi and Sakura were. Sasuke was sitting next to him. Kakashi, have the reinforcements arrived? Naruto, yes, they've already gone to the bridge. Kakashi, okay. Naruto, Sasuke, I trust you both more. Protect this house. Naruto and Sasuke nodded and left the room. Then they left the house and settled down next to each other. Naruto, I think I need to travel a little. Sasuke, travel where? Naruto, remember Sakura talking about how we can travel between worlds? Sasuke, I remember. Naruto, so, I want to know what worlds there are and what it's like there. Sasuke, now or when? Naruto, I think now. A lot of time will pass in that world but not even an hour will pass here if we stay there for a month but I'll come back and check there and that's it. Sasuke, okay, I'd like to go with you but we have to protect the house. Naruto, I can leave the clones in our place, shadow cloning. 12 Naruto clones appeared next to them, one of them took Sasuke's henge. Sasuke, why did he become me? Naruto, I created 12 clones. 2 clones will be for us and the rest are just clones. Sasuke, I see, and Sakura? Naruto, next time. So you know what to do. The clones nodded and went to their places. Naruto, and you and I, will move, you can even remove the form. Sasuke, okay. Sasuke dispelled the henge and Naruto said and when Sasuke saw that they were not invited to the team, she accepted and Naruto said. Naruto, yes, movement. Now in the clearing there was a man and a little girl who were training to destroy orange balls. Naofumi, Raphtalia, come on. Raphtalia, yes Lord Naofumi. The girl with the tail and ears of a raccoon approached and pierced the ball that Naofumi was holding. The ball became skin and they gained experience. Naofumi, well done, Raphtalia. Raphtalia, thank you. Naofumi, it's getting dark and we need to rest. But we don't have much money, so we'll spend the night here. Raphtalia, yes, Lord Naofumi. They were about to pack up and rest when a bright light appeared next to them. When the light disappeared, Naruto and Sasuke were there. Naofumi was alert, preparing his shield, and Raphtalia raised his blade. Naruto, great world, it's getting dark. Sasuke, yes. Naruto concentrated and turned his head to Naofumi and asked. Naruto, who are you? Sasuke turned her head and saw them. Naofumi, I should be the one asking, who are you? Naruto, a shield or something? That's pretty unusual. Naofumi wanted to say something, but he saw his sword in its sheath. Naofumi, are you a warrior? Naruto, more like a shinobi. It looks like there are no shinobi here, if this is your first time seeing them. By the way, we didn't learn or tell you their names. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and this is my teammate Sasuke Uchiha. Naofumi Iwatani. My companion is Raphtalia. Naruto, do you understand where we are, Naofumi Iwatani? Naofumi, near the capital of Melramark. Are you also summoned heroes? Sasuke, no, we are from another world, but we are traveling. Naruto looked at Naofumi and Raphtalia. Naruto, your stats are a bit weak, but you've raised your level well. Naofumi, what? How do you see? Naruto, I need to test your abilities. Naruto pulled out his sword and quickly appeared next to him and wanted to cut through, but the shield bearer blocked the blow, but the damage and pain were almost felt. Naofumi, what kind of power? Naruto, not bad reaction. Raphtalia quickly took the blade tighter and wanted to pierce it. Naruto with one movement of his hand took her hand and grabbed the handle of the blade and took it. Raphtalia was surprised and shocked. Naofumi, how are you? Naruto, well, you're still weak. But that's okay. Naruto gave the blade to Raphtalia and he sheathed his sword. Naruto, nice to meet you. Naruto extended his hand. Naofumi, still not believing it, gave him his hand. Naofumi, and you look young and have red hair? Naruto, of the Uzumaki clan. Sasuke, come here. Sasuke came closer. Sasuke, your speed was different than last time in the battle with Zabuza. Naruto, really? I noticed too, and the energy here feels different somehow. Sasuke, yeah, it's like it's become easier here. Naofumi, energy? What energy? Naruto, I mean chakra, and judging by your status, this energy is called mana. Magic, or what? Raphtalia, yes. Naruto, so, I'm already interested in this world, and you Sasuke? Sasuke, a little so far. Naofumi, you're from another world, I'm shocked. Is this sword your main weapon? Naruto, main? What do you mean? Naofumi, long story. And it's getting dark, let me tell you. Naruto, just briefly, we're here for a month or 2 weeks. Everything is on time. Naofumi, okay, so Raphtalia, we're collecting skins. Raphtalia, yes. 5 hours passed. Sasuke and Raphtalia fell asleep after Naofumi told them how he moved to this world and what he did for 1 week. Naruto, I see, you have it worse than us. The king and that girl set you up. Now you're like a criminal? Naofumi, you could say that. I'm angry at them and those 3. Naruto, I understand, I've killed so many people and I blame myself. Naofumi, killed? You're full of riddles and secrets. Naruto, yeah, my teammate doesn't know that I kill and serve the same organization, Ambu. Okay, you can sleep, it's clear you haven't slept. Naofumi, no, I don't trust you too much yet and expose your back to the enemy. Naruto, funny. I'm not going to sleep anyway, my body has become like this after one operation. Naofumi, I won't ask what happened to you, but you're right, I'm already sleepy. I'd be grateful if you could keep watch. Naruto, go to sleep already. I'll stay. Naofumi, thank you. Naofumi changed his shield and went to sleep. Naruto was already looking at the sky and Sasuke. Naruto, beautiful night, like you Sasuke. And the world here. Naruto dispelled the henge by returning to his form. Naruto. More fun. And I am the White Crow and a cold killer. The next morning, Naofumi and the others woke up to see Naruto sitting and looking at the rising sun. Naofumi, ah. You weren't sleeping? Naruto, why sleep? If it's not easier to sleep. Like you said, your level goes up by killing other monsters. I have an idea. Get up. Everyone got up and washed themselves in the river. They came back but there was a smell of delicious food. Naruto, breakfast is also more important, so after breakfast. Naruto cooked and everyone ate breakfast and stood in line. Sasuke, ah. Your dish is tastier than mine. And yeah. Wait. How come I'm level 38? And my stats were up to 250 to 300. And now they're already from 600 to 700. Naruto, so I didn't make a mistake. I'm level 56 and my stats are already 1850 to 1950. Naofumi was slightly shocked when he heard this. Naofumi, in your world you are monsters. But here you are worse than monsters. Naruto, so, Sasuke, I will create 3 clones and you will destroy one and they will destroy 1 clone each. Naruto created 3 clones and Sasuke immediately took a kunai and threw it at the clone and it disappeared. Sasuke gained 300 experience points. Sasuke, the experience is coming, 16,360 points, but there are still 4,000 points left until level 240. Naofumi and Raphtalia have already destroyed the clones and they have received 1,000 points. Naofumi, could it be? My level has increased to level 9. Raphtalia. Your level is 11. Naruto, so, I'll say one thing, Naofumi and Raphtalia, huh? I'll create 40 more clones, practice your attacks and strength, improve your agility and intelligence. You'll need it for your enormous power. Naofumi, why are you helping us? Sasuke, he likes to help. So don't mind. Raphtalia, Lord Naofumi. I've grown. And indeed, when Naofumi and the others looked, they saw a grown-up Raphtalia who already looked like an 18-year-old girl. Naofumi, it's time to change equipment. There are still 2 weeks left until the waves. But in these 2 weeks we'll probably become stronger, up to level 25, I think. Naruto, we need to train before that. Raphtalia, yeah. Sasuke, okay, Naruto, shall we go to the city? Naruto, okay, Naofumi, are you with us? Naofumi, yeah, we need to buy equipment and a sword for Raphtalia. Naruto, okay. Naofumi and Raphtalia packed their things and went to the city. Naruto, indeed. They are talking about you here. Naofumi, can you not say it? Raphtalia, Lord Naofumi. There. Raphtalia showed the store where their friend was. They all went in there and Naruto and Sasuke saw a lot of weapons and shields. Blacksmith, oh, the kid and Raphtalia. Who are these? They look different. Naofumi, these are adventurers too. Blacksmith, they're higher level than you and you leveled up quickly. Did they help? Raphtalia, yes. They helped us and I grew up, it's a little tight in these clothes. Blacksmith, I see, I'll give you clothes and gear now. And you need new armor already. Do they need gear? Naruto, we don't need it, we dodge a lot as it is. Sasuke, yeah. I'm going for a walk. Naruto, I'm with you. Naofumi, meet me at the exit. Naruto, okay. Naruto and Sasuke walked many streets and looked around the city. They saw some adventurers and heroes several times. Now they encountered the sword hero and his companions. Naruto, the sword hero I presume? Ren, yeah, I noticed you have a higher level than us. Naruto, and your friend Naofumi also leveled up to 9. Ren, level 9? Are you serious? And how do you know him? Naruto, I've known him since yesterday, a nice guy and with his own companion. Sasuke, your levels are lower than his, so it's not surprising. Naruto, shall we go? Naruto, yeah, Sasuke. Ren, hearing their names, stood up in shock and Naruto and Sasuke left. Ren, Naruto and Sasuke. How did they get here? And they look different. Naruto, withstand my blow. Naruto activated the first gate and quickly ran up to Naofumi and hit him, but Naofumi blocked the blow. Naofumi used an air shield and a shield appeared pushing Naruto back. Naruto, surprisingly, this shield is a good equipment, not like other heroes. Naofumi, did you meet others? Naruto, yes, we met the sword hero. And he is right next to us, but he is watching. Naofumi, where? Naruto, look behind you and those trees. Naruto showed and Naofumi saw Ren and his companions. They saw that they were noticed and tensed up, but Ren stood calmly. Naofumi, well, you surprised me. So, are you going to help Raphtalia and me? Naruto, yeah, but not now. Let them go. Meanwhile, Sasuke was training Raphtalia. Sasuke, increase your speed. Raphtalia obeyed and quickly sped up and lunged. Sasuke moved to the side and aimed his hand straight at the throat. Sasuke, watch the enemy's movements and dodge. You can't keep attacking and fighting forever. Raphtalia, okay. Sasuke removed her hand. Raphtalia, wow. That's speed. I can't reach your level. Sasuke, if you train, you'll get stronger. Sasuke activated her Sharingan and looked towards the trees. Sasuke, someone's coming. People with a spear hero came out of the forest. Motoyasu, oh, what are two cute girls doing here? Sasuke turned off the Sharingan. Sasuke, what do you want? Motoyasu, I wanted to know what you were doing here. Sasuke, we're training, don't bother me. Motoyasu, it's a shame. Maybe I can help you level up? Sasuke, my level is higher than yours, I can just go away. Motoyasu looked at her level and screamed. Motoyasu, how much do you have? I barely got to 8. Sasuke, not my problem. Raphtalia, let's get out of here. Raphtalia, yeah. I don't feel comfortable with this person. Motoyasu, don't you know? I'm the spear hero. Sasuke, go away. Sasuke and Raphtalia left, but Motoyasu and his companions followed them. Itsuki, wow, why are we all gathered here? Ren, I was wondering who they were and if they were them. Motoyasu, I was following two beauties. They started chatting while Naruto and his friends were talking. Naruto, what idiots. Naofumi, and why did they come? I can't understand it. Sasuke, that idiot with the spear followed us. And that bow appeared when we came here. Naruto, oh. So be it, at least we'll be leveling up and let them talk, shadow clones. For clones appeared and they turned into 4 themselves. Naruto, let's go before they notice. Naofumi, we got away. Naruto, better be on guard, then. Naruto created 12 clones. Every 4 clones split up and stood next to Naofumi, Raphtalia, and Sasuke. Naruto, then let's go. Naofumi, wait, I completely forgot about that. Naofumi's notification of acceptance to the team arrived, and Sasuke and Naruto were accepted. The three began training. 2 weeks have passed. Naruto and Sasuke leveled up like Naofumi and Raphtalia. Raphtalia had already grown up so she could be considered a full-fledged girl. Naruto and Sasuke learned a lot about this world and were a little angry. In this world, the nobility could be considered to have done nothing but simply bullied others and half-humans. Naruto, thanks to the clones, helped people and earned money for Naofumi and Raphtalia. It turned out to be a lot in the amount of 1,000 silver, 1,000 copper and 100 gold coins. He wanted to give them when they returned to their world. But for now he trained them a little in combat techniques. Thanks to Naruto, Naofumi understood how to use a shield, strengthen and use shield skills. Now they were in the city and prepared for the wave. Naruto, wave, I'll see him. Naruto's strength in this world also enhanced his speed. And his genes were already complete, 2 horns were on his forehead and grew 1 centimeter every 2 days. His henge could barely hold him up. Sasuke, Naruto, I've been feeling a bit of strange chakra from you lately and you're hiding something. Naruto, I'll explain later, but right now I need to help these two. Sasuke, if you don't tell me later, I won't be your girlfriend anymore. Naruto was surprised by this but looked into her eyes. Naruto, you really do know how to convince me. Okay, after we return to our world, I'll tell you everything and show you. Sasuke, okay. Naofumi and Raphtalia were already approaching them. Naofumi, we are ready. Naruto, well, Naofumi, when we are done, tell me, time to get back what's yours, and I can give you something. Naofumi, What? Raphtalia, Lord Naofumi, the time is getting closer. Naofumi, oh yeah. Thanks for leveling us up to level 40, it's not leveling anymore. Then I'll probably upgrade my class. Naruto, yeah, I also leveled up my class along with Sasuke, her skills and stats increased and she got new skills, she will show you, and I'll show you my skills later. A few seconds later the sky turned red and they moved into the village. Naruto, well, if the sky is red everywhere, that means there's a battle there too. Naruto wanted to create a clone with seals but they just appeared when he thought multiple shadow clones. 50 clones appeared. Naruto, yeah, a class upgrade. My chakra control is already at the level of a Kage. I think if I fail some more, I'll be able to create techniques without folding seals. Sasuke hit Naruto on the elbow. Sasuke, you'll become stronger than everyone else. It's better to let others become stronger. Naofumi, can you save your quarrels for later? The monsters are already appearing. They looked around and saw that the monsters started to attack. The clones started to kill and go to other places. Naofumi started to help the villagers to escape but seeing the efforts of the 4, they started to help them. Later, the knights came. Knight, ho. Who do we have here? Naofumi, having destroyed the monster, looked at it. Naofumi, what are you doing? Help. Knight, why should I help the shield hero? It's better to help the other heroes than you. Naruto, hearing their conversation, immediately destroyed 6 monsters with one jerk, stood in front of the knight, and put a sword to his throat. Naruto, actually. Heroes are supposed to be helped. Naruto activated his Sharingan and released some of his chakra. Naruto, and yes, if you don't want to die like those monsters at my hand. The knights looked back and saw how the monsters fell at the same time. Naruto, so it's your choice. Those heroes can handle it themselves, and I could just destroy all the monsters here. But it's boring to kill everyone at once. The knight turned his head, trembling slightly. Knight, okay, but you'll have to pay later. Naruto quickly took a kunai and threw it at the skeleton's head, breaking the skull. Naruto, did you say something? Knight, no. Knights, let's help the shield hero. The knights reluctantly began to help. After a few minutes, the sky became normal and the monsters stopped appearing. The clones began to clear the surrounding area. Naruto, well. We're done. At the banquet. Naruto, not finished. Sasuke, we were called here. But at least this dress looks good. Sasuke was wearing a black dress with blue flowers and red roses. Naruto, yeah, you look nice. Sasuke, thanks. Why didn't you wear something else? Naruto, I'm more used to mine. Sasuke, you don't change. Naruto and Sasuke were on the other side of Naofumi and Raphtalia. They were in the center between the guests and the nobles. Naruto, we'll have to go home tomorrow. I hope it wasn't a day. Sasuke, I don't know. But these fruit-flavored drinks are a little better. Naruto, let's go outside. Sasuke, why? Naruto, you'll find out. Naruto took his hand and walked outside. When they came out, Naruto picked up Sasuke in his arms and jumped to a certain place. Sasuke, wow. What a jump. I'm surprised. Naruto put Sasuke down and dispelled his henge. Sasuke saw another Naruto in the same clothes but with white skin and 2 horns. Sasuke, Naruto? Naruto, I was in henge this whole time. I was blocking my chakra. Sasuke, your chakra. And you're different. Naruto, yes. My chakra and body are like an Otsutsuki. I'm stronger and faster thanks to the genes that made me like this. Sasuke, Naruto. I don't understand. Why didn't you say that? Naruto, I was afraid of losing you and losing you. Sasuke, Naruto. I love you. I love you with all my heart. She hugged him and started stroking Naruto's long white hair. Naruto hugged her too, already happy. Hope. In the morning there were 4 people standing in the clearing. Naruto, we should go back. Sasuke, yeah, we need to finish up some business and everything. Naofumi, yeah. It's sad to say goodbye at times like these. Raphtalia, will we ever see each other again? Naruto, I don't know. Oh yeah, did something happen yesterday? For some reason you're holding on with your hands. Naofumi and Raphtalia immediately understood and let go, blushing. Naofumi, nothing happened, we just held hands. Naruto, okay. Oh yeah. Now. Naruto disappeared and appeared a few seconds later with bags of coins. Naruto, these are coins I saved up for you to use. Naruto gave them bags and Naofumi looked inside and was stunned. Naofumi, how did you get so much? Naruto, I earned it by helping the people of this world. Oh yeah, don't go to the dragon clock, you won't be allowed to upgrade anyway, because of which bishop? Naofumi, bishop? I remember seeing him next to the king of Melromark yesterday. Okay. Good luck to you, Naruto, Sasuke. Raphtalia, good luck to you. Naruto and Sasuke, thank you, be careful. Naruto and Sasuke disappeared, leaving the 2 holding the bags. Sakura sat on the bed waiting for Naruto and Sasuke. The door opened and the mentioned entered. Sakura, where have you been? Naruto, the system told you after all. Sasuke, we traveled and leveled up. Sakura looked at their status and after a few seconds, her eyes widened. Sakura, you. How did you level up like that? Naruto, we were in a world where everything was different, and there we met a guy and a raccoon girl. Their names are Naofumi and Raphtalia. Sakura, Naofumi and Raphtalia. Yeah. How did you level up like that? Sasuke, everything was different there, and we thought that when we came back to our world, it would be the same again before we left. Naruto, it looks like because of the class upgrade, we kept these characteristics. Now I'm at the Kage level. Sasuke, I'm at the Jounin level if you count that. But the techniques need to be learned. Sakura just looked at this in shock, and after a few minutes she came to her senses and said, Sakura, they could have taken me. Okay, Naruto. Naruto, yeah. Sakura, now it looks like you're Otsutsuki. Naruto, noticed? Yeah, my last name changed to Otsutsuki. And my horn started growing. Sakura, I see. Sasuke, well. What do we do next? The other team is here, and Yakoshi started getting on my nerves. He started fighting right after he got back, but I subdued him by knocking him out. I'm sick of him. Naruto, Sakura, talk to him and tell him that this is not necessary, he shouldn't become Sasuke's killer or anyone else's. Sakura, why me? Naruto, he won't listen to me and Sasuke. Only you can. Sakura, okay. Naruto, okay, get some rest, and Sasuke and I will guard the house. Sasuke, get some rest. Sakura. Sakura, thanks guys. Sasuke and Naruto came out. In one of the clearings. Menma, yeah. I guess it's hard to treat sick people and yourself. Haku, no. I have a dear person, I try to do everything for him. Menma, I see, my younger brother is stronger than me, hehe, but he's smart and strong. Haku, who are you trying for? Menma, I don't know. Probably for my new friends and brother and sister. Yeah, for my family who is still alive, and I will try for them. Haku, great goal. Okay, thanks for helping me pick flowers. Menma, for a girl like that, I'll help as much as I can. Haku stood up, and after a few steps she stopped. Haku, I'm a boy. Haku walked on, limping a little. And Menma, not yet understanding, screamed. Menma, what? From behind him, far away, he heard the voice of his teammate. Yakoshi, what are you doing there? Menma, nothing. Yakoshi hit Menma on the back of the head. Menma, ouch, why did you hit me? Yakoshi, let's go home quickly, it's almost evening. Menma, okay. Menma stood up and went home with Yakoshi. Naruto. When Sasuke and Naruto went outside, Naruto disappeared from Sasuke's sight, she immediately used henge. Naruto sat on a tree looking at the system. Naruto, So, Sakura said she found something, but it would take a lot of people, but I don't want to go and have Yakoshi and the rest of the guys immediately realize that Sasuke and I raised our stats. So, that's how it is. Naruto found a function to delete people's systems. Do you wish to remove the system from these people? Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, Yakoshi Uchiha. Yes/no. Naruto, yes. Shikamaru and Choji were in a restaurant with their team. Shikamaru was looking at the system and his characteristics. The system began to disappear with the inscription. Naruto, Otsutsuki has deprived you of your system, deleting your system. Deleting complete. The system disappeared and Shikamaru looked at Choji, who looked at him. Shikamaru, what was that? And why is Naruto's last name like that? Choji, I don't know. But I'll have to ask the others. Ino, what are you talking about? Shikamaru, nothing. Yakoshi, who watched as the system disappeared before his eyes, became angry. Yakoshi, Naruto. A few days later, Sakura and Kakashi had recovered. The team, Yakoshi, had been guarding the bridge for the past few days. Sasuke and Naruto sometimes trained while the clones guarded the house. And today, before sending Tazuna and Team 8 to the bridge, they prepared themselves just in case. Because everyone had a bad feeling about this day. When Team 8 and Tazuna left, Sakura sighed. Sakura, oh. This atmosphere in the house is creepy. Naruto, no, for me it's like a warm-up. I need to learn to resist this aura and stand still. Especially when there's a dangerous enemy. I'll go out and guard the house for now. Naruto got up from the couch and went outside. Sasuke, who was in the form of a guy, also exhaled. Sasuke, Sakura, what happened? Sasuke, well. Yakoshi kept telling me that he didn't have a system. But we do. Sakura, what? How so? Sasuke, Naruto said that it was so that Yakoshi and the others wouldn't go to other worlds, because it could be dangerous there. And knowing Yakoshi, he might decide to go and get power or... Sakura, what? Sasuke, die. Sakura, why are you so worried? Sasuke, Yakoshi, a member of the Uchiha clan and my clanmate. As the head of the clan, I have a duty to protect my clanmates. Sakura, I see. But don't worry. They heard the kitchen window break and quickly prepared for battle. They are closer to the kitchen and saw 3 strangers lying on the floor and the sound of scraping metal outside. They went out through the broken window and saw Naruto fighting Horo and Noguchi with 6 people. Naruto, you came to your senses quickly. Said Naruto threw 4 shuriken at Horo. Noguchi, we have one person who helped us heal faster. Horo, yes. He dodged to the side and prepared his sword to attack, but it's not easy to deal with me now. I already know a little about you. Naruto, if so, then I will fight you. Sasuke and Sakura wanted to help but Naruto stopped them. Naruto, Sakura, protect the house from bandits, Sasuke. I believe in you and go help the others. Kakashi-sensei is not here. Sasuke, I see, you hang in there. Sakura, okay. Sasuke jumped onto a tree and went to help. Sakura quickly went into the house. Naruto, well, he grabbed the hilt of the sword without pulling it out. Do you have enough strength to win? Noguchi, so. Horo, what happened, Noguchi? Noguchi, his chakra. It's gotten bigger. I can even feel his chakra. Horo, ha. If you're afraid, then give me a chance. Horo ran quickly towards Naruto. Noguchi, stop. Horo swung downwards, only to be blocked by the tip of Naruto's sword. Naruto, not a bad swing, he spun the enemy's sword and knocked it to the side, and hit Horo in the stomach, but you're weak. Naruto removed his hand and turned around and kicked him in the head, sending him into a tree. Noguchi. You are a dangerous enemy. Naruto, yes. Naruto activated his eyes and looked into his opponent's eyes. Naruto, so, tell me what's going on in your organization. Sasuke jumping on the trees saw how there was smoke in the village. He quickly went there, forgetting about the bridge. Having reached the village, he saw that 23 people with weapons were guarding the hostages where all the residents were, and 2 bandits with torches were setting fire to the 3rd house. One of them was big with chakra. Chief Bandit, so, since you helped build the bridge, we will destroy your houses and take all your things and money. The villagers started to shout and complain. One of the bandits got fed up and was about to stab the villager, when Sasuke quickly appeared in front of him and trapped him in genjutsu. Sasuke, over my dead body, bandits. Sasuke quickly pulled out 4 kunai in each hand and threw them at the opponents. Some of the bandits fell and Sasuke quickly began to knock them out with his speed. Kakashi, just in time. Kakashi ran to the bridge and saw Shiro fighting Zabuza, Yakoshi and Menma inside one of the mirror domes, Sai protecting the workers and Tazuna from the demon brothers, Gozu and Meizu. Kakashi immediately decided to help Shiro, since he had wounds on his stomach. Kakashi used Shunshin, got in front of Shiro and blocked Zabuza's sword with 2 kunai. Kakashi fell to his knee from the blow. Zabuza, copy. I thought you weren't coming. Shiro, Kakashi-senpai. Kakashi, Shiro, help Sai. I can handle this myself. Shiro, okay. Good luck to you. Shiro ran toward Sai. Kakashi, so, shall we continue our battle? Zabuza, yes, Kakashi. Zabuza and Kakashi pushed off and began to form seals. Kakashi, Raitun, Chidori. Zabuza, Suetun, water clone. Chidori appeared on Kakashi's left hand, which emitted the singing of 1,000 birds, and a clone of Zabuza appeared next to him. Zabuza, this technique. Decided to kill me with it? Kakashi, yeah. Meanwhile, Yakoshi and Menma. Menma created 20 clones and they ran to the mirrors. Yakoshi activated the Sharingan and watched the actions. From the mirrors, Haku threw senbons to Menma's clones. They disappeared and Menma himself dodged thanks to the clones. Haku, seeing that Yakoshi was watching him with the Sharingan, threw senbons at him. Yakoshi took a kunai and reflected them. Yakoshi, it wasn't for nothing that I was in the barrier. There were fast opponents like this one. Well. Manjikyu Sharingan. His eyes changed their pattern and he concentrated chakra in his right eye and opened it after a few seconds. Amaterasu. A black flame appeared in one of the mirrors and it began to spread, dispelling the technique after a few minutes. Haku quickly got out of the mirror, throwing 2 senbon at Yakoshi. Yakoshi did not notice how 2 senbon hit his neck. He fell to the ground, stopping breathing. Menma, seeing his teammate, became angry and the Kyubi chakra began to emerge from his seal. Menma, I'll kill you, you bastard. Menma's eyes turned red and had a vertical elongated pupil. A wave of chakra came out from him and he quickly appeared in front of Haku. He hit him and he flew further. Menma again appeared behind him and hit him again. After a few seconds of such a beating, Menma grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and was about to kill him. But Haku's mask broke and Menma saw his face. He let him go in shock. Menma, no way. Why? Haku stood up to his full height. Haku, Zabuza-san, he's the one who saved me. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be here anymore. Naruto, boring. A wave passed through him and he felt chakra. Naruto, Kyubi. Naruto knocked out the bandit with the hilt of his sword and went to the bridge. Sakura, who also felt it, stayed home because no one was there to protect Tazuna's family. The kunai pierced the main man's shoulder and he was knocked out by a fist. Sasuke, a little tired. But at least the people are okay. A wave passed over him too and he looked in the direction where the bridge was. Sasuke, I forgot. Sasuke jumped onto a tree and saw Naruto approaching. Sasuke, Naruto. Naruto, Sasuke. Naruto landed on the branch where Sasuke was standing. Naruto saw that the villagers were tying up the bandits. Naruto, Sasuke, what? Naruto, good job. But I need to go to the bridge and... The Kyubi's chakra disappeared and Naruto sighed and sat down on a branch. Sasuke looked at him with a question. Naruto, it's okay, everything seems fine there, but let's go anyway. I thought that the Kyubi would get out. Naruto stood up and took Sasuke's hand. Naruto, I think I deserve a reward for protecting this village from bandits, right? Sasuke smirked. Sasuke, yes. But that's later, when we return to Konoha. Naruto let go of his hand and he and Sasuke walked towards the bridge. Kakashi, clone. His hand was through the clone of Zabuza who disappeared, and he himself looked at him with hatred. Zabuza, you're boring me. It's a shame you're not standing by the lake. I'd use the water prison on you again. Kakashi, not today. Kakashi dispelled Chidori. Kakashi, but I want to know why such a professional killer would kill a common man for money? Zabuza, you wouldn't understand, Kakashi. Suddenly, the two felt a terrifying chakra. Kakashi, it's chakra. No. Zabuza, Jinchuriki? Kakashi, none of your business. Zabuza took the hilt of the sword with both hands and said in a whisper. Zabuza, tornado war technique. Zabuza coated himself with his own chakra and extended the length of his sword. He began to run quickly towards Kakashi and swung his sword. Kakashi dodged again and struck him in the stomach, but was a few centimeters short as his chakra blocked his blow. Kakashi, my hand stopped. Zabuza, this is my technique, Kakashi, you can't copy this technique. Zabuza wanted to cut Kakashi's head, but he was paralyzed. Kakashi was confused and looked back and saw that Naruto had a Sharingan. Kakashi, Naruto. Thank you. Naruto, you can pay me back later, but for now, sensing 100 people on the other side of the bridge dash. There's going to be a massacre here. In a few minutes. Naruto was holding a sword with blood, Kakashi and Zabuza were next to him. The three of them were breathing heavily and since they had killed all the thugs together and were standing next to Gato. Zabuza, you say the contract is cancelled? Well, I'll cancel that contract. Zabuza raised his sword to strike when he was stopped by Naruto. Naruto, I don't think he'll die quickly. Let's give him to the villagers and let them keep him. Zabuza, I thought you were a bit heartless. But it turns out you're also merciful. Naruto smiled. Naruto, the main thing is that the battle is over. Zabuza, yes. Kakashi, I feel unnecessary. Naruto, and you weren't even given the floor. Naruto walked up to Gato and knocked him out with a blow to the neck. And taking him by the shoulder. Naruto, well, let's go, we need to talk. Night, not far from the walls of Konoha a rift opened and two teenagers came out of it. The first code was white as was the hair. But the main thing was his eyes, white eyes but red 3 tomo. The second, he had yellow hair and 2 stripes on his cheeks, and with blue eyes. On their foreheads were Konoha protectors. Second, are we right at the right time? First, yes, we are here and we have to stop him. Second, yes, he could be dangerous for the village. In 2 days in the land of waves. Yesterday the bridge was finished and today 2 teams from Konoha left. The residents thanked them and said goodbye to them. The 2 teams also said goodbye to them, especially to Tazuna's family. Tazuna, thank you for helping build the bridge. We are very grateful to you, come again. Kakashi, of course, Tazuna-san. When we have a vacation, we will come here to rest. Shiro, I also agree with Kakashi-san. Tazuna, okay, good luck to you. Teams, you too. The 2 teams set out on their way straight to Konoha. Zabuza, it's good that we got the money. Now we need to take a break from these things. Haku, yes, Zabuza-san, where are we going now? Zabuza, let's go to the land of lightning. I heard they have great swordsmen there. I want to teach children there who will be future shinobi. Haku, yes. Why did you give your sword to that boy? Zabuza, you, oh Naruto? He showed his strength and could probably fight me on equal terms. He is more worthy than me. Kubikuribocho is one of the 7 swords of the mist, but they were made by the Uzumaki clan. That guy with red hair is one of them. But as I understand it, that blonde guy is also an Uzumaki. Haku, how did you figure that out? Zabuza, Uzumaki has red hair and a lot of chakra. The blonde brother, Uzumaki Naruto. Haku, I see. Number 1, no trace of him yet. Number 2, really? You're a great censor like your father. Number 1, yeah. But that's not enough. Either he hasn't come here yet, or my powers haven't recovered yet. Number 2, you'd better be a great senser than your father, Rhymer. Rhymer, don't be stupid, Boruto. I can sense my father's chakra. And the others? Boruto, my father seems to have returned with yours. Rhymer, yeah, I can sense your father's chakra too. Boruto, will we meet them? Rhymer, it's too early, and my father will find us himself. Naruto, great sword, but a little heavy. Kubikuribocho was on Naruto's back as it was too big for the sheath. Sasuke, I don't understand why he gave you his sword. Naruto, I don't know. But I'm grateful to him for such a gift. Everyone was happy that they had accomplished the A-rank mission. They reached Konoha before evening as they moved through the trees. They descended to the ground and slowly approached the gates of Konoha. Izumo, oh, you came. Kotetsu, I'm happy for you, I heard you completed the A-rank mission. And this sword? Naruto, yes, the sword of one of the swordsmen of the mist, Kubikuribocho. Izumo, you're lucky. Okay, go to the residence, the Hokage herself is probably waiting. Naruto, good. Naruto felt chakra similar to his and Menma's. Rhymer, he noticed. Boruto, looks like we'll meet him. Two were on the roof watching the team pass through the gate. Naruto, can I step away for a moment? Kakashi, got something to do? Naruto, yeah, but I'll be at the residence in 5 minutes. Naruto disappeared and the team moved on. Rhymer quickly turned around and stopped Naruto's hand with both hands. Naruto, who are you? Rhymer, we are Konoha shinobi. Naruto, I see. But you may be disguised. And you look almost like me and my brother. Naruto removed his hand and began to listen. Boruto, this is so strong. Naruto looked at the two and said. Naruto, so, your name is Rhymer, but also Otsutsuki. Yours is Boruto Uzumaki. Boruto, how? Rhymer, I see. I know. Naruto sighed easily. Naruto, I have an idea, but it might be crazy. Rhymer, I know what you're thinking. It might be thanks to the artifact. But that artifact is currently disabled. Boruto, yes. We went to the past to see you. Naruto, don't you think you can change the future? Rhymer, we haven't disappeared, so everything's okay for now. And seeing you like this in the portrait is better now. Naruto, and why is that? Rhymer, I'd better not say. We're here to protect this time. Naruto, HM. So, meet me there in 2 hours, you need to change your clothes and appearance. They might think for us, except me. Naruto pointed to a small tower on the outskirts of the village and disappeared. Boruto, why didn't you tell him? Rhymer, I don't want the future to change but it's hard for me to tell him. Hiruzen, I see, but I still congratulate you, 2 teams have completed an A-rank mission. You can pick up the money from the accounting department and take a week off. Kakashi and Shiro, stay behind. The genin left and the jounin stayed. Hiruzen, Naruto, you can come out. Naruto came out of the dark corner and started listening. Hiruzen, so, Shiro, as a member of the Root ANBU, you were the guard of the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi and Uchiha, Sai, also one of you. Naruto, as Danzo's successor, I inform you that Danzo is now dying. The two heard about this and wanted to leave, but the door was closed, as was the residence in seals. Hiruzen, forgive me but Danzo, traitor. Naruto looked kindly at the Hokage. Naruto, what does this mean? Hiruzen, Danzo, gave information to the village of Sand, about the village and its inhabitants for almost half a year. But when Shiro, nicknamed Snake, left with his team to help, my spies from the route reported that Danzo left with several subordinates to negotiate with the shinobi of the sand. I and some jounin and Anbu followed them and stopped them. Shiro, are you saying that Danzo-sama is a traitor? Naruto, snake. Stop. I don't know why, but I think that Hokage-sama is right. Shiro, you. Naruto, show me the seal. The snake understood what was going on and opened his mouth and stuck out his tongue. Naruto, the seal is almost gone, but some ink remains. I see. So what do you want? Hiruzen, I want you, Naruto, to command the root Anbu. Naruto, command? Hiruzen, yes, I respect Danzo, he found and trained the root members to be excellent shinobi. Such shinobi cannot be lost. After all, the Uchiha are still weak, but the root can still hold its power. Naruto, grandfather. You have almost changed. What about Mito? Hiruzen, Mito, you are with Biwako now. Don't worry. Yes, I have changed thanks to Danzo. He is currently on the verge of death, but he told you that, keep the root, let them be yours than in my hands, in the hands of a villain. Naruto, I need to think. Give me 2 days and I will tell you my answer. But I want to meet Danzo-sama. Hiruzen, okay. The seals disappeared and Naruto and Shiro left the office. Shiro, I'm with you. Naruto, no. For now, tell the rest of Root to do their business and wait. Shiro, wait for what? Naruto flashed his Sharingan before disappearing and disappeared. Shiro stood for a while and went to the base. Naruto sat on the chair next to the bed where Danzo was now lying. Naruto, Danzo-sama. Danzo, I see you've returned. He said in a hoarse voice. Naruto, why? Why did you betray? Danzo, Cough. For the good of Konoha and the future of Root. This sword is a fine trophy for the new head of Root. Naruto, you know? Danzo, I heard, my successor. Kill me with this sword. Naruto, what? Danzo, I want to die, by your hands. I don't want to suffer in front of your eyes. Naruto, no. No way. You, my teacher and the one who trained me. You are the one who believed in me, just like Niroshire-sensei. His eyes are his legacy. Your legacy. This is your organization. But I don't want to command them like weapons. Danzo, I made the right choice. You are my successor. Do not be afraid. Anbu Root will become great and famous under your leadership. I remember you when you were a genius and brave. My time is running out, but I betrayed my village as well as you. Let Root know that you are the new leader. Tears came out of Naruto's eyes and slowly he took the sword with both hands and prepared it. He trembled and looked. Danzo, I believe in you, successor. Naruto raised his sword up and down on the floor, he took a kunai and pierced the old man's heart. He breathed his last and died with a smile proud of his successor. After a while, the Root members stood in the large hall of their base and waited. Naruto, in his true form, appeared in the center of the hall. Naruto, respected. I am Naruto Uzumaki, the new head of the Anbu Root. On my hands is the blood of our former head, Danzo-sama. The Anbu heard this and were shocked and thought that he had killed him. Naruto, our leader wanted to die by my hand because he was proud of me, just like my sensei, the rabbit. But I can say that I will lead Root in the shadows and in public. Soon there will be a Chunin exam, I will have to participate in it and become a Chunin and then a Jonin. Since I can't fully lead our organization. First Anbu, we agree, but what are we going to do, Naruto-sama? Naruto, now I have a plan. There is one problem that has arisen, and in order to solve it, we need to prepare. Later, 2 people will come here. But do not be afraid, they will help us. Second, Umbu Root will do everything possible. Naruto, rail here. Do your business, I will come soon. Some Umbu disappeared and some remained and began to go about their business. Naruto used henge and went to Danzo's office. Walking, he remembered how he walked here and left the office receiving missions. When he reached it, he opened the door with difficulty and entered it. Everything was cleared out on the table and there were some papers. He sat down at the chair and began to read the paper on the table. Naruto, the plan to take over Konoha. It's true. He rummaged around a bit and found a letter for him. He opened it and began to read. Naruto Uzumaki, if you are reading this then you are already the head of the ANBU route. I am writing this letter before going to the negotiations. I do not regret what I did, since it cannot be undone. I had many connections outside the village and with several renegades from other villages. What I did gave birth to new organizations before you were born. In the Rain Village, there was an organization called Akatsuki. This organization should have died, but for some reason it did not. I and the village head Hanzo set a trap for the leader of Akatsuki, but he did not come alone. His friend had the Rinnegan, the dojutsu of the Sage of the Six Paths. Naruto was a little surprised when he read and was shocked when he learned about the Rinnegan. He continued reading. Because of me, this organization recruited more people, but already S-class Nuke Nin. And then other organizations began to appear, for example, the Moon Swordsman. I think that these organizations are connected. Be careful, because if one organization controls others, then a new war cannot be avoided. But remember the main thing. Rinnegan is the eyes of God. But every god has weaknesses just like us. Shimura Danzo. Naruto, I see. It seems he can't express his feelings, so he didn't write. But never mind, this information will help me. The eyes of God. I'll know. Now we need to go to the meeting. Naruto put on a dark hooded cloak and a rabbit mask and disappeared. Boruto, we've already changed here, and he hasn't come. Reimer, quiet down. Naruto, have you been waiting long? They looked up and saw Naruto standing at the top of the tower. Naruto, I had some business. Well, tell me the reason why you are here. Reimer, There is one person, it is hard to call him a human. Since he has the Byakugan and some techniques. His power is great. Boruto, he came here to kill you and take the Kyuubi's chakra. Naruto, I see. What is his name? Reimer, he looks like you and me, father. His name is Urashiki Otsutsuki. Naruto, Urashiki Otsutsuki. Reimer, that's what he called himself. He has a weapon that looks like a fishing rod. Naruto, a fishing rod in the form of a weapon, it seems the Otsutsuki clan has something unique. Reimer, I can partially influence my chakra somehow. Like this. He stretched out his hands, the chakra that was gathering began to change color to red. On his hand was a weapon in the form of a long spear. Naruto looked at it with a surprised look. Naruto, it changes my thoughts about chakra. Reimer, every time I summon this weapon, it's like I get used to it. Boruto, are you going to show your father any more surprises? Naruto, no need for now. So, I want to know a little about the future, can you tell me? The two guests looked down. Naruto, I see, then you won't. Well, I've learned enough anyway. Boruto, I hope Hinata and Menma are together. Boruto's mouth dropped open at this. Boruto, how did you know? Naruto, knowing Menma for a while doesn't tell much. Even though Hinata hides her interest in him, I can see it. Boruto, still, you're an amazing uncle Naruto. Naruto, I'm not old enough to be called uncle. You can use informal language with me. Boruto, okay, database. Naruto, database. It seems like a parasite is the word of the Uzumaki family. Boruto, my father doesn't say such things. Naruto, so, now we should go. No. It will be dangerous for the future. But I can spare a few ANBU to protect you. Reimer, no need. Father, where do you live? We want to spend the night there. Naruto, well, it's strange to be called father at such a young age. Naruto pulled out a small piece of paper with Naruto's house address written on it. Naruto, here. Take it, I have things to do and I probably won't be back soon. I need to finish some things and one job that is important. Naruto disappeared. Reimer, looks like he'll get used to it. Boruto, aha. Ouch. Boruto grabbed his right hand where there was a diamond on the palm. Reimer, your hand again? Boruto, I don't know why, but this diamond appeared after we defeated Momoshiki, Database. Reimer, we'll find out what it is soon. Naruto sat and sorted out papers that were important and some for later. A day had passed and now it was midday. Probably his guests were already walking the streets and looking around. He was tormented by questions about what was in the future. What was the condition of people close to him? And what was going on with Sasuke? Such questions tormented him when he came to his office. Sasuke, anyway, Sean's furniture and interior needs to be repaired. Izumi, Sasuke, my dear. I see you haven't been resting today, what happened? Sasuke, Naruto. Izumi, what about Naruto? Sasuke, nothing, I just learned something from him, and he said it in our previous conversations. Oh yeah, I've gotten a little stronger. Izumi, what's the story of how you got stronger, Sasuke? Sasuke answered this question like this. Sasuke, travel. That's all I can say. Izumi, alright. Sasuke, Izumi. Why do you think Itachi killed the Uchihas? Izumi, I don't know. But anyway, I love you like my little sister, and Itachi. You know that the Uchihas are monogamous. Sasuke, yes. I already have someone I love. Izumi, I want to invite Sakura. She's my friend and she knows my secret. Izumi, okay, but where are you inviting her? Sasuke, to the Uchiha clan. The village doesn't need to know that the heir to the Uchiha clan turned out to be a girl. Izumi, okay, or rest, I heard the Chunin exam is coming soon. You need to rest. Sasuke, the Chunin exam. Okay, good luck to you Izumi. Sasuke stood up from her chair and left, closing the door behind her. Izumi, you too. Sakura walked along the streets, going into shops and stores. Still, you need to talk to people. Walking along the streets, she notices a yellow head of hair through the crowds of residents. She thought it was Menma and went to him. When she approached, she saw that it was not Menma, and next to him she saw a guy the same age as her. Black hair and blue eyes, but most importantly, his face was almost like the Uchiha and his eyes were blue. Sakura, so. It can't be Boruto, but I thought it was Menma but it's Boruto, but who is this guy? Uchiha? But with blue eyes? Reimer was in henge because he has to hide his appearance and at least respect his parents. He only uses such henge when they are on missions or in public. Boruto, Reimer. Where can we find him? Reimer, I don't know where he is or what he's doing. We came here together. Boruto, yeah, but I still want to train a little. I'm bored. Reimer, find a training ground and train, I'll look for something for myself in the meantime. Boruto, okay, meet me at home in 7 hours. Reimer, okay. Boruto turned around and wanted to leave, but noticed Sakura. Boruto, Aunt Sakura? She might find out. Boruto quickly turned to Reimer and grabbed him by the shoulder and ran. Sakura, it's definitely him, but who's that next to him? We need to chase them. Yakoshi trained his Sharingan. He does not use Manjikyu because his eyes can go blind. And for this he trains his eyes by giving a lot of chakra and controlling the flow. However, after the system disappeared, he harbored a grudge against Naruto because he became stronger with the system. But that message appeared that Sasuke and Naruto left and came again from another world. But he had already been in one world when Naruto and Sasuke were in another world. He was where they controlled the elements of thoughts or hand. If you want to know where he was and what he did, I want you to write 5 reviews and 10 likes. I will make a separate chapter or a fanfic related to this. I give you until February 25th. But rather he uses chakra against enemies, or if he is in danger, he uses that power without chakra. Yakoshi, yes, I won't use this power just like that, I'll use it against Itachi and my brother's killer. But to use it, I'll have to train. I promise I'll become stronger. Rhymer, you noticed just in time. Boruto, the main thing is that she doesn't follow us. Sakura, and I'm keeping an eye on you. They turned around and saw Sakura standing in a pole stance. Sakura, so. Who are you? Although I'm not interested. Were you looking for someone? Sakura pressed the button and the pole shrank. Sakura, good thing I finished this pole. Answer the question. The two panicked. Sasuke, what are you doing, Sakura? Everyone looked in the direction where the voice was. Sakura, well, I'm scaring these people. I don't know why, but I wanted to scare them. The guys were horrified by this. Rhymer and Boruto, it seems like we started it, if Aunt Sakura is like this already. Sasuke, I see. Sakura, it's probably not okay for her to find out about them, so I'll distract her. Sasuke, let's not look at them for too long. Were you looking for me? Sasuke, yes, I invite you to the Uchiha clan, to my home. Sakura, okay, let's go. Sakura took Sasuke's hand and they left. Boruto, Rhymer, Sasuke? That's my mom. An open rift appeared near a rock where there were many flowers. From there came out a man with white hair and white skin. In his hands he held a red fishing rod and on his right side was a bag. Urashiki, well, it takes time to win, and winning depends on the actions of what's happening. I feel like it's going to be a lot of fun. In the end, having burned quietly, it flew up into the sky, destroying the area where it stood. Naruto, sitting and checking another report, felt a powerful but barely noticeable chakra far from him. Naruto, what's with this powerful chakra? Looks like our guest has arrived. Umbu base root. There were 7 people in the big hall. Among them was the most noticeable. It was Naruto, and next to them were his subordinates who train with him. Naruto, attack. I must know the result and the strength of my people. 3 Anbu quickly appeared next to him and they swung. The swords collided with Naruto's Kubikuribocho sword. Adding chakra to his hand, he pushed everyone in different directions. Naruto began to swing the sword with one hand as with the light one, and in the other hand was his old sword. Naruto, now start attacking, all together. We will have to fight one creature that will be stronger. Attack. All the Anbu started attacking. The sounds of metal scraping could be heard and only lightning could be seen in the room. Naruto spun his large sword and sent 2 Anbu flying into the wall. But they managed to block the blow. Sai in the owl mask took the tanto in his other hand and ran towards Naruto. Naruto, be faster and attack faster. Naruto put down the small sword sheath and took the Kubikuribocho with both hands, interrupting the current of chakra in his hands. A snake appeared behind him and also swung to strike. Naruto's eyes flashed with white light and he disappeared, and Sai and the snake began to fight each other. The lion and the turtle did not understand what they were doing. Suddenly they felt pain in their neck. Naruto, be on guard everywhere. Illusion is a shinobi specialty and is meant to distract enemies. Naruto put his sword on his back and walked away from them. Naruto, you've gotten a lot better. But... Naruto's eyes turned blue-gray. Sai and the snake stopped. Naruto. Getting caught in a genjutsu is rarely a disgrace for the ANBU. Always be vigilant and you will always survive. Sai, you are great with the tanto. But you need to get used to other types of weapons. Snake, you were my teacher in tracking and hiding chakra. You need to develop other abilities, like your elements. Sai, you have a different technique and fighting style, adapt. You all need to train again. Same time tomorrow and... Chakra. Someone entered the village. Warn the others. Lion, Turtle, and Mouse, you are assigned to watch the village warn. Rhymer, no need. Naruto, we can handle it ourselves. I already know some of his techniques. The ANBU are not needed. Everyone saw the guy who was standing at the entrance to the hall. Naruto, okay, but be on guard. Rhymer, call him to my office. Rhymer, okay. Rhymer came out. Sai, who is Naruto-sama? He's been here for 3 days with that guy. Snake, Shiro, yes. But Sai, you have to follow orders. Naruto, they might be stronger than you, Sai. Don't underestimate Rhymer and Boruto. If they work together, they'll be worth several jonin. I have to go, do your job. Naruto left the hall and walked slowly towards the office. When he entered, he immediately sat down in his place and looked at the two familiar faces. Boruto, they train and feed you well here. But the training here is tough. Rhymer, get used to it, we'll probably be here for a while. Father, we need to find Urashiki quickly. If he finds you, he'll kill everyone here. He needs the Nine-Tails chakra. Naruto, I know, Menma is in danger, I know. But we need to avoid causing destruction to the village without attention. Urashiki, that Ed Otsutsuki's chakra is here. But it's hard to find. But I can force him to come out and I know how. And I can force the fox too. He spoke while standing on the roof of a large house where he was watching the girls training. Urashiki, we'll have to pick her up. Naruto, Rhymer and Boruto left the base. They were now not far from the village. He was now thinking what to do now, go look for it or find a way to defeat Urashiki. Naruto, you say he can take away chakra with a fishing rod? It can be dangerous for those who don't have much chakra, it will just kill them. The Kubikuribocho sword can stop it. As Zabuza said before he gave it to me, this sword can repair itself. If this sword breaks, it will repair itself with blood. So, with blood, this sword can be changed. That's my theory. Boruto, change the sword itself? Yes, Mo. Rhymer covered his mouth with his hand. Rhymer, no need, Boruto. Father, what are you planning? Naruto stopped and started putting together his techniques. Naruto, Hayaton, Ice Dome. A dome of ice appeared around them. Naruto, I need to train my techniques. Because elements or genomes can be combined. Now I need to use them. Jiten, submission. His hands lit up and he picked up his sword and Kubikuribocho. He threw them at the tree and they pierced him. Naruto then pulled his hand back and the swords flew towards him, he took one in each hand. Naruto, so far I know Hayaton and Jiten. We need to find techniques from other genomes. Boruto, that's cool. With those techniques, you can defeat Urashiki. Rhymer, don't underestimate him, Boruto. He has the Rinnegan and Byakugan. He can change the color of the Rinnegan to red and blue, when it's red he can move to his pocket dimension, and I don't know about blue. But I think he can predict the movement in front. For Naruto, this was good information. Naruto, well, I get it, I need to train you a little, or at least warm you up a little before the battle. After this voice, he reached for his ear. Naruto, what? She was kidnapped? Menma and the others are looking for her? Rhymer, what happened? Naruto, Hinata Hyuga was kidnapped. Boruto got angry from what he heard and wanted to run away. Naruto, wait, he probably wants to force me to come out and fight him. I can sense his chakra now, somewhere in the south. Let's go. They're waiting for us there. Naruto and the others ran. Menma, hurry. We have to find her. Shikamaru, what a pain. Why did you call me? Yakoshi, let's save that Hyuga and be done with it. Sasuke, enough. We have to find her quickly. Sakura, that's right. She's in danger anyway. Kiba, if we find whoever kidnapped her, Akamaru and I will fight them. Yeah, Akamaru? The puppy agreed. They all moved along Hinata's chakra and were already close. Choji, Shino, Ino and Sai were behind as support. When they were already near the clearing, 7 dolls wrapped in bandages appeared in front of them. Menma, what is this? Yakoshi, they're dolls. Kiba, forward Akamaru. Kiba rushed with a drill straight at the first one. But he just went to the side, and when Kiba almost passed, the doll grabbed him by the leg with such speed that he stopped Kiba's technique. He pulled to the left side and threw it there. He knocked down the second tree and got stuck on the third tree. Shikamaru, what kind of power? Okay, enough chatter, Ino, Sai, and Shino, you'll be supporting me. Menma, Sasuke, Yakoshi, and Sakura, you'll have the dolls, I'll be helping you with shadows. A shadow of 4 meters appeared on the ground around Shikamaru. His shadows accepted the sharp spear of shadow. Menma immediately used the wind technique, blowing a large wind against the doll. It was blown forward. Yakoshi took 2 kunai and heated them up and began to attack. Sakura, with her staff advantage, began to attack 2 dolls since she knew their abilities. Sasuke, thanks to the increase in strength, began to fight the doll almost equally. Shino called all his beetles, starting to look for the weak spot of the dolls. Ino watched around with her chakra. Sai created several animals from drawings and they attacked 1 doll. The fight was so that trees broke and explosions were heard. Sakura pulled 2 puppets away from her and began to swing to hit their heads. The doll blocked blow after blow, as did the other doll. Sakura, having reduced her staff, dodged the kick and, standing up to her full height, swung her staff, enlarging it, but the second doll quickly took her staff. Sakura, will you calm down? Sakura kicked him in the stomach and gave him a few blows to the head, kicked him with her leg sending him down. Sakura looked at the second one. Sakura, ready? Let's begin. Sasuke took the shurikens and threw them at the doll. He dodged them deftly, using all his flexibility. He got closer and wanted to hit him with his palm, but Sasuke dodged the attack thanks to his Sharingan. Sasuke, you made it. I need to fry you. At that moment there was an explosion from the fire. The doll came out of the big fire all in fire and burning. Yakoshi came out of the fire and with his palm sent the fire straight into the doll, burning it completely. Sasuke, where did he get such strength? Yakoshi looked at him and clenched his fists. He put them together. Fire appeared from his hands and flew straight to the doll, destroying it. Yakoshi landed next to him. Yakoshi, surprised? Anyway, I've been to another world just like you. So, I've learned it. And there's another element I can use. Yakoshi jumped to the others. Sasuke jumped after him in anger and quickly found himself near Menma's doll. He quickly dodged the puppet's blow but noticed the black hair that passed. He looked at the doll and saw that Sasuke had pierced the doll's head. He pulled out a kunai and looked at Menma. Sasuke, what? Sorry for stealing your enemy. And yeah, go save Hinata, we'll handle the rest of the dolls ourselves. Menma obeyed and went to the clearing. He landed and dodged the red thread in time, which almost pierced him. Urashiki, well, here comes the fox. How are you? I hope I can take your chakra. Menma, what kind of fox am I to you? I'm Menma Uzumaki. I'll save Hinata and kill you myself. Urashiki smiled and waved a thread towards him. The thread split into many threads, Menma dodged them but some cut some places. Urashiki, too easy. I hope your brother hasn't come yet. He dodged the large sword that was almost at his throat. Naruto, I hope I'm not too late. So, from what I heard, you're the #1 opponent. You're mine. Urashiki, you. I didn't think I'd meet you so early. But at least it's fun, let me test your swordsmanship. Naruto got ready and with a jerk, both Urashiki and Naruto clashed their weapons. Naruto quickly pushed off and swung his sword again. Urashiki also began to fight and dodge. Urashiki. Not bad swordsmanship, but still, you lose. Urashiki dodged another blow and punched Naruto in the stomach. Naruto, cough. It. Naruto took his sword in his other hand and started swinging it and blocking Urashiki's strikes. He smiled a lot. Urashiki activated his Rinnegan and was hit by a kunai from behind by Boruto. But Boruto disappeared and appeared behind him and kicked him. Urashiki, what a pity. It's no fun being with you. But you're pretty good at using chakra. So, who's going to follow my example? Reimer, me. Reimer kicked Urashiki in the face with his knee but he disappeared again. Reimer pulled the lines and the trees exploded and Urashiki flew out. Urashiki, you're more trouble than your father now. We need to get rid of you. Naruto quickly took all the kunai and thanks to the Jiten he tied them. He threw it straight at Urashiki, but it didn't disappear but simply reflected. Naruto controlled the kunai at a distance with his hand movements and the kunai flew and were reflected. Sasuke flew out of the forest and threw kunai that had an explosion seal on them. When they reached them they exploded. Everyone jumped from there. Menma, it's so hot. Everyone looked at him, he was holding Hinata in his arms who was unconscious. Naruto, brother, did you really save the princess? You little rascal. Menma, what? What are you jealous of? I think you have a girlfriend. So don't be jealous and don't think that I fell in love with her. Boruto smiled upon hearing this. Menma, by the way, who are they? And the one who's all pale? Naruto, I present you with Reimer and Boruto. Reimer, Boruto. This is Menma, Sasuke, and in Menma's arms, Hinata. Sasuke, well. I have a lot to learn. I saw them when Sakura scared them. Reimer and Boruto stood in a stupor, afraid to remember. Naruto, so Menma, take Hinata to the village. Sasuke, Reimer and Boruto stay here, I don't think he died. Menma, hearing the clapping, immediately ran to the village. Urashiki, the fox is running. The prey is here. I hope I can take your chakra from many. For I am Urashiki Otsutsuki. Naruto, no wait. The third gate. Open. Naruto emitted power and immediately disappeared and punched Urashiki in the face. He flew back but stopped, 2 fishing rods appeared on his hand. Urashiki, catch time. Urashiki started waving his fishing rods. Naruto, Sasuke, Reimer and Boruto dodged the strings. Naruto activated his Sharingan and appeared next to Urashiki. Naruto, you're mine. I haven't even shown you my power. Naruto cut the head of Otsutsuki with a light swing, but he disappeared. Naruto blocked his back from Urashiki's attack with his sword, turning over he immediately swung, but he disappeared again. Naruto pulled all the kunai with one hand, those that remained at the site of the explosion. He began to attack with one hand with a sword and with the other he controlled the kunai to hit Otsutsuki himself. Urashiki liked it, but feeling danger from behind, he jumped up and looked down to see Reimer, who was holding a chidori in both hands. Urashiki, fun, but dangerous. Huh, do you think you'll kill me? You won't. Boruto used Rasengan and threw Urashiki. He didn't notice and got hit in the face with Rasengan and fell to the ground with a loud crash and cracks on the ground. Naruto, not bad. Naruto quickly jumped towards Urashiki and was about to pierce him with his sword when Urashiki changed the color of his eyes and opened a rift. The sword pierced the ground. Naruto, where did he go? Sasuke saw everything and copied the movement. These movements were fast, but thanks to the hike in the world, he became stronger. But now he did not see him. But he felt a blow from behind, he flew away and his appearance fell apart. She crashed her back into a tree. Urashiki, you remind me of someone. Sasuke stood up and looked at him with red eyes. Sasuke, I'll kill you myself. Urashiki, we'll see. Oh yeah, you remembered. He jumped back and the branch where he stood was destroyed by Sasuke's blow. Urashiki, you are strong but lack the power to destroy me. I think I am stronger than you. Sasuke, enough. Sasuke took the kunai in her hands and attacked him with quick strikes. Urashiki, Uchiha clan Sharingan. Well, I'll be Ed. I need to finish you off right now. Urashiki waved his fishing rod and got to Sasuke and after 2 seconds he pulled and there was blue chakra on the hook. Sasuke fell to her knees because her chakra was taken away. Urashiki put the clot of chakra in his small bag. Urashiki, yeah. Weak, but strong in spirit. So what if? If I die I'll be reborn. Urashiki touched Sasuke's shoulder. A purple diamond appeared on her right palm and then turned black. This caused Sasuke to lose consciousness. Urashiki, there's no need to worry now. So, I see you've come to her aid, right? Naruto and the others appeared on the next branch. Naruto saw Sasuke unconscious and got angry and quickly started punching Urashiki. He blocked and dodged. Then after a few blows, a Rasengan appeared on his right hand and a Chidori on his left. He started waving the Rasengan and the Chidori lunged. From this Urashiki already began to think that he would die at his hands and dodged his attacks. Urashiki, be careful. I am a god. You can't defeat me, mortal. Naruto, let's see. Naruto punched Urashiki in the stomach with a spin on his right hand creating a Chidori, piercing his shoulder. His eyes were red. Naruto, what? Why didn't you use your eyes? Urashiki, you'll find out soon. Urashiki kicked him and Naruto went through 4 trees. Naruto stood up and saw that Urashiki was eating something and his eyes were gone. Naruto, his eyes. He eats them? A moment later, smoke appeared around Urashiki. He flew upward and everyone saw his new appearance. Naruto, wings? What the? Reimer appeared nearby. Reimer, he ate his eyes and became strong. We must be careful. Boruto jumped at him but Urashiki dodged and kicked him in the stomach with his knee and kicked him again sending him flying. Reimer, Boruto. Naruto, well. You made me angry. 5th gate. Open. Naruto began to glow green and his appearance took on its appearance. Naruto and Urashiki disappeared. Sparks and techniques appeared around the forest. Urashiki received a blow to the face and flew back 20 meters, Naruto was nearby and hit him and Urashiki flew down breaking the ground. Urashiki. He's stronger than me. Naruto came down and started talking. Naruto, you're finished. Urashiki, fine. But you can't defeat someone who can. Naruto quickly picked up the Kubikuribocho and swung it down his body. Urashiki grunted, but his eyes turned glassy. Naruto, the end. Naruto turned off the gate and the Sharingan. He created 2 clones and they knowingly took Urashiki's body and disappeared. Naruto quickly appeared next to Boruto, Sasuke and Reimer. Naruto, how is she? Reimer, everything is fine. She is unconscious. Naruto, we should take her to the hospital. But I think it would be better to the Uchiha clan. Reimer, Boruto, wait for me here. I'll be right back. Naruto picked up Sasuke and disappeared. Boruto, what do you think? Will he know that he won't be alive in the future? Reimer, I don't know. All I know is that he disappeared when I was 6. Pain, a lot of chakra and rifts have been spotted in the land of fire. Obito, rifts? Spacetime jutsu? Pain, I don't know, but I think so. Send someone to the land of fire? Obito, soon. I heard there will be a Chunin exam. You should send Genin there. Let them find out what's there. Any news about Orochimaru? Pain, no, but a certain village of sound has appeared. I think he's there. Obito, I see. We'll start catching the tailed beasts in 2 years. Let the other organizations get ready. If they hide the tailed beasts, we'll start the 4th Shinobi World War. When Naruto delivered Sasuke to Izumi, he disappeared and was next to Reimer and Boruto. Naruto, well, it looks like it's over. Reimer, no. Boruto and I need to go back to our time. But we don't know how this thing works. He showed the turtle. He gave it to Naruto. Naruto, so. My chakra. It's the turtle taking my chakra. At this cry the turtle opened its eyes and said. Turtle, I've replenished my chakra. Oh, it's good to see you, do you want to go back to your time? Boruto. Yes. I want to see my friends already. Reimer, yes. Father, thank you and I wish you good luck in the future. Boruto, yes, good luck to you. Naruto, thank you. Alright, go to your own time. You can't change the course of events in the future. Good luck. Reimer and Boruto nodded and activated the turtle and disappeared. Naruto, oh. Is that so? That was interesting. Now we need to examine the body of the fallen one. She ran. She ran as fast as she could, but he caught up with her. Red, glowing eyes were looking at her. Her mother was lying next to her, and his brother was looking at her. He came up and swung his black sword over the girl's head. But she screamed. Sasuke, Itachi. She woke up on her elbows. There was sweat on her forehead and fear on her face. Her brother who killed her mother appeared in her dream again. Sasuke, I forgot. I forgot that Itachi killed Mom. Yakoshi is right, I have to kill Itachi. She looked out the window, it was night, the moon was shining brightly in the sky. She stood up and she remembered that she had fought with that man who was many times stronger than her. He had taken her chakra. Sasuke, him. I hate Urashiki and Itachi. But he remembers that Naruto was nearby. Her ray of light and savior. Sasuke, he saved me. He saved me and continues to save me. And I am weaker than him, his strength is great. She sat down on the chair that was next to her bed. She looked at her palms and noticed that there was a rhombus on her right palm. She touched it and felt that it was slightly sensitive. Sasuke, what is this? How did it appear? Naruto, Sasuke? What happened? Sasuke looked out the window, Naruto was sitting there looking at her. Sasuke, nothing. I had a bad dream. And, did you defeat that idiot? Naruto, yes, I was stronger, but thanks to the gate, I defeated him. Techniques had almost no effect on him, only taijutsu. Only physically could he be defeated. Sasuke, yes. He took my chakra. It is clear that people like him devour and take chakra. Naruto agreed. You were unconscious for 2 days. Sasuke, what do you mean 2 days? Naruto, you were chakra depleted. I would have finished him off a second time. Sasuke grabbed her right hand and looked at her palm. Sasuke, it hurts. Naruto looked and saw this rhombus just like Boruto. Naruto, this rhombus. Wow, the same as his. Sasuke, whose? Naruto, it doesn't matter. The important thing is that you're safe now. The Chunin exams are coming soon. The first round will start in 5 days. I brought you the participation form. Our team number 7 is stronger than the other teams anyway. Sasuke, thanks to you. Naruto, I saw you use those techniques against Urashiki, how do you know that? Especially the Chidori, it's Kakashi-sensei's technique, and that blue sphere. Naruto, I copied those techniques with my own eyes. My Sharingan is unique, it's a mixture of the Byakugan and Sharingan. The white Tomo are proof of that. Sasuke, Naruto, I want to become as strong as you. Naruto, as strong as me? I barely held out against Urashiki without a gate, if one like that appears then. We need to become stronger. Our classmates are gathering tomorrow. Remember how we were in that other place? Sasuke, yeah, rats and shadows. Naruto, tomorrow we have to go there several times, but there will be other enemies. Sakura said that we will fight the dead. Sasuke, I see. Tomorrow you will tell me what will happen there, I am tired and want to rest. Naruto, okay, have a good rest. Tomorrow I will bring you something for fighting. Naruto jumped out of the window and went somewhere. Sasuke got up from the chair and lay down on the bed. Sasuke, tomorrow. Tomorrow I have to use my powers and train. Naruto's classmates were at the 7th training ground, including Menma and Sai. Naruto, so. All of you are here to become stronger, there are those who have been to this place and those who haven't. Menma, Sai, Ino, Shino, Hinata and Kiba. You must prepare yourself, because we will be in another place where everything is dangerous and you can die there. Menma, brother. You say that there is a place where we can die. How do you know? Naruto, me, Sasuke, Yakoshi, Shikamaru, Sakura and Chuji were in this place. We fought and defeated rats. But now everything will be different. There we must fight with the dead. Yakoshi, now that's interesting. And yes, I wanted to ask why you. Naruto, it was necessary, the system is a complicated thing. Someone can do something and get somewhere unknown to us. Yakoshi, you were in another world and learned to control fire. Everyone was shocked that Uchiha could control fire. Shikamaru, fire control? That changes things. Naruto, Yakoshi. Attack me. Yakoshi raised his hands and with a turn from his palms, lights appeared and flew at Naruto. Naruto took the hilt of the sword, blocking the fire. Naruto, as I thought. Yakoshi, that's not all, there was a great teacher who taught me that, but also something else. Yakoshi began to make smooth movements and blue lightning appeared from his hands that were wavy, then when he finished the movements, he connected the index and middle fingers on his right hand, pointed at the tree, a beam of lightning appeared from his hands that pierced 5 trees and the lightning itself reached 13 meters. Yakoshi, if anything, if other elements appeared, I'll try to control them. But our smart guy can control his shadows, right? Shikamaru nodded and his shadow stretched out, 10 threads appeared from there that connected the other shadows together. Naruto, why didn't you catch me? Shikamaru, laziness. And you're hard to catch. Sasuke, will you let me go already? All the threads returned to Shikamaru's shadow. Naruto remembered, pulled out the scroll and pulled out a halberd. Naruto, this weapon is better. I trained with this weapon myself and know all the techniques and style for it. I give it to you, Sasuke. Sasuke looked at him. Naruto pulled the halberd towards him and he took it and swung it through the air several times. Sasuke, I can feel chakra in it. What is it? Naruto, this weapon can dispel weak techniques and release a chakra blade. If you train, you can use it. Sasuke, so. Sasuke gave chakra and from the blade of the halberd, chakra appeared that seemed to lengthen and increase the sharpness. Naruto, so. There are no presents for the rest of them yet. But Sakura, you will have to train them all. Sakura, with great pleasure. Naruto, what will you do? Naruto, there are paperwork and personal matters. I leave everyone to you. Sakura, I will train you all. This word made everyone shudder. Naruto's hour had already disappeared, leaving dust around. Kiba, Getsuga. He flew straight and passed through a large zombie tank, and he dispersed the equipment with his fists and hit 2 zombies in the face, smashing their heads. He stood up to his full height and exhaled. Kiba, yeah. How are you doing, Akamaru? Akamaru barked. Kiba, that too, here you can train forever and win. Shino, I don't think about how to be so strong. You see, I have become stronger than me. Kiba, yeah. As Sakura said, after killing such creatures, we become stronger. What a big city this is, we split up and kill them. And you kill them in batches with your bugs. Shino, that's just me, my technique is stronger than others. Hinata, maybe that's enough for you? Another wave is approaching. Kiba, a new batch? Akamaru, get ready. In another part of the city. Sakura mocked the zombies with her staff. Yakoshi burned them with his fire and threw kunami at them. Sasuke cut them with his halberd easily and once threw the halberd straight at the big guy, piercing his arm and body. Menma destroyed them with his clones and a piece of Kyuubi's chakra using wind and water techniques. Sai destroyed zombies in large numbers with his painted animals and pierced and swung his tanto. Sakura, well. There are a lot of them. When will that boss show up? Yakoshi, I agree, Menma. You should have helped your princess. Menma, again. Are you kidding me? She's not my princess. Yakoshi, yeah. Then why were you sitting next to her when she was unconscious in the hospital? I remember when she woke up and you rushed to hug her, got punched in the stomach and lay unconscious for half a day. Menma, I was glad then that she was safe and got what she deserved. Sasuke, enough of that. Menma, go to them, there are only 3 of them. Sai, you go to Shikamaru. Sai, okay. A cartoon beast. Sai sat on the bird's back and flew away. Menma, thanks to the clones, flew towards Hinata's team. Yakoshi, yeah. He's rushing to his princess. Sakura, don't go on. Sasuke, that was a great gift he gave you. Sasuke, thank you. It's a little uncomfortable because of the weight of the weapon, but I'll get used to it. Yakoshi, yeah. Yakoshi created a ball and threw it straight at Sasuke, who quickly blocked it and pierced the zombie's head with the handle. Sasuke, I already knew that there was a creature behind me. Yakoshi, I see, then I won't help next time. Your fickleness is forever. You change from this to this and from that. I don't get it. Sasuke, soon after the Chunin exam, when I become a Chunin, I will already be revealed. And there's a big guy behind you. Yakoshi took a breath of air through his mouth and turned around, releasing fire from his mouth, setting the brute on fire. Yakoshi, I'm glad to see this system again. I want to visit master again. Sakura, who is your master? Yakoshi, his name is Iroh, or the Dragon of the West. His nephew is always angry. Sasuke, just like you. Yakoshi, shut up. In another part of the city, Shikamaru pierced and defended himself with his shadows from the zombies' attacks. Choji crushed and sent all the zombies to the sky with his body enlargement. Ino became a little stronger thanks to them and began to fight better in taijutsu. Sai, who had already arrived, helped them, especially Ino. Ino, thank you, Sai, for helping. I'm weak. Sai, even weaknesses become weapons. Painted pins. The painted spikes pierced all the zombies around. Shikamaru dispelled the technique and cracked his neck. Shikamaru, what a hassle. They can inject me, but they won't eat me. Choji, yeah. Shikamaru, it's been a while since we were last in a place like this, in the sewers. Shikamaru, yeah. Ino, you've gotten a little stronger today. But to get even stronger, you have to defeat the boss with someone else. Ino, defeat the boss? But who's the boss? Shikamaru, I don't know, we haven't been there and we don't know. Sai, they're coming. In another part of the city, Menma, who was flying, fell right on a girl who did not notice him. Menma, oops. Sorry. He was embarrassed and quickly stood up. Hinata stood up and hit him in the face with her palm. Hinata, be careful. Almost crushed you. Menma, sorry. I was thrown here by my own clones. Kiba, clones? Ha. Shino, betrayal of your clones, big betrayal. Menma, now then, let's get the show started. Kyubi, if you can hear me, give me some chakra. Kyubi, no. Menma, oh well. Shadow clones. In a large clearing next to a large tree, there were many people wearing masks and ANBU gear. Among them was Naruto in his guise. Naruto, today, we have gathered here for one thing. We are here to bury our department head, the Umbu organization root. Our leader was cruel, but thanks to him, the village we protect is still safe and sound. Our organization was created to protect the village of Konoha in the shadows. We are the shadows, we are the protection of Konoha. We are the Umbu root. As your new leader, I will conduct business and protect our village. I will be your weapon, I will be your teacher. The Umbu raised their left hand and on their palms was a circle and inside the circle was the kanji word for protection. Naruto, now. We are the root ANBU, we will become even stronger. Our honorable Danzo-sama gathered and organized this organization, we will not disappear, we will be a shadow. Be with our leader for the last time. They turned and looked at the grave. On the stone was his name and some of his belongings. Naruto sat up and placed his old Konoha forehead protector on the stone. Naruto, rest in peace, Danzo-sama. Let's go. Everyone disappeared except Naruto who, after looking for the last time, disappeared like the others. After all the zombies were destroyed, when everyone gathered, a man appeared next to them. His hands were black from the mass and a sharp blade. Human, you are my snack. Menma, you're such a bastard. Who are you? Evolved, I am. Evolved. I am. My goal. To turn you into myself. He lunged at everyone, Sakura quickly blocked the blade and pushed him away. Sakura, I didn't think such a creature could be here, as a boss. But you may be weak, developed. Your blade can at least cut metal, but if this metal is in good hands, then there is nothing to cut. Developed, do you know who I am? And what I am capable of? Sakura, a little, so prepare yourself. Guys, I can handle it myself. Watch and learn, because next time, now such people will come across not as bosses, but as opponents. I'm afraid who will be the strongest boss in the end. Sakura and the evolved one looked at each other, rushed and started fighting. Sakura hit the stomach with a strong blow and passed through. Sakura, it's easy. But it's not easy when you. The evolved one swung two blades and Sakura pushed away from him and sharp spears appeared at the ends of the staff. Sakura, your regeneration. So. I'll show you what I can do. Developed and Sakura moved with quick movements and it was clear that someone was waving and Sakura was piercing. Sai got tired of it and he slashed at the beast's back and rushed to help. But Developed knew his sonar and, blocking it, kicked it and it destroyed the beast and grabbed Sai by the throat, turning the blade into a hand. Developed, you will become my creation. The Developed one pierced him and after a few seconds threw him to the others. Sai felt pain and videos of some strange people every now and then. Sakura got angry and quickly ran to him, waving, cut his head and then chopped his body in half. After his murder they found themselves in a clearing. Sakura, call Naruto quickly. He needs help. In the hidden base of the root, in one of the rooms or the ward, there were 5 people. 4 ANBU were treating and checking Sai's condition. But in the opposite room was Naruto. He was looking through the glass that was between the room and the ward. He saw that his subordinate or friend's body was changing. Naruto, how did this happen? Sakura sat to the side on the sofa. Sakura, Developed. This creature, now a former human, became like this because of a virus. Named White Light. Naruto, I see, so this virus changes Sai's body? Sakura, yes, that Developed one said that he would make him his creation. Naruto, How are the others? Sakura, became stronger and pumped up their levels. And got used to destroying the dead. By the way, I think that the next, that is, a very strong final boss, will be stronger. Since he can be super developed. Naruto, that's up to you, for now I don't plan to become stronger and increase my level. After killing Urashiki, my level went over 62. But my stats became like this, 2250. And they are all equal. It seems that the Otsutsuki is the strongest clan. Sakura, yeah, I don't know much about the Otsutsuki, but I know that they absorb chakra. And there is one organization that calls itself Kar. Before she could say anything, Sai screamed and stood up, his hands turning red and black with veins. Sakura, Sai. Naruto quickly ran into the room and opened the door to see Sai holding 2 Umbu with owl masks by the throat. The other 2 Umbu were standing and were ready to kill him. Naruto, Sai. Calm down. Sai turned his head towards him. Sai, what's wrong with me? Naruto, you've been infected with some kind of virus. Report. Umbu, yes Naruto-sama. We've investigated and found out that his body has become stronger and has a huge mass. Also, his organs and his body itself are different now. Naruto, I see. Sai. Let them go. Sai, okay. Sai let them go and they began to breathe with a sigh. Naruto raised his hand and said. Naruto, hit. Sai, what? Naruto, I said hit. Sai thought for a moment and swung his arm, hitting the palm. Naruto, it hurts, but that's not enough. Naruto removed his hand and swung his left leg. He kicked him and he broke through 5 walls. Sai himself was imprinted into the wall but his wounds quickly healed. Naruto, your wounds. Your regeneration is impressive. Naruto was still approaching. Suddenly, a shinobi in the Umbu mist gear jumped out of the boxes. He tried to escape, but Naruto took a fishing line from his pouch, threw it to the shinobi of the mist and pulled him towards himself. He fell face down. Sai suddenly felt something and quickly approached him and grabbed him by the throat. Tentacles came out of Sai's back and enveloped the Umbu's body and these tentacles swallowed him. Sai fell to his knees holding his head. Sai, he was following us. His orders were from the 4th Mizukichi himself. Naruto, they're in the middle of a civil war there, why did he send him here? And how did you know it was from him? Sigh, I absorbed him and his memories were transferred to me. But the fourth Mizukage wants him to hide in our village. Naruto, I see. Well, if the fourth Mizukage himself, the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, comes here, we will capture him. So, leave us and tell the others to keep a tighter guard than usual. Got it. The ANBU disappeared and Naruto looked at Sai who was on his knees. Sakura went inside. Naruto, Sakura, you know something about the virus. Tell him how to use this power. I need to check it myself. Location, Zombie City. He disappeared and returned with several cuts on his body. Naruto, what bastard came up with this virus? Undead. Okay, there were many of them and they were weaker, but they were developed. His regeneration is impressive. If Sai becomes strong with this virus, he will become stronger than these developed ones. I will need his blood, we need to conduct research. Sakura, better not. You saw what the city turned into. Sai, yeah. Better not. Naruto, no, I will check it myself. It was not for nothing that I had teachers in different fields. Tell everyone that I am busy. I will go through the locations a few more times and take a few samples. Now leave. Naruto walked out the door. Sakura, he's starting to look like Otsutsuki. Sai, who? Sakura, it doesn't matter. The main thing is that you need to regain your strength and will go to the location. After all, there's not much time left before the Chunin exam. Sai, good. Naruto, yeah, if someone saw this huge monster, they could die immediately from shock. He watched as a huge monster named Goliath rushed straight towards him. Naruto, well. I'll have to kill him. Naruto raised his hand and folded the seals appeared on his head and used the Rasengan directed at Goliath's head. Goliath fell and under a huge roar. Naruto, if those evolved ones appear, I will destroy them immediately. Naruto began to draw Goliath's blood onto the syringe. In a few hours. Naruto stood on the roof looking at the three evolved. The one in the middle had a hood and behind him were two in black clothes. Naruto, so, may I know your name? Alex, you are an interesting conversationalist. My name is Alex Mercer. You look young, boy. Naruto, and you look more mature, are you getting old or just senile? Alex, your jokes are indecent. As my subordinates have informed me, you have killed several Goliathifas at once. And that is already respectable. Naruto, yeah, and here. Shuriken appeared on Naruto's hand and he threw them straight towards Alex. Naruto, you'll have to dodge. Alex's right hand took the form of a blade and deflected the shurikens. Alexa, these toys are nothing to me. Take him. The hands of the evolved ones became blades and rushed towards Naruto. Naruto pulled out the Kubikuribocho and blocking it, he folded the seals and he blew out a huge ball of fire that began to burn the evolved ones. Alex, interesting. Naruto finished blowing and looked at the heat. There was nothing left but ashes. Alex, bravo. Bravo, you managed to defeat two at once. Respect to you, but will you stand up to me? His hands took the form of claws and he began to strike. Naruto dodged and blocked with his sword. But Alex stopped, his hands turned into a sledgehammer and hit the floor of the roof. Naruto stood and put the sword on his back and took a stance. Alex, amazing, you stand there and want to fight with your fists. Good. Alex's arms returned to their normal form and he jumped on him, delivering a knee strike. Naruto quickly grabbed Alex's leg with his palm and threw him onto another building. Naruto, slowly. Naruto jumped towards him and kicked him to the ground, creating a crater where Alex was lying. Alex, oh. That hurts. Naruto appeared next to him and swung his sword. Alex, this takes a different turn. The ground around him began to shake and Naruto, before he could get into the radius of destruction, flew into the wall of the building. His clothes were torn and he looked at the place where the explosion occurred. Naruto. This is already how he says it, a different turn of phrase. Ha! He got out of the wall and went down to the ground. But before he could, he jumped back and spikes appeared in the place where he was supposed to go down, then he bounced off the spike several times again. Naruto activated his Sharingan and started looking at it. Mercer quickly moved towards him and raising the blade to his head, Naruto quickly dodged and kicked him inside the building. And then he made several seals and earthen walls appeared around the building and Naruto said, "Naruto, Doton, Earth Burial." The building itself began to fall down, but Alex came out of the building and smashed the wall of earth with his sledgehammers, landing on Naruto, preparing to strike. Naruto looked to the sides and, having come up with a plan, made seals and sharp spears of earth came out of the ground, which pierced Alex. Alex himself destroyed the spears with his claws and, having formed a whip, threw it at Naruto. Naruto called clones and they made a seal and a huge wall appeared, which was thicker. Mercer, thanks to the whip, quickly got to the wall and smashed them with a sledgehammer, but Naruto had already raised his blow. Naruto, Rasengan. The Rasengan hit the stomach and then the Rasengan grew larger destroying Mercer's body. Naruto dispelled the Rasengan and looked to the sides. Naruto, Mercer, you're stronger than me. Naruto turned around and saw Mercer leaning against the wall. Naruto, you won't die. Mercer, why? I wanted to create a world by destroying it and create a new generation of people. But it didn't work out. Well, you can finish me off. Naruto nodded and he folded the seals and began to stand and steam appeared around him and began to burn Mercer's skin. Naruto, it was fun fighting. But I need to research the virus further. Alex, what? Don't you dare. It will ruin you like it did me. I'm telling you not. Alex fell to his knee and began to burn. After a few minutes the fire died down. Naruto took the syringe that barely broke and took Mercer's blood. Naruto, now, I'm ready to explore. Sasuke stuck the hilt on the ground and looked at his opponent. Yakoshi who was clutching the sword that had previously belonged to Naruto. Sasuke, well, I'll test myself to see how much stronger I've become. Yakoshi, It's nothing compared to me and the elements. Sasuke took the halberd and after a few turns fed chakra into the weapon. Yakoshi fed fire into the sword and they began the battle. Not far from the field stood Izumi and several Uchiha. And in front of them stood Naruto who watched the movement of both with his Sharingan. Naruto, he releases fire chakra for the ball and the jet. Who is his teacher? These movements are like taijutsu but a little different. But Sasuke learned to control the halberd. Sasuke made a vertical strike and Yakoshi blocked the blade of the halberd, then pushing her away, he made several undercuts sending fires to her. Sasuke, thanks to the weapon, dispelled the fire. Yakoshi created a clone and they began to throw fireballs at her. Sasuke dispelled the balls, but her breathing stopped each time, while Yakoshi had a concentration breath. Naruto, breath. Thanks to it, Yakoshi is now creating fire, but there is something like chakra in this fire. Izumi, Naruto, stop arguing, can you at least support your girlfriend? Naruto, oh yeah. Sasuke. If you win, I owe you 3,000 Ryo. Sasuke smiled at this and quickly scattered the balls and ran to Yakoshi. Yakoshi with his clone threw balls and streams of fire at her. But Sasuke blocked and when Yakoshi struck with both hands sending a large stream of fire, Sasuke spun the halberd until Yakoshi almost fell to the ground. Sasuke quickly approached and pointed her weapon at him. Sasuke, you lost, Yakoshi. Yakoshi, Okay, but... Yakoshi disappeared and many Yakoshi appeared around her. Sasuke, what the? Sasuke looked at everyone and saw the Manjikyu in them. Sasuke, Manjikyu. So the power of your eyes can create clones? Yakoshi, no. All the Yakoshi clones ran towards her and they swung their swords and disappeared from the word Kai, from Sasuke. Sasuke, illusion. Not manga. There was a sword at her throat. Yakoshi, I won, but the Manjikyu won't be needed for now, you know that. Sasuke, okay. I admit your victory. Yakoshi sheathed his sword and went to his home. Naruto approached her as did Izumi. Izumi, it's okay, Sasuke, Yakoshi is Shirsue's brother after all. And Shirsue was a master of genjutsu. Sasuke, yes. Naruto, Izumi-san, can you leave us? Izumi, okay. Izumi entered. Naruto, victory is not the most important thing, but the result. I saw your and Yakoshi's movement. I am currently planning to research the virus and Yakoshi's techniques. Sasuke, research? Why do you need that? Naruto, I want to check what kind of virus this is and where these elements came from. It looks like I won't make it until the exam starts. So you can start without me if I'm not there. I already warned the Hokage about this. He knows where to find me in case of danger. Sasuke, HM. I see, but don't overdo it. Naruto, yes, and. He took her hand and placed the bills on her palm. Naruto, there are 5,000 Rai here, you'll need it for the upcoming exam. Well, I'm off. Naruto brought his face closer, kissed her forehead and disappeared. And Sasuke was a little embarrassed. Sasuke, I see, I'll take revenge on you too, Naruto. Naruto, Shadow Clone Shuriken. Several dozen shurikens pierced the target, leaving no space in the target. Naruto, this technique will be great for mass destruction of enemies. I haven't breathed fresh air normally for a long time. I sat in the chair of the head of Root for 2 weeks. And 1 week ago, my friend started training and I myself almost softened up. The shurikens dispersed and he took 5 shurikens. Then he lay down on the tree with his back and looked at the sky. Naruto, my eyes are gray-blue. And Menma has blue eyes. Well. What if? If I use my Sharingan without restrictions. Then I'll try to keep my Sharingan active all day or for a very long time. Naruto activated his Sharingan. He stood up and began his training without turning off his Sharingan. Menma, great. You're making progress in control, but our Uzumaki clan was famous for having a large amount of chakra and our chakra control was weak, but you're making progress in control. Mito, thank you. Mito was standing on a branch upside down looking at the ground. She jumped and landed on the ground with a spin. Mito, where's Naruto's brother? Menma, I don't know, he's probably training. Mito, how about we find our brother and go for a walk? As a family, we're rarely together, and you just came over. Menma, Okay. We'll go for a walk today. Menma made a seal and 20 clones appeared behind him and they went to look for Naruto. Menma, I'll find you in less than an hour, and you go home and get ready. I'll bring my little brother and we'll go for a walk together. Mito, okay, I'll wait for you at home. Mito left taking the equipment. Menma jumped on a tree and started looking for Naruto. After 20 minutes. When one clone dispelled, he went to the place where Naruto was. After 2 minutes, he got there and saw that there was a blue ball on Naruto's palm. He landed next to him, and Naruto dispelled the technique and looked at him. Naruto, what happened? Menma, Mito wants to hang out with us, brother. Naruto, with us? You mean with you and me? Menma, yeah, I'm just coming into her life and she didn't know me, but during that time, when I showed up, I started to build relationships. And so, we, as a family, should hang out. Naruto, I agree. I haven't hung out with Mito for a long time because of business. Menma, and yeah, you're strong, I can see. Otsutsuki Naruto. Naruto, yeah, I'll have to remove the system from you after you finish training in the barriers. Or whatever you call the dungeons. Menma, yeah, let's go, our little sister is waiting for us. Biwako, I haven't seen Naruto for a long time, okay, go for a walk with them, they are your older brothers after all. Mito, thanks grandma. There was a knock on the door and Mito opened it to see Naruto and Menma. Mito, Naruto's brother. Naruto, how are you, my dear beauty? Naruto hugged Mito and let go. Naruto, long time no see. Mito, yeah, I want to take the Genin exam as an external student. Naruto, why? Menma, Mito, I want to become stronger like you and like brother Menma. I want to do missions myself. Naruto, well. Naruto and Menma looked at each other. Mito, what? Naruto and Menma looked at Mito. Menma, Mito, I don't think it's worth it now. When you graduate from the academy, Naruto, or I will become your mentor. But right now, Naruto and I are Genin. Naruto, I doubt I'll become a mentor, but you, Menma, I think so. Menma, oh yeah, Naruto will have things to do even after he becomes a Chunin and Jonin. Mito, okay, but you'll have to train and go for walks. It's hard to sit at home and just train without sensei. Naruto, I have a friend who will train you, tomorrow or the day after. Mito, and who is this friend? Naruto, well. Biwako, will you go for a walk or kick her out? Naruto, Granny. Naruto stood up and nodded his head. Naruto, okay, we'll go now. And good day. Biwako, okay, go. Everyone came out except Biwako. An hour later, in one of Konoha's restaurants. Mito, delicious. Mito ate onigiri and Naruto ate plain soup, and Menma ate bread and also soup. Naruto, it's true, I chose this place for a reason. Menma, you're a cool little brother. Mito, hee hee. Naruto, yeah. Everyone ate and talked. Obito, Yagura ran away from his village. Now his direction is Konoha. Kurozetsu, and now that means he'll be coming to the Chunin exams? Obito, yes, but the Mist Village doesn't know that Yagura is there. But now, I'll send Itachi and Kisame there, he should take some of his men with him. Kurozetsu, but Kisame will lose his men, and only the strongest will remain from this organization. Obito. That's what I'm after, Zetsu. As I heard, Danzo, the head of the Umbu route, is dead, that's good. But using Yakoshi or Sasuke Uchiha will be more difficult for revenge. Who's in charge of route now? Or have they been disbanded? Kurozetsu, it's unknown, I only know that the organization is still operating. But someone is still in charge, which means there is a head. Obito, HM. If the root hasn't disappeared yet, then someone very smart and strong is holding the organization together, and the third Hokage can't control it. There's just one problem, the Sand Village sent a team of Genin to Konoha. And among them is the Jinchuriki of the One Tail. Kurozetsu, that's true. I'll go there myself and scout it out, and you, Obito, stay in the shadows for now. Obito, no, I have other plans. Naruto Uzumaki, he's a strong Genin, we need to join him and use him as an ally. Kurozetsu, I can meet him myself. After all, I'm going to Konoha, and that Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails is there. Obito, HM, but the other Zetsu said that Menma Uzumaki. Zetsu, go, let it go as it should and keep an eye on the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. He's valuable and doesn't control the Kyuubi's power. Kurozetsu, good. The sprout merged with the ground and disappeared. Obito, so, there will have to be a change of plans. Madara, no matter what, I will carry out the Eye of the Moon plan myself. Evening. On Menma's back was Mito, who was tired from today's walk. Naruto was walking with him, reading some note. Naruto, Menma, what are you snorting about? After you received that note from someone unknown, you started snorting. Naruto, Menma, speak quietly, you'll wake up Mito. And yes, that note is related to the upcoming Chunin exams. Menma, and what was it? Naruto, the problem with the sand raccoon. Menma, what? Ha ha ha. Ouch. Naruto, I hope Kyubi himself isn't laughing. Menma, after you called him that, he started giving me his chakra. Looks like you made him laugh. Naruto, did I really make Kyubi himself laugh? Menma, yes. Naruto, Menma, I'm going to research and train for a while. So I'll be busy until the exam. Menma, okay, and oh, take your hair off, your right eye is covered. That's a shinobi mistake. Naruto, look who's talking, he himself flew to his princess thanks to the clones. Menma stopped after the same amount of walking time as Naruto. Menma, who told you about this? Yakoshi, Sasuke, Sai, or Sakura? Naruto, she, not Sakura, but the one who was watching. In general, it's too early for you to get married, big brother. I want to give you one thing, a weapon that will be suitable for you. Mine are swords. And this will be a dagger through which you will conduct chakra, understand? Menma, you want to give me a weapon? Okay, I'll manage somehow. Okay, I'll go take Mito home and put him to bed. Naruto, okay, I have to go. Good luck. Menma, you also have a little brother. Naruto and Menma parted ways on one of the roads. Entering the office, Naruto sat down on his chair. Naruto, oh. Now let's sort out the papers. Yeah, that's clear, theft, robbery, help. Yeah, what kind of counts are these? So. Naruto was sorting through the papers when he noticed a pen that was connected to the table. He pulled it towards himself and saw a paper there. He read. Naruto, the Uchiha clan extermination case, completed. So. Let's read Ka. Kurozetsu, I wouldn't advise it, my young friend. Naruto, hearing this sudden voice, took the kunai and quickly turned to his back and stood in a stance. Naruto, you? How did you get here and how did you end up here? Kurozetsu, to tell you the truth, I felt your chakra, young Otsutsuki. Naruto dispelled the henge. Kurozetsu, yes, the combination of genes such as Uchiha, Senju, Uzumaki and Hyuga in one person who is strong in body, will become Otsutsuki. This can already be considered artificial or artificial Otsutsuki. Naruto, so, you will tell me who you really are or I will find out who you are myself. Kurozetsu, I did not come here to fight, young Otsutsuki. I am here to offer you to join us, the Akatsuki organization. Or to become an ally. Naruto, I do not intend to join or become an ally. Kurozetsu, my goal is to revive my mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Naruto, you are Zetsu, and also created from chakra. You do not feel like you are nature itself, but you can be stronger than the Kage, that's for sure. You have lived for many hundreds or even thousands of years, right? Kurozetsu, young Otsutsuki, you amaze me. Yes, you are right. I am created from my mother's chakra. I would like to tell you many things about my origins and how I lived and what my purpose was, but it would take a very long time, since it is a very long story. Naruto, I can listen to you. But when I finish my business. Now go. Kurozetsu, Naruto, I will not leave until you listen to me. Naruto lowered his hand and said, relaxing a little. Naruto, I'm listening. Naruto, unbelievable. So, as I believe, Itachi Uchiha is in the Akatsuki organization. But there are other organizations that are subordinate to this organization, so, Zetsu, right? Zetsu, yes. So, will you help me, young Otsutsuki? Naruto, I have a plan. After the Chunin exam, I will do something. And then there will be something new in the shinobi world. And yet, I will become the guardian of the shinobi world. Zetsu smirked. Zetsu, I hope so. Well, I must go. Good luck to you, young Otsutsuki. Zetsu merged with the wall and disappeared. Naruto looked at the file and began to read. Sigh, my abilities. I've become stronger. Unbelievable. Sakura, We've dealt with the 3 developed ones, well done guys. And you Sai, you'll have to rest, after all, the screamers themselves and other strong creatures have already started coming out to us. Sai, good. Sai sat down on a large stone. The others also sat down on large stones that were in the clearing. Menma, There are 2 days left until the exam, I'm going to bed now. We've become stronger and learned a lot. Sakura, yes, your levels and stats have increased, you're now at the level of a strong Chunin. 1 more level and a few more times in the dungeon, and you'll be stronger. Shikamaru, you did great. Gathering all the zombies in one place and burning them with fire, Yakoshi, that's great. Yakoshi, they could have thanked me for destroying so many. Hinata, so, we should rest now until the exam. Genin from other villages have already begun to arrive. Among them are the genin of sand, rain, sound. And the rest of the small genin. Among us in Konoha there are several or many genin. Shikamaru, I think there will be a written test on the first exam. Menma, what? Yakoshi, idiot. Menma, who are you calling an idiot? Menma and Yakoshi stood looking at each other. Sasuke, calm down. Kiba, yes, Akamaru is sleeping now. And yes, we have honed our techniques and garden. Stronger, but most importantly, we have created several techniques for ourselves, yes. Sakura, that's good. Shino, now I have become stronger in taijutsu, now only Chunins are my equal. Shikamaru, Shino is right, thanks to this system and look for Sakura, we have become stronger and improved our other specialties. Sasuke, I see. Everyone looked at Sasuke. Sasuke, what? Sakura, Sasuke, your chakra is at 0, and reputation says otherwise. Sasuke looked at her status and saw that she had received some kind of achievement. Congratulations. You have received the achievement, your eyes have become accustomed to the stress of battles and your Sharingan has become stronger. For this, your achievement is named Strongest Heiress of the Uchiha clan. Shikamaru, yeah. Sasuke. I wanted to after the exam. Okay. The henge dissipated and Sasuke was in her true form. Hinata, huh? Menma, what? Kiba, impossible. Choji, I'm shocked. Sakura and Yakoshi, got busted. Shino, I can't put my words into words. Shikamaru, I'm not surprised. Ino, I'm shocked too. Sai, there are no words. Sasuke, what are you gaping at? So what? I'm a girl and I've been hiding it since I was 5. The only people who knew. At first, only Yakoshi knew, and then Naruto, and then Sakura on missions. Menma, wait. Does Naruto know? Sasuke, yeah. And? Sakura, you shouldn't tell me now about. Yakoshi, your relationship with Naruto? All the guys except Sai and Yakoshi stood in a circle. Menma, is that so? Shikamaru, yeah. I can't believe that Naruto is the smartest and most successful of us. Shino, I'm still in shock, I can't get over it. Kiba, that's understandable. But Naruto has surpassed us in everything in life. Now we need to train even harder. Choji, yeah. We'll have to get rid of our habits. Menma, agreed. While the guys were chatting, the girls started communicating. Ino, I'm still in shock. Hinata, it's not every day you find out that a guy or girl is wearing a henge. Even my Byakugan couldn't sense it. Sasuke, well, yeah, I thought the Byakugan would notice my henge. Sakura, yeah. I thought so too, but let's change the subject though. Meanwhile, Sai and Yakoshi. Sai, is this usual? Yakoshi, no. Let's go practice. Sai, okay. Sai and Yakoshi retreated to another open clearing and prepared themselves for the battle. Yakoshi activated his Sharingan and barely dodged Sai's fist. Yakoshi, quickly. Yakoshi did a backflip and threw a kunai, but Sai's hands caught the shield, deflecting the weapon. When the shield disappeared, Yakoshi was gone, but he felt fire behind him. The sense of danger made itself known and Sai jumped up and saw that where he stood there was fire. Sai landed not far from the fire, he turned his hands into claws. Yakoshi came closer and a fiery sword appeared on his hand. Yakoshi, my new move. Yakoshi quickly ran towards him and swung his sword vertically. Sai stepped aside and kicked him in the stomach, sending him into a tree. Yakoshi, ka. Sai approached him and put his claws to Yakoshi's throat. Sai, I won. Yakoshi, you win. It was a short fight, but we found out who was stronger. Sai, at least for now. Yakoshi, you are fast and strong, I have experienced it myself. Okay, let's go, they probably finished talking there already. Sai, let's go. After the conversation at the training ground, Menma went for a walk around the village. Many people came and there were tourists and travelers. Many were even shinobi from other villages. While thinking, he saw that some shinobi in a black jumpsuit was holding a boy, next to them were one girl with a boy. He went to them. Menma, hey! Who are you? Let go. Kankuro, who the? Are you? Menma, are you too lazy? Let him go. Kankuro, right. How I hate children. He swung to hit but Menma quickly created a clone and it threw the original right at Kankuro. He saw it and let go and a doll appeared on his back from the bandages. The doll stopped Menma's blow. Menma, puppeteer. You're from the Sand Village, W. He looked at the boy. Menma, Konohamaru. Konohamaru, Sensei Menma. Menma, so. You may be considered to have attacked a Konoha citizen, but this is the grandson of the third Hokage. Kankuro, grandson? Temari, Kankuro. I told you we don't want any trouble. Gaara, Kankuro. You're disgracing us. Everyone looked up and saw a red-haired guy with a pumpkin on his back. Menma, you look young. Are you a genin too? Kankuro, sorry, Gaara. Gaara appeared on the ground as sand. Gaara, let's go. Menma, wait, are you also participating in the exam? Temari, yes. Menma, I see, but you'll have to try a little harder. You look strong, but in this village, I have a brother who is stronger than all the genin. Gaara, stronger? What are your names and your brothers? Menma, I am Menma Uzumaki, my brother's name is Naruto Uzumaki. Gaara, Sobaku no Gaara. I'll meet you at the exam where I'll kill you. Let's go. The sand team moved further down the road. Menma, what a creepy guy. And his eyes. It looks like he hasn't been sleeping. So, Konohamaru. Konohamaru, yes? Menma, what were you doing here? And how did you run into them? Konohamaru, Moegi, Udon, and I were walking and we ran into that mean woman. We were running and we ran into him. Menma, I see. Well, you have to be more careful, Konohamaru. Konohamaru, yes. And can I become your apprentice? Menma, apprentice? Naruto, finished? Sakura, yes. And found out the secret of Sa. Naruto, about Sasuke? Sakura, yes, Naruto, several shinobi from other villages have already arrived. Naruto, I know, I can sense their chakra myself. Okay, I'll put my research on hold for now. So I'll rest. Go home. I need to finish this business. Sakura, okay. Sakura walked out of Naruto's office. Naruto, oh, I need to rest. Naruto, as expected from Kakashi-sensei. Tomorrow is exam day, and he's currently giving us forms for participation today. And he gathered us here on the bridge. Sakura, don't get used to it. Kakashi-sensei may be lazy, but he's still our sensei. Naruto, I don't argue. But still. Sasuke, can you hear us? They were standing on the bridge and talking, but they looked at Sasuke, who was looking at the rhombus. Naruto, Sasuke? Sasuke, huh? What? Naruto, Sasuke, have you been staring at that diamond for how many days now? Probably 5 days or a week. Sasuke, no, I'm just curious how that diamond appeared. After we defeated that. What's his name? Naruto, Urashiki. Sakura, the diamond. That's bad. Sasuke, take a break and talk to us. It's better for you to be on the ground and not thinking. Sasuke, good. Naruto, 1, 2, 3. Kakashi, how are my students? Everyone looked back and saw that he was sitting on the railing of the bridge. Sakura, oh, come on, we already know about the exam and could have gone to the Hokage. Sasuke, agreed. Naruto, Kakashi-sensei, we haven't seen you for a long time. But still, your appearance now is a revelation of world scale. Kakashi scratched the back of his head nervously. Kakashi, sorry guys. But I had things to do, Jonin stuff. It would be nice to see what you're capable of now. Sasuke, want to see what we're capable of? The boys looked at each other and looked at Kakashi with a strange look. Kakashi, what are you doing? Naruto, time to pay the debt. Sakura, agreed. Sasuke, my halberd is thirsty for blood. Kakashi, guys. Better not. Kakashi, guys. Enough. Kakashi dodged all the attacks, kunai, shuriken and jutsu. Kakashi looked to the left and saw Naruto, Katan, fireball. Clone, futon, vacuum bullets. The jutsu flew at Kakashi, but he quickly used a substitution. Second clone, Suiton, water dragon. Third clone, Raiton, ball lightning. The water dragon hit the target and flew to the sky, but the lightning technique was waiting there and colliding with the water. An electric current was formed and Kakashi was hit by a huge current with water. A scream was heard and when the techniques dissipated, Kakashi began to fall to the ground. The mask wearer opened his eyes and created a clone. The clone took Kakashi and when they almost landed, the clone quickly pushed Kakashi to a tree and an hour after colliding with the ground disappeared. Kakashi barely got up and looked around. Kakashi, guys. Enough. Yeah, I'm sorry. Kakashi looked back, Sakura and Sasuke were standing there. Sasuke, so. Which do you prefer? Slash or thrust? Sakura, swing or lunge? Kakashi, that's it. I'm not going to live. Just kidding. Chidori. Kakashi rushed to the students. Sakura and Sasuke jumped to the sides. Kakashi dispelled the Chidori and pulled some fishing lines. Sasuke and Sakura landed on the ground and their feet clamped the fishing lines. Sakura stuck her staff into the ground and pulled the sword out of the stone, and she cut the fishing lines, and Sasuke, having fed chakra into the halberd, also cut. Sasuke, such tricks don't interest us. Sakura, yes, Doton, earth spears. They started coming out of the ground and flying at Kakashi. Kakashi dodged some of them and passed out. Naruto was behind him and knocked him out. Naruto, great. Well done, looks like we can take down some jonin together. Sakura, yeah. Sasuke, yeah. Sasuke fell to her knees holding her right hand and her henge dissipated. Naruto saw this and quickly landed, leaving Kakashi on the branch. Sasuke, hand. Sasuke looked at her hand and saw that gray tattoo lines had appeared on her hand. Sakura, this is karma. Naruto, Sasuke, your hand. Sakura, this is karma. Sasuke, what? Naruto, karma? Sakura, this is a technique, or I don't know. You can revive through it. It looks like Urashiki left karma on her and can revive soon. Naruto, Urashiki. Sasuke, so I'll become an Otsutsuki? Or no. Kakashi, oh. Everyone heard a sigh and stood up, and Sasuke wanted to use henge but it didn't work. Sasuke, it's not working. Guys, I'll go home and tell sensei that I have some business, and that's it. Sasuke let go of her hand and pulled out the form and handed it to Naruto. She ran in the other direction, towards her block. Kakashi, where is Sasuke? Sasuke sat in a chair in her house and glared at the diamond. The tattoos were gone and the techniques could be used. Sasuke, Urashiki. Sasuke stood up and hit the wall, causing a large crack to appear. Sasuke. Does karma really give such power? Naruto, Sasuke. Naruto walked in and closed the door. Naruto, where did this crack come from? Sasuke, I did it. This is karma. I'm disgusted. I want to get rid of it. Sakura, it's impossible to get rid of it. The two looked towards the window and saw Sakura. Sakura, well. Sasuke, we'll have to find a way to remove karma. And Urashiki along with him. Naruto, you said Urashiki could be reborn. If so, then. Wait, if Urashiki put karma on Sasuke, then someone else can too? Sasuke, what? Sakura, That's unlikely. We don't even know how he put karma. Naruto, that's a problem. Sakura, but I can't help my friend. If only there was a way. Orochimaru. Well. Let's wait and see what happens, time will tell. I'm going home. Sakura jumped down to the ground and went home. Sasuke, Naruto. I'm scared, what if I disappear? Naruto, no Sasuke. You won't disappear, I promise you'll be alive and well. And Urashiki won't control your body. Sasuke, Naruto. Naruto Sasuke looked into each other's eyes. Naruto, Sasuke. Their faces stretched and their lips touched. They hugged each other and broke the kiss. Naruto, you're beautiful Sasuke. Even if I'm an enemy or something, I'll never abandon you. You're my beloved and fair one. Sasuke, Naruto. Thank you. You gave me a little courage. Now I'll try harder in the exam. Naruto, yes, I believe you. They hugged each other again and kissed. Naruto, and there are a lot of them here. There are enough genin to pass, half an hour has passed and the first exam is underway. As expected, a written test. Naruto watched as some of them followed and copied with their techniques. Yakoshi turned on his Sharingan and copied the movements. Sakura finished quickly with her knowledge, Sasuke also used his Sharingan. Menma sat and answered a few questions. The rest did something and answered. Naruto, there are questions about Chunin here. And by the way, Chunin here let you copy. Information gathering. Naruto noticed an eye in the air and looked to the sides and saw that Gaara had closed his left eye. Naruto chuckled. A few minutes later, everyone put down their pencils at Ibiki's command. Ibiki, now, the 10th question is important for Shinobi. Before you announce the question, you must decide whether you agree to answer or not. It depends on your decisions, those who answer, and if they do not pass, they will never become Chunin. If you leave now, you can take the exam next time. Everyone started thinking. After a few minutes, several teams came out and 23 teams remained. Ibiki, those who remain and who are going to answer. You have all passed the first stage of the exam. Most of the genin were confused and shouted asking what this meant. Ibiki, quiet. This stage is important for all of you. There are several Chunin sitting with you so you can copy. Do you understand what I mean? Naruto, gaining information, Ibiki-san. Ibiki, true, it is clear that you are an experienced genin. Yes, he is right, gaining information is an important factor for shinobi. They can send spies to villages and get information, but they can also catch and torture them. Sai, your scars. You got these scars from torture, right? Ibiki removed his headdress and showed his scars. Ibiki, yes. Spies can be captured and they can get information from the spy themselves. That's why this stage is important. 23 teams are here. That means talented shinobi are growing. Now LS. The window broke and a woman with a cloak flew inside. Anko, alright, kids. My name is Mitarashi Anko. I am the examiner for the second stage of the exam. Ibiki. There are 69 genin here. Ibiki, yes, real shinobi are growing up. And please, don't fly in through the windows. Anko, alright. Okay, so kids. Everyone to the 44th test site. I'll be waiting for you there. Anko disappeared and all the genin left the classroom without wasting a minute. Ibiki, a new generation of shinobi is growing. Especially Shimura Danzo's successor. He is different from all the genin. He has the mind of a jonin. It's not for nothing that he was an ANBU and will soon become the head of the root ANBU. End of the part. The second stage begins. After Anko's instructions for the 44th training ground, or Forest of Death, all the genin signed and the different teams received one scroll of earth and one scroll of heaven. Sasuke, so, what do we do now? Naruto, find the sky scroll. But we won't touch our friends, they know that we are a strong genin team. I will do the reconnaissance, Sasuke and Sakura, you will get the sky scroll yourselves. Sakura, good. Sasuke, okay. Naruto, we can still reach the tower today anyway. So there is no need to rush. Sakura, oh, it is better not to rush, we still need to talk to Orochimaru. Yeah. Naruto, let's go. Everyone started jumping on the tree branches. Yakoshi, Menma. Don't fall behind. Menma, I'm not falling behind. Sai, it's obvious you're falling behind. Menma, Sai. Are you coming too? Menma's team jumped to the tower to find the enemy. 2 birds with 1 stone. Menma. Something's wrong here. There are no animals nearby. Yakoshi, there really aren't any animals, and I can't see any birds yet. Sai, yeah. It seems. They sense some kind of strong chakra, but we have to continue. Yakoshi, okay. But I'll be in front. Yakoshi jumped up and opened his palms and pointed them at the ground, and fire appeared from his palm. Thanks to the fire, he began to fly faster. Menma, bug. Shino sneezed at that moment. Sai, I see. I'll try this now. Sai landed on the ground. In a sitting position he tensed his legs and gathering mass in his legs he jumped forward far. Menma, why did you leave me, you flying bugs? At that moment Shino sneezed loudly and without touching the branch he fell to the ground. Menma, so. We need to think of Kyuubi's chakra. We need to slowly take away a small amount of his chakra. 1, 2, 3. His body began to be enveloped in red chakra and animal-like faces began to appear. Nails grew, fangs appeared, vertical eyes with red pupils and whiskers on his cheeks. Menma. I'll have to learn to take and use Kyuubi's chakra little by little. But never mind, I'll catch up now. Menma stood up and started jumping faster and running. Jumping through the trees, Naruto felt a small amount of Kyuubi chakra. Naruto, looks like he's using chakra. So, we need to go to them and find out why he used it, although no. Let him train. Sasuke and Sakura were ahead of Naruto. Sakura, Sasuke. When we were walking to the academy together this morning, you were smiling as if your dream had come true. What happened and why were you smiling like that? Sasuke, huh? Smiling? No. I guess I was just remembering something. Sakura, Sasuke. I can see you blushing. Sasuke. No. Sakura, yes. Sasuke, no, period. But although. Sakura, what? Sasuke, yesterday, when you left. Naruto and I. Sakura, what? Did you two kiss? Oh, well done, now your relationship is on a new level. And Naruto seemed so happy today. Sasuke, really? Meanwhile Naruto didn't hear and was watching the area with chakra. But suddenly Menma's team's chakra stopped and chakra started to splash out there. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura. Let's go the other way, we need to help Menma, Yakoshi and Sai. They're having some kind of battle there. Sakura, Orochimaru. Okay. Sasuke, let's go. Sasuke, okay. They turned and went towards the battle. Yakoshi, Katon, Fireball. Sai, Painted Beasts. Menma, Futon, Air Stream. The girl's hands took the form of a snake and, taking the drawn animals, she protected herself from the techniques. Girl, well. Teamwork. But you can't beat me. The girl made seals and directed her hand towards the genin. A huge wind came out of her hand which carried away her opponents further. Sai, her power. Who is she? Yakoshi, there's no time to figure out who she is, we have to defeat her, use all our power. Ah. Yakoshi directed his clenched fists towards the girl and a stream of fire flew towards her. She jumped to the side and first of all with a jerk found herself next to Yakoshi and kicked him towards the tree. Sai's hands took the form of claws and began to wave, the girl dodged his swings. Girl, I wonder what this is? And the Uchiha's fire. This is a completely different level. The girl stopped him by taking his hand with both hands, he threw it to the other tree. Menma quickly appeared next to him and the Kanemi wanted to pierce her. But she was quicker and with a turn kicked him on the top of the head and Menma fell to the ground. Girl, interesting. They're fast and strong. Chunin or almost Jonin skills, interesting guys. But I need an Uchiha. The girl headed towards Uchiha, who had now stood up and was looking at his opponent with a very angry look. Girl, well? Are you really angry that you're weaker? I can give you a. She jumped back to the place where she was trying to get a hammer made of stone. Sakura landed next to him and looked at the girl. Sakura, you look gloomy. And I'm prettier. So, go away. Sakura quickly swung her hammer vertically, and when the girl dodged, Sakura made seals and spears came out of the ground and pierced the girl's legs. Then she hit the girl's head with the hammer, sending it to the side, and it crashed into a tree. Sakura, see Yakoshi? Don't plan one action, but two at once, so the enemy doesn't expect the attack. The girl came out of the tree and pulled the remains of the stone out of her leg. Girl, interesting. I couldn't be defeated by Genin, Chunin, or Jonin level. And you're just a Genin and you hit me like I was weak. The girl raised her head and tore off her mask and revealed her face. But before she could throw it away, the kunai pierced Orochimaru's arms and legs. Chakra chains appeared on the kunai. Naruto and Sasuke landed next to each other. Naruto, Orochimaru. S-class missing Nin, Snake-san Nin of Konoha. Orochimaru, Naruto Uzumaki. Good to see Danzo's successor. And Uchiha Sasuke. It seems you found me, huh? Naruto, my sensory ability is beyond anyone's. And I still can't figure it out. Why did you attack a group of Genin and end up here? Orochimaru, ha ha ha. My target is Uchiha Yakoshi. He opened his mouth and Orochimaru came out of his mouth and immediately pulled Kusanagi out of his mouth and swung it horizontally. Sasuke and Naruto jumped away from him. Naruto, a snake indeed. Sasuke, you won't kill my clansman. Sakura, yeah, you won't meet such a handsome guy. Naruto and Sasuke looked at her. Sakura, what? Can't make a joke. Naruto nodded towards Yakoshi, who looked embarrassed. Sakura, sorry. Sasuke, oh. She's been more playful lately. Naruto, I agree. Sakura, hey. I actually saved this one's life. Naruto, yeah. Well. You'll have to die, Orochimaru. First, second, and third gates, open. Naruto immediately rushed towards Orochimaru and held Kubikuribocho tightly. Orochimaru blocked Kubikuribocho with his Kusanagi and began to fight in Kenjutsu. Orochimaru, not bad. The Kubikuribocho sword. One of the 7 swords. That's not bad. But the left hand took the form of snakes, and thanks to them, Kusanagi began the battle. The speed of Sannin and Naruto was great, that you could see the body and faces. Sasuke, what speed? Sakura, that's just the tip of the iceberg. Yakoshi, Yakoshi clenched his fists, and remembering his teammates, he looked around and saw that they were unconscious and calmed down a bit. Orochimaru chose the perfect chance and threw Kusanagi straight at Naruto. He distracted him and quickly rushed past Sasuke and Sakura, his neck extended and bit his neck. Yakoshi screamed in pain and fell to his knees holding his neck. Naruto quickly put his sword to Orochimaru's neck. Yakoshi fell to the ground unconscious. Naruto, what have you done? Orochimaru, gave him power, soon he will come for me himself and get even more power. Sakura, cursed seal. Orochimaru's development and you want to possess him? Orochimaru, you're smart. Yeah. Sakura, guys, we'll have to forget about this for a bit and ask him for help. Help for you, Sasuke, karma. Sasuke, will he help? Naruto, according to your data, you're experimenting on living people. Orochimaru, yeah, but what kind of karma? Sakura, some kind of technique of a quasi-god. Basically, it's like your cursed seal. But we need to remove the soul of the quasi-god himself from there. Naruto, If you help, I'll try not to kill you. Orochimaru, then I'll need your help. A deal. Naruto, a deal with a snake? Are you kidding me? Sakura, what deal? Orochimaru, I need an Uchiha. Or a Sharingan. But the main thing is that I use the Sharingan at will. Naruto, you. Sasuke, I won't give you an Uchiha or a Sharingan. Sakura, yes. Orochimaru, then I won't help. Reverse summoning. Orochimaru slammed his palm into the ground and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto, Orochimaru. The fist broke the tree trunk in half. Naruto. That Orochimaru. Sakura, don't be mad. He would probably experiment with that karma anyway. Sasuke, I think so too. But Naruto, don't worry. I'll be fine. Naruto turned to the girls and boys who were unconscious. Naruto, Sasuke, use the technique. They could wake up at any moment. I'll go. Naruto came out of the tree roots and walked on. Sasuke used henge. Sakura, he's so worried about you. Sasuke, I see. But what should I do? Sakura, What do you mean? Sasuke, if I get captured or at some dangerous time, he might lose his life for me. I'm afraid he'll do something bad for me. Sakura, that's what you're talking about. Don't worry. As long as you and his loved ones are alive, he'll protect his loved ones. Yeah, if he does that, I'll envy you, Sasuke. Now, we'll have to change the bandages. Yakoshi has a high fever and Menma is just unconscious, it looks like he had a concussion. And Sai, he recovered quickly and will wake up soon if not this. Sai suddenly rose up on his elbows. Sai, what happened? How long was I unconscious? Sakura, Sai, be quiet. You were unconscious for half a day. It's night now. It's still the first day of the second stage. And so, you fought Orochimaru, the snake Sannin. Sai, I see. Orochimaru. He's stronger than us. I have to become stronger to protect my comrades. Sakura, yeah, you'll become stronger. Sasuke, yeah. Naruto. Naruto hit the huge tree, making large cracks. Naruto. Orochimaru. I'll give you something. Ah. Sharingan activated and drawings appeared in his eyes. A red circle and inside the circle were 4 white stars. Naruto punched the tree again, the huge tree crackled from white lightning, then it burned in black flames. Naruto walked away from the tree and began to watch the tree burn. Naruto, this. Is it the power of my eyes? It can't be. When did the Manjikyu appear? Could it be? Danzo-sama was close to me. Naruto looked at the sky with Manjikyu and said. Naruto, thank you Danzo-sama. For such strength. Naruto looked at the burning tree and his eyes became normal. The fire disappeared and Naruto activated Manjikyu again and looked at another tree. By feeding chakra to his eyes, this tree began to dry out. Naruto, my eyes. The power of my eyes is related to nature. Lightning, fire and water. This tree has become withered. It seems to be related to the fact that the genes have taken over the organism. Horns. Yes, horns, I completely forgot about them. Naruto dispelled the henge and touched his horns, which were already 30 centimeters, which rose upward slightly curved almost reaching each other. Naruto, this is already not bad. Horns can become an additional weapon and defense. Due to the fact that you have obtained Manjikyu, the next level of development requires the 9 tails chakra or parts of the chakra. Naruto, wait. You mean the next level of evolution? It can't be Rinnegan? Answer, yes. Since there is no 10-tailed beast, you will have to collect some of the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts. Naruto, that explains. To become even stronger, I need to gather with my own hands. And I can save Sasuke. I need enough power. Naruto did not turn off the Sharingan, remembering that his eyes had to get used to the strain. He used henge and went to his place of stay. Zetsu, his strength is impressive. And what kind of idea is he, part of the nine-tailed beast's chakra? And the Rinnegan? How did he know that? I should keep an eye on him more often. Yakoshi opened his eyes and sitting up he grabbed his shoulder. Yakoshi, shoulder. Hurts. Sakura quickly stood up and laid him down. Sakura, stay down. You don't need to get up. Yakoshi, Sakura? Where are the others? And how much time has passed? Sakura, you've been unconscious for almost a day and a half. Naruto and Sasuke are outside right now, talking to Menma and Sai. Yakoshi, I see. Sakura, and that's Seal. Yakoshi, thanks for your concern, but I'm fine. Yakoshi rolled over to the side. Sakura realized that it was better for him to go outside. Sakura, he's awake. Naruto, that's good. Sakura, it's time to go. Menma, Sai, you understand what we need to do, right? Menma, yeah, bro. Sai, yeah. Sasuke, we're counting on you. Don't let anyone or Orochimaru take Yakoshi. Sakura, have we discussed this? Okay. Let's go, guys. Team number 7 went on. A few seconds later, Yakoshi came out holding his shoulder. Yakoshi, let's go. There's no time to waste. There are still almost 3 days left. Menma, take a rest, Uchiha. Yakoshi, shut up. Let's go, we need to get to the tower quickly and get the scroll. In a few hours. Yakushia, Menma and Sai were currently walking on the ground. In the past few hours, they had found 2 teams that had the Earth Scroll like them. They needed the Sky Scroll to pass. Yakoshi, Sai, will your painted beasts help us with reconnaissance? Sai, I can do reconnaissance myself. Menma, don't forget about me. I can create clones and get information. So, shadow clones. 20 clones appeared next to him and each of them moved to the side. Menma, now, we'll sit down and rest. Sai, good idea. Yakoshi, HM. They sat down and began to rest while talking. After a few minutes, Menma stood up and said. Menma, guys. That Sandman is coming. Yakoshi, Gaara. Sai, can we handle it? Yakoshi, with my fire, your power, and Menma's power, yes. Yakoshi took the sword firmly and heard a rustling sound nearby. Yakoshi, shoo. Yakoshi slowly walked towards where the rustling sound came from. He turned behind a tree and saw no one, only sand. Yakoshi, sand. Suddenly the sand was above his feet and the sand rose up sending the Uchiha towards the branch. Out of the sand came Gaara himself. Gaara, Uchiha. Your death will give me peace. Gaara raised his hand up and started to squeeze slowly. Kunai flew towards him but the sand protected him. Sai used Tonto and wanted to hurt him, and Menma with his big kunai wanted to pierce him with chakra. But the sand protected him again. Gaara, you're in my way. Die. Sand coffin. The sands enveloped both of them, the sand squeezed them and Menma's clone disappeared in a clap and Sai crushed the sand. Yakoshi saw this, his Sharingan changed giving him Manjikyu, but because of the chakra, the cursed seal spread half of his body and his half began to burn. Yakoshi said with a creepy voice. Yakoshi, you will pay for this. Arf. The sand melted and Yakoshi landed, his sword became fiery and swung vertically cutting the sand where Sai was unclenched. Gaara, this is amazing. You're a demon too. Yakoshi, arg. Yakoshi looked at him and his eyes flashed, the ground under him began to shrink space. Gaara managed to jump back and send a wave of sand. On Yakoshi's left hand, a fireball appeared and throwing it to the sand it exploded. The explosion of the wave threw Gaara back. Gaara, this is power. Your death will bring me pleasure. Arf. Gaara spread his arms out to the sides and began to control his sand. He waved towards Yakoshi and the sand flew towards him, forming the shape of sand into spears. The space in front of Yakoshi again contracted and the sand flew in. Yakoshi sent a stream of fire towards Gaara, but he was protected by the sand. Yakoshi. Sand. Yakoshi grabbed the sword firmly with both hands and with a jerk cut through Gaara's defense. He was about to pierce it, but the pain in his shoulder stopped him. Yakoshi, ah. Gaara quickly attacked him, sending sand into a tree. Menma threw an explosion seal towards Gaara and cut the sand. Creating a clone, he took Yakoshi and Sai with him. Menma, for some reason, this is unbearable for us. Sai, yeah. I was on the verge of death. He crushed me. Yakoshi, curse. This seal. It's bothering me. But when it activated, half of my body was burning and was tattooed. And there was a feeling of thirst. The thirst for murder. Menma, I don't know what happened to you, but calm down. It's good that we survived. Your wounds, Sai, have recovered, but the sand crushed your left arm, Yakoshi. But yours has recovered too. Yakoshi, I see. I think thanks to this seal and the fire. I just can't believe that my power is now like a monster's. Menma, are you talking about a monster? Do you know that the monster is Gaara? He almost killed you. It's good that my clone gave me information. Yakoshi, you need to calm down. I found the sky scroll for us. The wind element helped me get it, heh. Yakoshi looked at him. Yakoshi, wind release. Okay, let's go to the tower. Naruto and the others are probably there already. And we simply aren't using our full power. Menma, yeah, but it's boring to keep you before fighting other genin, especially Gaara. Sai, Menma, you're right. And it's time for us to go, I agree with you. We were a little close to death twice. It's better not to tempt fate. The two nodded and jumped onto a tree branch and began to jump towards the tower. Not far from this place was Orochimaru. Orochimaru, Manjikyu Sharingan. Interesting. He's strong and his hatred for his teammates is growing. He'll be in my hands soon. But, Uzumaki Naruto, he could be a dangerous opponent. He has a Sharingan mixed with a Byakugan. If he trains more and reveals his other talents, he'll become a threat to me and the other villages. Orochimaru licked his lips. Orochimaru, long time no see. My student. A kunai is placed against Orochimaru's throat. Enko, yes, Orochimaru. It's been a long time. And now I'm going to kill you. Orochimaru, how presumptuous, Enko. The snakes bound Enko and the kunai fell to the ground. Orochimaru turned and raised his right hand with the snakes. Orochimaru, because you were my student, I will spare your life. But you still have that seal. Enko, cough. So you. For the sake of. Cough. In order to leave the cursed seal on the Uchiha? Orochimaru, oh, I already did. Now, I have to go. Orochimaru used the snakes to slam Enko into a tree, knocking her out. Orochimaru disappeared and Enko fell to the ground. Naruto, we're not far from the tower, another 2 hours and we'll get there. Should we rest or continue on our way? Sakura, I suggest we rest. Sasuke, yes. I can't hold the halberd forever. Naruto, okay. It's night anyway, you can rest and I'll keep guard. Sasuke, okay. Sakura, okay. Sasuke and Sakura laid out their things next to a large tree. They sat down and began to talk. Sasuke, tired. Sakura, you're not the only one who's tired. Yeah, not sleeping for 2 days is the limit. But Naruto's cheerful. Sasuke, well, yeah, he's gotten stronger. And his stats are better than ours. And yeah, he has Manjikyu, for some reason I just noticed that. Sasuke, what? How? Sakura, I checked his stats and skills. Among his skills and techniques, he has Manjikyu, but I don't know how strong he is. Sasuke, that. So he killed someone dear to him. But who? Sakura, I don't know, no one comes to mind who was dear to him. And Sai, after returning from the land of waves, has become kind of quiet. A little. Only if. It seems I've figured out who else was dear to Naruto. Naruto, Danzo-sama. Sasuke and Sakura quickly looked up in fear. Sasuke, Naruto, don't scare me like that. I'm scared. Naruto, sorry. Yes, I have Manjikyu. But thanks to Danzo-sama, I also received power, but I need to learn to control this power. Sakura, as long as you don't take chakra from anyone, then I'll be calm. Sasuke. Naruto, there was also information on how to reach the next stage of the Sharingan. Sakura and Sasuke, the next stage? Naruto, yes, for that you need the chakra of the tailed beasts. Rinnegan. Sakura, chakra of the tailed beasts? Sasuke, chakra of the tailed beasts. That is, the bijou, for example the nine-tailed and the others. But you had the chakra of the nine-tailed and the nine-tailed itself, but why is it boring again? Naruto, because the chakra of the nine-tailed disappeared after the kyubi was extracted from me. Some of the chakra remained, but this part accelerated the fusion of genes. My horns are like this now. Naruto dispelled the henge and his horns were revealed. Sasuke, this. They've gotten bigger than last time. Sakura, I've seen them smaller before, but to grow to this size in such a short time? Naruto, questions later. You should rest. My clones are monitoring the area. The girls nodded and lay down on their sleeping bags. Sakura fell asleep after a few minutes, and Sasuke lay there thinking for another hour. But she got up and went to Naruto. Naruto, what happened? Can't sleep? Sasuke, yeah, and it's cold. Naruto, we can't light a fire, enemies might come. So we'll have to do without a fire. Come here. Sasuke walked up and Naruto hugged her. Naruto, is it warm now? Sasuke, yes. The couple looked at the sky and saw the lights of the stars. They looked at the sky until Sasuke fell asleep on his chest. Naruto continued to hug her while sitting. He lifted her and looked at her right palm and whispered. Naruto, I will save you. Sasuke. Noon. Team 7 and the rest were inside the tower. 2 days had passed and now those who had passed the second stage were standing in a row looking at the Hokage who was on the podium. Hiruzen, to all of you who passed the second round, I congratulate you. But, there are too many of you and... The Jounin appeared in front of the Genin and said while sitting. Genma, I apologize, Hokage-sama, cough cough. I'll tell you everything myself. Hiruzen, okay. Genma stood up and looking at the Genin continued to speak. Genma, so, there are 10 teams left. 30 people. For the third stage, we need a maximum of 8 participants. Kankuro, what do you mean 8 participants? Kiba, and why is that? Genma, now I'll... Cough cough. I'll tell you. The Chunin exam is an important event for the villages. Each village evaluates their strength and points to the stands. Let the feudal lords and spectators watch your battles and fights. Cough cough. This way they will notice you and give their impressions. This will determine whether you will receive the rank of Chunin. Naruto, as I understand it. This is all so that we can be noticed. Genma, yes. As I said, we only need 8 participants. Now we will arrange fights for you where we will determine the winners for the 3rd stage. But we need to find out who will go out now and who will not participate in this intermediate stage. Go out those who do not want to or are injured. Only 4 stood up. Kabuto, Ino, Sakura and Sai. They left the rows and walked towards the stands. Genma, if that's all, then I can start now. Look at the screen. Everyone looked at the screen and saw the names of the participants in the first fight. Genma, Sasuke Uchiha and Araya Kado. You stay here, and the rest of you go up to the stands. 2 remained and the rest went up. Genma, get ready. Fight. Sasuke stood and watched what his opponent would do. Arai also watched and waited. But Sasuke was the first to give the sign of attack, taking a kunai and throwing it at the enemy. Arai quickly dodged and ran towards him from your side, preparing a kunai for an attack. Sasuke, a simple trick. Sasuke lunged forward, slammed the shaft of his halberd into Arai's leg and kicked him in the face with his knee. He then spun around and kicked him up and down, causing his head to hit the floor. Sasuke, weakling. Sasuke was about to leave when his opponent grabbed him by the leg. Arai, you can't win, Uchiha. Sasuke felt his chakra starting to fade. Sasuke. Are you absorbing my chakra? You're about to get my chakra. Naruto stood and smiled. Sakura noticed it and asked. Sakura, why are you smiling? Naruto, because Sasuke came up with a new simple technique. Chakra transformation. Sasuke changed his chakra and his chakra was with current. Arai, who absorbed, grabbed the hand through which he absorbed. Arai, it hurts. Lightning release? Sasuke, yes. And you lost. Sasuke looked at his eyes with his Sharingan and knocked him out. Genma, defeated by Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke went up to the podium and Araya was taken to the infirmary. New names appeared on the screen. Genma, Shino Aburame and Zaku Abumi. The 2 descended and the fight began. Zaku quickly approached him and hit him on the arm with an open palm. Shino, weak attack. Zaku, I'll show you a weak attack now. Smashing wave. A wave of sound burst out from his palm and hit Shino. But it dissipated into small bugs and these bugs flew at him, touching his clothes. The bugs themselves made a loud sound and there was a lot of chakra that began to squeeze Zaku from the sound. From the pain and the loud sound, he passed out. And Shino appeared next to him, intertwining with the bugs. Shino, sonic bugs, which emit a large amount of sound like air. Genma, defeated by Shino Aburame. The incident repeated itself again and there were 2 participants in the ring. Genma, Uzumaki Naruto and Yakoshi Uchiha. Naruto, it looks like our fight has arrived, Yakoshi. Yakoshi, I've been waiting for this fight, Naruto. Naruto, sorry, but I'm no match for you. Naruto took the sword from his back and got ready. Yakoshi, is that so? I can defeat you even without using my techniques. Yakoshi also took his sword and attacked first. Naruto blocked the sword strike but Yakoshi lit a fire on his sword before striking. The blow caused cracks to appear on Kubikuribocho. Yakoshi, I will break your sword. Everyone gasped at this sight. After all, it's not every day that you see a sword that can burn with fire. Naruto, it won't work. Naruto pushed him away with a light movement and changed the sword into a metal whip with the help of chakra. He aimed the whip at Yakoshi, but the Uchiha himself quickly cut off the whip with the help of fire. Naruto, don't get too excited. I still have a lot of chakra. The whip recovered and Naruto continued to attack with the whip. Yakoshi reflected, dodged, and cut off the whips little by little, approaching him. Naruto changed the handle to a whip and holding it by the middle he attacked from both sides. From this pressure, Yakoshi retreated. Yakoshi wanted to make a dash and finish with one blow. He prepared and wanted to rush towards him when Naruto stopped and the tail took its original form. Naruto, I lost. You can count the victory as Yakoshi Uchiha. Genma, what is the reason for your loss? Naruto, I don't want to show all my strength and techniques now. Bye. Naruto disappeared. Yakoshi got angry from such an insult. But they still recognized his victory. The rest of the battles were almost like in canon. Genma, so. As you already know. There are already 10 participants. The first fight will be Hinata Hyuga and Menma Uzumaki. The second fight, Yakoshi Uchiha and Sobakuno Gaara. The third fight, Sasuke Uchiha vs Temari. The fourth fight, Shikamaru Nara and Dosu Kino. The fifth fight, Sobakuno Kankuro and Shino Aburame. The third round will be in a month. Prepare for that time, young genin. Sasuke, why did you leave? Naruto, research. Now these two were in a clearing at training ground number 7. Sasuke, why did you give in to him? I don't understand. Naruto, I can become a Chunin or even a Jonin anyway, Sasuke. I'm just letting Yakoshi become a Chunin against strong enemies. Sasuke looked at him as he read a book about human anatomy. Sasuke, are you researching the virus that Sai received? Naruto, yes. I remember how the evolved changed their arms and their body. Sai can't change his body to another now. As I understand it, he needs a person to absorb. He can take on a person's personality and memory. You saw how he changed his weapon, right? Sasuke, yes. Naruto, so, I changed my weapon with chakra like an evolved one. But Kubikurabocho is only used with blood. Sasuke, how do you change weapons? Naruto, with chakra, but it takes a lot of chakra. About half of my reserve to use in 5 minutes. Sasuke, God. How much chakra do you have? Naruto, a lot, a lot. About the same as the one-tailed one. Sasuke, yeah. Naruto, so. I'll go research this virus, maybe I can help Sai with something too. Sasuke, and you? Do you want to go for a walk with me? Naruto, later Sasuke, I'm sorry I can't pay attention to you. Business and research. Sasuke, I see. Since research and business are important to you, I won't disturb you. Naruto, Sasuke? Sasuke silently turned around and left. Naruto, what did I do wrong? Naruto, research and research. Sai, Naruto-sama. You shouldn't help me. Naruto, no. You're my subordinate. And this virus. It can change the future of our village. Sai, do we need that? Naruto, of course. Our village can become stronger, shinobi and humans can be anything. Physically stronger and can live longer than usual. Sai, Naruto-sama. You. Have you taken this virus? Naruto looked at him. Naruto, yes. A small dose. But I became a little stronger. But I can't change my mass like you. I reduced the dose and can control myself. Sai knew what Naruto was like before becoming and after before they got the virus. Sai, okay. But, let me work for you. Go and rest. Naruto, no. I am the head of the Root Anbu and the protector of my village. Go. I will be busy for a while. Sai nodded and left the office. A city that was empty and all in blood. Bodies scattered around. A standing white creature looking at all this. Naruto, my power is almost at its limit. Status. Status. Naruto Uzumaki, Otsutsuki. Clan, Uzumaki. Level, 63. Experience, 53600/163000. 1 class, Swordsman. 2 class, Censor. 3 class, Scientist. Stats. Strength, 2360. Endurance, 2480. Intelligence, 2410. Agility, 2360. Speed, 2380. Naruto, I've almost reached the level of the One Tail. It's 3000 and level 70. But my limit I think is 2500, since I can't train so easily anymore. I need power to protect and guard my village. That's my goal, my dream. Naruto tensed his legs. Naruto, soon, I will become stronger. I took a small dose of the virus and became a little stronger, increasing my physical qualities by 150. But Naruto looked at his hands. Naruto, what's gnawing at me? Inside I feel like I'm not the one. I'm doing the wrong thing. I feel like I'm overwhelmed with guilt. But why? Naruto looked ahead, a very large silhouette of a monster was visible in front. Naruto, Goliath. Naruto firmly gripped the hilt of the sword and used his chakra to change it into an iron bow. Naruto, that which is not eternal, dies first. On Naruto's left hand, 5 blue arrows appeared. He pulled the bowstring along with the arrows and took aim and said, Naruto, bingo. He released the bowstring and 5 arrows pierced Goliath's head. He roared and raised his large hand and lowered it down, and began to walk forward towards the enemy. Naruto, so, even though it's a big but stupid creature with no brains. I need a blood sample, I need to do some more research. The bow transformed into its form as the sword Kubikura Bocho. Naruto, a convenient weapon. I can control it to transform into anything with my chakra. But it only feeds on blood. And now I'll have to use only chakra. And now hold on, monster. I'll destroy you. He gripped the hilt tightly and fed chakra into the tip of the sword and jumped at Goliath's head. He passed through him with a swing of his sword. When he landed, the giant himself fell and his head rolled away. Naruto, the main mistake of the giant's enemy. The head is not protected. Well, now let's start exploring. Although no, I'll go hunt some more. But in another world, where there are strong opponents. Taking a few drops of Goliath's blood into a vial, he disappeared. Naruto, I need to rest. Or else I'll go crazy, but I need to find a way to help Sasuke. And this virus can help me with that. Okay, let's get to work. He sat down more comfortably in his chair taking several flasks. The man who heard about this, in the corner of the door stood up and left. Sigh, Naruto-sama. So you're doing this for Sasuke? But why? He's your best friend? Sai went into the armory where there were many weapons, swords, kunai, shuriken, nunchaku, and everything else. But he noticed Naruto's sword, Kubikura Bocho. Sai, as Naruto-sama said, this sword can take the form of another weapon using blood or a huge amount of chakra. What if that's the case? Sai cut the palm of his right hand and took the sword. Thanks to the blood he changed it into a tanto. He swung it and again changed it into a staff, twisted it and broke the weapon rack several times. Sai, we'll have to clean up here. And most importantly, put the weapons back in place. Sasuke, oh. Clan matters. It's difficult. Izumi-chan. I think I'll go rest. Izumi, okay, rest Sasuke, I can handle it. Sasuke, thank you. Sasuke got up from the table and went home. Walking towards her house, she thought why Naruto was now studying that virus and researching. But not finding an answer, she had already reached her house. Opening the door and entering, she took off her shoes and, closing the door, went into the kitchen. After drinking some water, she began to rummage through the cupboards. Sasuke, well. What should I cook for myself? Having found what I needed, I began to cook. Thinking. Sasuke, living alone is how I want someone to be with me. Especially Naruto. Naruto. You changed somehow quickly, research and this and that. Is it because of the system? Or something incomprehensible? There are many questions that have no answers. But, I want to know and believe that things will return to normal. And this Chunin exam is stressful. Having finished thinking, she continued cooking, saying one last thing. Sasuke, the difficulties are just beginning. End of the part. Menma walked around the training ground with his hand on his chest and thought. Menma, Naruto and Sasuke are stronger than me, and Sakura too. Yakoshi is my rival, I have to defeat you. But I need a teacher, even if I enter that place, I still won't get stronger that quickly. I admit, I've become stronger and a little more experienced, but still. Menma created 40 clones. Menma, guys. Let's get stronger. First clone, and what do you suggest? Second clone, yes, what are we going to do? Menma, now we'll train, taijutsu, ninjutsu, etc. I need to hone the skills that I have now, I need to know my weak points in order to defeat Yakoshi in the third stage. Clones, okay, original. Let's begin. The clones split up and began practicing techniques and throwing. 6 clones stood in front of their original and waited for the signal. Menma, forward. The clones quickly approached and began to fight. Menma, this is my speed. Menma slapped the clone's leg away with his hand and dodged the kick by jumping and hitting him in the head instead. The clone disappeared and was replaced by another who kicked Menma in the stomach, sending him flying 3 meters. Menma, cough. You're rats. Clones, we are you. You're a rat too. Menma, ow, let's continue. Menma took the kunai and threw it at the clones, they jumped to the side and threw kunai themselves. Menma was a little stunned by such quantities and jumped onto a tree, and jumping away from it, he kicked 2 clones and they dispersed. Menma, 3 left. Menma turned around and tripped 1 clone, and with his other leg he kicked him towards the others, putting on an explosive seal. The clones dispersed from the explosion. Menma, well. It's not quite the same when I destroy myself. Okay, I'll continue. Menma made a seal and a lot of smoke and many voices appeared on the field. Kyubi lay, watched and felt what his Jinchuriki was doing. He didn't care about training, he was interested in his brother, Naruto Uzumaki. Kyubi, I was holding back the Senju cells, the white-eyed and cursed Uchiha genes. This Uzumaki has an Uchiha bloodline, funny. Minato, you had a secret, but how can you understand why you were like this, yellow hair and blue eyes? Not an Uchiha but a mind like them. I still have to think about it, especially the Uzumaki brothers. He felt his chakra pouring out, a drop of chakra. Kyubi, he doesn't know that he's using my chakra, but it's for the best. Uzumaki had the Shinigami seal, but with the resealing, this cage with me was transferred here along with me and the seal too. Hm. When are you going down here, Uzumaki Menma? I should tell you what happened to your brother's body and what's happening now. He got down on all fours and grinned. Kyubi, yes, Menma, my Jinchuriki, the child of prophecy. His brother, now half Otsutsuki, like my father. You'll have to come here early, Jinchuriki. Menma trained for 3 hours and it was already sunset. He dispelled the last clone and looked at the sky. Menma, I have to go home. I'm a little tired. Heh, at this rate I'll probably be stronger than my little brother by now. He was about to leave when his consciousness descended. Menma, what? Where am I? Could it be? He felt the chakra ominous and dense. He went to the side where he felt a very large chakra. A few seconds later, he was in a large hall where there was a cage. Inside the cage stood Menma, Kyubi. Kyubi, kid, I called you for a talk. Menma, what talk? Are you quite going to talk about wanting to give power? Kyubi, no. Something to do with your brother. Menma, what about him? Kyubi lay down on his paws looking at him. Kyubi, your brother's body and chakra have changed, you saw that, right? Menma, yeah, what do you mean by that? Kyubi, that he can become a monster worse than us tailed beasts. After all, the sage of the six paths once looked like your brother now. His skin and hair are white. The sage of the six paths also had white skin. Menma, are you saying he'll look like Rikudo? Kyubi, maybe. But the main problem is that he'll crave chakra, I think. Menma, crave chakra? So he'll absorb chakra? Oetsatsuki. Kyubi stood up upon hearing this. Kyubi, how do you know? Menma, what? Menma looked at him questioningly. Kyubi, Otsutsuki is a clan. The sage of the six paths was from this clan. Menma, well. There are some things that you can't believe. Kyubi, you mean how your friends and your brother used the system? I heard but I didn't see what it was. But I felt that the room and everything were changing. Menma, yes, the system is a convenient thing. But that's not the point now. Why did my little brother have the Sharingan? Kyubi looked at him. Kyubi, your brother inherited the Uchiha genes. And I think that your father, Minato Namikaze, is an Uchiha. Menma, my father is an Uchiha? I don't believe it. Kyubi, believe it or not, your mother didn't have the Uchiha genes. And as for your sister, I don't know if she'll have the Sharingan or not. But you might. Since you and Naruto are twins. Menma, wait. Is there a chance that I'll have the Sharingan? Kyubi, maybe. My chakra can work and speed up the process. Menma, Kyubi. You didn't just call me here and start talking about my brother for no reason. Did you? Kyubi closed his eyes and opened them after a few seconds. Kyubi, your brother can be dangerous. I will help you with your strength and development, also now I am speeding up the process so that you will have the Sharingan. If your brother uses his eyes well, then he can easily take control of me. And in order to avoid this, I must help you. Even though I hate the Uchiha, I hate Madara Uchiha. Menma, this is a lot of information. Sharingan and your help. This changes things. Kyubi, and one more thing. Menma, what? Kyubi was silent for a moment and then said. Kyubi, it's about your sister, Mito. Mito painted a picture from a dream that she dreamed. With each passing year, her talent in drawing was good and the pictures acquired life. Mito, so. I need to finish the painting quickly and go to training with my brother Naruto. That's it now. Naruto, what's that? Mito looked back, she happily let go of the brush and paints and hugged Naruto. Mito, finished the picture, I drew this picture from my dream. Naruto, and what was in your dream? Mito, I was a beautiful and strong kunoichi there, big. Naruto, wow, so in your dream you are big and Hokage? Mito, well, I definitely won't call Hokage. But I will say about Hokage that I saw one face there, the face of the first Hokage on the rock. And how I was standing near the roof and next to me was some black-haired man. Naruto, just the face of the first and next to Uchiha? Only Uchihas can be brunettes. And several people. But what happened next? Mito, well, my dream was blurry. The frames changed and at one point in my dream I remembered that this man was saying something and I remembered a few words that he said. The length of lives is eternal and in some of them, from there it breaks off and I don't remember what happened next. Naruto, HM. I see. Okay, let's go to training. Today I'll give you the weapon of your choice. Mito, good. Menma, wait. Are you sure that she? Kyubi, I have a guess. But it's unlikely, since I was sitting in the seal of the first Hokage's wife. Menma. It's more complicated. First with Naruto and now with Mito. Kyubi stood up. Kyubi, stop being sad, you still have to learn how to use my chakra, since you need my help. Menma, good. Menma came out of the subconscious and felt that he was not tired at all. Without paying attention to this, he began to pull the Kyubi chakra a little and began to envelop himself in it. He covered himself with the Kyubi chakra and closing. He opened his eyes in which his pupils were vertical. Menma, I feel that I have become stronger and have a lot of chakra. But what now? Kyubi, now you must use the chakra of mine that you took. Know how to use it wisely. If you use my chakra, you will begin to get used to it, just like your body. Start your training, my stupid Jinchuriki. Menma, well, I agree with the training, but what you said about me being stupid. That is unforgivable. Kyubi, less talk, more action. Is that what you people say? Mito chose the steel fans and she was currently training with Naruto. Naruto, I'm surprised that you chose fans. And why do you need them? Instead of words, Mito used wind chakra in her weapon and swung it at Naruto. He stepped aside and said. Naruto, I see, but at least you'll get more, little sister. Naruto took a wooden sword from his belt and holding it with one hand began to approach her. Mito rushed towards him and, having filled the fans with chakra, attacked Naruto. The young head of Root himself, dodged and reflected with his sword. Mito, having connected the fans together, swung vertically, releasing cutting chakra forward. Naruto repelled the wave of chakra with his sword and put the sword to his throat. Naruto, we have to be careful. Mito smirked and tilted her head back and kicked Naruto with her foot and jumped back. Naruto went back and said. Naruto, nice move, but for me it's. Mito, it's useless. I know and you taught me, and with each teaching I get stronger. But also. This technique. Mito gathered chakra into a fan in her right hand and put her hand forward towards Naruto, and shot out a dense cutting wind from there, saying the name of the technique. Mito, futon, wind arrow. Naruto quickly got into a stance, and the technique hit the sword, broke it and hit the sun, pushing Naruto back a little 3 meters. Mito looked at her hand and at her brother, quickly running to him with a cry of, brother. Naruto himself looked at her and said. Naruto, what kind of technique is that? And he fell unconscious. Naruto opened his eyes and realized that he was lying on the couch in the third Hokage's house, and his sister was sitting next to him. Mito, brother. Mito hugged him. Mito, sorry. I didn't want to. Naruto hugged her and said. Naruto, it's nothing, I myself thought that I could reflect this technique. But I confessed a little. Mito let him go. Mito, you're not angry? You could have died, and I saw in my dream that this technique could pierce through trees. Naruto, through? A dream? Mito, yes. Naruto, and when did you start seeing dreams like that? Mito, 2 years ago, I started seeing dreams rarely, and then I started having dreams more and more often. But I don't remember what was there, but I know that I saw such dreams. There was also a water technique and. Naruto, no need, better sulfur and use these techniques on enemies. And now, where's Grandma? It seems like it's night now. Mito, well, Grandma will come now, she went to the neighbor next door. Naruto, okay, fine, I'll go home. Mito, you don't need to lie down. Naruto, don't worry. Naruto stood up and looked at Mito. Naruto, I've already recovered, and I'll be busy tomorrow, okay, I'll go. Mito, okay, and sorry. Naruto, yes, I told you, don't worry, you're my sister and I myself thought that I could reflect, but you're great. He smiled and, ruffling her hair, disappeared from the room. Mito, brother. Stop talking to me like I'm a little girl. Naruto, what kind of power? Mito didn't have such power, and these dreams she has. These are generally questions and mysteries. I checked her characteristics, she has few but. For a moment. Her characteristics changed and her name became different. Naruto tensed up as he gripped his pen while sitting on the chair. Naruto, I don't think it's her, it's her. But. It looks like she's an Uzumaki. Dog no Gaara. There's something in him, and I don't know what. Powerful chakra is emitting from him. Maybe it's a Jinchuriki? But why are they here? Sai, don't you think that the sand wants something? Like an attack? Naruto, if so, then we need to prepare. Quietly. But this Gaara, he can be a strong opponent. If he's a Jinchuriki, then he's a one-tailed one. Sai, I see. What are you going to do? Naruto, as always. Experiments and command of the route. I'd like to go on a few more missions, are you with me? There's one thing, in the land of the waterfall. We need to find out who the Jinchuriki are there. Sai, why? Naruto got up from the table and went to the cabinet. He opened the cabinet and took the folder and threw it to Sai. Sai caught it and opened it and started reading. Sai, Akatsuki. Naruto, yes, my godfather, Jiraiya-sensei, came to Konoha yesterday. He gave me information that Akatsuki consists of 10 people. But they are all S-class. Sai, S-class? Those are strong individuals. Naruto, yes. Naruto sat down and took a glass and poured water. Naruto, this organization could be dangerous. Maybe even captured by the Jinchuriki. Especially the Kyuubi. Sai, it's complicated. Naruto brought the glass to his mouth and began to drink. Sai, but, with the new generation of shinobi, like us, and you Naruto-sama, we can defeat them. Naruto stopped and put down the empty glass. Naruto, Sai. The Kyuubi is under my brother's seal. He is a Jinchuriki, I must protect him and our village. We, the shadow. We protect everyone from the shadows. We are the root of the ANBU. We are the root of our village, and if anything happens to the village, we will be to blame. Understood, Sai. Sai was frightened by such treatment and because Naruto released a lot of chakra, dense and powerful. Sai, yeah. I'm sorry Naruto-sama. Naruto stood up and said. Naruto, let's leave now. We must provide protection to the Jinchuriki of the 7 Tails, in the land of the waterfall. Sakura, how is that? Naruto's stats are already at their limit, how is that? Sasuke, I don't know. But I think he'll find a way to restore his training. And it almost hurts me when he gets into things. I want to be with him and forget about our business, to be like a couple and a family in the future, leaving behind protection. But knowing his job as the head, I understand him. But it hurts when he ignores me. Sakura hugged her and said. Sakura, Sasuke, he is the head of the ANBU route. He protects you, his family and the village from the shadows, the 3rd Hokage knows who he is too. And Sasuke stepped out of Sakura's embrace. Sasuke, no need. I know, Sakura. But, I feel lonely without him, when I'm alone or when I think about him. After all, Uchihas only love once, and Uzumaki. Sakura, he has Uchiha genes in his genes. After all, he awakened the Sharingan. Sasuke, yes. Sakura, how is your relationship? Sakura looked at her with a question. Sakura, what relationship? Sasuke, with Yakoshi. Sakura, and why should I like him? Sasuke, well, he loves you, from his look and eyes. Sakura, so. More details from here. Yakoshi, Apchi. Yakoshi, standing on a tree branch from top to bottom, almost fell. Yakoshi, who's remembering me? Kakashi, Yakoshi, don't get distracted. You have the lightning element, right? You're increasing your chakra control with it, and then you'll start controlling Raiden's chakra. Yakoshi, I know, Kakashi-sensei. Don't say that over and over again. Kakashi, so you'll remember my words. Yakoshi began to form seals and blew out a fireball that flew towards Kakashi. He jumped and activated Chidori, quickly appeared behind Yakoshi. Kakashi, this technique requires control, speed and reaction. You need to learn it. The final stage is coming soon, in 2 weeks. Your opponent is Gaara, he looks strong with sand. Yakoshi, okay. So. Yakoshi activated the cursed seal and half of his body began to burn with fire. Kakashi jumped down and, seeing this for the first time, stood in a stupor. Kakashi, this is the power of Orochimaru's cursed seal? Yakoshi, almost. Yakoshi increased his speed thanks to the fire and appeared next to him and hit Kakashi in the chest. He dodged, going down and doing a sweep, took Yakoshi by the right hand, inserted a kunai to his throat. Yakoshi, fast and strong. Kakashi, your speed in this mode is impressive. But you're still far from me, my student. Yakoshi removed the cursed seal and the fire disappeared. Kakashi stood up and helped his student up. Kakashi, Yakoshi, you need to be more careful, very careful. Your opponent may be strong. Naruto, your sensei gave you to me to train. While my student Sasuke, although he watches over the clan, he is still stronger. At the level of a strong Chunin. Yakoshi, I think Jonin. But, having activated this mode, I can be stronger than Sasuke and be on par with Naruto. Kakashi, no. Naruto has mastered the gate. I don't know if he has the 6th gate, but you can't defeat him, he has the Sharingan with the power of the Byakugan. Yakoshi became angry when he heard this. Yakoshi, yes, I can be strong. Kakashi, we'll see, and now let's continue training. Yakoshi gritted his teeth and nodded, continuing his training. Naruto and Sai immediately left the village. And the next morning they were in the land of the waterfall. They hid their chakra and began to watch the village. Naruto, I sense a lot of chakra. It seems to be here. Sai, change your form and infiltrate the village, find the Jinchuriki of the 7 tails, learn about her. I'll be there soon. Naruto disappeared in Sai, changing his appearance with the help of mass, went inside the village. Naruto briefly thought about going to another world for a few hours and disappeared, choosing a world called the 7 Deadly Sins. Naruto appeared right in the forest and immediately dodged the purple beam. He looked where the beam came from and he saw a large, huge white creature with some kind of dumb face. Naruto, what is this? The creature attacked with the same beam again and Naruto took the sword and turned it into a shield. Naruto was surprised by this but he immediately dodged and with a jerk using chakra in his fist hit him. He flew further back. Naruto, I wanted to change it to a halberd, what the? But what kind of creature is this? The creature stood up and swung its hand vertically straight at Naruto. Naruto jumped and finally changed to a spear, throwing it at the creature's head. It defended itself with its hand and its hand was pierced by the spear. Naruto, he's smart. But not for me. Naruto dispelled the henge and used Chidori. Naruto, you're finished." He instantly pierced the arm and chest, finding himself behind the creature. But it quickly struck him and Naruto passed through many trees, knocking down several. Naruto. Cough. He coughed up blood and became angry. But he quickly calmed down. "Naruto, he hit me, hee. It seems there are many strong people and creatures in this world, it seems I will become even stronger. I just need to get the blood of this creature and some others too." Sharingan. Fifth gate, open. Now, I will use this new taijutsu technique of mine. Strike moment. Naruto sat up and tensed his legs. He jerked through, leaving a hole in the creature, and Naruto himself was demon blood, and the blood was purple. Naruto, so, a lot of experience has piled up. And a new task? Congratulations. You killed a white demon. Such demons are only weaker than other demons and, like, higher demons. Obtain the blood of a higher demon and a lower demon for your experiments. Reward, fire magic, access to the world of the 7 deadly sins at a certain time whenever you want without a system, a copy of the sword Lost Vein. Naruto, so, I'll have to ask Sakura what this magic and sword is. And I'll go into this world when I want a battle. So, I'll go look for the supreme demon. I already got the blood of this demon. Using chakra to cleanse his clothes of blood, he walked towards the side where the powerful pressure and dark air was coming from. The world of sins. Naruto had been walking through the forest for 2 hours already. There were explosions and fights heard far and near him. He didn't want to fight them, because he realized that everyone here was strong. The main thing for him was to find the supreme demon and take his blood. Naruto, how much longer do I have to walk through the forest? I think I heard that there are angels and demons, and they have a related war. People are also involved. But do they have chakra? Or another world energy, like in Naofumi's world? After walking for a little while, he came across a small village where there were several dozen people and half of the village was destroyed. Naruto, is there going to be a war in all the worlds? This is tedious. Shadow cloning. 6 clones appeared. But Naruto's chakra is not restored. Naruto, I see. Clones, I created you because my chakra is not regenerating. It seems that the atmosphere of this world is affecting my body, or there is no chakra here but a different type of energy. Clones, we know. We are you. Naruto, I forget. So, I created the 6 of you so that you could explore other places, villages, cities. Clones, okay, we will work until we disappear. The clones split up and ran in different directions. Naruto went to the village himself and met a girl of about 6 years old. Girl, uncle. I feel that you are strong, will you help our village? Naruto sat up and said. Naruto, I'll try to help you. Is there a leader here? The chief or one of the elders? Girl, yes, let's go. The girl took him to a large house where the windows were broken. The house itself was 2-story, made of boards and wood. Entering, he saw 3 people. The first was young, about 19 years old, the second was older than the first, about 23 years old. And the third, the main one. Chapter, Vannery. Who did you bring? Vannery, I brought an uncle who will help us. Uncle Zainer, he is strong, I feel that he has more magic. Zainer himself, the head of the village, stood up from the table and approached them. Zainer, you look young. A teenager? Naruto, yes, my name is Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. Zainer, not from around here. Naruto, from a distant land. You wouldn't understand. You are the village chief, right? Zainer, yes, my name is Zainer. I have. Naruto, there is no need to tell a stranger about my abilities. I just want to help you. What kind of help do you need? Zainer, You seem to be an experienced warrior, since you know not to tell anyone about your abilities. Okay, not far from our village, there is a demon lair. From what I heard, there is a strong demon there. But I doubt you can defeat it. Naruto, well, yes, I can't defeat a very strong demon, but I can weaken their ranks by killing a few. Zainer, you are sensibly assessing your strength against demons. Naruto smirked and dispelled his henge. The two men immediately drew their swords and prepared to fight. Naruto, so, I can be stronger than the white demon, and I can easily defeat the red ones. But I don't know about the rest, I haven't fought. And it looks like there will be a massacre now. Take cover. Naruto saw through the broken window that a huge boulder was flying. Naruto took out his sword, changed it to a hammer and hit it, sending it to the sender. Naruto, such power. The throw was stronger, it looks like it's a higher demon. But Naruto saw that 5 blue-winged demons were flying towards him and very fast. Taking out shurikens and kunai, feeding them lightning chakra, he threw them at the demons. The demons dodged and wanted to hit Naruto. Naruto himself quickly kicked the first demon in the head and pushing off from him, with his sword he killed 2 in flight, cutting them and turning the sword into a spear. He threw the 4th demon in the head, hitting him. The 5th demon knocked him down and took him and flew to the sky. Naruto, I like the sky of course, but space? Naruto took a kunai from his pouch, thrust it into the demon's back, and the demon, struggling, began to fall to the ground. Naruto saw that the first demon began to get up, and holding the 5th demon tighter, flew towards him. Chidori sparkled in Naruto's hand and, piercing the chest of the flying one, pierced the first demon on the ground, landing next to him. Naruto himself stood up and grabbed his shoulder. Naruto, shoulder, in this world I became a little weaker. Demon, what other world? Naruto didn't have time to turn around before he flew into the village, breaking through several houses. The demon himself was taller and had a human appearance, his skin was dark. And his eyes were black as onyx. His body was half some kind of substance. Demon, reflected my throw, and defeated 5 blue demons in a minute. That is worthy of praise, human. I am the greater demon Kuruga. Naruto stood up and walked out of the house. Naruto, a strong blow. I don't need that. Well then. I see. Above my stats. 3,500. Kuruga, what are you mumbling? Naruto, just like that. I want your death, Kuruga. Naruto took a fishing line from his pouch and, having attached a kunai, threw it to the side and, pulling it towards himself, took the spear flying towards him. The demon smiled, from his substance, he formed a sword and a hammer in his right hand. Naruto, that's unfair. Kuruga, Was this about being fair? Naruto, no. But look down. The demon looked and saw that there were explosive seals on the ground. Explosion. Kuruga came out of the smoke and struck vertically with his hammer. Naruto dodged to the side and with his spear wounded his leg and kicked him in the face, sending him 3 meters away. Kuruga, not bad strength, kid. You look different, but you're not human. Naruto, I know. I'm an alien. Shadow cloning. 19 clones appeared and they started running around the demon. The demon was surprised by these clones and sat down on his knees, his face was close to the ground, and from his back, needles of substance appeared. The needles flew out of the back and several clones disappeared from the hit. Then the demon smiled and flew to the original. Naruto, how? Kuruga, I can feel your soul. Kuruga threw him to the ground and with 2 weapons, vertically attacked Uzumaki. Naruto made a shield and blocked the blow, then he activated. Naruto, the 4th gate. Open. Naruto put his shield away and punched the demon in the stomach several times and kicked him in the chin with an uppercut. The demon fell to the ground. Kuruga, this. Yes, you really are an alien. He stood up and burst into black flames. Karuga, I am the great demon Karuga. Commander of the small squad of demons, I admit that you are strong and have fought back against me. But the demon burned even more brightly that Naruto began to sweat. Karuga, you can't reach the power of the 10 Commandments. They are the strongest demons with special abilities. But I won't lose to some alien. Naruto, okay. So. Manjikyu Sharingan. Procession Gate. Open. Naruto was covered in white and had red eyes with a white shimmer. Naruto, shall we end with the final blow? Karuga, I agree. Naruto used Chidori in his left and right hand, then a sphere was formed around the Chidori. Naruto, 2 techniques in 1. It will work. Radori. Naruto then combined these 2 techniques into one, increasing the power of the technique. Karuga, seeing this, formed a hammer from the substance and the two jumped towards each other, striking. Radori and the hammer collided, and with great dense force, houses began to collapse and the earth began to crack. Naruto, TCH. We can't let people die. We have to finish you off. Karuga, I'll finish you off, enemy of demons. Naruto found it difficult to stand on the ground from the dense force, but thanks to the open gates he stood, he added chakra to the technique and the technique began to take the hammer up. After a few seconds, the technique dispelled the hammer and pierced the demon, it burst from the Rasengan which became large. Naruto immediately turned off the gate and the Sharingan, he sat on his knees and looked at the blood that was around him. Naruto, it was difficult. Naruto barely stood up and took blood in several test tubes and disappeared. And the people who came out of the forest thanked the hero for saving the village who died fighting and defeating the demon. But in the sky there was someone who watched the fight. His hair was yellow, his eyes looked with disdain. His legs were like paws, one was in white clothes, and on his back was a large sword. Meliodas, a good opponent for a higher demon, but a weak higher demon. This human could be dangerous in the future. He didn't die, he disappeared from this world. What irritates me is that a higher demon lost to a weak human. While I'm watching, the goddess clan is advancing and coming up with a plan to destroy us. I'll think about it later. He flew away in the direction where there were massive explosions and fighting. Naruto sat down leaning on the stone. Naruto, I saw that demon. He's stronger. As if It doesn't matter, the main thing is that I managed to hide from him, in my world. I need to rest and go to the village, find Sai and the Jinchuriki of the Seven-Tailed. Naruto and Sai checked for a few more hours and found the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails. They followed her for 2 hours and left for their village. They arrived at night. Naruto, Sai, go rest. Tomorrow you will take my place. I need to examine the blood sample. Sai, okay, Naruto-sama. Naruto, you shouldn't call me Naruto-sama when we're alone. Naruto went to his office and gave the ANBU the task of guarding the village while he was busy and keeping an eye on the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Naruto, this blood, it's unusual. And the reward I received, the sword seems to be attached to me. And the fire technique is probably destructive. The sword Lost Vein can reveal the great potential of the user. In the world where you received it, the Demon Prince had the ability to reflect the enemy's magic power twice as much. Fire is similar to Amaterasu's flame. But fire burns less while Amaterasu can burn for a week. Naruto, what if that's the case? Naruto took a firmer grip and blew flames at it. He looked at the dummy and cut it. The dummy split into 2 and the cut parts were burning. He smiled and dispelled the flames. Naruto, Yakoshi, now you're not the only one who can use fire with a snap of your fingers. Okay. Now let's examine this blood. Menma was at training ground number 8 and used the chakra cloak to get used to it. Kyubi saw these achievements and was happy. Menma, my speed and strength increase threefold when I have 2 tails, and twice as much if I have 1 tail. Kyubi, you haven't used my power to its full potential yet. My chakra is poisonous to others. You're an Uzumaki and you're used to my chakra, so you recover faster. Menma, yes, yes. I know. But I need to get stronger quickly, I need to be on par with or stronger than my little brother. Kyubi, Menma, why are you silent? Kyubi didn't answer for a few more minutes, and Menma wasted no time honing his techniques. Kyubi, go to the hot springs. Rest. You'll still have time to train. Menma, what? Why? Kyubi, I said rest, my stupid Jinchuriki. Menma, you. Well, hold on, I'll get stronger, you'll get a beating from me. Kyubi, get stronger for that by resting. Menma didn't answer and, throwing away the veil, went to the hot springs. In 10 minutes, he was at his destination and was bathing. Menma, oh, how relaxing. Menma sat for a few minutes with his eyes closed until he heard someone giggling. He opened his eyes and looked in the direction where the laughter was heard. He saw the one from the descriptions of Jiraiya. Menma, yes, it's Jiraiya. Toad Sannin. Kyubi. I adore you. Today I'm going to pet your. Kyubi, shut up. Menma cut the connection so as not to anger him and he came up behind Jiraiya who was writing something on a notepad. Menma came up with a plan. A few minutes later. Jiraiya turned back and saw a beauty. This made him happy until smoke appeared and Menma hit Sannin on the head. Menma, are you a pervert? Jiraiya, kid. Do you know who you hit? Menma, the pervert who got punched in the head. Jiraiya, you. I'm the great Sannin of the. Menma didn't listen and created a clone and tied him up. A few minutes later they were dressed and Sannin was still tied up sitting on a rock, looking at the blonde. Menma, so, I know who you are. My little brother is already stronger than me and can give you several wounds. Jiraiya, little brother? Who are you anyway? Menma, do you know Naruto? Jiraiya, Naruto? Oh yeah, he's my godson. What kind of quest? So. I have a lot of questions. Sasuke, delicious tea. What's the name of the tea? Yakoshi, jasmine. Learned how to brew tea from the best teacher. Sasuke, is there such tea in Konoha? Yakoshi, no. I'm the only one who knows this tea recipe. But, why did you come here? Sasuke put the cup on the table and looked at her friend. Sasuke, Yakoshi. I want to obtain the Manjikyu Sharingan. Yakoshi looked at her and sighed. Yakoshi, you know that to get Manjikyu, you have to kill your best friend or loved one. Sasuke, yes. But I want another way to get Manjikyu, without killing someone. Yakoshi, then I can't help you. Sasuke, Yakoshi. She stood up and the diamond on her palm grew larger and lines appeared that covered her elbow to her face. Yakoshi activated his Sharingan from this and prepared for battle. Sasuke hit him and he flew out into the street through an open window. He landed softly and immediately blocked Sasuke's kick. Yakoshi, where did this power come from? Did Naruto help? Sasuke, no. Sasuke started the fight and they fought in taijutsu for a few minutes. Sasuke took Yakoshi's hands with an uppercut and defeated Yakoshi. Yakoshi quickly used genjutsu on her and the lines disappeared. Sasuke lost consciousness and Yakoshi quickly took her and went to the one who would help. Naruto researched and already injected himself with a small part of the blood of a lower demon. His body became stronger and a new type of magic energy appeared. Then he wanted to inject himself with a drop of the blood of a higher one, until a hummingbird appeared. Naruto, what happened? Hummingbird, Sakura Haruno came here with Uchiha Yakoshi. They brought Sasuke Uchiha, who is currently unconscious. Hearing this, he quickly pulled himself together and went to where the named were. And immediately when he opened the door to the room he asked, "Naruto, what happened?" "Yakoshi, Sasuke went crazy and attacked me. At least she didn't use a weapon or technique." "Naruto, what happened?" "Sakura, her karma has become stable." Naruto looked at her. "Naruto, what do you mean?" "Sakura, well, Yakoshi has a cursed seal, and Sasuke has karma. They're almost the same. But Sasuke is Urashiki's vessel, and Yakoshi is Orochimaru's vessel, who created the cursed seal himself. Did Sasuke use karma herself or did Urashiki want to use it?" "Yakoshi, are you saying that I'm a vessel for a snake? Or can he use me as a weapon against the village or clan?" "Naruto, enough." Naruto walked up to the sofa where her beloved was lying. "Naruto, pulse and body are normal. But, you said that she came to you. Why?" "Yakoshi, she wanted to know how to awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan without killing someone close to her." Naruto stood up and turned to face him. "Naruto, thank you for not hurting her and for calming her down." "Yakoshi, I need compensation. In the amount of 10,000. "Naruto, okay. When you leave, I'll give you the money. I need to check on her condition now." Naruto took it and left the room. Sakura and Yakoshi sat in silence. "Naruto, her condition is normal. There are no problems in her body. But, her blood, genes, and cells, they are almost similar to mine, which means the karma is almost complete. Urashiki. If you use her as a weapon against the village, I will destroy you until I get her back." Sasuke flew in consciousness looking in all directions. "Urashiki, you're the girl here. Karma is almost done, and your lover is angry that he wants to kill me." Sasuke looked back with anger. "Urashiki, well, I gave you the power. When karma completes the installation, I will use all the power and occupy your body. And your precious lover will not be able to kill you. Sasuke, I will find a way to destroy you before the completion. Remember you used 2 types of Rinnegan? Urashiki, you will have to search for a few centuries to find a way to kill me. But you don't have much time." He flew back and Sasuke began to wake up. "Sasuke, Kaka." Naruto quickly gave her some water and she drank it. "Naruto, calm down, you're safe." Sasuke, "Naruto? Where are we?" "Naruto, Root's hideout. Or more accurately, my work." Sasuke hugged him. "Naruto, Sasuke." Naruto hugged her back. Sasuke, "Naruto, please, don't go." "Naruto, I won't go." Sasuke. "I met with Urashiki." "Naruto, I will destroy that Otsutsuki." Sasuke, "I think you should be in my hideout. Izumi-chan will handle being the leader while you are gone." Sasuke, "Naruto, this is my clan, they are my family and my clan. I will not abandon them." Naruto, "And I am not telling you to abandon them, you will just be in my hideout until you recover. I need to know that you are okay." Sasuke, Okay, but I have a date with you after the Chunin exams. Got it?" She activated her Sharingan and looked sternly at Naruto, who shuddered under her gaze. Naruto, well, I'll have to rest after the exam anyway. But I'm ready for a challenge, my love. Sasuke, I'm ready for a challenge too, my love. They kissed and left the room. Jiraiya, where's Naruto? Menma, it works. Jiraiya, how does that work? Menma, he's the head of Root. You know what his job is. And he has some research himself. Jiraiya, what research? Thanks to the Eknai he pulled out, he cut the rope's bonds. He quickly jumped back. Menma, hey! What's wrong? Where are you going? Jiraiya jumped somewhere and Menma followed him. The chase lasted for several minutes until Jiraiya stopped and looked back at Menma. Jiraiya, what are you following me for? Menma, be my sensei until the final stage begins. I can already control the Kyuubi's chakra up to 2 tails minimum. And now 3 tails maximum. Jiraiya, what? How? Menma, well, the story is long, I'll tell you during training. Jiraiya, okay. But where is your sister? Menma, at Grandma Biwako's. Jiraiya laughed and grabbed Menma by the scruff of the neck and rushed to the training ground. Unknown, is everything alright? I ran here to hide from my village while fleeing. Shinobi, it's alright. Don't worry, our spies are here and we've prepared a shelter for you for now. Unknown, good. I have to be wary of the Akatsuki organization. It's because of them that I've been controlling my village in fear and carnage for several years. So, I'll enlist the Hokage's help. After all, I'm the 4th Mizukage. Jiraiya, not bad skills, you're only a Tokubetsu Jonin, but you can fight back against a Jonin. Well done. Menma, yeah. Menma sat and looked at him like he was an idiot, because Jiraiya was writing in his notebook, imagining something. Menma, maybe we should train? I still need to surpass my brother in strength or become equal to him. Jiraiya, okay. Sanin was still writing without looking at him. Menma got angry and kicked him in the ass, he flew into a tree. Menma, maybe you should be more serious? Pervert. Jiraiya, well, you have some punching power. Okay. He stood up and tidied himself up. He took a ball from his clothes and threw it to the blonde. He took it and quickly tore it apart, creating a Rasengan. Menma looked at Jiraiya's face, which was filled with surprise and shock. Menma, yeah, looks like I broke it. After all, my father spent 3 years creating this technique. And I just created it in one go. Thanks to Naruto for teaching me this technique. Jiraiya, I don't believe it. How do you know the Rasengan? Menma, my brother taught me. He recently used it himself in one go. By copying it. Jiraiya, no, I need to talk to him myself, I haven't seen him for a long time. Menma, I'm going to see him today. I hope his girlfriend isn't there. I had to see how Sanin's face changed again, and he collected for himself a collection of shock and surprise faces. Jiraiya, okay. I should talk to Naruto myself. I haven't seen him in years. Okay, since you know the Rasengan, I'll teach you the summoning technique. Menma, a summoning technique? Jiraiya, a summoning technique, a good technique. You'll have a summoned animal, mine, the toads of Mount Myaboku. I studied there for many years. And then I signed a contract with them. Menma, well, I read about that. Well, okay, when will you teach me? Jiraiya, right now. Jiraiya took a large scroll from his back and opened it on the ground. Menma, how do we make a contract? Jiraiya, yeah, okay. I see. Sakura, how are you feeling, Sasuke? Sasuke, good. But I'll have to stay here for a while. But I think I'll be healthy by the time of the Chunin exam. Yakoshi, the main thing is don't kill yourself and me before then. Sasuke hit him on the head. Naruto, okay. I have things to do. Sasuke, let's go, you can go and be sure to inform Izumi-chan, Yakoshi. Naruto took Sasuke's hand and they walked into the hallway, leaving the two in the room. Sakura, that's something. Yakoshi, same thing. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke were in the lab. Naruto, recently I was in a world where there are strong people and creatures. Sasuke, creatures? Naruto, you could say demons. But these are not those demons or biju. These are demons who use black fire or dot fire. I got this ability. A flame appeared on his palm and lit the candle, but it quickly melted. Sasuke, this is. I see. It looks like Amaterasu from the Manjikyu techniques. Naruto, yes. But this is a different fire, there is also a sword from that world. It can reflect magic and physical attacks. But since there is chakra here, I can't reflect chakra, but physical attacks, yes. Sasuke, you are amazing. Naruto, yes. And sorry about this. Sasuke, wah. Naruto injected a sleeping pill into her arm and laid her on the couch, then injected 2 syringes. One was the virus and the other was demon blood. She began to tremble and scream from the pain that was in every cell of her body. Naruto held her hand praying that she would survive. After a few minutes, she stopped screaming and shaking. She barely opened her eyes and looked at Naruto with anger and tiredness in her eyes. Naruto, forgive me Sasuke. But this is so that you become stronger, I'm waiting for you to become stronger than me, but now I will erase your memory of this and then you will remember this when I die or if one of the Uchiha does not do it. But I hope that you will not hate me, if you do, then I deserve it. Forgive me Sasuke. Naruto activated Manjikyu and erased her memory until they entered the lab, then she fell asleep. Naruto, Sasuke, you are beautiful, the burden of being the head of a clan, alone with no family other than the clan. I want you to become free in will. Naruto kissed her forehead and took her in his arms and carried her to the room where there was a bed. He laid her down and covered her with a blanket and left. After all, work does not wait in people who got inside. And enjoy reading the chapter. The next morning Sasuke went to her house, forgetting that she was given an injection. Naruto went to the training ground where the Toad Sannin trained him as a child. When he arrived, he met him there, who was standing and looking at him. Naruto, my feelings were not deceived. Glad to see you, perverted hermit. Jiraiya, it's a shame, we haven't seen each other for almost 8 years. Naruto, you said you'd come back in 7 years. It's been 8. Jiraiya, well, sorry, I was late. But at least I brought you 8 gifts. Naruto looked at him and smiled. Naruto, give all these gifts to Menma, he didn't get any gifts. And yeah, go meet Mito. I miss Uncle Toad. Jiraiya, it's a shame. But for little Mito's sake, I'll come see her. Naruto, I hope so. Jiraiya, tell me how you learned the Rasengan? Naruto, this one. A Rasengan appeared on the red-haired man's hand and he threw it at the tree. Naruto, like compressing and rotating chakra. Requires high chakra control. Jiraiya was shocked that his student had studied and created the Rasengan himself. Jiraiya, your father created this technique and together with your mother came up with the name Rasengan. Naruto, well, I didn't know that. I also called it that. The main thing is not to let it slip that I copied it from my future son. Jiraiya put his arm around his shoulders and walked with him to the lake. Kyubi, human, your eyes are ready. Menma, ready? Sharingan. Menma activated his Sharingan with 3 tomo. He looked around and noticed that everything he saw was moving slowly. Menma, wow. Thank you, Nine Tails. I'm grateful to you. Kyubi, thank you again when you become stronger than your little brother. Yagura, Hokage. Hiruzen, Mizukage. 2 shinobi stood inside the office in the Hokage's residence. The boy had a staff on his back and looked at the Hokage as an ally. Yagura, I ran away from my village to save myself. I was controlled by a masked man with the Sharingan. Hiruzen, a masked man? He's dangerous. Didn't he use any white creatures? Yagura, no. But I think that after my village, he might attack yours or the stone village. He has some connection with these places. Hiruzen, It's clear with Konoha, he's an Uchiha. But there's a chance that it's Uchiha Madara himself. Yagura, then there's no question how he subdued me. What do you suggest we do, Hokage? Hiruzen, I suggest we hide this for now and get ready. The third final stage of the exam is coming up. I would advise you, Mizukage, to be in a safe place until this event is over. The Mizukage nodded and disappeared into water. Then, opening the door, Shikaku Nara entered. Shikaku, Hokage-sama. Good morning. Hiruzen, good. Prepare the documents. Shikaku, for what? And to whom? Hiruzen, to Tsunade Senju. To the post of Hokage. A ball of fire 3 meters flew straight at Sanin, who jumped up and landed on the water standing on it. His hair became hard and prickly, enveloping his body completely and protecting himself from kunai and shuriken. The mane opened and Jiraiya made a dash. On his right hand appeared a Rasengan that was approaching the enemy. Naruto in response created a Rasengan, adding lightning chakra hit Jiraiya's Rasengan. A wave of wind and chakra emanated from the colliding Rasengan. The power of the Rasengan was strong, that caused a small earthquake 20 meters away. Soon there was an explosion and jumped back far from the explosion, and Jiraiya flew back the next 5 meters. Naruto prepared his weapon Lost Vein and rushed towards him. Jiraiya, not bad. Jiraiya used the oil technique around and Naruto managed to stop. Naruto, oil. Does oil burn? Jiraiya, don't you dare. Naruto blew a fireball towards Jiraiya. He dodged, but the flames hit the oil, setting the oil on fire right in the lake. Naruto dove under the water and created 5 clones that came out of the water using the 5 elements. Clones: ball lightning, /fireball, /rock bullets, /water dragon, /vacuum bullets. Sanin, of course he could dodge the bullets, but the other techniques that were flying at him from different sides created a problem for him. The techniques hit their target and smoke formed. When the smoke disappeared, a frog emerged from the water and cancelled the henge. Jiraiya's hair lengthened and his spiky hard hair pierced all of Naruto's clones. Naruto, not so fast. Naruto emerged from the water and hit Sanin in the jaw, who fell into the water while still on the surface of the water. Naruto, not bad. Jiraiya, it hurts. Well done, Naruto. Jiraiya stood up and held his jaw with his right hand. Jiraiya, it's not that the punch is that strong, not like Tsunade's. Naruto, do you think my punch is weak? Jiraiya, no. I'm just saying that Tsunade's anger adds strength to her punch. Naruto, I see. Well, if you control your emotions during a fight, then that's a plus for winning. Jiraiya, yeah. And by the way, where did you find such a sword? This is the first time I've seen such a sword. Naruto, I got it. Jiraiya, where is the staff I gave you? Naruto, with my teammate Sakura Haruno. Jiraiya, I see. Naruto, are you ready for the second round of the fight? Jiraiya, oh. It looks like you want to fight. Good. Jiraiya became serious and stood in a stance. Naruto also stood in a stance but already pulled out the second sword Kubikuribocho, turning it into a chain. Jiraiya was surprised but serious. Naruto twirled the chain and threw it at Jiraiya. He dodged the first and subsequent chain strikes. In one of the strikes, Naruto twirled and tied his sword into the chain, and holding the end of the chain and the hilt of the sword, he threw the sharp end, then attached the end of the chain to his belt. Jiraiya took the sword in his palms and holding it pulled it towards himself and kicked Naruto in the stomach, then pulled it again and already prepared, the fingers in his right hand glowed and hit right in the stomach. Naruto, you blocked access to my chakra. Even though I can use a little. He got out of the grip and, having filled his fingers with chakra, opened access to the chakra. Jiraiya, oh, you know this seal? Naruto, oh, and by the way, perverted hermit. You haven't seen my full power. Jiraiya, full power? Naruto, yeah. There was a smirk on his face, but Jiraiya knew it was a serious smirk. Jiraiya, I see. I thought something was wrong. And you can expect everything from you. For example, how did you use the sword and chains? But I have a lot of questions. Naruto, ask later, and I'll tell you later. But now I need to restore my chakra. Because you blocked my chakra, since while maintaining the form of the Kubikuribocho chain, my chakra disappeared. That is, it dissipated, but Kubikuribocho retained the form of the chain, preserving my chakra. Jiraiya, wow, this kind of knowledge is very interesting. Naruto, yeah. Let's go, in honor of your return, I owe you a drink. And I'll drink some lemonade. Naruto raised his hand and the seal on his hand glowed. Naruto returned the chain form to the sword, and after the glow the swords were sealed in the seal. Naruto, let's go. Jiraiya was so stunned that he spent most of the ride thinking about Naruto's genius. Sasuke was training at the Uchiha clan training ground and noticed that her physical characteristics had increased and she was moving differently. She also noticed that there was no pain in her palm where her karma was and that Urashiki was not bothering her. She began to think while training in wielding the halberd and remembered that she had left the root base this morning. She began to guess, but there were no answers. Either she had gone into the barrier where she had trained with Naruto, or Naruto had done something. Izumi, Sasuke-chan. Sasuke swung his halberd horizontally in surprise and the girl dodged the attack. Izumi, Sasuke-chan. What are you doing? Sasuke, don't scare me like that. My heart almost jumped out. Izumi, hee hee. Sasuke, when are you going to introduce your boyfriend to the clan? Sasuke, I don't know. I haven't thought about it. Izumi, well, I suggest you introduce him to our clan. And after the exam, when you and he get the Chunin vest, we'll arrange your engagement and marry you in a year. Sasuke was embarrassed by this. Sasuke, Izumi. We're not even 14 years old. What other marriage? Izumi, first, so that you can solidify your position as the clan head. Second, so that you don't have any problems after the exam about the engagement proposal. Since you're going to reveal yourself to the world after so many years of being a girl, some clans will want to take advantage of this opportunity. Sasuke, no. This conversation is over. Sasuke went home and Izumi was stunned by Sasuke's impudence. Hinata Hyuga sat in front of her father waiting to talk. Hayashi, Hinata, the final stage is coming soon and you should prepare for it. But since this Uzumaki Menma is Naruto's brother, you should expect everything from him. They are the sons of the fourth Hokage and could very well have inherited their father's genius. Hinata, father, I understand that they are the sons of the fourth. But Uzumaki Menma is my opponent, and I will decide what to do. I just need to become stronger. Hayashi, Hinata, since you are the heiress of the Hyuga clan, you should be smarter in politics. Especially clan politics. Uzumaki Naruto shows very good qualities as a shinobi, and his older brother Menma is less brilliant than him. Hinata, father. As I understand it, you want to betroth me to Naruto Uzumaki? Hayashi, I'm thinking about it and will decide soon. Hinata, if you want my opinion, then I refuse. I don't want to compete with the Uchiha. Hayashi, does Uzumaki have an Uchiha girlfriend? Hinata, yes. So, it's unlikely to work out and I'm not eager to get married. I'll marry someone who's free and stronger than me. Okay, I'll go. Hinata stood up and before going out into the yard she said. Hinata, and yes, I want to become stronger, so don't stop me from learning the strongest techniques of our clan. She left. Hayashi thought. Naruto, achoo. Naruto had sneezed several times that day and wrinkled his nose. Jiraiya sat and wondered why he was sneezing. Naruto, I don't know, perverted hermit. It's like someone is thinking about me today. Oh, at least sneezing once is normal, but sneezing several times a day is not normal when I'm not sick. Jiraiya, well, I would advise you to go to the hospital and get checked out. Naruto, no. I'm quite healthy. The waiter approached them. Waiter, excuse me, the guests are complaining about you being noisy, can you be quieter? Naruto, okay. Naruto continued eating the food they brought him and drinking lemonade. Sannin drank sake in a glass and snacked on meat and rice. Naruto, so, come to Granny's house today and give her the gifts you brought me. She needs training for the shinobi life. In the meantime, she's studying at the academy and let her learn fuinjutsu. And yes, teach me some fuinjutsu if you know. Jiraiya, well. I didn't expect such impudence from you. Okay. Naruto, thank you for agreeing, and I am the head of Root. It is important for me to know that the village is okay, so, I will be leaving. Naruto left the money on the table and left. Jiraiya thought about Naruto's independence and the boy's intelligence. 2 days later, in the Konoha hospital, Menma came to check on Lee. He remembered how Gaara broke his leg and arm with his sand, but now he knew what to do. He was at the threshold of Lee's room, met Gaara who was standing and saw that the sand was flying over Lee in the shape of a spear. Menma, what are you doing here? Gaara looked at Uzumaki. Gaara, it's none of your business, if you don't want to die then leave, I want him dead. Menma, if you kill him, I'll kill you myself. The head of Menma changed and Gaara noticed it. Gaara, your eyes. Sharingan. You're interesting, I'll kill you. Gaara's sand flew at Menma, who took out a chakra blade, cut the sand vertically and rushed towards him. His sand protected itself from the blade's blow. Menma smiled and gave chakra, cutting the sand, making a small hole where he looked at his eyes with his own eyes. Gaara froze and so did Mensa. They both found themselves in Gaara's subconscious. Everything was dark, but not far from them was a cage in which the one-tailed was sitting, and the cage itself was not very strong and the seal was weak and crooked. Menma, it's the one-tail. Gaara, the one-tail. The one-tail, the fox. Again, a large cage with a good seal appeared behind Menma. Kyubi, how are you, raccoon? One-tailed, you. Your jokes about tails again. Kyubi, at least my Jinchuriki is healthy and smarter than yours, but my Jinchuriki has those .ed eyes. I would advise you to calm down for now. Gaara, nine-tailed. Kyubi, HM. What, human? If you remain silent, then there is nothing to say. Menma, so, I have somewhat realized that you, one-tailed, are not letting Gaara sleep. One-tailed, because I want to get out. Kyubi, calm down. There is a problem that could be very dangerous. Recently, my Jinchuriki and his brother were attacked by an unearthly creature. Tanuki looked at him carefully. One-tailed, an unearthly creature? As far as I remember, she was the only one who came. But the others? Kyubi, it seems that there are others like her and the Sage of the Six Paths. Menma, the Sage of the Six Paths, how is he connected? Kyubi, is Otsutsuki telling you something? Menma thought about it. Then he looked at him decisively. Menma, we talked about it. My brother will be like the one we fought. But he is my brother. Kyubi, I would give you some advice. You must always be on your guard, Uzumaki. We Bijou were one being, but we were divided into 9 parts by the Rikudo. One-tailed, yes, before his death, he said that the prophecy would come true someday, but it did not happen. There is no such child of the prophecy. Kyubi, look and take a closer look at Uzumaki, one-tailed. The raccoon obeyed and looked at him. Blue eyes. One-tailed, I see. So it's him, in your opinion. Menma, what are you talking about? Gaara, I don't quite understand. But a prophecy is the fulfillment of something that is inevitable, like a prophecy of war or peace. But you attracted them. And it looks like you are the child of the prophecy. Kyubi, ha. And your Jinchuriki is smart. Menma, so. I'll have to kill my brother? Kyubi, that's unknown. The Rikudo said that the child itself will either save the world or destroy it. But knowing you, you will save the world. Your brother has gray-blue eyes. Menma, I need to think. The connection was cut off as Menma's eyes strained. Menma opened his eyes and saw that the chakra blade was almost at Gaara's throat. Gaara, this is informative. Menma put the dagger back and looked at Lee, who was sleeping. Menma, we need to find Tsunade Senju before the finale. End of the part. The next day after Menma came to the hospital, he found Jiraiya. He was drinking sake in his house and writing in his notebook. He talked to him and told him about Lee, who was injured. He asked him to bring Tsunade back. Jiraiya, kid. I would like her to come back, but she can't and won't. She doesn't want to remember the past. Menma, I beg you. Quickly find Tsunade Senju and bring her back to the village, because I think her help will be needed soon. Jiraiya, help with what? Menma, I don't know, but it will be needed. And better quickly. Jiraiya, okay. I'll try to find her. I'll hit the road tomorrow. Mensa smiled and left. A few days later in Tenzaku City. Jiraiya, so, where should I look for Tsunade? The city was big and had a lot of people. The shops were open as were the establishments. He tried to look for places where there were casinos or places where there were gambling games. Jiraiya, well, there are still a few places, but I feel like she's here. He opened the door and heard his old teammate scream. He walked in and saw her holding a cup of sake and playing cards with rich people. Jiraiya thought that he had to wait, sat down at a free table and ordered a bottle of sake with several dishes. He waited for Tsunade to finish playing. Naruto, my father and the second Hokage had a movement technique, the Flying Thunder God technique. Hiration. I should learn it. I should ask the perverted hermit about it or the third one. Menma, well then it will be difficult, and I also want to learn this technique. Oh yeah, the pervert left and asked me to find someone. Naruto, someone? Menma, yes. Help for Rock Lee. Naruto, I see. The fact that she used 4 gates is commendable. I myself use 5 gates without consequences, so I have increased regeneration. Guy Sensei taught me this technique. Menma, well, that's not bad. And how many gates can you open? Naruto, 7 maximum. The 8th gate is unlikely, the body will almost collapse and recover. It will be very, very unpleasant. But I haven't tried it. How are your training? Menma, very good. Thanks to the clones, I hone my techniques and taijutsu. And the Rasengan too. Naruto put the paper aside and looked at him. Naruto, Menma, I have a favor to ask of you. Tsunade, what are you doing here? And yes, if you came to take me to Konoha, then my answer is no. Jiraiya, well, that's what I'm here for. It turns out I have 2 godchildren, Naruto and Menma. Mensa looks like Minato, and Naruto looks like Kushina. Tsunade, so? Minato and Kushina died. And where did the second child come from? Jiraiya, his life was supported from birth. I didn't know about it, just like you. The teacher didn't tell me about it. Tsunade Tsuked and drank her cup of sake and looked at him with an angry look. Tsunade, what do you want from me? Jiraiya, I need to help one genin. There was a preliminary round recently, and that genin got hurt. But also, my godson thinks that something will happen soon. Tsunade, go on. Jiraiya, an attack on the village. You know that I am watching and getting information. In one of the pieces of information, I learned that sand and sound will attack during the final round. Tsunade blinked a few times and replied. Tsunade, if that's the case, then I should go back. There will be a lot of patience soon, and I need to stretch and get back into shape. Jiraiya, you're looking good in this shape too. The sound of a blow and a crash on the floor. Naruto, so, I took the chakra particles of the 9 tails, 7 tails and 1 tails. The Mizukage is here in the village, I will find him soon, but I need to go to the land of water, cloud and stone. First I will go to stone and then to cloud, then to the land of water. Naruto, under the cover of night, gathered his things and, wearing a rabbit mask, left the base. When he left, he cancelled the henge and went to the land of stone. Menma, 3rd. The blonde walked through the window into the Hokage's office and looked at the head of the village. Hiruzen, what is it? Menma, how well do you know my father? Hiruzen, Interesting question. But why do you need it? Menma, I want to learn my father's technique, the Flying Thunder God. Hiruzen, cough. What? Menma, I want to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Hiruzen, there are several records of how Minato learned and improved this technique. There is also Jiraiya, your godfather, he knows more about Minato than I do. Menma, I see. Okay, thank you 3rd. Menma flew out of the office through the window again. Hiruzen, I need to board up the windows. A few days later, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizune came to the village. Tsunade went straight to the hospital with Shizune, and Menma met Jiraiya. Menma, perverted hermit. How to use the Flying Thunder God technique? Jiraiya's eyes widened and he said. Jiraiya, Flying Thunder God, it's a technique of movement. It uses a seal to move, for example to create your own seal, but for that you need to learn Fuinjutsu, the technique of seals. Menma, I'm Uzumaki. Come, teach me. Jiraiya regretted saying that. Naruto reached the country of stone and was looking for the Jinchuriki of the 5-tailed and 4-tailed. He ran and looked for them for several hours until he was lucky enough to stumble upon 2 people who were emitting a huge amount of chakra. Naruto decided not to stand on ceremony and immediately rushed towards them coming out of the corner of the rock. He kicked the red-haired one in the head and kicked the second one, but they simply blocked. Naruto jumped back and said folding seals on the fly. Naruto, futon, great impulse. A huge wave of wind blew the man in the hat away and he flew away. His partner looked there and saw that he had flown away, and also quickly blocked the blow of the hand with his elbow. The Jinchuriki himself looked at the strange man who attacked them. Rashi, who are you? Naruto, nobody. Naruto tripped the enemy letting him fall and took his head with both hands and threw it into the rock and jumped towards him. Roshi quickly reacted and himself pushed off the rock and kicked his opponent. Naruto flew back through a kunai to him and activated the first gate, then landing ran towards him pulling out a kubikurabocho swinging. Roshi, decapitation. Rashi made several seals and hit the ground with his palms. Cracks appeared and a stream of lava came out of the cracks blocking the way. Naruto grinned and using chakra jumped up and on the fly doing a somersault kicked the opponent's hand and kicked several times, and Rashi blocked his blows. Naruto got tired of this and created a Rasengan in his hand directing it to Rashi. Rashi jumped back and created a wall of stone made several holes. Stone bullets appeared from the holes and flew towards Naruto. Naruto firmly took the sword defended himself from the bullets and reaching the wall broke it. As soon as he broke it he flew into the rock at great speed crashing. A beast with 4 tails came out of the wall and with its mouth it created a bomb of chakra. Naruto, oh. Due to his enormous physical preparation, Naruto quickly left the rock and when the bomb was ready, Naruto hit the Jinchuriki's jaw with a hammer that he formed from a sword. The Jinchuriki was stunned for a few seconds from such a blow, but Naruto, without wasting time, barely touching his chakra, began to absorb it into himself. This was enough and he jumped away from him, but from behind appeared in the form of the Bijou shroud, sending Naruto several dozen meters away. Naruto rolled down the rock and stopped. Naruto, you hit hard. Well, it's just you left, Five Tails. Naruto and the Jinchuriki bounced back from the place where the explosion was. After the explosion ended, 5 people in the form of a green cloak land there, and behind was a symbol of fire like an explosion. And next to them appeared 3 people in the form of a blue cloak with a symbol of the moon. Naruto, that's... I see. Naruto dashed and used Chidori, Pierce 3, 1 moon swordsman and 2 fuses, then turned around and dodged a sword and a kunai with an explosive seal. He jumped up and made a split, knocking out 2 with a kick. Roshi took on 2 and Kon the swordsman. Naruto took advantage of this and quickly approached, barely touched and absorbed enough chakra. Kon felt this and turned around. Naruto dodged his blow and threw a kunai to the swordsman, killing him and began to run away from Kon who was catching up with him. Kon, where are you going? Naruto, nowhere. Naruto threw the seal explosion on the ground and after a few seconds it activated, blasting the path to himself. He continued running and Han returned to help his friend. Kurozetsu, interesting guy, fighting 2 Jinchuriki. Even though he's a genin, he's strong. Zetsu, how did he get stronger? Kurozetsu, a combination of Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, and Uzumaki cells. Hyuga eyes and Senju cells were transplanted into him. His genes contained both Uchiha and Uzumaki genes. Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, was a talented genius. It seems like he had a small amount of Uchiha in his genes. Zetsu, but those are just genes. His chakra increased and his body became stronger. Kurozetsu, you're right. There is something we don't know. To become that strong in 2 or 3 years, you have to be a scientist or someone who knows everything. The fact that an organization of swordsmen and detonators would send to capture the Jinchuriki was dangerous and early. Okay, let's keep an eye on him. What will he do? Naruto ran towards the country of Cloud. Less than an hour ago he received the chakra of the 5-tailed and 4-tailed. Now he only had to take the chakra of the 8-tailed, 2-tailed and 6-tailed to awaken the Rinnegan. But for this it was necessary to at least defeat or weaken the carriers of the Bijou themselves. A day later, he was in the country of lightning and went straight to the village where 2 Jinchuriki were now. A few hours and he found himself at the entrance to the village. He entered the village and went to where he felt a large amount of chakra. He saw that the Raikage himself was training on several strong jonin to maintain his shape. But still, he felt 2 Jinchuriki, 1 person who was older than him by about 15 to 20 years. And also a girl who wore a cloud jonin vest. He took off his mask when the Raikage finished training and went to him. But 3 Chunin blocked his path. Naruto, I want to talk to the Raikage. Let me through. Chunin, we won't let you through without Raikage-sama's permission. Naruto, okay. Futon, air gust. He knocked down 2 Chunin and took out a third with a kick. The Raikage noticed this and hurried to find out what had happened. Hey, who are you, boy? I see you have plenty of strength, since you defeated 3 of my subordinates. Naruto, I am nobody, Raikage. Hey, you're being cheeky, kid. Hey swung his hand, Naruto dodged the blow and took his hand and threw it over himself. Hey was surprised by the boy's strength and landing on his feet said. Hey, your strength is amazing for your age. But I'll cripple you for your impudence. I activated the technique and lightning enveloped the whole body. He hit with high speed where Naruto was, but thanks to the characteristics, he dodged. But unable to withstand the pressure, I hit him in the chest and sent him to the wall. Naruto came out of the wall. Naruto, the Raikage is strong, we must be careful. Naruto took Lost Vein and pulled out the Kubikura Bocho. Changed it to a hammer since strength was everything here, then he activated the Sharingan. Hey, this kid reminds me of someone. But I need to teach him a lesson. EI appeared nearby with great speed and Naruto dodged and hit the Raikage's leg and arm with a hammer, but due to the strength of the lightning and speed, he did not suffer any damage. EI appeared behind him and took the hammer. Threw it to the side and kicked it at him, jumping after it and hitting with his fist. Naruto defended himself with his sword, but from the pressure he went head down and smoke appeared around the crater. The Raikage landed, then sensing the danger, he moved to the side and looked where he stood. There was a black fire burning there, Amaterasu, and Naruto came out of the smoke with an activated Manjiko. Hey, Uchiha. But your appearance says otherwise. I heard that a few years ago the Uchiha clan was attacked by white creatures, I think they were called Zetsu. Are you one of them? Naruto, I am not. I am from Konoha, I only answer to the Hokage and help my village. I am Naruto Uzumaki. Hey, dispelled the technique. Hey, are you the son of the fourth Hokage? Naruto, how do you know? Hey, a few facts. First, your eyes are Sharingan, like your father had in one of our battles. Second, you are fast like your father, dodging almost easily, but with pressure it will be worse. Third, although your appearance is different, you have the face of the fourth in you, as well as your mind. Naruto, I see. Hey, why did you come to our village? Naruto, I have a goal. I need the chakra of the eight-tailed and two-tailed. Hey, I see. Do you want power? Naruto, yes. But I'll just take a small part of the chakra. Then I'll go to the land of water, for the six-tailed. Hey, as I heard, the war there is ending now. Naruto, I can handle it myself. End of the part. Naruto sat at the table with the Raikage at the residence discussing business. Naruto, Raikage, I am the shadow of Konoha and I learned that your shinobi wanted to kidnap Hinata Hyuga several years ago, but the head of the Hyuga stopped this kidnapping. Ei, Umbu Root. If you know this, then you know that in our country and village there are no clans, only cloud shinobi who study techniques and hone their skills. Naruto, our village is different. Our Hokage is not so cruel and did not seek war. Your village, like ours, is considered one of the strongest of the 5 great villages. You have strong shinobi like ours, but clan shinobi. Ei, that's the point, Namikaze. Naruto, I am Uzumaki. I may soon change my last name. I will not choose the last name of my father and mother. I have a more different choice. Ei, which one? Naruto, it depends on my deeds and actions, Raikage. We could make a treaty. Ei, what treaty? The guy smiled. Naruto, create an alliance between our villages. Make deliveries and various deals. For example, you will need trees as well as water. If we establish relations with the village of Mist, then there will be an agreement with them too. Hey, that's good, of course, but each village has its own policy. Your village may be large, but this may cause problems. Naruto, are you talking about there being a lot of fugitive shinobi? Well, I have an idea for that. But I won't tell anyone else. Hey, ha ha ha. And you are cunning and brilliant like your late father. Naruto, okay. I'll go and continue my business. And yes. Soon, a second yellow lightning of Konoha may appear, but stronger than Minato Namikaze. Naruto left the Raikage's office and got ready to go. The Raikage thought about the young shinobi's words. Hey, children of Konoha's yellow lightning? It'll be interesting to watch them and their future. Obito, because of the Zetsu's report, Uzumaki Naruto attacked the 2 Jinchuriki and the members of the organization squad. That boy has tremendous strength since he came out of the victory alive and defeated several people. He will be a problem for us, so we need to set a trap for him. Uchiha knew where Naruto was now because of his spy networks thanks to Zetsu. He compiled facts where he was and where he went. This boy checked the Jinchuriki and also went to the Cloud Village and came out from there without injuries, then he went again towards the land of water. He knew where Naruto was going now. To the Jinchuriki of the Six-Tailed. Obito and several dozen Zetsu set a trap near a rock passage. When the Uchiha sensed Uzumaki's chakra, he prepared himself. As Naruto reached the passage, Zetsu emerged from the rocks surrounding Naruto. Uzumaki stopped then threw kunai at all the Zetsu killing them. Naruto pulled his arm towards himself pulling all the kunai, then Obito appeared from the vortex. Obito, not bad. The genome of magnetism? Naruto, a simple element of unification. You are the one who attacked the Uchiha clan. Having wiped out almost the entire clan, then persuaded Itachi to kill all the experienced Uchiha, leaving only the children up to Genin. But, I see through your Sharingan, Obito Uchiha. Uchiha fell into a stupor. And said in a menacing voice. Obito, how do you know my name, Uzumaki Naruto? Naruto, my personal secret. If it weren't for that secret, I wouldn't have become strong and I wouldn't have known your name. Prepare to die, traitor to the Uchiha clan. Naruto pulled out Lost Vein and Kubikure Bocho changing it similar to Lost Vein. He rushed to Uchiha but he just stepped back and the rest of the Zetsu appeared from the ground. Naruto did not look at them but simply covered his weapon in dottish flames cutting the plants into two. Obito was surprised by this. In some way this flame was on Amaterasu but not completely. Obito, what an unusual flame. Interesting. Naruto remained silent and pierced the last plant, pulling out his sword. Then he activated his Sharingan, rotating it to the Menjikyu. Obito, Menjikyu? How? This shock was enough for Naruto to be next to him and attack. Uchiha quickly recovered and dodged the sword swing, but received a wound on his shoulder. Obito, you are dangerous, Uzumaki Naruto. I must learn everything about your abilities. I admit defeat in this battle. But next time, I will kill you. Naruto, we'll see. The ground began to shake as did the rock. Huge boulders came out of the rocks heading towards the Uchiha. The boulders collided creating a huge smoke. When the smoke cleared, a whole Obito came out of the boulders. He muttered something under his breath and threw a kunai with an explosive seal at Naruto. Naruto jumped up and down and an explosion was heard. He looked to the side and saw that Obito was nowhere to be found. He landed on the crater deactivating the Sharingan and returning the weapon to its place. Naruto, the troublesome Uchiha. You can expect a lot of trouble from him. Naruto continued on his way. Uchiha returned to his hideout and having patched up his wounds he returned to his business thinking about what to do next with Uzumaki. Obito, his combat experience is impressive. He can coat his weapons in fire, control the earth and Menjikyu. He knows that I am dangerous and would give it his all until he kills me. I will also give it my all to kill him. With these thoughts, he plunged into the plan. Sasuke was meditating in her room thinking about what to do and what techniques to use during the finals. His enemies could be stronger in their own way and it was necessary to know what his opponent was capable of. Her opponent was Sobu no Temari. Sasuke, you can't use fire, nor can you get close to her. You need to distract her attention and attack her from behind. I can create a clone. As well as use the lightning technique. Well. I may not take the halberd, but a premonition. I should take it on the day of the finals, it will come in handy for the fight. So, she has the wind element and a large fan to create a huge wave of wind to push away, cut through obstacles, and also protect with a fan. If the fan was made of iron, my halberd would not cope. But she has little strength in terms of physical body. So, I have a huge chance of winning. Uchiha stood up, having crossed paths, she left the house taking the halberd and began to train, getting used to new movements, creating her own fighting style. Kuro Zetsu saw how the young Otsutsuki made Obito, Madara's protege, run away. And also this strange power was not similar to the true power of the Otsutsuki, or it was a new kind of Otsutsuki clan. Although he has lived for 1,000 years, in his memory there were also particles of knowledge about his mother's clan. Because he is a parasite and must find the perfect vessel for his mother. Before the appearance of the young Otsutsuki, the choice was on Madara to resurrect him and make him a vessel. But Naruto appeared, who possessed a particle of her mother's power. But his premonition tells him that he should leave the young Otsutsuki alone. He will do this too if there are no unnecessary problems. If we return to Naruto, he has already reached the land of water and his choice fell on the village of Mist to get information about the six-tailed. Having found some information in the form of a mist shinobi, he left the village itself and followed the indicated path. Kuro Zetsu wondered why he needed the tailed beast's chakra, or if there was another Otsutsuki in this body, an older one, reincarnated in the Uzumaki body. Kuro Zetsu, you are full of mysteries and misunderstandings. Young Otsutsuki. Although you look like them on the outside. But he has not awakened his true power. Naruto walked along the road and feeling the tailed beast's chakra in the human's body, he ran there. After a few minutes, he stopped because a bubble appeared out of nowhere and exploded when it touched the ground. Naruto jumped back and saw that the crater was 2 meters. Naruto, a strong opponent, you have to be careful. Kunai came out of Naruto's pouch and headed towards the bubbles. The kunai exploded when they touched the bubbles. Naruto ran through the smoke from the cleared path. Naruto emerged from the smoke and saw the six-tailed Jinchuriki standing in his path. Utakata, who are you and why did you come here? You are not a shinobi of the mist. Naruto, I know I look like a spy, but I am not interested. I came for a simple chakra of the six-tailed beast. I would like to ask you for a small portion of the tailed beast's chakra. Utakata, for a small portion of the tailed beast's chakra? Suddenly, the voice of the six-tailed beast came from his subconscious. 6 tails, I sense a small portion of the chakra of all the tailed beasts except the 3 tails, 1 tails, and 9 tails in him. It seems he is gathering chakra to combine our chakras into one, my Jinchuriki. If he took from the 8 tails and 2 tails in Cloud Country, then he proved his strength or took it with force. But I don't know about the 4 tails and 5 tails. Utakata, are you saying that I should give him your chakra? 6 tails, yes. Utakata thought about it and agreed. He reached out to Naruto's shoulder and coated his hand with the Biju's chakra and transferred a small portion of the chakra. Utakata, is that enough? Naruto, yes. Thank you for your hospitality. Naruto bowed and left. Now to his village. His task to collect the Biju chakra is almost finished. End of the part. It was time for the final Chunin exam. The guests who had arrived at the arena were waiting for the first battle to begin. Everyone wanted to know how strong the shinobi were and what they were capable of. Especially the Sand Village. These Chunin exams were supposed to show what the villages and their shinobi were capable of. And so, the greatest geniuses of the sand were the children of the current Kazekage. Inside the arena, the residents and guests themselves were sitting in the stands. The Kazekage and Hokage were sitting in the main stand. In the very middle of the arena, stood the genin who were supposed to show what they were capable of today and win. The main instructor for the 3rd stage, Genma Shiranui, stood and waited for the last participant, Yakoshi Uchiha. Genma looked at the podium looking at the Hokage. He nodded and the examiner of the 3rd stage spoke. Genma, greetings to all of you dear guests, today you will see fights for the title of Chunin. Victory will be for those if the opponent loses or refuses to admit his defeat. The first fight. Uzumaki Menma and Hinata Hyuga. The rest of you will rise up. The participants went up, Menma and Hinata stayed where they were, waiting for the fight to start. Everyone held their breath. Genma, ready? Let's go. Menma got into a stance like Hinata. They rushed into battle without activating their eyes. Hinata delivered precise straight strikes with her palm, but Menma defended himself by dodging her hands in other directions. Her soft fist, although strong, was average for Menma. Menma, dodging her hands, quickly created 3 clones that attacked from the side. Hinata activated her eyes and used rotation, destroying the clones and damaging the original. Menma flew 10 meters and landed with his back to the ground, but quickly got up, took the chakra dagger and ran towards her. Hinata smiled and stood in a stance and began waving her palms forward, and from her palms, imprints of palm chakra flew. Menma immediately saw them, cut several and dodged, but 3 blows hit him and flew back. Hinata, my own technique that I created based on the basics of the soft fist. I absorb a lot of chakra into my palms and release it from them, directing a chakra imprint at the enemy. I named my new technique as the arrow fist. Menma was moving away from the blows and realized that he needed to leave the long distance and be at medium range with her. He created 20 clones and formed 3 squads out of 7. The first squad went straight to Hinata, and the second squad covered the first from a distance throwing kunai. The third squad formed a circle and took a chakra dagger in one hand and rushed towards her. In the second squad, the original himself helped his clones from a distance. The first squad of rams fell on her, but Hyuga herself did not lose her head and used rotation, destroying the first squad, then reflecting the kunai. She stopped her technique and had already jumped away from there as the third squad approached. She took a kunai with an explosive seal from her pouch and threw a kunai at the third squad, destroying them with an explosion. The audience liked this spectacle because Hyuga herself destroyed such a detachment without being confused or afraid. Menma smiled, praising her inside himself, but he also activated the Sharingan and rushed towards her, preparing the weapon. The clones ran to the sides. Hinata immediately thought that Uzumaki wanted to set a trap for her, and that's why she got ready, but Menma was faster. Menma did not let her use the technique at a distance, attacking her with taijutsu. Hinata and Menma smiled. The girl herself just noticed that Uzumaki had Sharingan. Hinata, Sharingan. She realized that the fight was almost over. This was the last trick. Menma quickly attacked her, swinging and lunging, and Hyuga herself dodged, reflecting his blows, and at the last moment during the swing of the dagger, Menma stopped. Hinata smirked. She delivered a straight blow to the stomach with her palm and said, "Hinata, 8 trigrams, 128 heavenly strikes." She dealt 128 blows to Menma's tenketsu in a few seconds and stepped back. She was about to leave, considering that this was her victory and that she had defeated Uzumaki's Sharingan. But as she was about to turn around, Uzumaki stood up and red chakra burst out of his body, restoring itself. Then he jerked to her side and brought the dagger to her stomach and said, "Menma, you lose, Hinata. This is my victory. Genma, winner of the first battle, Menma Uzumaki." Menma put away the dagger and saw that Hinata had lowered her face down. Hinata felt hostility in herself that she lost to Uzumaki Menma. After all, she trained since childhood to become the head of the Hyuga clan. She wanted to earn the respect of her clan and including her father. She wanted to cry right now from her loss and leave. But the guy raised her face with his hand, looking at her face. "Menma, you're doing great, Hinata, you're strong, it's obvious, and you've proven it. I've seen and felt your strength. Continue to become stronger and be the strongest kunoichi, because I believe in you, Hinata." Hinata was embarrassed by this and turned away, experiencing new feelings. Feelings of victory and something else. Something pleasant in the heart. And she experienced Uzumaki's respect. She looked at him and seeing his shining smile, she blushed and left the arena. Menma, not understanding why she blushed, went to the stands. After all, now the next fight will be the best in his opinion. But Yukoshi was not in the arena. Genma, Yukoshi Uchiha is currently absent. His fight has been postponed. Sasuke Uchiha and Sabaku no Temari. Your next fight. A few seconds later, the two participants came out. Sasuke no longer wanted to hide his gender, so she immediately cancelled the transformation technique. Smoke appeared around Sasuke and the audience was confused about what was happening. And when Sasuke came out in the form of a girl, all the spectators were stupefied and shocked. Just like the participants, except for those who knew the real Sasuke. Genma was no less shocked, but still quickly came to his senses. Genma, ahem. Ready? Let's go. Temari took the fan in her hands and waved it towards Sasuke, sending a huge wave of wind. Sasuke jumped to the side and, holding the halberd tightly, quickly ran towards her opponent. Temari waved the fan again, but Sasuke moved with a shunshin and immediately pierced the girl's huge fan. She threw the fan up and kicked Temari upward, knocking her out. She cut through the weapon, making the fan useless. Genma, winner of the second battle, Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke looked at Temari and the stands. She wanted to find her beloved with her eyes, but he was not in the arena. She sighed and went up, feeling sad. Genma, Shikamaru Nara and Dosu Kinyuta. Nara and Kinyuta entered the arena. And when the battle began, Nara quickly dodged Dosu's sound wave with his speed and ran towards him. He made several seals and his shadow touched Dosu's shadow with a line. Shikamaru, you're too dangerous and I should have stopped you right away. You would have been problematic. Dosu, ov Nara with your shadow. Shikamaru, I'll thank whoever trained me in physical development. It was very problematic. Genma, winner Shikamaru Nara. Next. Kankuro shouted from above in the stands. Kankuro, I surrender. I admit that I will be weak against the Aburame clan and their bugs. Genma, alright. The winner is Aburame Shino. The audience was pleased with the fights between Uchiha, Nara and Uzumaki. But they were upset and a little angry because the fourth fight ended right away. Genma, Uchiha Yakoshi still hasn't shown up for the exam. We'll give him some time until he shows up. Quite a while had passed since Yakoshi was given time. Half an hour later, he showed up with his sensei Kakashi Hatake. They apologized and immediately got down to business. Gaara came down and Yakoshi got ready. The start of the fight was announced. Yakoshi immediately dodged Gaara's sand attack and pulled out his sword making it fiery and he began to cut the sand making the sand unsuitable for using the technique. Gaara got angry from this and using a sand coffin he wanted to crush the Uchiha, but the Uchiha jumped from Gaara's technique throwing shurikens engulfed in fire straight to the enemy. Gaara defended himself with sand, but the sand melted from the fire and Gaara had less sand left. Yakoshi activated his Sharingan and rushed towards him starting to melt the sand with a ball and sword running from side to side to avoid getting under the hand of Dog No. Due to the long time of the fight, Gaara almost ran out of sand and he closed himself in his sand and began to think what to do. Yakoshi put his sword in its sheath and jumping into the wall of the arena folded several seals and taking his left hand collected lightning chakra. Lightning transformed and adding fire chakra. Lightning warped with fire, and lightning appeared from the fire. He looked at Gaara's defense on the sand, rushed there, descending from the wall and heading towards him. He aimed his hand at the target and pierced it, exploding the fire with lightning inside. The sand scattered and Gaara was bleeding. But he endured the pain, folded one seal and muttered something and passed out. Yakoshi thought that the fight was over. But he immediately felt that the chakra around him became thicker and denser and a huge wave of sand burst out of the ground. All the spectators saw this and felt fear. Gaara's body began to fill with sand, healing his wounds, and half of his body acquired lines and a huge paw, and his right eye had a yellow pupil. He stood up and hit Yakoshi with a huge paw, sending him into the wall. Gaara's right eye was open, but his left was not. He opened his mouth and said with a ringing voice. Gaara, finally. I will destroy everything. Gaara's right side disappeared and a few seconds later, in an instant, a huge raccoon stood in its place, filling almost the entire arena. On its head was Gaara, who was in a state of sleep. One-tailed, insignificant humans. I will destroy you. The spectators, feeling fear, began to stand up, but feathers began to appear and everyone began to lose consciousness. The genin quickly realized and, having protected themselves from the genjutsu, looked to the sides. The sound and sand shinobi began to attack the Konoha shinobi. Menma, guys, it looks like it's going to be hot. Kiba, Akamaru. Akamaru, Chow Chow. Sasuke nodded and activated the Sharingan and looked at the arena. Hinata looked around the area and beyond the Konoha wall. Hinata, Konoha is surrounded. Shikamaru, guys, we have to stop this monster. It mustn't destroy the village. Aburame, I'll help with my bugs. Shikamaru, okay. Menma, your main task is. Menma, I know. And I have a good friend for this. I will distract and lead the monster away from the village. Sasuke, look for Naruto. He will help us. Shikamaru, I am counting on you. So, genin, let's get started. The genin smiled and began to disperse. Naruto was in the village. When the explosion happened, he saw in the distance in the arena that the One-Tail appeared. He was standing on the roof, behind him were dozens of ANBU under his command. On his right hand was a rabbit mask, he wore a black cloak on his body and putting on the mask he said to his subordinates. Naruto, today, we will protect our village from the shinobi of sand and sound. Danzo-sama would want to protect his village from invaders. So let's do it. Let Danzo-sama see our actions from the other world, this is the route, protecting our village. The ANBU nodded and went off to help and kill the enemy shinobi. Naruto was left with his loyal subordinate. Sai, Naruto-sama. Naruto, without further ado, Sai. From now on, you are the head of route. I will fulfill my duty and leave. Sai was confused and wanted to ask him but Naruto disappeared. The explosion on the main stand attracted many people. The third Hokage stood in front of his former student, the snake Sannin Orochimaru. Orochimaru, not bad, sensei. You haven't lost much of your grip. The Hokage was in his gear and was ready to fight and protect the village. But the four that surrounded them, several seals activated the barrier inside. Hiruzen immediately realized that he would not be distracted by them, since his main enemy was his student. Hiruzen, Orochimaru, what kind of antics are you? Orochimaru, there are no antics, sensei. What I want is to destroy the village. Several explosive seals were stuck under the feet of the Nukenin and he jumped back. There was an explosion. At the site of the explosion stood a man in a cloak with a rabbit mask. He took off his mask and hood. Orochimaru, you. What a surprise. Hiruzen, Naruto. Naruto, third, I came to help. I owe him. Coward. Orochimaru smiled as he walked away from the fight with Naruto and his team. Orochimaru, are you really offended, Naruto-kun? Naruto, it doesn't matter. What matters is that I have to kill you. From his cloak he pulled out a lost wine and a Kubikurabocho whip. Orochimaru, Root ANBU leader, Naruto Uzumaki. I hope you won't be against him. Unholy resurrection. 3 coffins appeared from the ground. Naruto realized that it would be someone more dangerous. When the coffin lids opened, he was in shock looking into one of the coffins. Naruto, Orochimaru. You're dead. Hiruzen, looking at the 3 coffins, was also stunned. Hiruzen, first. Sensei. Danzo. Menma went down to the arena and summoned a large toad, destroying part of the arena wall. Yakoshi recovered and saw a toad and Menma on his head. He jumped there. Yakoshi, what happened? Menma, it happened. Uchiha looked at the raccoon. Yakoshi, this is Menma, one-tailed. Gamabunta. We must drive this raccoon out of the village. Gamabunta, kid, where did you summon me? I can throw this one-tailed out, but it will take more strength. One-tailed. Pathetic humans. Die. The one-tailed one aimed its paws at them, shooting a wave of sand. The toad jumped up and landed on the tail of the bijou. He took it and with great force he lifted it and threw it into the sky. Yakoshi, who did you even summon? He's even more dangerous than him. Menma, this is Gamabunta, my summon now. Bunta. Jump. The toad broke the ground, leaving cracks, and jumped to where the raccoon had flown. All the residents and shinobi saw a huge raccoon flying in the sky. The shinobi of the sand immediately recognized it as the one-tailed one. Shikamaru, seeing this, waved his hand to his team. Shikamaru, this is just some kind of circus. Problematic. Shadow puppets. Shikamaru took control of several sand shinobi with his shadow and directed them at other shinobi. Ino took control of 2 sound shinobi and controlled them as one consciousness to fight. Choji, thanks to his tank technique, rolled through the streets of the village quickly pushing enemy shinobi. Kiba was running around with his Getsuga technique, flying and injuring the sounders and sandmen. Shino was flying on his beetles and directing a swarm of beetles to distract the enemies. Hinata was standing on the roof of a building and using her fist arrow, she blocked the tenketsu of the enemies at a long distance. Sakura with a staff and taijutsu hit the heads and stomachs of enemy chunin, knocking out. Sasuke with a halberd and sharingan knocked out and killed everyone with lunges and swings. Sasuke dodged the kunai and hit the sound shinobi on the head with the handle and with a turn kicked him to the wall. Sai with his tanto on his left hand and claws on his right defended himself and with quick cuts killed everyone. Their sensei protected ordinary people from enemies, Chunin and Jounin of Konoha, and fought off enemies. Jiraiya was dumbfounded seeing such a number of shinobi. But still, seeing 3 huge snakes, he smiled. Jiraiya, summon. Yagura and his 2 charges watched all this and were surprised that some simple genin were helping the residents, and some were even fighting the Jounin and Chunin of sand with sound. Yagura, stay here. I'll go help the Hokage. Danzo, how are you doing, Naruto? Naruto stood there and felt angry. His teacher was resurrected by Orochimaru, making him an enemy of Konoha. He was very angry that he activated Manjikyu. Naruto, Danzo-sama. It's okay. Give me a few minutes. And you will find peace. Naruto and Hiruzen immediately began fighting. Naruto created 6 clones, 2 began to help him, and the remaining 4 delayed the Hokage. Hiruzen called his friend, Enma began to defend against the dangerous attacks of the first and second Hokage. Naruto took several kunai, drank their chakra and threw them at his teacher, Danzo. Naruto, Katan, Fireball. Danzo, Futon, Vacuum Slash. The wind cut the ball into 2 and flew towards Naruto. Naruto, Doton, Stone Wall. The wall appeared and protected from the wind. Naruto jumped and kicked Danzo several times, who blocked it with his hands, and blew out vacuum bullets. Naruto dodged, doing a backflip and looking at Danzo, his eye started to bleed. Danzo was cut into many pieces from the wind, then he began to burn with the black fire of Amaterasu. Naruto grabbed his eyes from this, but the clone who saw Danzo recover and blew out the windy cut replaced himself and the original. Another clone jumped to Danzo and began a taijutsu fight. He kicked his hands, and with his hands to his chest and face. The original opened his eyes and removed his hands. He looked at his palm and saw blood, then turned off Manjikyu. He stood up and firmly grabbed the whip and pointed it at his teacher, piercing him through and through. He pulled Danzo to himself and with his lost vein sword cut half of his body. Then looking at Orochimaru, he went to him. Orochimaru smiled, pulling the sword from his mouth, defended himself from the lunge. Then he made 2 straight lunges from which Naruto dodged and himself made a swing from which Orochimaru dodged down and from his hand attacked with a snake. Naruto cut the snake and with his right foot kicked him in the knee and with his left in the face. Then clenching his fists began to strike Orochimaru in the face many times. Orochimaru took Naruto by the shoulders and threw him to the side, and from his mouth he came out himself with a sword. Naruto quickly kicked his knee in his face and jumped away from him. Hiruzen, who was almost tired, jumped away from the first Hokage. The roof of the stand began to creak and trees began to grow from it. Hiruzen immediately thought that it was time to finish and folded the seals. Hiruzen, seal of the death god. The spirit of the god of death appeared behind him and, cutting the Hokage's stomach, his hand touched the third's back. Hiruzen created 3 clones from his strength and sent them to the Hokage and Danzo. And he himself ran to Orochimaru. Taking him by the shoulders and looking at his clones that were holding the Hokage and Danzo, he folded the last seals to complete. Orochimaru pulled the sword out of his mouth and pierced his sensei with the sword in the stomach, but the third did not die, starting to pull out souls. Hiruzen took Orochimaru's hands, but he quickly came up with an idea and began to pull the sword towards himself with 2 fingers. Hiruzen, how persistent. Then I'll take your hands. Hiruzen began to pull the hands of Orochimaru's soul and pulled them out and stepped back. He completed the seal by sealing the Hokage and Danzo. And from Orochimaru's hand. Naruto, seeing this, wanted to kill the weakened Orochimaru, but the barrier was dispelled and he was kicked from behind. The Sound 4 took Orochimaru and left. Naruto quickly stood up and saw that they were gone. His eyes filled with anger. He clenched his fists. He looked at the dying third, then it dawned on him. Naruto, Mito. Having flown a huge kilometer from the village, the raccoon fell into the trees. He himself held his Jinchuriki all this time so that he would not wake up and sit in the seal again. He stood up and looked at the sky and saw a point that was flying straight towards him. The toad flew to him, thrusting a huge tanto into his shoulder, and with its tongue covered the left hand of the one-tailed. He held his hand with his tongue while he pulled out the tanto. Having pulled it out, he jumped away from him. Menma, come on Bunta, even though he's a bijou and the weakest of the tailed beasts, you still dealt him a lot of damage. Gamabunta, he's nothing compared to a fox, kid. Uchiha, use your fire technique. Yakoshi did not understand but prepared his hands. Gamabunta, toad oil. A stream of oil appeared from Gamabunta's mouth and headed towards the bijou. Yakoshi directed his hands into the oil, releasing a huge stream of fire straight at him. The oil caught fire and the sand raccoon began to burn from the huge flames. Menma created 3 clones that picked him up and took the guy and twisted him, throwing him at the one-tailed. Menma, although small for a bijou, but his target was Gaara. When he was already close, a huge paw hit him, sending him into the forest. One-tailed, you made me angry. He stretched out his paws, aiming at the toad, and shot at it with many bullets made of sand. Bunta saw the bullets and spun his tanto, destroying the bullets. But several dozen hit him, throwing him back. Yakoshi, although he held on, jumped to the ground. He had only one thought: how to defeat the huge monster. He directed chakra into the seal on his neck and the seal spread to half of his body. Immediately with this, he caught fire, burning his upper clothes, and then he jumped into the bijou. He thrust his sword into it and filled it with fire and exhaled a lot of fire, melting the sand. From this, the bijou began to beat itself because it did not hit the small bug. Yakoshi moved along the bijou's body, quickly thrusting his sword into it, rising upward. Menma came to his senses but saw that half of the bijou's body was almost melted. Menma, Nine Tails, I need your chakra, I have to try to defeat him. Nine Tails, okay, I'll give you chakra to defeat that stinking raccoon. Menma smiled and covered himself in red chakra, and 5 tails appeared behind him, a red pupil with 3 tomo appeared in his eyes. He created 5 clones and they were also in this mode and jumped into the body of the Biju. They began to strike with a chakra dagger and burn it with red chakra. From such blows, the raccoon suffered pain, but he began to change his body and a lot of sand came down from him, becoming smaller. Yakoshi and Menma fell, and the clones dispersed. Menma, what a stubborn raccoon. Yakoshi, more like a raccoon with problems. We need to wake up this sleepyhead. Yakoshi looked into his friend's eyes and saw Tomo in them. Yakoshi, Menma, how did you get the Sharingan? Menma, genes. Okay, we need to finish this. Menma got on all fours and put the dagger in his pouch. He ran at the raccoon, heading for the head. He was right in the way, but the paw was approaching him again, but a huge wave of fire cut the Biju's paw. He looked down and saw that Yakoshi was breathing heavily and his mark began to spread. Menma immediately increased his speed and, being on the head, dispelled the Nine-Tails chakra and hit Gaara in the face. From such a blow, Gaara came to his senses, and the One-Tailed began to disintegrate and his chakra returned to the seal. Menma picked up Gaara and jumped onto the tree. He landed and placed Gaara on the tree. Menma, so, you're the Jinchuriki of the One-Tailed Beast and it's clear that you don't know how to control it. But it's clear that you're also having a hard time. But it's hard when you don't have parents since childhood. My brother lived with his parents until he was 4. And I lived in a dungeon under the devices. My chakra wasn't compatible with my body and was constantly being destroyed. My body was restored many times. But I've never seen my parents. That's what's bad for me. And what's your problem? Gaara, listening to Menma, began to get angry himself. Gaara, what do you understand? I grew up under assassins. My father hated me, my uncle wanted to kill me. My mother, having given birth to me, hated me for being born. I grew up alone. My father constantly sent shinobi to kill me. Menma, and your brother and sister? I see how they are rushing here to save you. Your sister's fan is torn, your brother, although he is capable of fighting, is weak against me and my friend. A puppet, although it is okay for him, is weak in taijutsu. Well, I will detain you, but think about how to live. Your brother and sister will help you. You are not alone. Menma waited for Gaara's brother and sister to come here. When they arrived, they were ready to fight. But Yakoshi appeared, holding his shoulder, but in his hand was a sword. Menma, you don't have to fight. I'll spare you. But you'll have to stay in the village. Understand? You still can't handle me, the Jinchuriki, and the Uchiha who's stronger than me and can be more equal. Uchiha rolled his eyes at this. Temari and Kankuro knew that Uzumaki was right, thinking a lot they agreed to surrender. Gaara who was sitting thought a lot and the fact that his brother and sister came warmed his heart knowing that they cared about him. Naruto rushed to the third's house. His sister was there and Mito could have been hurt or hit. He found himself inside the house, there was destruction everywhere and drops of blood on the floor, and quiet sighs could be heard from upstairs. He went there and saw Biwako holding her stomach while lying on the floor. Naruto, Grandma Biwako. What happened? Biwako, Naruto. Cough. Biwako stood up a little. Biwako, some people came here. With cloaks. They had swords and some creatures with white skin. Naruto, Zetsu. Moon swordsman. Grandma Biwako, where is Mito? Biwako, she. They took her away. Naruto, save your sister. I hope you'll be okay. Biwako lowered her hand to the floor and her eyes lost the color of life. Drops of tears appeared from Naruto's eyes. But he wiped them and stood up. Naruto, Obito, I will destroy you and Orochimaru. Naruto left the house and went to his subordinates. On the way he met his friends, but he quickly hurried. His goal is to find his sister. Chief Swordsman, guys, we need to get to the land of lightning faster. Otherwise, the boss will twist our heads off for being late. These creatures will help us on the way. And where did they come from? First Swordsman, don't worry, Commander, you were assigned to capture this girl. There are 6 people in our squad and 20 of these Zetsu, as the boss said. Second Swordsman, agreed. And this is the Uzumaki girl, as I see, she has red hair, and I can say for sure that she is beautiful. But why do we need her? Chief Swordsman, we will not find out. We need to complete the boss's task. And he has a lot of things to do. They continued their journey to the land of lightning, where they had their base and the main refuge of the Moon Swordsman. Many Zetsu were moving underground. The main one was holding the unconscious Mito on his shoulder. Naruto found his subordinates, of which only a little more than half of that number remained. But that was enough to catch up. He left the village half an hour later and began to run with his subordinates on the way. They learned that some residents and shinobi saw strange people in cloaks with swords coming out, and how they were going towards the country of lightning. Naruto immediately realized that there were many shelters there, since they were going there. Not far from the border to the country of lightning, a man with a red mask with one hole for the eyes was waiting. He was waiting for those who should come here. His teacher, who taught half of everything he knew, said that he had a beloved woman. And one day his teacher and this woman wanted to get married. But misfortune happened. Her wife had already practically died, but before her death she performed a technique that reincarnates, having performed reincarnation. But days, months and years passed. He waited and did not wait, that this technique does not work, he lost hope and began to fulfill another plan. He showed a photo of this woman to his student, Obito. Obito, during the attack on Konoha 9 years ago, saw a baby who looked exactly like that woman. And this is the daughter of his former teacher, Minato Namikaze. Her face was exactly similar, but also Zetsu's report said that she did not remember anything. Obito believed that this was temporary, like Kuro Zetsu. The reincarnation technique may work differently. For example, if the baby immediately remembers her past life immediately after birth, then her brain may be overloaded from the load of many memories and she could die without being born. Obito, Master, it seems I will resurrect you. The Eye of the Moon plan will begin when you are resurrected, and with you your wife. I can understand, he lost hope and found himself in darkness like me. Now, he will probably find happiness with her, but he will also help me with the Eye of the Moon plan. Soon silhouettes appeared, and these silhouettes were swordsmen. Head Swordsman, who are you? Obito, it doesn't matter. I'm more of a friend of your leader. He's called the Tailless Bijou. So we're partners. And I was the one who asked him to capture the girl. You can stop me now. Chief Swordsman, since you know and asked our leader, it means it's an alliance. Good. Take the girl. He gave it to Obito and went on. The Zetsu that were watching them continued to watch. Obito, looking at the girl, disappeared into the funnel. And soon, after a few minutes, a squad of ANBU appeared. Naruto, here. Here my sister's chakra is interrupted. But. Here. ANBU mole, there is another chakra here, but I can barely feel it. And then it continues. Naruto showed his palm. Naruto, go to Konoha. I will kill these swordsmen myself. Naruto ran on. An ANBU of about 15 people thought and decided to go with him. At the border of the lightning country, 6 people arrived here and took a rest. But after a few minutes, ANBU appeared and grabbed their hands, preventing them from moving. The ANBU wearing a rabbit mask spoke. Naruto, where is Uzumaki Mito? Master Swordsman, you mean that girl? I won't tell you. Zetsu appeared from the ground and turned their hands into sharp weapons and pierced several ANBU. Naruto immediately pulled out a kunai and threw it at several Zetsu, piercing them. Then he pulled out a sword and cut 3 more into pieces, then Kobikurabocho changed it to a hammer and threw 2. The remaining 11 zetsu stood aside and the swordsman jumped back. Of the ANBU, only 8 remained. Naruto, Zetsu, you are just a thing. ANBU, destroy them. The main thing is mine. Lost Vein caught fire and quickly cut the swords of the 2 swordsmen by kicking them to the sides. He then did a backflip and kicked Zetsu down. He blocked the main sword by standing up. The ANBU began using techniques and weapons, dodging Zetsu's attacks and destroying them. Naruto pushed the swordsman away and attacked with a lunge, starting to make quick lunges. The swordsman blocked the lunges and made seals. Master Swordsman, Suetun, Water Dragon. Naruto quickly dodged and used earth bullets himself, hitting the swordsman's leg. He held onto the leg and parried Naruto's swing, holding him back. Naruto, who took my sister? Head Swordsman, ah, so she's your sister? Ha ha ha. There's my head, and he has a partner, and he took him on the way to the border. Ahaha. Naruto got angry and unconsciously activated his Sharingan and saw his memory. He saw the masked Uchiha taking his sister. The illusion dissipated and Naruto grabbed the swordsman by the throat and lifted him up. Naruto, I don't need you anymore. Naruto pierced him with his sword and threw him aside. Then he hurried to help his subordinates. There were 3 Zetsu left and 4 ANBU. He activated Menjikyu and burned the remaining Zetsu into Amaterasu. He approached his own. Naruto, let's take the bodies of the dead. We need to bury them. Go ahead, seal them in scrolls. The ANBU nodded and began sealing. Naruto thrust his sword into the ground and sat down, starting to feel sorry for himself. Naruto, I lost my sister. I'm worthless. Weak. Menma. He'll hate me. Obito, I'll destroy you and take my sister. Mito immediately woke up in some bed. She looked around and saw that there was a man in a mask inside the room. Mito, who are you? Where am I? Obito, you are safe, Uzumaki Mito. Or should I address you as Uzumaki Minoka? Mito didn't understand, but her head hurt. Mito, my head. What have you done to me? Obito, nothing. If your head hurts, it means your memories are coming back. Mito, what memories? Ah. Mito screamed, holding her head, starting to see different pictures and people. Obito, Uzumaki Minoka. The girl, holding her head, leaned back into the pillow. After a few seconds, she stopped screaming. She took her hands off her head and stood up. She looked at Obito, who immediately stood in a stupor from the little girl's gaze. Mito's gaze, at once calm but also eyes, radiated coldness, but her eyes were red from the load of memory. Mito, who are you? I sense that you are a strong shinobi. Obito, I. Mad. Madara. Mito got up from the bed and filled his hands with chakra with his fingers and began to draw hieroglyphs in the air. The entire room was wrapped in a seal. Mito, you're not Madara. He wouldn't wear a mask. Your chakra and amount are not his. You're a simple Uchiha who thinks he's Uchiha Madara. Obito fell to the floor, holding himself back from the huge burst of chakra from the little girl. Minoka, for I, Uzumaki Minoka, no Uchiha Madara, my husband. Obito held back and said. Obito, Uzumaki Minoka. Uchiha Madara. My teacher. He told me about you. Minoka stopped releasing chakra. Minoka, what did he tell you about me? Minoka, so I'm 9 years old, I'm the daughter of the 4th Hokage, but a lot of time has passed. How much time has passed? Why so long? I have 2 brothers, Naruto and Menma. Menma appeared a few months ago, also Naruto was with me since birth, trained me a little, took care of me. In my past life, I had a sister. Mito. I was named after her. Minoka is a past name. I like the name Mito. My parents died when I was born. My memory came only today. If it had been earlier during birth then. I won't think about it. I need to become stronger and reach the strength that I had in my past life, and my body is still weak. How much trouble. But still, I have the Uzumaki genes, but they are weak. Okay, I'll go train. And Obito, Madara's student. How did he live after my death? He probably lost hope and died without waiting. But a lot of time has passed, and he has grown old. Okay, I won't think about it. Mito was already dressed in black kimono clothes and black pants slightly larger than her, but tied with a white ribbon. She tied her hair with a hair clip. Her chakra had increased since the return of her memories. She walked along the dark corridors following the white zetsu. When they reached the main entrance to Obito's room, Mito went in there. Obito, who was standing and reading the scrolls, looked at his guest. Obito, Minoka-sama. Mito, just Mito. I like that name the most. So, where can I train? Obito, downstairs outside. It's empty around here, because I built this place because I wanted to gather partners for myself. I have them, with my own organizations. My organization is Akatsuki. Mito, HM. What did Madara do before he died? Obito, Madara. He lived far from the village. He created his own hideout, and lived there for many years. During the Third World War, he saved me when I was under the rocks. Mito, so. Who was your sensei at that time? Obito immediately realized that she guessed who he was. Obito, Minato Namikaze. Mito, I see. So it's you. Mito na.ila in the air seals and the seals turned into chains that tied Obito. Mito, you know, I would kill you right now. You killed my parents, pulled the Kyuubi out of my mother, my father was your sensei. But you disappointed. Madara wouldn't do that. Obito, Mito-sama. It was for the good of the world, to gather all the tailed beasts for the Eye of the Moon plan. Mito took a kunai from the table and the chains pulled it down. Mito aimed the kunai at the neck. Mito, Obito. If it were for the good of the world, what kind of plan would that be? Obito, eternal Tsukuyomi. Mito, illusion, then. An illusion can be as pleasant as a dream. But it's not reality. Madara. He probably thought it was the only right thing to do, having lost hope, but we are all mortal, but Madara can't be resurrected, only with divine power. Obito, he can be resurrected. Mito dispelled the chains, Uchiha fell to the floor holding on with his hands, Mito bent over. Mito, how to return? My beloved? Things were going badly in Konoha village. Many buildings were burning and destroyed, and there were bodies of dead people in many places. The Hokage's residence building was where the clan heads and elders themselves had gathered. The high-experienced and inexperienced Jounin were also there to discuss matters. Hamura, things are worse in the village, many have suffered, the third Hokage has died, the Sand Shinobi have been detained, there is no news from the head of Root. Clan heads and Jounin. We need to elect a new Hokage quickly. Shikaku, Hamura-san, we understand the importance, but there is no one to take the Hokage's place. Only Sannin whose strength exceeds that of Jounin can become one. Jiraiya-sama has refused to become Hokage. And Tsunade-sama is busy treating our shinobi and the villagers. Naruto appeared in the room with a cloak and a rabbit mask. Naruto, sorry for being late. I was burying my subordinates. Even though it's night now. Naruto sat down at the empty seat. Naruto, so, I read the reports, the Kazekage's children are in custody, the sand shinobi themselves have been detained. But the main problem is protecting the village from the outside and inside. Spies can report on our village and that we are weak at the moment. But the reason is different. Orochimaru planned everything, but failed. Hamura, even though Danzo is dead, his will lives on. Naruto, Danzo-sama protected his village, but according to his own principles. I protect according to my own. So, I recently spoke with the Raikage. We can come to an agreement with them by avoiding a war. As for the mist, we can also come to an agreement by giving them Yagura Karatachi. Inoichi, Yagura Karatachi helped us by protecting us from the sand shinobi and sound shinobi. Hayashi, he destroyed many clan shinobi in his village many years ago. His deed has no limits. Naruto, Yagura Karatachi was just a pawn. I know who controlled him. Whoever controlled Yagura is behind the attack on the Uchiha clan. Sasuke Uchiha, as the head of the Uchiha clan, was present at the meeting, and upon hearing this, she stood up and screamed. Sasuke, who is he? Because of him, many in the Uchiha clan died. Naruto, calm down. I'll tell you who it is, but I'll tell you that he is more dangerous than the other villages. This is Uchiha Obito. The clan heads heard this name and looked at the head of the Uchiha herself. She heard that it was from her clan and was simply shocked. However, Kakashi Hatake was in greater shock, touching his left eye. Naruto, Kakashi Hatake, I see that you are surprised, because he was your teammate. But as you hear, he is alive. I think there are others here who know about Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito is connected to the Akatsuki organization, and many organizations are connected to him. Obito Uchiha is now listed as an S-class missing nin. Write him down in the bingo book. The reward for a living one is high, and if for a dead one, it is low. Set the price yourself. Further I described his abilities in this dossier. Naruto put the folder on the table. Naruto, well then. Now let's discuss the village's affairs. As for the position of Hokage, I would nominate Menma Uzumaki. Everyone looked at him with bewilderment. Naruto, I'll say it right away. Menma Uzumaki has the power of the nine-tailed beast. He is talented, strong, and smart. He is the son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki and the brother of Naruto Uzumaki. Menma has a well-developed talent, but in 3 or 4 years, he will become stronger than Minato Namikaze. I nominate my candidacy. Raise your hands, who agrees? The clan heads thought for a long time. Especially Sasuke. She thought that Menma was really strong and could become stronger, but he was Naruto's brother. Naruto Uzumaki, her love. Right now he is sitting next to him in a rabbit mask. But Menma and Naruto are also the sons of the fourth, who can surpass their father. Sasuke, I agree. He has good abilities and intelligence. His skills and strength prove it. During the attack, he and Yakoshi Uchiha stopped the Jinchuriki of the One-Tailed by holding off the Jinchuriki and his brother and sister. Shikaku, that makes sense. The younger generation is already growing up and becoming stronger than us. For example, you, Sasuke Uchiha, have reached the rank of Chunin and above. Naruto, as for Chunin, would recommend promoting them to Chunin. Especially Uchiha Yakoshi, Uzumaki Menma, and Naruto Uzumaki, of whom I am a Jonin. He took off his mask, revealing his face. The clan leaders were surprised but also calm. Koharu, Danzo must have trained you well. First of all, during the battle with Orochimaru, you helped the third Hokage. Naruto, Orochimaru used the forbidden technique, Edo Tensei. Inoichi, impure reincarnation? Naruto, yes. He resurrected the first, second Hokage and Danzo. We had to fight. The third Hokage sealed the souls of the Hokage and Danzo. Orochimaru was also wounded, and in my opinion, the third took a fragment of Orochimaru's soul, namely his hands. So he became less dangerous without techniques. But as I said about the recommendation, the three of us and Sasuke Uchiha. She is more than worthy of this rank. She has the strength of the clan and her own. And the rest are for the rank of Jonin. Shikaku, why can't the others be promoted? Naruto, it is because they lack experience. I am the head of the Root ANBU, having already fought the missing Nin and completed difficult missions. Sasuke Uchiha because she has talent and can become stronger. Yakoshi Uchiha and Menma Uzumaki defeated the One-Tailed, and this is already a huge experience for them. Hayashi, what about the other genin? Naruto, I would like to talk about this, but we have a meeting here. Menma Uzumaki is more worthy of the title of Hokage. Shikaku, yes. This is an excellent recommendation. But what do you think about yourself as Hokage? Naruto put on a mask. Naruto, I am the shadow of Konoha, protecting the village from the shadows. And the Hokage should protect his village more without hiding. Do you understand? If you understand, then let's move on to the village. We need to organize a funeral, improve the stability of the village, name the Hokage and repair buildings and houses, discuss the economy and defense of the village. After he said this, they started discussing it until the morning. The meeting was hard for the girl, for the young leader. But she had to be there for her clan. But the fact that after the attack it did not become easier. Many difficult matters had already appeared. The Uchiha had to provide and monitor the activities in the village, monitoring the construction and economy. The Inazuki helped with materials for repairs and repairs. The Hyuga to help in the hospital and find people from under the rubble. The Yamanaka, Akimichi, and Nara clans had to bargain and provide food resources for the village. The Aburame stood on the large walls of the village all day long, monitoring the surroundings together with the Hyuga and Inuzuka. The Sarutobi clan went into mourning from the loss of the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi and his wife, but they still went about their business. As for her friends, they were busy as she was, especially her beloved. He lost his sister and couldn't find her. There were few people left in his organization in ANBU. But she couldn't come to him and help. Menma, after his sister's disappearance, began to train even harder and almost didn't communicate with anyone. Naruto sometimes appeared in the village in a mask and cloak. But they had a lot of their own things to do and couldn't communicate and meet. This upset her and she barely slept, so she had bags under her eyes. But one day, there was a day that changed everything. Namely, the day of the election of the Hokage. She was there, watching everything below the residence. Menma, standing on the roof of the building, wearing a white robe and the Hokage hat. Menma, dear residents and shinobi of Konoha, I greet you now as the fifth Hokage. I have seen and watched how you work for the good of our common village. I want to thank you for this, and thank you all very much. But my dream is peace throughout the world. And for this to happen, I will take over the villages and countries, making one big country that the other continents will fear. After all, the shinobi world is not limited to just one continent, our world is big and full of mysteries. And to solve this, as the fifth Hokage, I will do all this and unite all shinobi. And we will do it together, you and I. Menma, who had spread his arms out during his speech, lowered them down behind his back. The residents instantly burst into shouts. Everyone began to applaud and wish the best for the fifth Hokage, namely Menma Uzumaki. They had been tapping their fingers on the table for several minutes, and they were starting to go by seconds. The man was irritated, but he was also disappointed. Naruto, Menma, what are you doing? With that speech, you declared the Fourth Shinobi World War to the entire world. Now it can't be avoided and we need to prepare for everything, even the Cloud and Mist Village won't be in solidarity with this. And I still need to find that Uchiha and Orochimaru. But in order to engage in war, I need to go to the world of wars. Learn tactics and new powers. Naruto stopped tapping on the table and stood up and went to the residence. But before that, he created clones that would go and inform his friends. He was going to do something worse than war. Namely, Naruto stood near Konoha in an open clearing. He waited for those who were dear to him, like friends and comrades. His love arrived to meet him. Sasuke, Naruto. She came out of the tree and walked up to him. She looked into his eyes. There was calm in his eyes, as if he had come to terms with something. Naruto, let's wait for the others. Sasuke, but. Naruto, I said we're waiting. Sasuke, what's wrong with you? He remained silent and soon his friends appeared. Naruto, so, you're all gathered here. Menma, I'm sorry to bother you while you're working. Menma, what happened? You didn't exactly invite us here, did you? Naruto, yeah. The first thing I want to say is. Naruto pulled out a rabbit mask from under his cloak. And Menma immediately understood that trouble would happen and put his hand in the pouch. Sakura, who was looking at this with a question, slowly began to understand. And the others just looked. Shikamaru was almost ready. Sai, however, instinctively felt that it would be bad. Naruto looked at the mask, put it on and said. Naruto, I will kill all of you. Menma sat in the Hokage chair. He read the report's papers about the state of the village as the new 5th Hokage. Things were going badly and the money was going fast. Suddenly his brother appeared in the room. He looked at him. Menma, Naruto. What happened? Naruto, Menma. Why did you do this? Menma put the paper aside and looked at his brother carefully. Menma, so that there will be peace in the world. Naruto, peace in the world? Menma. You started a war. This will be the 4th Shinobi World War, many will die. Menma, I know. As Hokage, I will bear this burden. I will learn and oversee everything. You will be the Hokage's right hand. Naruto, no. Menma, brother. You are better at war. You know how to command, find excellent shinobi and know how to train them. Naruto, yes, but that is my teacher's experience. So no, I am not that experienced in command. Unless of course I go to another world. Menma, as I understand it. To learn to command? Naruto, yes. But it may take a lot longer than in other worlds where time was reduced and some were accelerated. I may disappear and also things in the village may be bad. Menma stood up from his chair and walked over to his brother. Menma, I can give you a mission where you travel and keep an eye on everyone. Naruto, no, I'll become a missing nin. Menma's eyes widened. Menma, are you crazy? You'll be hunted. Naruto, also look for information about what defenses the village has and what its weakness is. The blonde clenched his fists. He didn't want his brother to be a criminal and to be hunted. His sister was missing and his brother wanted to leave too. Menma, brother. I don't want you to bear the burden of being a missing nin. Naruto, you don't have to worry. After I return from the war world, I will contact you right away. Menma, okay. Be careful. And Sasuke? Naruto, she. Let her live her own life. Even though she loves me and I love her. I will always have things to do that I can't pay attention to. Let her accept it and stop loving me. Okay, the meeting place at night is near the village in the open clearing to the west, the others will come there. Menma immediately looked at him menacingly. Naruto, attacking the heirs is considered treason and even the Hokage himself. Do you understand? If you understand, I'll go. Naruto turned around and walked out of the room. Menma clenched his fists. Menma, is this worth it? The fact that I started the war by declaring myself. Okay, so be it. The battle will begin soon. Naruto pulled the sword out of its sheath and swung it at Sasuke. She couldn't keep up and looked at him in fear. Menma took off his Hokage hat and robe. Menma had dressed in his Jonin gear before the battle, and now he suddenly found himself between the girl and his brother, blocking his brother's attack with his chakra dagger. Shikamaru made several seals and his shadow split into 6. The shadows enveloped the red-haired man's arms and legs, but he emitted chakra, rejecting the shadows. Menma immediately took his brother's sword to the side and, taking Sasuke, jumped away to his own. Menma, Naruto. You attacked the Uchiha head and me. This counts as an attempt to assassinate the Hokage and the head of the Uchiha clan. Naruto, too bad, I was about to kill you all so that you wouldn't interfere with my plans. Menma, then, I, the 5th Hokage, declare you a traitor to Konoha. Even if my brother, relative, or friend is a traitor, I will stop and kill you to protect the village. Naruto smirked through his mask. Naruto, really? Well said. Mokuton, wood clones. Naruto released 6 wooden clones that took Naruto's form. Those who saw this immediately realized that the fight would be difficult. Naruto, well? I'm waiting. Yakoshi couldn't stand it and rushed at him, taking a sword in one hand and a kunai in the other. Naruto pulled shurikens out of his pouch and threw them at him. The clones ran at the others, starting the battle. Yakoshi rolled on the ground and jumped up, swinging his foot at the head. Naruto took the head away and took the leg with both hands and spun the Uchiha, throwing it into a tree. Menma ran at him. Sasuke sat looking at this, frightened, believing it. Her beloved wanted to kill him without even flinching. From this, her eyes themselves activated and tears flowed from her eyes. She stood up, looked angrily at Naruto and jumped towards him. Naruto dodged several swings from his brother and the girl. Menma, Rasengan. The blonde created a sphere on his left hand and hit his brother's side. Naruto took damage and flew back several meters. Naruto, good speed. But not enough. Kunai and shuriken flew out from his pouch. Naruto took the Kubikuribocho in its true form on his left hand, supporting its weight with chakra. Naruto ran towards them, starting the battle. There were many grinding sounds in one area. The ground cracked from the waves of collision. Kunai and shuriken spun and flew towards their targets. The Uchiha and Hokage parried, dodged the red-haired's attacks and also the kunai and shuriken. Sakura and Ino fought in taijutsu, repelling the attacks of Naruto's clone. Sakura pushed the guy's fist with a pole and folded seals. Earthen spikes burst out of the ground, piercing the clone's legs. Ino attacked the clone from behind, piercing his arms with kunai. She folded seals and her hair lengthened and became sharp, piercing the clone with her hair. But the clone endured and got out of the trap. But a tip appeared on the pole and Sakura cut the clone in half. Sakura, a tenacious piece of wood. Ino, I agree. Kiba extended his claws making them sharp and with his Getsuga technique destroyed the clone. And next to Shikamaru held the clone with a shadow and behind the clone Choji crushed a tree with an enlarged hand. And next to them 3 clones were gathered together surrounded by bugs. Hinata and Sai landed on 2 clones destroying. Sai's red claws pierced the first, and Hinata destroyed it with a Kaden crushing it. Then Hinata destroyed the 3rd clone with 64 blows piercing it, and Sai also wasted no time cutting it. Shikamaru, let's go, we need to help Menma. Naruto swung his large sword in a circle. Menma and Sasuke jumped back. Menma, Sharingan. Yakoshi, Sharingan. Yakoshi came in crumpled. And all the Sharingan owners surrounded the rabbit on 3 sides. Naruto, 3 hunters have surrounded the prey. Well done. And 3 Sharingan wielders. Okay, since we have Sharingans, I'll activate them too. Sharingan. First, second, third, fourth, and fifth gates, open. A huge wave of chakra threw back 3 Sharingan users. The rest rushed here on the wave, destroying the clones. Before they could stop, Naruto hit each one at a very high speed, throwing them back to huge distances. The same applied to the 3 Sharingan users, who were thrown back from the blow of the legs but not the swords. Menma knew that his brother would not kill them, and Sasuke did not understand, his beloved could kill them immediately. Shikamaru did not understand his friend's thoughts, as did the others. Naruto, I'm stronger than you, you can't stop me. Lee, Konoha Hurricane. Rock Lee appeared out of nowhere and kicked Naruto, sending him flying 8 meters. Naruto, that speed. Rock Lee, student of Might Guy, my teacher, I see, you've returned to normal. Tsunade-sama, you're an excellent medic. Lee, you attacked your friends. I, Rock Lee, student of Might Guy, will stop you, in the name of the power of youth. Naruto, okay, but you can't stop me. I see you've only activated the 4th gate. What, can't you activate the 5th? Lee, I'm not as strong as you, but I'll try to stop you. Naruto smiled, his eyes starting to change patterns. Yakoshi, it's chakra. Lee. Go away. Manjikyu. The Uchiha Sai pattern changed and his seal on his neck activated. His body was engulfed in black fire and he approached Lee with rapid speed and stopped the black fire. Naruto. Naruto, Manjikyu, Yakoshi. It seems you control all the fire in the area. Yakoshi, you. You attacked your beloved, brother and friend's traitor. I will kill all the traitors, first you and then Itachi. Naruto, big words, weak Uchiha. Your brother Shisui was strong, and Itachi was his equal. But Itachi became stronger than your brother, so you are weaker. At these words, Yakoshi attacked Naruto. Naruto began to control the living creatures in the area with his eyes. Water, wood, and earth began to resist Naruto's friends. Yakoshi was thrown back by a blow from a large tree root. The wind with great pressure pressed the rest to the ground. Naruto, I control the elements with my eyes amplify the elements 2 to 3 times. But. Menma, stop talking, little brother. Menma, in the cloak of a fox with 5 tails, punched Naruto in the jaw from behind. Rock Lee stood and watched the spectacle. Yakoshi stood up and Sasuke was defeated from behind. Her friends were strong. And she was weak. Naruto, okay. Before the fight, I took the chakra of the last-tailed beasts. Your chakra won't hurt, Menma. Inside Naruto, the tailed beast's chakra merged into one. The area was filled with chakra pressure from Naruto's eyes, the mask broke into pieces. Suddenly, Choji increased in size, gaining in power and strength. Shikamaru was embraced in black shadows, and his shadow was divided into 10 parts floating on the ground. Sakura glowed with pink chakra with green, healing wounds. Many bugs flew around Shino, increasing in size. Sai glowed red and was in burgundy armor in metal veins. Ino's hair turned white, and she glowed with blue chakra, her mind connected with everyone in the area except Naruto. Kiba became larger, gained more animalistic and, his puppy Akamaru became large and his fur became larger. Hinata's eyes became half blue, merging with lavender, starting to see all the chakra and 360 degrees. Naruto, ha ha ha. Your powers have increased. But I can't be stopped. You've surpassed the level of Jonin, but not the Kage. I'm stronger than the Kage. Rinnegan. Naruto's eyes turned white, red lines and ripples began to appear, and a blue color glowed in the center. Naruto, I am God. The protector of the shinobi world. I will protect the shinobi from wars and battles. I am Otsutsuki Naruto. Naruto stood there, enveloped in blue and white chakra, his black cloak glowing white. Naruto, attack. Konoha began to shake and tremble. Residents began to run out of their houses and watch the explosions far from the village. Shinobi below Chunin began to evacuate Konoha residents and guests. Also, the parents of their heirs could not find their children and immediately realized that they were fighting someone more powerful, shinobi or several. A detachment of strong shinobi, including clan leaders and jounins, was quickly assembled. They left the village and headed to where the explosions were heard. The white glow was covered by a shadow, but he came out of the black shadow shining again. A huge hand flashed behind him and struck him. Otsutsuki flew into a tree, piercing through it. Naruto, their strength has increased, but the Rinnegan will help me. A fire technique was flying towards him. Naruto pointed his hand at it and stopped it by absorbing the technique. He stood up and held Lost Vein. During the battle, Kubikuribocho was taken away from him, namely Sai. His tentacles grabbed the sword during the battle and it was pushed away. Naruto, Rinnegan, vacuum barrier. Menma and Yakoshi encountered a barrier that enveloped the Otsutsuki, and the bugs were destroyed by the air pressure. Sakura, everyone wait, his Rinnegan is strong but it uses up chakra. Naruto smirked, he put his sword in its sheath and folded the seals and said. Naruto, Doton, great earth spikes. Many huge earthen spikes burst out of the ground, destroying trees and rocks. Ino was behind her friends, supporting them from afar, connecting herself and them mentally, and during the appearance of spikes, Sai saved her in time, taking the girl in his arms. Menma and Yakoshi had long since jumped away, knowing what would happen. Also on the other side, Hinata supported with a long-range attack. Now her long-range attacks were strengthened because of her eyes and she could direct chakra for a kilometer. Naruto dispelled the barrier and immediately began to attack Sakura with his sword. Sakura, due to her experience fighting with a staff, reflected and dealt blows herself. Naruto, even though I'm strong, my body can't withstand such strong techniques. For example, the Rinnegan and the 8 gates. We need to finish quickly. His thoughts were true. His body was being destroyed and restored by Hashirama's cells and Uzumaki genes, but he could run out of chakra and his body would not be able to withstand the strain. Naruto slashed vertically with his sword, cutting the staff and kicking Sakura, knocking her out hard. Yakoshi appeared behind him with a Chidori. Yakoshi, Chidori. Naruto, Rasengan. Naruto turned around and hit the Uchiha's technique with a Rasengan. The Chidori glowed with black fire and blue lightning together, becoming a black burning lightning. The pressure of the techniques was crushing with chakra, but the Rasengan technique was stronger and sent the Sharingan user back. The Uchiha passed out from fatigue and chakra exhaustion. Naruto, 2 down. 8 more to go. Where's Sasuke? Menma appeared from below in a veil and, grabbing his brother by the throat, dragged him further. Meanwhile Sasuke sat and watched her friends fight her beloved. But now seeing their strength she doubted herself. She is not strong and not smart like them. She looked at Menma and Naruto fighting in taijutsu and their weapons on the ground below. Naruto dodged a leg and after blocking a few punches he put his index and middle finger together and hit his brother's tenketsu. He fell holding onto the places where his brother hit him. Everyone's clothes were torn in some places. Shikamaru, Sai, Ino, Choji, Shino, Kiba and Hinata were tired from the battle that had been going on for more than half an hour, their chakra was low. Naruto looked at them and knocked Menma out with a punch to the neck. His cloak had long since been torn and he threw off the rest. Naruto, only you and Sasuke are left. Yakoshi, Menma, and Sakura were the main problems on my way. And although you have become stronger, you will not be able to win. Nara, your techniques could stop me, because your shadow could now increase in width and size, covering me completely. But because of my chakra, I can get out of this. Hyuga, your techniques have gained strength, but they are also weak. Your bugs, Aburame, are easily destroyed. Inuzuka, you and your puppy cannot keep up with me while Yakoshi and Menma were able to keep up. Sai, you are more physically developed, but you have been helping your friends for a long time that you could not attack me until now. Choji, your techniques are destructive but slow. Yamanaka, I was surprised why they work so well together, but it turns out you connected the connection between them, praise to you, but small. Okay, enough words. Naruto was next to them and knocked out each one. His fight lasted long and he was tired. Standing over his poor friends, he deactivated the gate and the Rinnegan to the Sharingan. Naruto, finished. Where is Sasuke? Looking around he didn't see his girlfriend. But looking at the sky he saw a black-haired girl floating. Her hair had lengthened to almost gray, her eyes glowed bright red with 3 tomo. A black line connected her palm to her eyes. But he realized that his girlfriend couldn't fly. Naruto, Sasuke? Sasuke looked down upon hearing her name. Sasuke, Naruto. You destroyed our love. I hate you. She disappeared in an instant and her hand pierced the Otsutsuki's stomach. And on her hand where the karma was, a red fishing rod appeared. She pointed it at Naruto and took the remaining chakra from him. Naruto fell from exhaustion and a wound on his stomach. His Sharingan went out looking at his beloved. Naruto, Sasuke. Sasuke, forgive me. Naruto. Sasuke raised the fishing rod and Naruto lost consciousness. Raising the fishing rod, her eyes began to change the pattern into a 6-pointed star and blood poured out of her eyes. Her emotions were burning. Suddenly, someone appeared from behind and took her hand, stopped the attack and also knocked out the shinobi with a blow to the neck. The fishing rod dispersed, the girl fell unconscious, and the one who knocked her out leaned over Naruto's body. Mito, big brother. You've made too much noise here. Even though I'm weak now, I can fight back against Chunin and Jonin. Well, I need to wake up big brother. Mito picked up her brother's body and jumped towards Menma. She woke him up. Menma opened his eyes and immediately stood up, groaning in pain. Mito, that was quite a fight, brother Menma. Menma, Mito? Are you Mito? Mito, yes, it's me. But a different Mito. I saved brother Naruto, so he can thank me. She lowered Naruto's body to the ground and stood up and wanted to leave. Menma, Mito, what does it mean that you're different? Mito turned her head, her eyes and gaze radiating coldness. Mito, I am Minoka Uzumaki. I used to be. But now, I am Uzumaki Mito, daughter of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, former Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed Fox, who died 9 years ago. I have one thing to do, but I know that we will meet more than once, Menma and I. After all, the 4th World War is coming. Okay, I have to go. Mito na.ila Fuin and disappeared. Menma got up and checked his brother. Unconscious. Kyubi, Minoka. I haven't heard that name in a long time. Menma, do you know who she is? Kyubi, she is the princess of the Uzumaki clan, just like Mito Uzumaki during the reign of the first Hokage. She died young, I don't know how, but her death drove Uchiha Madara crazy. He subdued me and attacked your village, and then I was sealed. Menma, it seems like a long story. But we need to hide Naruto away. When the squad arrived, they saw their Hokage standing and helping the others to come to their senses. Talking to the 5th Hokage Menma about Naruto Uzumaki betraying the village and attacking the Hokage. Menma told the clan heads and shinobi that his brother and the head of the root Anbu, Naruto Uzumaki was dead as a traitor. Shikaku, it was immediately clear that Danzo gave him his will. Menma, I would keep quiet if I were you, Shikaku Nara. Have respect for the dead, he was my brother, I lost my brother and sister. I am left alone. But I am the Hokage and I must protect my village, and fulfill my dream in the name of my brother and sister. Several days passed. Menma and his friends were coming to their senses. Especially Sasuke. Although she lost consciousness, the feeling of the blow says that Naruto was saved from her hands. And Menma says that he killed Naruto by destroying his body. She understood that he saved his brother and was covering for him. But she also wanted to find him herself. She thought for a long time and, having understood, immediately went to Menma's office. Sasuke, Menma, I know you helped Naruto. Where is he? Menma, Sasuke, I'm telling you. I killed my brother and destroyed his body. Don't bring that up. I'm already feeling bad. Sasuke, Menma. Even though I was conscious, someone knocked me out. But I also know you're protecting Naruto, your little brother. Menma slammed the book down and stood up and walked out of his office. He didn't want to fight and tell her where his brother was. He himself didn't know where he was after that conversation 2 days later. Naruto, I'm going to the war world. In a few days, I'll be moving there. I've excluded myself from the system for 8 years. I won't be visible to others since Uzumaki Naruto is now officially dead, but that energy is enough for me to move to another world. And you, Menma, wait for my arrival. His brother left, now he must capture at least several countries or 2 large countries before his brother arrives. It is possible to negotiate with the children of the Kazekage. But that is for another time. His business now is to study Fuinjutsu and master the Kyubi chakra. But his name is Kurama. They made a pact and now they are friends. He went into the meeting room to discuss the upcoming war and create some goals for it. The countries were preparing for war. After all, this war could be the last one or another war for more wars in the future. Obito rubbed his hands, as did Kurozetsu. After all, in this war they could capture the tailed beasts and weaken the great villages. They would also be helped by their new ally, namely Mito Uzumaki. Far beyond the ocean, there were large continents. In one of them, there was a huge empire. And this empire was ready to destroy the main threat, in the person of Menma Uzumaki. And the emperor of this continent sat on the throne dressed in armor, and on his head was a crown. On his right hand was a sword, on half of the sword a bright yellow ball glowed exuding life, and on his left hand was a cold sword exuding death. Emperor, this brazen fellow dared to mention other continents. Well, let him try. After all, I am the protector of my people and the emperor. I must call my friend and comrade, the chieftain. Let this youth seize his lands, but if he dares to come here, I will destroy him, as I did the scourge and the demons many years ago. His golden locks were illuminated by a bright light and his eyes glowed blue. Naruto, well, today I'll go to the world of wars. I hope no one will interfere with me. He disappeared from the place where he was, namely in a cave. In this cave were his things for spending the night and for recovering. Sasuke Uchiha was looking for information about her lover. In Menma's office, she found a book in which Menma writes, she learned that Naruto would move to the world of wars. And she learned where exactly he would go. She prepared herself and disappeared at night without telling anyone anything. And soon the Uchiha clan became a problem in the village. But that's another story. This is the note on which this story ends.